Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what do you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place in our politics and in our nation as a whole. Thank you so much for choosing this particular show and continuing to be a faithful follower and a faithful supporter of all that is taking place right here before our eyes. Well, over 50 members of parliament have appended their signature for the impeachment of CS Moses KURIA over the imports of GMOs into the country. How far will this go? Will this end up with them? The struggle and the fight against the GMO imports winning, or who will be the last man to blink? Let us watch and see, even as we share our views on the same. Karibu sana kwa show. Tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi katika kipindi hiki ambacho kinakupatia nafasi ya wewe kusema yale unayofikiria na kuona katika siasa zetu. Haya, Mudavadi na Gachagua, the prime CS and the deputy president Gachagua, are in silent wars and supremacy battle. How will this end? Only God can tell. Well, I will also want to hear what you feel and think about the same supremacy battles between the prime CS Salia Mudavadi and the deputy president Rigathi Gachagua. After Rigathi Gachagua rallying the Mount Kenya members of parliament together, it was Mudavadi's turn today to host all Western Province members of parliament. Is this how to go about politics that will help this country move forward? Let us wait and see. And of course, there is a new petition to have the office of the Prime Minister restored, plus his deputies. This is BBI coming through the back door. I don't know what you feel about the same. Asante sana. And of course, Kenyans struggle with the high cost of living. I don't know how you're coping. Let us know. And how far will this go? Let us also know. Thank you very much. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. And you will be in this space and we will get talking. I'm excited that you're out there. Let us make good of our fellowship together, even on this particular platform, as we seek to establish the reality behind our politics and the position every Kenyan must take in order not to be a victim of what the parliamentarians and otherwise politicians want to make out of the Kenyan people. So karibu sana kila mmoja, tukajumuike pamoja, tukatende yale ambayo tunapaswa kuyatenda, ili kila mmoja amakinike na kusikwe na yeyote anayeachwa nyuma. Karibu sana. Tumia hiyo link kama unataka kuingia studio, ukaje tukasemezane huku. Samahani wote wanaotufuata kwa Twitter platform. It is not possible for us to share the link there. So if you want to come to the studio, find the link either on Facebook or YouTube. You can't get it or from Twitter until further notice. And so we really want to appreciate those of you following us incognito and following us in public and in the open. Wote mnakaribishwa, na ili ni jukumu letu kutetea hii nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba hii nchi haipotei wala haichukuliwi kwa mzaha. Kwa hivyo karibu sana kila mmoja, kusikwe na yeyote atakayesalia nyuma. Karibisha kila mtu wa kijiji chenu, karibisha kila mtu wa mji wenu, karibisha wote walio karibu na wewe na mbali pia, ili wote wakajumuike. Mtembei TV is available to any part of the world. As long as you can connect to the internet, you will be able to get the broadcast loud and clear. So don't let anyone anywhere stop you from being part of the extension of the reach of Mtembei TV by ensuring that you share in all your Facebook groups, share in all your WhatsApp groups, share everywhere on every platform where you have a presence, so that nobody is left out on that which is happening in our great country. Thank you so much everyone. Please, let's keep inviting each other. Naamini kwamba hii show ni nzuri na inasaidia kufahamisha, kukuelimisha na kukujuza yote ambayo unapaswa kujua ili usikue mjeruhiwa katika masuala haya yetu ya kisiasa. Dahi Abdu, karibu kwa show. Levitha Don, karibu sana. Peter Nyakundi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Anderson Neta, you're welcome to the show. Long time no seen, karibu sana. Tatu Juma, hi to you, thank you so much. Mary Mwikali, you're welcome to the show. Mato Makandet, karibu, asante sana. Thank you. Alafu kuna nani huyu? Passionate Love of Christ, welcome to the show. Nani huyu? Oliver Amanya, sorry. You're welcome. Sema leta mambo. Nana, you are talking too much. Sasa wewe unataka tufanyeje? Haya, unajua nyinyi watu mmezoea kunipanga sana, okay? Na nyinyi ndio mnajua slogan ninasema tupangwe. Mbona mnataka kunipanga kwa show? Mara naongea sana, mara siongei. Sasa nitafanyaje? Karibuni, lakini nashukuru. Chris F, nani huyu? Warwick, karibu sana. Yufin A.O, you're welcome. We want Moses KURIA to remain there. I want KK to fail big time. Thank you, Yufin. Let us keep talking. Kuna Mavela, karibu sana. Eisen Paul, karibu Kitonga wetu. Asante sana. Everyone, thank you. Tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Hakikisha kwamba usalii nyuma kwa yote ambayo yanapaswa kutendeka katika kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anahujumiwa na hakuna Mkenya anaachwa nyuma kwa yote ambayo anapaswa kuyajua na kuyatekeleza. So welcome everyone. Let's do the necessary to see to it that we inform Kenyans and make them aware of everything that is happening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's do everything in our power as we continue with the conversation. The link to use one more time, I'm going to share it like I said, it's available only on YouTube and Facebook. Those of you following us on Twitter, you will need to join us on Facebook or YouTube in order to get the link. Let's play this video before. Naona mzee Chucho, sijui hilo ndio lipi, lakini tutamfahamu hivi karibuni. Asante sana. Sisi hatusumbui Moses KURIA. Moses KURIA ndo anatusumbua. Sisi GMO, anaenda kufight kuleta GMO kwa nini? Right, okay, let's listen to this as we get set to get everybody in guest studio kwa wale ambao hamjaingia, tafadhali ili
his political muscle by rallying members of parliament from Western Kenya behind him. The move coming just days after Deputy President GACHAGUA embarked on a similar exercise, hoping to topple former President Uhuru Kenyatta as the Mount Kenya kingpin. Musalia calling for unity of purpose and for the first time in a long time bringing all Western MPs despite their political inclination together. NTV senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi delves into this meeting and the silent wars between Rigathi and MUDAVADI.
For the first time in a while, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has managed to bring together all elected Western Kenya MPs in a meeting dubbed Seeking Unity of Purpose.
One of them that is important.
The politicians met in Nairobi to, among other things, review the status of their relations and forge a better working relationship. Two key issues led to their coming together: the loss of a Parliamentary Service Commission post, through Sirisia MP John Waluke and the failure of former Shinyalu MP Justus Kizito to clinch the East Africa Legislative Assembly nomination. Mudavadi says the region has no other option other than to unite.
Sisi tumeshirikiana na muungano wetu wa kisiasa, lakini tukifika mwisho, tukifika sasa wakati wa kukawana ile keki ambayo tumeleta kwa meza, watu wanakawana keki alafu natuacha hapo tunabaki na njaa. Kwa hivyo sisi pia tunataka kuuliza wapi yetu.
So my first request to you is that within your respective areas, if you can establish your own due diligence teams, so that at some stage when we meet, we can compare what you have seen on the ground and what is on our records.
Consequently, Mudavadi says he is taking a bipartisan approach that will not consider political affiliations.
Let us put all that behind us. Let us see what we can do for our people together, because your constituents are Kenyans and they are our people.
According to sources within the morning meeting, it was more about showing Mudavadi's capacity as one of the senior politicians from Western Kenya. Even a speculation of a cold war between him and Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua emerged. Mudavadi's move also comes days after Rigathi spearheaded a similar endeavor that saw all Mount Kenya MPs come together and agreed to stand with Kikuyu nominees in the Iyala list. These were former Kieni MP Kanini Kega and Godfrey Mwangi Maina.
Never again as a community tutapatikana tumekaa bila mpango. So tutapanga hata huyu sasa tunacheza mtu ya Jubilee tutaweka hapa maisha kuja sasa. Unajua huyu sasa tena. Wakuja nyumbani kama wakaje. Wakuja nyumbani. Hata kadiri tumemleta jana tunaweka kidogo walikuwa wamepotea, tutajaribu kurudisha wapanga mpaka ingie la.
Mudavadi and Rigathi seem to be on a mission to consolidate their political bases at a time they are also settling into their respective offices. Rigathi, for starters, has given himself a deadline to convert those in opposition into his loyal troops.
Na hapa katika mlima tunataka ikifika December hii 31st of December tumalizane na hii maneno ya azimio yote, hiyo 13% yote tulete kwa President William Ruto, tusonge mbele so that we can support him to succeed.
As the two rally their backyards to support their political causes, they have also been fighting behind the curtains, especially on their roles. Sources within the political circles have intimated to NTV that the two have not been cordial, roping in the president. Almost a fortnight ago, Mudavadi, while distributing relief food in Machakos, called out the deputy president for always speaking of former President Uhuru Kenyatta's regime and its ills, asking him to settle in his current position.
Now we must put behind us the blame game, because if we engage in the blame game, sooner or later the currency of blame game will end. And it might end faster than we imagine.
Though they did not outrightly mention each other, it was clear who the messages were directed at. DP Rigathi blamed the media.
Tuweke mambo ya election nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu hata tukiendelea na blame game hatutasaidia sasa. Mamlaka yamepewa na wananchi kwa wale wako kwa wadhifa mbalimbali.
Mnataka niendelee ama niwache? Si lazima tuseme ukweli. Tumekuta store hakuna kitu. Hata panya wametoroka. Hakuna kitu ya kukula. Sasa tukisema hiyo wanasema bwana nyinyi endeleeni kufanya kazi, msituambie vile mmekuta. Lazima tuseme.
The two have however been called to order as they try to patch up the matter. On Tuesday, the two met at Harambee Annex in what they described as consultations on matters state. They both posted the same images on their social media pages. Kennedy Muredi, NTV.
Haya, karibu kila mmoja. Asante sana kujumuika nasi katika Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Asante sana kwa wale wote ambao mnaingia na kukaribisha wawili watatu. Tuendelee vivyo hivyo ili kila Mkenya amakinike kwa masuala haya. Haya, tunashukuru kwamba wengine washafika, wengine wako jiani. Tafadhali wote tukaingie ili tukajadili masuala haya kwa kina. Mzee Chucho, vipi?
Vipi?
Niko salama. Namna gani huko?
Uko watu wazima, studio mnasemaje?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Sasa leo umeleta mjadala wa maana zaidi bana. Hii ndio kitu ambayo inafaa tunaongelelea sasa, ndio tunajenga inji.
Ehe.
One, let me speak about Mudavadi. You see now, when we talk of politics, Gachagua becomes one of the biggest mountain in this country. Hajaamini kama yeye ni vice president kwanza. So this brings in Musalia Mudavadi being a sober-minded person. Sasa ukiangalia watu wawili, mmoja anahudumia wananchi, mmoja bado anaona ni kama ako upande ile ya siasa bado. Hii serikali isipoangaliwa vizuri ni kama tayari kidogo tu tukisema ukweli na tuambiane ukweli, si mambo si ya kufichana bana. Hii serikali ni kama hawakuwa ready kuongoza hii nchi. Wakati uongozi umefika kwa mikono yao wameshtuka. Kwa sababu you can't be telling us that you are blaming the former president while the same president who is the current president was the vice president of that the regime that went away. So hakuna kitu alipata mpya. He knew everything. Kila kitu yenye ilikuwa inawaki kwa hiyo serikali alikuwa anajua. Sasa hii maneno ya kushinda hapa kila siku mkisema Uhuru nini, these guys they were not ready, and they have never been ready actually. Both of them are political, I don't know how I can call them, maybe brokers. Washaanza 2027 still, hata hatujamaliza hata miezi 3 na wao. Sasa wakianza kutuambia I guess for the issue of Gachagua blaming of Musalia Mudavadi, lazima impe headache kwa sababu yeye tayari hajijui, na akilala kidogo. Ukiangalia vile hata viti zinapeanwa kwenda Western, Ruto si mjinga, anapima vile atapata kura za Western 2027. So wakilala kidogo hivi atawachia hii Mount Kenya achukue kutoka Western na uongozi itakuwa imepotea pande moja. So kidogo hivi mimi sioni kama Musalia Mudavadi ako in the wrong place. Musalia Mudavadi ako sawa kabisa na ninamuunga mkono kwa sababu jamaa kila siku tulipata sijui panya zimekufa huko, sijui hakuna kitu ya kukula huko. Hii yenye wamekuwa kizurura nayo hii Kenya walitoa kwa mifuko yao. Hizi vitu lazima tuambiane, tuache kushinda tukidanganyana kwa hii bana. So as we speak on this point, we are still gathering. Wacha tusikizane kwanza, watu wakiongea huku tukiongea huku. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa wacha kwanza hiyo ni headline yangu, tukirudi tena nitaongea kitu kingine.
Hey, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi. Tunaamini kwamba Wakenya wanamakinika na kujifunza mengi wanapoendelea kufuata kipindi cha leo. Asante sana watu wa comments. Let's keep it clean. Let's ensure that we do what helps the debate by providing quality for all that seek to learn one or two things from our conversation. We are excited because this offers us an opportunity to air out everything in the open, so that whoever wants to go ahead with what is wrong, he does it knowing that we told him that this was wrong, and when the outcome begins to come, we'll still point our finger out and say, we had told you. And just like we are reminding Kenyans, things are the way they are because we have issued a mandate to the leaders who may not be able to cope with the situation, and therefore they keep looking for who to blame and what excuse to use for their failure. But all in all, let's remain vigilant, let's do what is right, and everything will come in place. My sister Rhoda, habari ya leo? Rhoda, are you able to get me? Okay, it seems you're not communicating with Rhoda. Okay, there is
Nzuri sana. Habari ya
yes.
Chuk. How are you? Wait, I'm going to, because sometimes I have problem with my internet. Yeah, you know, saa zingine, by the way, watu wa Western Kenya na watu Mount Kenya, we need to come together, because like the way Chu say, we are very stronghold. Mount Kenya and Western Kenya, we are very stronghold. We are the community, we are majority. We need to come together. Real. I wish we could come together. We could not be the way we are. Hatungekuwa vile tuko sahi. Vile vitu zinaendelea, tungekuja pamoja. We could see a fruit. So, mimi ningeuliza watu wa Mount Kenya, please, mshikane na watu wa Western Kenya. Kwa sababu hiyo is very, Western it always stronghold. During election, it was very, I was just looking, it was very stronghold in Mount Kenya. And Ruto was praying again for those two communities, Luo communities and Kikuyu community. He was very, very, very tricky. I was watching those things because me, I used to see things. I used to be open person. So we need to come together. That 2027. In fact, we don't know whether we can get even President of Western Kenya 2027. We never know if God is our side. If, I remember even Mudavadi, he was asking, I remember Mudavadi, Mudavadi, we have never rejected Mudavadi. Mudavadi is a man I used to value him. I know Mudavadi for a long time ago when he was a minister of finance. I'm not saying that I like everything he do, but I'm saying, like, for example, like as Kikuyu community, I remember he was interviewed in the Kikuyu radio, Kikuyu TV. They were interviewing him. And he was very wise. I was listening to him, wow, Mudavadi he was telling us people from Mount Kenya, please support your own son. You need to be very happy. He was telling us that. But people from Mount Kenya, they could not listen him. Because I think Mudavadi was wanted to pick him. So if Mudavadi could stay and remain with Baba, watu wote nani angechukua hiyo kiti Ruto. We could not be the way we are, because he knew that he was jealous for the Luya community. He know Luya community have a stronghold. He know Kikuyu, he always jealous for those two communities. I don't know why, even Kisii anapiganisha watu community, anajua kupiganisha. Unaona alikuanga sijui Vihiga, mtu mmoja akakufa nini naitangwa campaign. Unaona ni mtu anapiganisha community. So we need to come together. This is time we need to come together as our community. We defeat this enemy have been put in our country bad. We see how we are going now. GMO bring this watu wa Western wanataka kufanya vile wako mob, wanafanya vile wanataka. But those days they were not coming. Even they start to come free. They can sleep in the hotel free. Watakuwa nalala mahoteli free. Kwa sababu tuko na serikali doesn't care. So let us come together as a Kenya together. I used to tell people, what people are very sad. I met one woman from Kenya. She told me, you know what, Rhoda, I don't watch Kenya news after elections. I have been very sad. Even she look very different. She told me she had been sick. Once you know what is, akiona vile Kenya kunaendelea, she had been depressed. She feel hopeless. I could not see, what were change. Kwa sababu we didn't want Ruto to be the president, because we knew what he's coming to do. He is our enemy. He's an enemy for our community. So let us come together. Western Kenya, Mount Kenya, Kisii Kenya. We come together. We are all Kenya. And I'm telling you, our enemy will defeat our enemy, because Kenya is belong to all community. Let me tell you, if we come together, I'm telling you, we can defeat the enemy. What is the enemy planning to do in our country? We can defeat it, and we can go very far. And I'm telling you, it's only when we come together. And like the way the Bible says, come and listen together. Even if our sin is wherever, we listen together, one voice, every community. I'm telling you, we will never be the same again. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Sister Rhoda for that start, and we appreciate it. It is important that we put Kenya as a priority in our pursuit for advancement. It becomes very convenient for politicians to retract and box us in our various tribal communities for their own benefit and not for the benefit of Kenya. A cause that requires us to come together and be able to rally the whole country to that particular cause. It is what really helps Kenya, because these other side shows, in my opinion, they are just side shows. Flexing muscles based on how many tribal men you can call, and they you know, they will give you wherever support as you make your presence. Something needs to happen to this country that will make us begin to believe in Kenya and fight for Kenya and be able to propel the country to move forward. No single community, no two communities, no three communities can make this country move without the rest. Kenya for all Kenyans needs to be a priority on everybody's mind if we want the country to move forward. We've been here 60 years now of independence. Yeah, it will soon be 60 years. But look at the mark timing. Look at 3 steps forward. I mean, 1 step forward, 3 steps backward. Every time. Why? Kenya can only move forward when every Kenyan is on board. We leave behind one person, we leave behind one community, 2 communities. Those 2 communities we left behind will keep pulling us behind until we carry them to go forward. So the leadership that we put in power, and every other leader at all levels, need to have the mind of Kenya, believe in Kenya, and be able to fight for a better Kenya, not my community. The reasoning of the Deputy President GACHAGUA is very depressing. I mean, in fact, not only depressing, disappointing, and I think it's just, I don't want to call it backward, but it is backward. I mean, how can you be the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya and still be fighting for your community and thinking your community is superior to other communities and demeaning other communities? In my opinion, that addresses him on the national platform. And if we need to tell each other the truth, that is the truth. We need nationalists, not opportunists. Opportunists have made our country what it is. We need nationalists, people that can sacrifice themselves to make the country great. People that can lay down their lives for the country. That's the only way we can move forward as a people. Lakini ingine tumeijaribu, tumeifanya miaka mingi. Kama the Mount Kenya alone is able to move Kenya forward, they would have succeeded by now. If the Rift Valley alone is able to move Kenya forward, they would have succeeded by now. But look where we are. We are still divided. We are still looking at each other's neck. We are still competing over nothing, arguing over nothing. Why? We can't believe that Kenya can move forward as one unit. Why can't we believe? Because our leadership is not inspiring us anything. Kuna huyu Kenya Defense Forces. Kenya Defense Forces is back. He said Bernard Oparanya ametoroka. So I'm told Oparanya ametoroka. Ametorokea wapi? That is a joke of the year. I mean, what is the future of Oparanya in Kenya Kwanza? You should have asked me. There is no future there. So, but we will discuss that as we continue with the discussion. Naomba nimlete Papa aseme mawili matatu tunaposonga mbele katika mjadala wa leo. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike katika siasa zetu, kujifunza kwa mengi ambayo tunapaswa kujua ili kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma. Papa, karibu. Papa, mitambo yako iko na shida. Hatusikii kile unachosema. Okay, naomba urekebishe kwanza kwa sababu hatukupati kabisa. Pole lakini. Nimlete Mama Mary. Mama Mary, vipi leo?
Habari zenu?
Tuko salama. Karibu.
Asante sana, mimi niko salama. Naona mzee Chucho, Rhoda, my sister, Bernard, our judge and our director. Thank you for seeing you again. My point is, wanapofikiria ati wana muimpeach Moses aimpichiwe na Ruto pamoja, kwa sababu huo ndio msemo wa Ruto. Mnatesa yule ambaye hana hata uwezo, ni kutumwa ametumwa afikishe message. Na hata mkimtoa, kuna vile tu itafanyika, mtasikia marumbo ingine itatokea pande ingine. Honestly speaking, and I remember sometimes back, I said, Ruto is very cunning, and hakuna siku mtaona makanyangio ya Ruto. Mtaona makanyangio ya mtu mwingine, na yeye ndiye anafaidika. Vile sasa Moses is going through is because of the big fish. Na hiyo ni mambo mbaya sana. Tuelewane wa Kenya na tuelewe kabisa, hii ni mchezo tunachezewa, na sisi hatuko tayari kuchezewa mchezo wa aina hiyo, kwa sababu tunajua kucheza. We have got brains to think and make a conclusion. Hiyo mchezo waache, wa impeach Moses na wa impeach mkubwa wake. Hiyo tu ndio tunataka, sababu hiyo mambo yote iko pamoja na wao. The question is, nani mwenye huo mzigo? Basi kama hauna mwenyewe, uchomwe. Itolewe hapo, irudishwe pahali ilitoka kama wanajua directions. If it does not have the honor, then that is a wrong parcel to our country. Iende. Kama ni ya Ruto, atuambie anatuletea nini hapo. Kama ni ya Moses, akuwe impeached, aende achukue mzigo wake arudishe pahali alitoa. Wakenya tusikubali wako petitions. Naona vizi. We know things. We know what to kila siku, kwa sababu hata sisi ni watu ambao wanaishi kama wao. We have got children, we have got cars, we have got even airplanes, we have them. Kwa hivyo wasio sisi kama ati tuko maskini hivyo watutese na njia ya style, ati kutuonyesha wao ndio wako na V8. Hata sisi tuko na V8. Kile tunataka ni uongozo mwema, tuwe na peace, tuweze kuendelea na biashara zetu bila maumivu. Hatutaki maumivu. Sisi tunataka kuishi maisha ile Mungu ametuumba. Hatutaki kuambukizwa magonjwa ya kuletewa na mtu binafsi. Hao watu wamefanya mambo mingi sana, au watu wanaitwa ati watu weupe. Wamefanya mambo mbaya sana nchi nyingi. And they don't give up. They still continue. They don't even think about tomorrow. Mtu yule mwerevu ni yule anaketi chini anafikiria habari ya kesho. Nikifanya hivi itaumiza nani? Kesho nitaambiwa nini? Kutakuwa aje? But these people wanafikiria tu kama inzi. How can you think about taking care of destroying people's life as if wewe uko na roho ngapi? Kwani unafikiria utaishi miaka ngapi? Tuheshimie. Mimi ni maskini tajiri. Nipe wakati wangu, wachana na mimi. That's all I pray. Leave me alone. Let me do my things. Let me toil. Let me do my hard work. That's my happiness. Raha yetu ni tuwe huru na tuwe na maisha yetu vile tuko. Hatuombi chakula kwa serikali, and that one I'll never stop. I don't borrow. I don't go for handouts. I work hard to have what I want. And I live even much better without the government interfering with my life. I live good life by myself without the government's involvement. Isipokuwa wamejifanya wao ni kama wametubebea roho zetu, na maisha yetu yote wameweka kwa mikono yao. Haiwezekani, because the time you go to sleep in your house, you don't know where I am. Kwa hivyo ni kujidanganya tu, mnajidanganya nyinyi politicians. Na mmekuwa waongo vibaya. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, kwani mnataka kuambiwa aje? Mnataka kuelimishwa aje? How do you want this information to come to you so that it can stick in your mind? So that you can know you are being misdirected. You are being misled. Yani ukisema hutaenda kufanya hiyo mambo, mtu atakuja kukuchapa. Ukisema hutakula hiyo chakula, mtu atakuchapa ukule. This is where we have to stand. In fact, me, I don't care. If I was put to speak in that bunge, I'll tell them off. And I'll tell them, listen, you don't have to force people to eat poison. Eat yourself. If you don't eat, leave us alone. Give us peace and leave us alone. Where I sleep, you don't know. What I eat, you don't know. But you want to bring. How? I have my food. Come to borrow from you. And if you know you have supplying poison to me, let it not. Those are my words to Kenyans. Akili yetu tutumie vizuri. We do our job of being vigilant. Shocked to see Zimbabwean how
Sorry, Mama Mary, it seems your net is cutting. I don't know whether it's from my end, but we can't get the flow.
And I know they know. Never laid their body and go.
Bernard.
Yes, Nze.
Now, I see Mary has a problem with the internet, I guess.
You can.
But now I want to come in with this. Roda alikuwa na kitu alisema hapa. If Western and Central can reunite, and at least we try as much as we can.
Sorry, Mama Mary, your net is not clear. I think you need to rekebisha it first. Sorry. Yes, Mzee.
So as I was saying, you see now Roda has a good idea. But kuna shida kidogo, people do forget that they are dealing with a guy who is smart. The guy who knew how to come in and to outsmart all these people. Ruto ni mtu ambaye alitafuta mbinu ndogo sana akaconvince all these tribes zikamsupport, which was not so clear that wamemsupport, but all the ways zenye alitumia, that's okay. The channel they used, we don't want to know, but Rhoda, you will have to be with me on this, that Ruto is a smart guy. He had smart, all of us, we went down for that. And we do regret, by the way, he was not the caliber of a person whom we were looking who can guide us Kenyans. Actually, that is the worst ever we have ever done, and that's a mistake that happened to Kenyans. Currently, I know youths are regretting, actually. If you ask them what you did or what they voted for, actually, hata mimi hapo siwezi. Nirudi kwa Mary. Mary has a good point of hii GMO yenye tunaambiwa, this is not Moses Kuria. Very true. Mary has a point that this is Ruto. It's Ruto himself, because amwezi tuletea vitu amjagazeti, tunaamka tunapata vitu zimeingia country. How do you do that? So hapa hivi mkianza hata Moses Kuria impeachiwe, fine, we don't care. Si alisema hii Kenya tunaweza kufa na njia mingi, so akaona GMO ni moja ya njia ya kutuua haraka ili tumuondokee, tumwachie. But the fact is, what do we really need to do? Bernard, when you are talking on that, when you are seated there, try to guide people, tell them the truth, because some of us, we might not be having these internet for every day to join over, but tuambiane ukweli venye Mary amesema. Watu ni watu wanyenyekevu sana wakati wanakuja kutuomba tuwapee uongozi, lakini wanapopata huu uongozi ni mbinu gani wanatumia? Kama sasa surely walichukua government mafuta ikiwa at how much? Wamepandisha kwa sababu ya their own benefit, so that they can recover ile pesa walitumia kwa politics. So whatever they are doing it in a way that mimi siwezi support. Okay, anyway, si kwa ubaya, mimi siwezi support serikali ya Ruto. Watu wote alipatia viti, aliwapatia kulingana vile walimsaidia na pesa yenye alikampenia. So hatuwezi anza hapa kukaa chini tuseme sure, kwa nini haku retain even security? You know, matters with security in this country is something that you cannot joke with. Kwa nini haku retain hata Matiang'i, hata kama walikuwa na differences, kwanza amgaidie watu wake kuenda mbele, wajue vile serikali inafaa kuongoza upande wa security. Point number 2. Mary amesema kwamba watu hawajui kwenye analala na yeye anaishi maisha mzuri wakati hao watu hawahusikani na maisha yake. Very true. Kwa sababu hata mimi nikilala hata chini, bora tu wao wamechukua tax yao. They should not even bother to know what we are doing as Kenyans, because hao watu wametuchukua kama sisi ni ng'ombe zao. Wakitaka kutugonga kiboko tuende pande tukakule nyasi pande, tunaenda hapo. Wanataka kuturudisha hivi. Even a car, you cannot drive like that in the road. Lazima ukuwe na mahali unajua hapa kuna kona, unapinda pole pole. So mimi naomba tu wa Kenya kwa ujumla wa reject hii serikali. Vitu zingine tunasemanga Raila ni mbaya. Raila si mbaya, kwa sababu Raila kama juzi anawa question kwa nini watu tax na kitu yenye hatuna. Bernard, let me ask you a very simple question. Wewe uko hapo, biashara yako vile unafanya wewe ndio unajua, lakini mtu anakuja anakuambia utamlipa kwa hiyo biashara yenye unafanya, yeye hajakupa njia ya kufanya hiyo biashara, lakini anataka akutax. Hiyo si ungwana. Si watu tafutie kitu ya kufanya ndio watu tax hiyo pesa yetu, ndio tujue wao ndio walitupatia ndio watu tax. Rhoda, usiwahi ngoja hii serikali unasema ati watu wa Rift Valley na Central waungane. Hawawezi ungana kwa sababu ya kitu moja. Central, they believe they are the kingpins. Wanaamini wao ndio wanaweza fanya serikali iongoze kwa hii nchi, which is so wrong, kwa sababu currently as we speak Central itakaa bila kupata uongozi, kwa sababu mtu mwenye mlisema ni mzuri mkampea uongozi, sioni akirudisha hii uongozi Central. So start thinking from that point of hii uongozi irudi Central. What will we do? Ukisema Central waungana na Western, hawawezi, kwa sababu at the end of the day Raila ataamka siku moja aende Western na watu wote wenye wanakimbia leo ni watu wanatafutia tumbo zao. Watafute miaka 3 waanze kusema tena wamekimbia kwingine. So all these things you guys you are speaking, they are so fruitful to us as a youth generation, especially vijana ndio wanastahili kuadvise into this, because we are the ones who are falling to their traps. Kila siku tukiamka Unaanza kuambiwa kazi mtaani imeisha, lakini kuna mjengo iko mahali, utaenda pande. For how long will we live with this? Kwa sababu alisema yeye ni serikali ya mahasira. Sijaona mtu wa pikipiki amepewa uongozi, sijaona mama mboga ameitwa akaambiwa sasa wewe utakuwa senator. Amenominate akina nani kama si familia yake, kama si watu wa kutoka jamii yake? So let's think of something new. Tusianze kuambiwa venye alipumbaza watu hapa akaanza kusema yeye ni mtu wa bodaboda, yeye mtu wa mkokote. Nataka leo Bernard uulize mtu yote ataingia katika hii show, ni watu wangapi tuko nao kutoka kwa mkokoteni, kutoka kwa pikipiki na kutoka hao mahasira, ni wangapi walichaguliwa wakakuwa wako viongozi, hata kama ni huko county government, ni wangapi? Ili tuanze kuongelea hapo. You see, there is one thing has been paining me for so long. It is that sometimes we don't get the time to speak about it. Kuna huyu msichana wake anaitwa Sharim. Yeye ni nani katika hii dunia, hii Kenya, kuanza kuzunguka kila kona kupeana vitu? Ni kama, is there something fishy that we should know about this family? These are the questions we should be asking ourselves about. Anyway, Rhoda, come in. I see you have something. Come in.
Sorry?
Nimesikia Rhoda alikuwa anataka kuongea, nimeona ameinua mkono nikamwacha ingie kwanza achangie pia.
We maliza tu kwanza alafu atakuja baadaye.
Okay, so that is the that was my question, and I'm so much worried because unapoangalia kila familia ambayo imekuwa katika uongozi wanataka kuprepare their own for the future use, to protect their properties. So what are we supposed to do? Kwa sababu yeye alijiita mtoto wa maskini akapata. Pia mtoto wake atakuja atuambie ni mtoto wa maskini ama alikuwa mtoto wa mtu wa bodaboda ndio akapewa. Sasa hapa inakuwa challenge kidogo. Hii serikali ni ya watu binafsi wanaojipenda kivyao, na vile Mary alisema tusipojiangalia, kwa sababu hii kitu hakuna kitu tutaforsiwa. Kama mimi siwezi kula hizo unga, si hata afadhali nikule viazi kila siku. So lazima tuangalie, wherever we advise people, whatever we discuss here, it must be. And
I want to say when you talk about every community they support, they come this side because of an interest. That's true. For example, most of the Mount Kenya, they support Ruto because of the interest. That is a fact. You cannot assume. The same in Western Kenya, the same in Kisii. Every county, every Kenyans, they because of the, you promise them, if you support me, I'll give.
Please let us remain in order, okay? We confuse viewers when somebody is communicating, then another one comes in. Rhoda, it seems you can't get me. I'm saying we must stay. Now, please, let's all adhere to our standing orders. Let the person finish the submission before another one comes in, so that our viewers don't get confused and we don't create confusion on the platform. If you can't hear what I'm saying, then it means your configuration is not right. Configure it afresh and then get back to the studio. Please, let's remain within those boundaries. So, Mzee Chucho, complete what you're saying first.
Yes, thank you, Bernard. Thank you very much. As we were speaking about this, our point is always and should be always on one thing. How will we save this Kenya from these guys who are maybe, their interest always is being seen from far. Because when we talk of a selfish interest, like now, let me speak a little bit about GACHAGUA. GACHAGUA can be a good leader if only he stops thinking about the 2027. We can talk of Ruto. He can be a good leader if only he stops thinking of 2027. He is the president. If we decide that he has to rule for the next maybe 10, he will. But we should be having this point of what should we do and how will we advise the young generation? Because this is where the problem starts, with the young generation. If the young generation is not well advised, be ready that we are going to chaos. I hope you guys are seeing the clips that are running around all over the internet about how the ngeta imepigwa Nairobi, ingine mbaya sana ijaipigika mahali pengine. These are the things watu wanaona kwa movie, lakini currently zina happen Kenya. Shule zimefungwa leo, tumeletewa sasa vijana nje, high schoolers wamekuja. Hebu sasa niambie, wakikuja na wao waone hizi clips zikitembea, waanze kujishikana kama vikundi, waanze kutembea hapa nje, what will happen next? So as we speak, acha tuseme wazazi wenye wana join hapa, the young generation who are joining this conversation, let them be able to see the future of this country so that we advise each other the way forward. Those are my few remarks that I have for now.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you so much for that. It's important and a very good point to consider as a people. But I could only add something that Kenya can survive only when we go to right values. There is a spirited effort to convert everybody from the right values to make it very fashionable and very acceptable to cheat or rob or corrupt your way into leadership. Now, when that is made the standard, every other person will follow that particular standard. I don't think William Ruto is smart and able to outsmart every one of us, including what transpired during the elections and everything. It is not a matter of outsmarting. It's not a matter of being wherever ahead or several steps of Kenyans. We could just say he's good at his game in terms of probably buying everyone on his side, like what is happening right now. The people who are crossing the floor and in the pretext that they are joining government. Which government are you joining? Okay, we have 47 governments, 48 governments. When you say you're joining government, what do you mean? Okay, then when you say you're joining government so that you bring development, how does that work? Because the 2010 constitution entitles every region of this country to development through devolution. So whether you are in Azimio as a governor or whichever, the development money will still be released to your county equally. So this is just a matter of wanting to demoralize young Kenyans to believe that if you're not a crook, you cannot survive in Kenya. That if you're not corrupt, you cannot get anything done in Kenya. Now, when we make that the standard, we should just wrap up this country, throw it elsewhere, how we go anywhere. Because we will never continue being as a country if we throw away all the rules and leave the rules for survival for the fittest. That will not help us build this country. And so as we share, we need to demarcate that there's a right way of ascending to leadership and there's a wrong way to ascending to leadership. What are the consequences of each and every path someone takes? All right? Now, the politicians will remain politicians, and there are people who are, I will soon come to Mama Mary, then we go to Alex. There are people here who are still caught up with Oparanya. If you've been in politics for a while, especially Kenyan politics, there are people who can join government or be, cajoled to cross over, not because they want to. And probably, I assume that could be what is happening with Oparanya and the rest of the other governors who are Azimio. There is something called brown file, okay? Brown file is having been a governor, maybe you made some deals here and there, and now these people are in power. So they will send you their boys with a file that this money and this contract and this contract. So either come and dance or we take you to anti-corruption and make your life miserable. It's a normal Kenyan process. It even takes place in parliament. Okay, when the president want the particular motion to pass without question, and then there are these spirited members of parliament who want to oppose it tooth and nail. They create for them that brown file, and then the boys will be sitting up there. When you stand to speak, they lift the file, you shrink and support the motion. And so, hii mambo ni kawaida in this country. But look at how many of these leaders are crossing. Are people following them? I don't think so. The Kenyans are still where they want Kenya to be, and nobody is supporting anybody who wants to sell Kenya for their own personal benefit. And that's one of the encouraging reality of this great country. As smart as politicians may get and as bossy as they want to portray themselves to be, Kenyans are not easily deceived, and they are not easily carried away until you show them a course that is worthy following. Especially, I speak for Western Kenya since I come from there. If you don't show us a serious course, we won't follow you. Whether you're our son, you are our brother, our father, if you don't show us a serious course, we will not follow you. And that stands. And so as the Kenyan people, we must wake up and realize that if the politicians are not providing leadership, let us lead them instead. How do we lead them? By rallying ourselves together and determining our destiny and refusing to bow to their pressure. And that, I believe, is the reason why we are having this conversation. We can't follow our blind guides to the ditch with our eyes open. No, we refuse to do that. And so whether it's Oparanya, MUDAVADI, Wetangula, and all that, if they are leading us in the wrong direction, we don't follow them. We are not that stupid. Well, let's, Mama Mary, you can complete your submission. I hope your net is now right, and then we hear from Alex. Thank you.
Bernard, I don't know where I had reached because I don't know when I lost you. Thank you anyway, again. There's nothing good like legitimacy. One time I was in class and we were doing our tests. And after the test, we were being given the papers. And the nurse came and walked to me and told me, Mary, here is your paper. When I looked at the paper, I had 100%. I was hit by this light that really made me, I couldn't even stand. I had to sit down and just compose myself. Legitimacy is something very nice, and that can give you peace of mind, and you'll be smiling to everybody. Illegitimacy, it'll give you headache. It'll be haunting you all through. Even if you do anything wonderful, nobody recognizes. How bad is that? So what I'm talking about is what Kenya went through during election. Legitimacy is very expensive, and it is a very good thing to feel in you. Anyway, I'm happy for people in Kenya that are standing up from corners of the country talking about the GMO and opposing it. I hope these are bright minds and they are serious with the reality that they are ready to fight for this, because they come from all corners of the country, whereby we meet in the center and make our point. We are looking forward to see that this GMO is no longer in our hands or in our area. Let it be closed, and let's have a very strong wall, not letting it in our country. So people in Kenya are looking up to this government who are misleading them. The government that is really falling, the government that is really faulty and lying to everybody. We don't need education. It's just a matter of you listening to what those words coming out of their mouths and their acts. In fact, when I look at them, they look like those boys who are playing those balls in the field, just running after it, knowing that in the evening after school, they are going home and find their mother have cooked food. That is how I compare these people, because they don't look at us like grown-ups. They look like they are not, they have left us behind, not having any knowledge of reasoning, of keeping ourselves. It's very sad, it's very shameful that we are taking this for a ride for a long time. Let's not be taken for a ride. We are educated. In fact, now people are almost all are educated. They know how to understand language. Kama sio hivyo, kuna Kiswahili ambacho kama unataka kuelezwa what happened, unaweza uliza. Hakuna mtu hajui uongo ama ukweli. Tunajua uongo na tunajua hawa watu wametuchezea. And when we come here at this forum, we don't come here politicking. We are talking points. We are talking what we want our people to know and hear and understand where we are heading. And we are trying to let them know the wrong things that are happening if they have not seen. Because I know there are people who are far from development, people who are not able to have any idea what is going on. But whoever gets the message, please pass to your fellow Kenyan. Let them know where we are heading in this country, where we are being taken by this government, and what evil they are planning to do to us. Let them not be ambushed. Let them know that exactly there is harm that is really prepared by human beings who don't care about others. Poverty does not kill, but you can try to navigate, or you can demolish it by invention or ideas. So when we are poor, don't demolish us. Help us to get better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mama Mary. We appreciate that, and we will get there. It is about time. There is a verse of scripture that talks about God is going to shake everything so that the shakeable things can fall off and only the unshakable can remain. I believe there is going to be some shaking within the country in terms of our political leadership, so that we will have genuine leadership. There is too much baggage that everybody has to bear every time they need to go to leadership. And it's all because of these unnatural schemes that have been deployed and used for long. When you prearrange the outcome of an election, you prearrange the outcome of this. So we go to an election with prearranged outcomes, not for the vote to decide, but we have already counted the vote. Then we know who must win and who must lose before we go to that election. And so the voting has been left to be just a routine. It's no longer a deciding factor. Now that needs to be changed. And for that to change, we must have a very good shaking that is going to get rid of all these hypocrites, leaders, pretenders, and those that don't have Kenya at heart. And then from there, we're going to have really leaders who are going to show, who are going to carry this country at heart and be able to propel it to where it ought to be. Before I bring in Alex, let's listen to this video and then we proceed further. Tuendelee kukaribishana mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali usitazame peke yako. Okay.
Pokot South Member of Parliament David Koseng, who is behind that push, has however said the plan also is pegged on whether or not the CS continues with that move or reverses it. Now, this comes as KURIA remained adamant that he will not back down from pushing to ensure no Kenyan dies of hunger. KTN's Emmanuel Tor reports.
The move to impeach the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade and Industry, Moses Kuria, is gathering pace. Over 53 legislators from across the political divide have signed to have the CS out of office for importing maize into the country. Pokot South MP David Kosing, who is leading the exercise, is supposed to have at least 233 MPs, representing a two-third majority of the House. According to Kosing, the numbers have been overwhelming as the angry MPs want the CS tamed for his planned action.
He will be the first cabinet minister to leave office, and he might leave office before the end of this month or before Christmas.
Those thinking about maybe impeaching the cabinet secretary for trade and industry maybe are well informed, and we are waiting. Mine, I can only append signature if convinced that this is the best reason to have him impeached.
The ouster motion is, however, pegged on whether the CS continues with the importation of the maize or not. This comes as the embattled CS maintained he will not be cowed by the move and that he will remain on track to ensure the cost of living is low and that no Kenyan dies of hunger. KURIA, who is accompanying President William Ruto on an official trip to the Republic of South Korea, tweeted asking the voices against the importation to keep off politics. The importation of the 10 million bags of maize has also received more pressure from the opposition side, with Azimio Chief Legal Advisor Paul Mwangi now saying they have already submitted a petition in court stopping the lifting of the ban on genetically modified organisms, GMOs.
And the foundations of the case is because prior to this blanket approval by cabinet of all GMO products, there has existed since the year 2012 regime for regulating how GMOs enter into the country. And that is why we have challenged the removal of that regime.
The lawyer says the lifting of the ban and the subsequent importation of maize that has already docked at the port of Mombasa is an affront to the rule of law.
Interested parties have come in and they have answered to the petition. We have filed our submissions and the other group is going to be filing the submissions next week, and the case is going to be held on the 15th of December.
Karua has also poked holes on President William Ruto's move to lift the ban, arguing that the cabinet was not legitimate at the time. As the debate gathers momentum, CS for Agriculture Mithika Linturi continues to give the debate a wide berth. Emmanuel Tor, KT News, Nairobi.
Okay, Bwana Alex, vipi la?
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Kwanza mjambo nyote. Okay, my concern is one. Naona shida. Then kuna shida. Our leaders are regrouping. And the reason for doing that, we are yet to know. Umoja wa nchi inaisha. We are being divided. The divide and rule is taking place. What do we have to do now? Sisi tufanye nini? According to me, we just have to shout to the highest without giving space. Kwa sababu nimeona hao wanaelewana wao kwa wao viongozi. Wananchi wakisema chochote, he just hot air. They're just shouting, unawachiwa kando, unateseka, alafu unaleta unga, unapoa. Unaanza ku appreciate na kusema hao ni wao peke yake, hakuna mwingine kama huyo. Wale mwingine anasafa, jirani yako anasafa, na wapi time na shida. Jambo lingine, mimi naona kama pengine huwa hao viongozi wetu wanapewa allowance. Mwenye atamtukana Raila to the highest anapewa allowance. Because akiongea moja the whole week, that is the story. Are they getting some allowance? Because the fishing is going on. Azimio watu wanachukuliwa wanapelekwa UDA. and the only people wenye wako ni wazazi wanaona na wanaenda tu blindly, not blindly. So to me, I can term this government as a deal government. You accept the deal, or come on, join us. You have the deal, join us. I don't know, but to me, that's my feeling. So mi kitu naona tena swali ingine. Do you think Moses KURIA will be impeached? Are you sure it will work? Me, I'm not sure. He just a shout to make us think that action inachukuliwa, but kuna kitu ndani. Na koti itasaidia? I don't know. Maybe one of us anajua. So kuna mambo, bado kuna mambo na tutalia sana. Kuna kilio. Mi naomba tu we shout to the highest. Maybe one day tutasikika. But this plan is so plan at this time. This time ni ya kujiarrange well, because hiyo ngozi walipata kama wajajiarrange vizuri. Sasa wanajiarrange so that this time then in the campaigning mood, wengine wenye walishindwa wamekubali na kumove on. It's only the government that has not decided to move on. Bado mtu kama DP ana celebrate na kubrag instead of working. We are the governed, and that's how we want to be governed. And the governors are not giving us a chance to tell them how we want to be governed, even though they know it. Where are we? Mi naomba tu Wakenya wakuje pamoja. Kukuja pamoja tu ndio dawa. Lakini ukiona kama kabila yangu ni superior kushinda ingine, ile ingine ni ndogo sana, ile ingine ni kubwa sana, wanapata advantage over us. Wataendelea kutogawanyisha kabisa mpaka nikikuona Ben naona kama wewe na adui yangu na hata hujanikosea. So mimi hiyo ndio inanisumbua akili, but I think we have how to do it. We just shout to the highest and we talk the truth without fear or favor. Tukienda hivyo naona tutafika mahali. Asanteni kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you. The will of the people, when they are committed to the same, they will always get the leaders to behave. The problem with us Kenyans is that we accept to be bought by leaders to pursue the leaders and result at the expense of the country. But we need to sober up as a people and begin to realize that we may just reach that tipping point where the leadership is no longer the determinant factor. And the goodness with politicians is that they are very good in reading that. And when they know that they cannot turn the tide of the people, they will join the people and probably try to find relevance into what the people are talking about by reason of them kuruka na kuiba the glory or the outcome of the struggle. But like I said, what is happening in this country is one very unique that unique in the sense that the minority, okay, is buying the majority so that he becomes the majority. But what is buying is the leaders. It's not buying the people. And then the politics of incentives, that is long gone. It no longer works. Okay, if it was to work, then there was no need of the Venezuelans in these elections, because incentives and handouts were everywhere and everyone. It's just that Kenyans refuse to be bought. And so to me, that is a very good point for Kenyans to remain there. That regardless of the buying and the selling, we must have a stand when it comes to the country leadership. That whether wamekuja na hela ama wamekuja na blanketi, wamekuja na sufuria na chakula, tutakula hiyo chakula, lakini ikifika kwa uongozi wa nchi lazima tutumie akili vizuri, tuchague wale watu ambao wanaweza kutuongoza. Cha Cha muhimu hapa ni tukienda kwa uchaguzi, uchaguzi utatupatia viongozi ama kuna watu watupatia viongozi na watupilie mbali uchaguzi wetu? Hapo ndio ngoma ipo. And kama kuna debate ambayo lazima tuanze kufanya tu mapema, ni uchaguzi wetu unatupatia viongozi ama kuna watu wanatupatia viongozi? Sisi uchaguzi tunaenda tu ya sherehe, we go a ceremonial election, but the outcome of election is determined elsewhere. If our vote doesn't count, then let's do away with voting. Let's do away with voting. Let's go back to what they do in the northeastern. Okay, wazee wanakutana wanasema tumechukua kijana wa fulani atakuwa governor. Hiyo mambo ishe namna hiyo. Tusisumbuane na kupanga laini, sijui print ballot paper, sijui campaign 3 months. All that expense is not necessary. Wazee waende waamue, yule wameamua aende kuwa circumcised, sisi tusonge mbele. But this business of turning our whole election process into a ceremony that is only going to be ceremonial, has no consequences, has no outcome, we don't need it. And so kama Wakenya lazima tuamue na tuchague jinsi mambo yatakavyokuwa. So sijui kama Alex unale kuongezea tumlete utu uzima hapa.
Yeah, that is true. Lakini mimi ni ombi tu bado. Unajua, nimegundua kwamba Wakenya sisi, we are bright, yes, but we don't know how to decide. And also optimism inatuua. We're just too optimistic until unasuffer, lakini unakubali tu. Kwa mfano naweza enda kwa politician mwenye uko karibu na mimi, nimwambie mimi nitakusupport hata kama ni kifo nakubali. Alafu nero naumia, anasema niumia kidogo tu, lakini sasa nipe tu kitu na bado nitafight. And you are fighting your neighbor. Sahi mali niko, I have my neighbor. Na huyu ananifaa, na unakuta nakosana naye kwa sababu ya politician ama kiongozi mwenye tulikuwa tuko nayo. Na akiwa mgonjwa ama nikiwa mgonjwa, lazima atakuja nitembelea, atanileta hata uji kwa hospitali. Na yule kiongozi ataambia I'm still busy, niko na trip naenda mahali. So where are we? And how can we solve this? Because hii tunaongea kila siku ati hatujui tunajua. But how do we decide? How do we come up with something concrete? Manake tukiunite au viongozi pia wataogopa na watatusikiza. Sasa hii unaona, ndio sababu nasema hii CS Moses Kuria hata kwa impeached. Tunasema kwa nini wetu? Kwa nini mtu wetu ndiye anakuwa hivyo? Haya, Waluke alikuwa na kosa, lakini tuna support vile ilitoka, manake yeye ndiye alikuwa anaumia peke yake. Wengine lakini ameingia, haya amegrow horns. Yeye ataka kwenda huko. Sasa sijui kuna hani asali kuna huko. Si pia tuangalie asali ni gani, ama tungoje tusubiri tuone asali ni gani. But bado kuna shida mbele. Asante kwa sasa.
Thank you mchovi asali achovi mara moja. Wacha wakachovi watatuambia kama ni tamu ama si tamu. But all in all, you also talked about whether Moses Kuria can be impeached. Yes, he can be impeached. If the majority of Kenyans will disregard the UDA euphoria, it's very easy to impeach Moses Kuria. I don't think they have the majority in parliament, even if they retract to tribal defense system. They may not get there. It can even go the Waititu way. Okay, there is, you know, one thing about impeachment is like public prosecution. Okay, if you can remember, Kimunya must go. Okay, now when the matter is prosecuted in public, and evidence is tabled in public and is in camera, what happens is politicians will feel the pressure from home. Okay, so unakumbuka hata siku ya BBI, you saw the people who are against BBI because it was before the camera. And they knew the people support BBI. They voted the BBI way. So it is very risky to allow Moses Kuria motion to go into the floor of the House. It's a huge risk because inaweza kuturn it around, including his neighbor will vote against him. And that is why impeachment works two ways. We can lose the motion, but your credibility and your name is mad in the whole country that you will never be able to lift your face by reason of the evidence that is tabled. That hata kama ulipita, lakini tuliambiwa uliiba hii na hii na hii na hii, kumbe wewe ni mwizi. So that needs to be well taken care of. So when they regroup tribally, kama ni anaitwa nani huyo? Michuki and team could not save Kimunya, and they put up spirited effort to save Kimunya, and Kimunya must go, and Kimunya went even with an on oath. So msicheze na maneno ya impeachment. Inaweza kwenda anywhere and it has dire consequences. So if I was Moses Kuria, I would go slow, change tag, and ensure that whatever they want to do, they do it differently. Problem ya UDA is they think they can force anything and everything. It doesn't work that way. Okay? Well, if Kenyans now, like the farmers, are now angry, what's going to happen? You want to tell me that Rift Valley MPs are going to vote to save Moses Kuria? They will not. No. And now, if they rally Rift Valley, Western, and then they get part of Ukambani and Coast, will Central alone save Moses Kuria? It's not possible. And then after Moses Kuria, Moses Kuria will be litmus paper. The first step. So the next thing is vote of no confidence in the president. GACHAGUA will be very happy to support that because he wants to be president. Let me not talk too much. Utu uzima.
Sawa, asante lakini kwa sasa.
Thank you.
Kweli kabisa Bernard unalozungumza. But pia ni salamu ni muhimu. Nimsalimie mama wetu wa nguvu, mama Mary Wanaina. Alafu na brother Alex. Lakini zaidi kwamba mama Mary jana alinigusa ndipo. Ingawaje nimefuatilia tu zaidi leo kuhusiana na mjadala wa jana ambao ulikuwa moto kama pasi. Na maneno aliyozungumza mama Mary hakika yaliukosha moyo wangu, na pia vile vile ulinipa matumaini kama kutaweza kuinuka ama kunyanyuka wa mama wa nguvu, washupavu na wenye kusimama katika ukweli na vile vile wenye kumjua Mungu. Nikianzia leo nitaweza kukumbusha leo jana juu sikupata nafasi, na vile vile pia hayako mbali na haya tunayozungumzia kwa leo. Ukweli ni kwamba mimi Chaka pia siamini na sikubaliani na hawa wabunge ambao wanasema kwamba wabunge na pia na wakulima wale wa Rift Valley, kwa kile ambacho wamejitokeza zaidi kana kwamba wanatetea zaidi kwamba chakula ni kingi kwao na kingefaa kwanza kununuliwa hicho chakula kwa bei nzuri kabla ya kuagiza. So ni vyema wameweka katika hali nzuri, lakini huwa bado still niko na maswali Bernard, kwa sababu shida ya njaa Kenya hii imekuwa wimbo wa kila siku, na sijaona kundi la wakulima wakijitokeza haswa kulalamika kwamba chakula tuko nacho na serikali hainunui. Wamekaa Wakenya wakipata tabu, gharama maisha ndio hiyo iko juu, gharama ya chakula ndio hiyo iko juu, na wakanyamazia vile vile hadi pale ambapo Moses Kuria amezungumza kwamba itabidi tu import GMO kuweza kusaidia hali ya chakula ya nchi. Sasa swali langu liko pale, najiuliza, ikiwa chakula kilikuwa pale kingi cha kutosha, mbona hawakujitokeza mapema? Mbona waache Wakenya wahangaike na chakula wakati wao chakula wako nayo, hadi ile siku kumetokea haya mambo ya Moses Kuria ya kuagiza hivi vyakula vyenye ambavyo vina tashwishi katika hali yake ya utumizi, ndivyo wajitokeze wakulima na wabunge kwamba wana impeach Moses Kuria. Hili ni jambo linanipa maswali zaidi, kwa sababu kama ni wazalendo na ni Wakenya wanaojali maslahi ya taifa lao, na katika vyombo vya habari vyote, si maruninga, si maredio, si mitandao ya kijamii, njaa Kenya imekuwa wimbo. Kwa hiyo mimi hawa nawatilia mashaka kwamba huu ulikuwa ni mpango uliopangika vizuri, mpango ulikuwa umepangwa kabisa, lakini kwa sababu Mungu anasema linalofungwa basi litaweza kuja kuwekwa wazi wakati wowote, maana Mungu hachanganywi na ubaya. Basi ni kama hili linalojitokeza. Kwa hiyo ni kweli wamejitokeza, wanazungumzia hayo maswala, na hata wanaona wameungana na watu wa Azimio, lakini watu wa Azimio msifurahikie zaidi kwamba labda ndio wamepata support, kwamba ni wenzenu. Huu ni mpango, kwa sababu Moses Kuria naamini hajalizungumza hili likiwa halijakuwa mjadala mapema. Kwa sababu gani Bernard? Ndani ya siku 60 na ya uongozi tayari meli ya chakula imefika Mombasa. Ni jambo pia linanipa maswali kwamba hili jambo lilikuwa limepangwa mapema kabla ya. Kwa hiyo walipanga uchaguzi, wakahakikisha kwamba kila kitu kiko sawa, na huu mpango ulikuwa umepangwa zamani. Kwa hiyo hii ni serikali ambayo inaongozwa na tamaa na mikakati ya jinsi ya kujitengenezea na kulimbikizia mali wao wanao isupport. Hii serikali si ya mwananchi. Hii serikali ni ya wanabiashara walioungana kwa kauli moja kuhakikisha watamfinya mnyonge up to the last minute. Kwa sababu nashangaa sana ikiwa ni meli iko Mombasa na tayari imeshaleta vyakula, na wasiwasi mpaka vile vyakula vinavyosemekana viko vingi, wakulima wamelilima na viko vimekosa bei, venye watu wamejitokeza. Pia na shaka navyo kwamba isije kaa tayari chakula kile imeshafika kule kwa milango wa nyuma. Kwa hivyo tumeungana kwa tumetoa umirengo kuja kwa nalizungumzia Bernard.
Okay. Samahani, kuna hitilafu na mitambo yako, unapotea ukirejea.
Na mnanipata sasa?
Hapo sawa, but we didn't get your last point.
Okay, sasa okay, wacha kama mnanipata naweza pia nikaanza. Bernard, ni kwamba ni hivi. Ni jambo la kunitamausha kidogo na maswali katika akilini mwangu kuhusiana na hawa wabunge na wakulima waliojitokeza in the last minute. Sikatai kwamba chakula wakulima ni mavuno na ni wakati wa mavuno umefika, lakini mbona hadi Moses Kuria azungumze haya ndivyo watu wagundue kwamba kuna chakula cha kutosha Kenya hii, wakati kuna watu wanakufa njaa. Njaa imekuwa wimbo.
Subiri kidogo, labda niseme kitu kwa hilo. Katika desturi ya
Naam.
kuagiza chakula kutoka nje ya
Naam.
Kenya, huwa baada ya mavuno wakulima wauze mahindi yao kwa NCBB, serikali ijue mahindi iliyovunwa katika nchi ni kiasi gani. Wakishajua hiyo, ndio nchi itahitaji magunia mangapi, deficit ya kujaza ili itoshe kulisha our 50 million Kenyans. Sasa kile kinashangaza, okay, ni kwamba mahindi bado iko shambani ndio inavunwa, okay. Moses Kuria sio minister wa agriculture, okay. Katika kuagiza mahindi inakuwa kwanza minister wa agriculture ndiye anapeana hiyo license ya kuagiza mahindi, wakati ashakagua tunahitaji let's say milioni 50 ya magunia ya mahindi, lakini ile wakulima wa Kenya wamevuna ni milioni 30, okay, lakini wa Kenya watahitaji nini? Milioni 50. So hii 20 iagizwe kutoka nje. Sasa hii sisi hatujui ni ngapi wakulima watatoa shambani, lakini tushaagiza nini? 10 million bags. So these 10 million bags are coming as what? They are only supposed to come as deficit to make up what the farmers cannot produce. Lakini sasa wakulima wajauza, NCBB janunua, na wewe unaleta ya nini? Ya nje. Unaleta kwa nini? Hapo ndio swali lipo. Na hayo mahindi ikitoka nje ikaingia, okay, ikakuwa bei ya chini, sawa, wakulima watauza mahindi yao kwa hasara. Wakiuza kwa hasara, next year watapanda mahindi? Si watapanda avocado? Wakipanda avocado ama chakula kingine, si itabidi sasa kila wakati tunahitaji mahindi tunaagiza kutoka nje? Tutakuwa nchi ya kutegemea nje ili tukule. Sasa we kama ni mzee wa boma na unategemea nje ikupatie chakula, utakaa kwa hiyo boma kama mzee ama kama mgeni?
Kama mgeni.
Sasa hapo ndio kizungumkuti kipo. Ni nini Moses Kuria na President Ruto wanalo na wakulima wetu, ambalo wanataka kuharibu biashara ya ukulima ili wafanye nini? Hao wakituletea mahindi, kwa sababu inasemekana the former Nandi Hills member of parliament Alfred Katera amesema yeye alishatuambia kwamba President Ruto ana ekari 500,000 hectares of land in Congo, na zote amepanda mahindi ya GMO. So yeye ndio muuzaji, is the seller and the importer so that he can sell his GMO maize. Kenya is his market. So he wants to do the same thing he was doing as Minister for Agriculture and the rest, but now as president. Now these are grounds that are very disturbing.
Ni kweli kabisa. Nashukuru kaka kwa kuweza kuniitoa shombo kidogo hapo, kwamba na ukweli ni kwamba kama tulivyotangulia kuzungumza tangia mwanzo, hii ni serikali iko na biashara na mwananchi kiaina na kimfano fulani, na especially wanalenga wale wanyonge zaidi wasiojitambua, wanaokubali kutokana na hali ya duni ya maisha wako nayo na hali ya maskini, ni rahisi kuweza kuwa trap na kuingia katika huu mtego, na those ndo watu watakaoweza kufanyishwa biashara. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la waibu viongozi kama hawa kuweza kusimamia nchi. Kwa hiyo mimi lawama yangu yote nitaelekeza kwa tume za uchaguzi, not only in Kenya but all in Africa. Na tukija Kenya pia nitatoa alama zangu upande wa mahakama, kwa sababu this now is the outcome of what ya vile walifikiria kwamba ni sahihi. kwa kutazama leo tu, wala hawakuweza kutazama na kesho yao na kesho yake. Kwa hiyo kufanyishwa biashara kuweza kufanya biashara kwa wananchi ni jambo la aibu, na ndio maana hili ni kamba ni donda limepasuka tu mapema kabla halijaiva. Lakini sidhani kama kutakuwa na impeachment kwa upande wa Kuria, kwa sababu hawa watu ni wamoja. Hii mipango wanaijua pamoja. Ni sawasawa Moses Kuria, tunaole bwana aliweza kufunyuka mdomo na kuweza kusema pia, tunaona kwamba tungeongeza hata na muda wa rais kuweza kufikia miaka 75. Ni haya tu tulio sawia tuna haya Bernard, kwamba Kuria naye kaponyo, kwa maana utamu umezidi mno. Hivyo hii ni serikali wanajua kile ambacho wako nacho, si kwa minajili ya mwananchi wa Kenya, especially yule mnyonge ambaye hakika anategemea nguvu zake kusurvive. Kwa hiyo mimi ombi langu ni kwamba Wakenya tushikane. Kila siku nalizungumzia hili, tuache ushabiki, tuache mirengo, tuache ngome, tusimame wote kwa pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba hatutakubali kulishwa vyakula hivi ambavyo vina sumu. Hili tulipigi, tuseme no, na nitakubaliana hata kama ingewezekana pia wananchi wahusishwe katika haya mambo, na saini huyu bwana asimame ili iwe fundisho kwanza, na tuweze kumulika haswa, maana ni sawasawa tunampiga umbwa kumtafuta mwenye umbwa ni nani. Kwa tunataka kumpiga Kuria, tutatafuta, tutajua ni nani ambaye yuko juu ya Kuria, na tusiwe na uoga, kwa sababu dalili ya mvua siku zote mawingu, na siku nyota njema huonekana asubuhi, of which siku kidogo hizi tu vitimbi na mambo mengi yamejitokeza. Ni ishara wazi kwamba hii serikali kama itadumu hapa kwa miaka mitatu, Wakenya tutakuwa babaya. Kama wako radi kulisha Wakenya sumu, why should we allow them to lead us? Why should we allow them to do the business for the business to the poor Kenyans? It's real sad, and palipofikia ni si mambo mengi, ila tu pia tujilaumu, na especially tujilaumu. Wale wafuasi wote wa Kenya Kwanza wajilaumu, kwa sababu kama ni uhusia tumeambiwa, jamani, siku zote sikio halizidi kichwa Bernard. Tumeambiwa kabisa na rais ambaye sasa hivi imekuwa kitendo, kicheko kila mahali watu wanapoingia, kwa sababu wameshika katika mamlaka, wameshika mamlaka. Walituonya vizuri, especially the mountain people. Jamani, hii njia hii sio. Ni kweli ni mtoto, lakini na imani kwamba hii njia sio jamani. Tushikeni njia hii, ndio itakuwa na uzima. Leo watu wamenyamaza wakisherekea kwamba tulimkomoa, tuliweza kumaliza utawala wa hawa mabwana waliozuka katika familia tajiri nani za uongozi. Sasa ni wakati wa mtoto wa maskini kuweza kusimama katika utawala na kuweza kuongoza. Ni jambo gumu, maana siku zote maskini akipata tu matako huliambata. Kwa hiyo tumeonywa na Uhuru, baba ametupigania, lakini hawa wote tuliona sio. Wa Kenya hatujapoteza muda bado. Hebu tukimbilie katika katiba yetu, isije nayo ikaanza kuharibiwa zaidi. Hapo tusimameni kabisa, tusimruhusu huyu mtoto wetu katiba ajaribu kuingizwa vitu visivyokuwa na msingi pale, na tusiogope kujitokeza kwa kauli moja kusema kukulaani vikali uongozi huu kama utazidi zaidi ya hapa, kwa sababu hii ilikuwa mipango ya biashara. Kama kweli Bernard ulivyozungumzia, kuko na hekari hizo zote na kuna hiyo sio ndio brigade aliyoingia hapa, ni watu walikuwa washa sign mapema. Wacheni tusiuzwe mapema, kwa sababu hawa hawana nia njema na nchi yetu hata kidogo. Pili na mwisho kabisa, mtu pekee tunaweza jua kabisa kwamba hii serikali sio basi nilipi wetu, kwa sababu yeye yuko katika hali ya malaumu na kuweza kulipiza visasi na kujigamba, ambapo ndo kiongozi mbaya kabisa, kwa sababu huwezi mponda mwenzako wakati wowote, wakati kuna mambo ambayo ameyafanya kwa minajili ya taifa, kwa sababu unapomponda toa njia, lakini njia hakuna. Imekuwa ni propaganda na malaumu kwa wingi tu, na si ajabu huko mbele pia nako kukaja yale yaliozuka ya naibu wa rais pamoja na rais, tukaja tukashuhudia mbeleni, na si mbali tu, ni karibu tu. Huo mgogoro ni lazima utakuja utaingia sawia tu na huu tunaozungumzia, ambao tulikuwa tunaojadili kwamba kuhusiana na majukumu ya Musalia Mudavadi na pamoja na Gachagua. Juzi nilitoa mfano tu hapa mdogo kwamba Mudavadi amechezwa kiakili, hayupo, kaunganishwa tu kubambanyo, lakini hata uapishaji wake, mtu mmoja tu aniambia kama Mudavadi aliweza kununua Biblia. Wote waliopishwa waliweza kusimama na Biblia, lakini kama Mudavadi alisimamisha aliweza kununua Biblia ama msahafu ama ile ya Uhindi kuweza kuwapa kama huku si kuchezwa. Rudi katika majukumu sasa, ni sawia tu na yale ambayo Gachagua yupo, ila sasa mwenye kutengeneza kutengeneza ni DP. Sasa haiwezekani mimi nimefuata na mahali kwangu tena uje utake kunikosoa katika hali hiyo. Tusiwe na ugomvi, tusiwe na mlumbano. Kwa hiyo Mudavadi angetoka mapema na pamoja na wabunge wake wakarudi wakatengeza, akarudi nyumbani. Huo tu ndio ushauri wangu, atoke mapema arudi nyumbani, huko si kwake, hakumfai. Rudi na wabunge wake kidogo watengeneze, rudi.
Okay, vitu uzima inaonekana umekatiwa hewa, lakini tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Asante kwa ushauri wako kwa Wakenya. Kuna nani huyu Awino Rapemo anasema kujeni huku Mombasa Chaga kwa port. Hizo GMO should not be offloaded. I think I support that. Jeshi la baba la pwani, wakati umefika sasa kushika doria kwa vile meli ishafikishwa huko, tukasimame kidede tukasema hapana kuteremsha hizo mizigo mpaka tujue mbivu na mbichi, because kuteremsha hizo mizigo kuingia katika nchi ni kinyume cha sheria, hazijakuwa gazetted. Mikakati ya kufuatwa ili hiyo GMO kuhalalishwa katika nchi haiko sawa. It's been challenged in the court of law, so ni makosa hizo mizigo kuingia katika nchi. Kwa hivyo wananchi ambao wana nia njema wasimame waseme hayo mambo hayaruhusiwi. From there we can begin now to secure our borders by ourselves, since our government wants to bring things into the country illegally. Because whether it's Ruto bringing the items or the cartel or any other Kenyan, as it stands now, the law they applied is challenged in the court of law. The case is before the judges. That means until that case is heard and determined, haya mahindi yakae hapo hapo. Na Kenya ikiwa kama Kenya vile ilivyo, hayo mahindi kukaa hapo hivyo ni hatari. So, yarudishwe kule yametoka kwanza, kesi imalizike, ndio tuangalie kama yatarudi ama hayatarudi. Is that possible? Very much possible. But let's see what happens. Ngoja kidogo, Roda, tulitimua wewe. Ngoja kidogo tu nataka kupatia nafasi yako. Let's listen now to this first. Chaga talked about our constitution. Look at this.
Now, elsewhere, a petition proposing to amend the constitution and expand the executive by introducing Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and of course the official leader of opposition positions has been forwarded to the National Assembly. The public petition by Victor Okul has elicited mixed reactions among members of parliament, with a section dismissing it. KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Kariuki explains the latest attempt to amend the constitution, even as the National Assembly proposed 11 members to the ad hoc committee to focus on the CDF law.
The day.
In recent days, the clamor to amend the constitution has been taking center stage, with the National Assembly being the first avenue petitioners have sought to use. Wednesday afternoon, a Kenyan sought to bring an amendment to the constitution. Victor Okul wants the executive arm of the government expanded by introducing 3 new positions.
That my office has received a petition from one Mr. Victor Okul of PO Box 2050 Kitale, calling for amendment of the constitution to introduce the offices of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and official leader of opposition.
The move has attracted mixed reactions as the members of parliament waded into the matter, some dismissing the petition.
A petitioner is convinced that what he terms as winner-take-all system is regressive, particularly in light of the fact that the establishment of the office of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and leader of the official opposition.
Those in power today, Honorable Speaker, and I do not know where that petition is coming from, did indicate that the intent was to create offices for dynasties. And today we are again talking about the same things that ought to have been cured a long time ago, Honorable Speaker.
This is someone trying to now bring the BBI through the back door, which we will not accept. And as a country, we must focus ourselves on what is more important in terms of dealing with the public and in terms of helping our people overcome the numerous economic challenges that face them.
However, a section of the legislators want Victor allowed to present his case before the House committee.
And I think what we need to do is the Committee on Petitions needs to invite as many stakeholders as possible so that Kenyans can come to this important session, discuss with the committee, and the committee will be able to guide this House.
Let Kenyans debate upon it. They will come up with a solution, or they will come up with what they think about it.
This coming even as members of parliament kicked off the process of enacting the NG-CDF into law. Parliament has established a joint parliamentary ad hoc committee on a proposal to amend the constitution to entrench the specialized funds.
Why are we supporting NG-CDF law change? It's because it has a bearing on economic well-being of our country, especially when it supports our young children who are going to school through bursary.
The 22-member committee that will include 11 members from Senate is set to invite members with similar or related proposals to make submissions and report to the House within 90 days to enable the speakers to make a decision and give direction on whether or not the legislative proposal is to be published into a bill or halted. Members proposed to the committee include Anabkoi MP Samuel Chepkonga as the co-chairperson, Rarieda MP Otiende Amolo, Tharaka MP George Murogara, Nominated MP John Mbadi, Bungoma woman Rep. Catherine Wabilianga, among others. The Senate is also set to appoint a similar number of 11 members to the Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee. This comes even as the National Assembly continues with the push for the release of the CDF funds to the constituencies. The funds were frozen in June after the Supreme Court outlawed the CDF Act. Daniel Kariuki, KTN News.
Right, a proposal in Parliament, a move to try and amend the Constitution. Yet another move. Time now to make a move ourselves and take a break right here on News Hour. We still have
Okay, sawa, nashukuru kila Mkenya. Asante sana kwa kujumuika nasi. Haya mambo ni kama hayo. BBI inafufuliwa, wanasema kupitia mlango wa nyuma. Sasa sijui ni ipi. I'll give back to Rodad. You had something to say. Please say it now before we bring in Dunia ina mambo.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, everybody. I come back. I'm sorry what happened before. You know, I have a problem with my internet. When I'm using Wi-Fi home, it's very slow. So, but when I use my mobile, but it's finished internet because I pay every month. I pay my internet every month with my mobile. It's included with telephone. So I'm using Wi-Fi home. I don't remember his name. Yeah, when he was talking, I apologize that we need to have a system when we come here, because everybody can hear our voice, what we are saying. What I was saying before, like, as you said, you know, people, they think that we are Kenya, we are stupid. We are not stupid. There's many things we see, but we always just quiet. For example, like, we know that's a fact. We cannot assume, we cannot say about who is a king of Mount Kenya, who is a king of Western, who is a king of every other community. You know, how viongozi wanakuanga wanatudanganya sisi. Unaona, wanatudanganya, oh, who is mounted? Now the fact they just their own, they play their part, their oppositions, their stomach. But sisi ndio tunakuwa tunasafa. Unaona, ukida bodaboda wanasafa. Unaona, watu wanabeba mkokoteni wanateseka, lakini siku ya uchaguzi sisi ndio tunakuanga tunateseka. Unaona, tunateseka, wanatudanganya, you know, na mama boga sijui you know, they say they play that game, but sisi mwananchi ndio tunateseka. Ndio maana nasema this, lakini siku ile Wakenya watafunguka macho, you know, kwa sababu inakuwa deal. Unajua kama mtu amekuwa amefanya deal na every community. Ukini support, utakuwa nini, nitakupatia APC, nitakupatia nini. Unajua mimi sikukupagi. You can listen what I'm saying. I'm not afraid for you. I have to say what I feel. I'm a Kenyan. I have to fight for my country. You know, nitakupatia APC, nitakupatia nini. You know, everybody play their own part. Even the church, Bernard, is the same. The church have been very corruption in Kenya. Kwa sababu wanapatiwa pesa, wanamsupport. Nipatie pesa, uniombe. Unaona kama Ruto anapatenga pesa kanisa, pesa mingi sana, kwa sababu unisupport, nitakupatia pesa. Kila corruption iko kanisa, you know, we cannot assume. That is a fact. Corruption is in the church. Na hizo pesa wanapatio ni zetu, mali yetu wanapatiwa. They need to be ashamed. They are eating the money for the government. You know, I'm living here in Europe. I have never seen the government. We get any money from the government, from the church. Nothing. Only the offer. People, they pay 10%. Those money they pay for the pastors. They pay the church. They pay people who cleaning in the church. But people who, like Asha, they work for free. It's like, you know, but the government, they have never invoked with the church. Never, ever. In fact, the church, they pray for the government. When they are doing the mistake, we pray for them. When they want to close the Christian school, for example, the party, they want to close the Christian school because here they're not a believer so much. They don't believe God so much.
So they want to close the church, but they are good people. They are nice people. They are not evil. Actually, they are very nice. They are kind. Is the way they don't believe. They say some people they say they are they call atheists. Somebody atheist, you know, and so they don't believe about Christian at school. So as Christians, because every parent who is Christian want to take their children to Christian school where they feel more safe. They study about Christian faith. You know, they study like discipline. You know, like my daughter, she go Christian at school. She's very kind, because I take her from the Sunday school, she go there in the school. I'm very humble. I get that school. I don't take it for granted. So we don't get any money for the government. Even they cannot give us nothing. I'm always wonder. So it's so funny. The church, they mix the government and the church. So even the church of Kenya is very corruption. That's why I don't watch any church in Kenya. It's very corruption. Corruption is right now is control in Kenya. Those politicians, you see them, they just do corruption. They are going this Radisson Hotel and eating, they're meeting MPs, they meet where they do Mount Kenya, wherever they do whatever. It's just corruption, nothing else. Is the corruption is still right now, and it will be very hot. Now is the time we say hot, because the corruption is booming right now in Kenya, even in the house of the Lord. The Bible say, you know, today I was reading the Bible, not everybody call the name of the Lord will see the kingdom of God. They can't say hallelujah, but not everybody call the name of the Lord some see the kingdom of God. Even those pastors, let them enjoy money for the government. What do I enjoy? What do I vile watafanya? Huh? Siku judgment Mungu atasema ni nani ataenda mbinguni. Mimi nasemanga let them enjoy, let them do whatever they want, huh? Wakimwitanga exilers, whatever, but siku ya kujudge ni Mungu atasema ni nani ataenda mbinguni ama ni nani. Yaani nini ulifanya, but to be honest, little time we need to come unity together than before, because the corruption is eating. Our people are struggling. Our young people, they don't have job. Watu nabeba mkokoteni huko Kenya, watu wanateseka. Now these stupid people, politicians, they're just lying for us. Now they're saying GMO, blah, and these people are coming, they don't help you. Birogire came to Kenya, didn't go to any community to give them money. You know, so let us stand together. Let us stop to play this game of divisions. Kwa sababu unga ikikuwa 300 uko Western, Mount Kenya iko the same, Mombasa iko the same. So let us come together as a Kenya. We hold hand together as a Kenya. We don't let these politicians separate us, the separators. Kwa sababu sisi tuko watoto wa Mungu. We are all the children of God, because Mungu anatupenda vile tuko. Whether you have education, God love you as you are. He love you. Me, I'm already people. God look how much money you have, how you live, whether you live in Karen, whether you live in Mount Kenya, whether you live any. God doesn't care how we live. He always look at our heart, how we treat other people, because God is love. So let us love one another. We don't let anybody separate us as a Kenyans. We don't let this young man Ruto to separate him, because he's a good play game, a hot game. He thinks that he's a winner, but he doesn't know when we have Jesus, we are victory. We are victory. Me, I'm always put everywhere Jesus, because when you call the name of, everybody call the name of the Lord service. All the time, I hide myself to Jesus. He's not, he's not Jesus. So don't fear him. He have to respect us Kenyans, right? Because we can move forward in our country. Because if we could be unity, we could not be the way we are. And people from Mount Kenya, you know what you did the game. I remember, let me go back when the people, they were doing demonstrations and they're taking the case in the court. You know, people from Mount Kenya, he's only Wachadua, bra. I was just looking in. Mumepotea nyinyi watu. Mumedanganywa, kudanganya, mumepotea na mumepotea. Mugera na hawa Wajaluo wote, mufanye demonstration na wao, museme tutapigia Kenya yetu. I'm telling you, Ruto hagemchezea, lakini mulimuonyesha sisi tuko wapi, we are special, but what? Huh? That's the work of enemy. Enemy know how to play the game. When you show him you are weak, you must stand together. We might, if you could demonstration with all Kenyans, when the Madakome was the court, I'm telling you, we could win. But if we are letting one community go and then we are sitting there, we cannot. So that's the way we need. And even I told one that time, nililia nikasema, wow, I wish people from Mount Kenya, they can go do demonstration with the other community.
Your time is up.
Kama vitu tulikuwa tunafanya siku ya Matiba. So my king ring, I can say from Mount Kenya, if people like Matiba, they could be alive, he could be my Mount Kenya Kipling. Or people like huyu mzee alikuwa the minister of road. Alikufa. Huyu alikuwa anasema kila mtu aweke msipi kwa gari. Those days I was living in Kenya. Nilikuwa naona kila mtu ako na safety. Kwa sababu hiki about Kenya life. He want every Kenyan citizen to have safety. You know? Those are the people I can be there. But those people like GACHAGUA, those Moses KURIA, those are just fake. Are there for the money. Don't care about them. Ask God who will be. God is your king. Don't care about them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Let's straight away go to Papa. Papa, we fixed your audio. Yes, Papa, speak up. Papa, it seems you have a technical problem. We can't hear what you're saying. Naomba tumsikilize kabla tumsikilize Dunia Ina Mambo. Let's listen out to this video and then Dunia Ina Mambo can pick it up and we move forward.
Of recruiting a special team of officers from the General Service Unit and the Anti-Stock Theft Unit, a move that will see the formation of an Operations Support Unit. Now, in a letter to police service commanders, DCI Director Amin Mohammed has requested for officers under the age of 40 with no disciplinary record for the last 3 years. This security operations to weed out criminals continues in Mombasa. Let's have more from our very own Hassan Mugambi.
With an array of changes happening at the top leadership of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations since Director Amin Mohammed assumed office, the tremors are about to be felt in the lower cadre. In a letter dated 17th November 2022, addressed to both Deputy Inspector Generals in charge of the administration and regular police services, Amin has requested the heads to shortlist 50 candidates from the General Service Unit and the same number from the Anti-Stock Theft Unit as to for deployment to the DCI. In a move that appears aimed at tapping diligent officers, Amin set the criteria for the talent he is sourcing from the service. The officers are required to have served in the police service for a minimum of 5 years with no disciplinary record for the last 3 years, must have passed the whole police law examination, must be below 40 years and have above average marksmanship skills. Selected officers will serve as an operation support unit and will be further interviewed, with the DCI inclined towards discipline and professionalism to make the cut. The move follows the disbandment of the Special Services Unit and the Anti-Counterfeit Unit. In Mombasa County, police in conjunction with county marshals carried out an operation at Maboksini area of Mombasa City. The operation saw the arrest of 3 suspects believed to have been behind a series of muggings at the coastal city. The criminals are reported to have been hiding among street families living in the area. Their makeshift houses next to a dump site have since been demolished and the families driven away. Hassan Mugambi, Citizen TV.
Dunia ina mambo.
Ya, habari zenu?
Iko salama vipi?
Fiti sana. Na wasalimia wote, nadhani kila mtu iko salama palipopote hapo. Kitu nataka kusema, nimeona heading iko hapo, mambo ya 50 MPs ambao wamesaini wanataka kumtoa Moses Kuria. Hizo MP wamesaini hapo, si ni wale MP kutoka Rift Valley ambao wanapiga tu mdomo hapa. Alafu Mudavadi pia na Gachagua wanapigana juu ofisi. Hiyo ni mzuri. Si watu wanapigana juu ya pesa, si ofisi. Walikuwa wanapigana juu ya pesa. Hiyo ingekuwa ni kitu muhimu. Alafu high cost of living. Alafu pia tuko na GMO pia tumeletewa hapa. Topic ni tamu sana. Tamu sana. So kitu tunasema hapa, tunaanza na Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria kuna pale na pichiwa. Hizi ni kelele ya chura tu. Hizi hakuna mbali naenda hizi. Hizi baridi ya December ambayo hakujangi. So hapa ni kukula time, wanakulia watu time. Kama wako serious wanataka kupitch Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria hakuna kitu anafanya. Moses Kuria anapata maagizo kutoka kwa mkubwa wake. Sababu hawezi fanya vitu kama hizo kama mkubwa wake hajampea order kufanya hivyo. So mahindi tumeletewa ya GMO, tunafurahia bei cheap. Wale ambao mahindi yao iko kwa store, wacha hizo mahindi kae huko. Ikioza pia ulete tupike nao changa. Sasa tutupangi. Hizo tena inatoanga busa mzuri sana. So usikue na wasiwasi, tutanua hizo scrap pia. Lakini GMO wale ambao watakula GMO pia waache wakule, sababu pia hiyo ni part of business. Na huwezi fanya biashara line moja, biashara na kuanga line mbili. Tulikusaidia kuingia kwa president, wewe pia lazima tusaidie kununua vifaa zetu. Ndio sasa biashara iende kwa two-way line. Alafu mambo ya high cost of living. 100 days iko karibu kuisha. Tulimwambia 100 days kiisha vitu mingi itapunguzwa. Lakini alituambia mambo ya chakula ni paka mwaka moja. Bado tuko mbali. Bado tuko almost na mwaka kama 12, mwezi 12. Bado tukakaa na kaa tu nje ndio mwaka moja ishi. Alafu high cost of living imeletewa kwa sababu chakula ambao mahindi ambao ziko au vile ukame pia ilikuja imeleta hizo vitu. Sasa kama wale ambao wako na mahindi wanauza bei kali, wataka kupunguza bei, au saa nyingine mahindi ni kidogo. So maisha lazima ikuwe juu. Lakini kitu mimi naofia watu wa Kenya, tafadhali. Nasikia Bernard alikisema mahindi ya GMO au chakula ya GMO imefika Port of Mombasa. Kuna mada ameandika message hivyo. So Bernard akasema wale jeshi ya baba waende huko port. We Bernard we. Jeshi ya baba sasa hii tunapanga mambo zetu. Hatuwako mambo ya tear gas. Wacha watu wengine wakule tear gas huko. So itakuanga sisi kwanza 1963 mpaka sasa sisi ndio tutatetea watu. Kwani wengine hajui kujitetea? Hajui kujitetea. Sisi kuna business communities, tuko na wale ambao wanasema tying of numbers. Sisi numbers sasa waende huko. Kwa sababu hii mahindi inaletwa, sisi ni wale ambao tunawaonea huruma kama Masimeji ni Western kama Trans Nzoia, kwa sababu hao ndio nalima sana mahindi. Unajua sasa ukiangalia sisi ni watu wa Suga na watu wa Njugu, saa nyingine tunakwanga na vitu kama samaki. So wale ambao wanalima mahindi sana najulikana na kina nani, wanadepend mambo ya agriculture sana. So wacha hao aenda kufanya maandamano. Kwa sababu MP imewekwa au minister imewekwa ya agriculture, imewekwa ya hizo kuleta mahindi, ni mtu yao agriculture na nataka kuteka kwa chama yao. So hizo maandamano siwezi enda kula tiagas ya watu. Wacha hiyo tiagas ikae kwa store, ikioza pia wapeleke Kongo. Sababu sisi hatuwezi tena. Sisi silaha imebakia watu ambayo jeshi ya baba, silaha tuko nayo ni silaha moja tu, mimi niko nayo. Hakuna kulipa tax, na sisi pia tutapeleka emotion. Emotion lazima tupeleke kwa parliament. Sisi wenyewe tunataka kujitoa. Tukue na flag yetu. Sio pele peleka motion ya kuongeza 2 terms, sioni kutoa ni limited time. Sisi pia tunataka kupeleka motion, nisikie vile watu wata-act, wata-feel. Sisi tunataka kusikia feelings zao. So mambo ya maandamano Bernard hiyo sahau. Na itafanyika. Hiyo sahi tumewacha hakuna. Tear gas hatukuli, risasi hatukuli. Tumeuliwa sana Bernard bana. Tumeuliwa sana juu ya watu na wana huruma. So mambo nawaambia Bernard, maisha vile iko, sisi wenyewe tulijitakia. Na kuna kitu kingine nimeona, sio kama Bernard nimeona. Huyu president wetu ni mgonjwa ni. Umeona vile amefura. Au ni GMO ndo anafanya kazi kwa mwili. Kwa sababu mguu yake imefura mpaka socks hawezi vaa. Sio kama umeona hiyo video, umeona hiyo picha wakati alikuwa Japan. Jamaa imefura mguu sana. Au ni kutembea, anatembea sana, pandi ndege.
Nataka hiyo video. Nimesema mnitumia, hakuna mtu amenitumia. Nimeona tu still photo.
Iko picha nika photo. So kuna kajamaa ametengeneza ka video, na hiyo ka picha pia ukiangalia mzuri wewe utapata hiyo picha iko kwa YouTube. Hata ukisearch tu ya Japan, hiyo meeting ya Japan bila lekaa chini akisikia nini. Mguu zake imefura sana Bernard. Hajavaa socks. Kwa sababu sijui kama aenda Japan na mguu wako kupanda ndege. Kwa sababu pia inaweza kuwa hiyo affect. Sasa ingine GMO alikula nyingi. Sio uongo Bernard, ni serious. Amefura mguu. Hata socks hajavaa. So wacha tujue ni nini, tutajua baadaye. So hiyo ndio kitu nataka kuguzia. Lakini hii heading vile imeweka hivi inaguza Wakenya. Na Wakenya ni wale wale. Bernard, unajua hatuwezi move on kama hatujashikana. Na Kenya vile tumefika tumegawana vibaya. Tribe sasa imemea pembe kuliko kila kitu. Hii mambo ya tribe imemea pembe. Na tuwezi shikana. Ndio vitu kama hizi kiletwa already haja jamaa wamesha divide. Unajua nasemanga divide and rule. Ndio hii sasa. Kwa sababu watu wapande wanaangalia pande yao, watu wapande wanaangalia pande yao, hawakuji kama Wakenya. Kama maprofesa, kama wale ambao wanafanya research, kama ukiangalia KTN, Citizen TV, Jeff na ule profesa ambao wanasimamia mambo ya kupima hizi chakula. Yeye mwenyewe ana support, anasema hiyo GMO ikifika asubuhi, yeye ndio number 1 kununua. So watu kama hao tunadeal na watu. Utapata upande hii wa religion leaders wanapinga, upande wa watu wa siasa wanapinga, upande mwingine na serikali wana support. So watu wamegawanyika juu ya hii kitu. So tutafanyaje? So ndio sasa question, tufanyaje? Tunyamaze, tuandamane, tukasirike, au tufanye nini? Solution ni gani? Kwa sababu hata tukisema maandamano hakuna wengine wataenda. Tiaga sikirushwa moja, watu wote wataepa. Na kuna mtu tena tarudi. So kitu iko, wale chakula ikifika, kama utaki hiyo chakula usininue. Kama Wakenya wataamua kushikana, kama nchi zingine wanashikana paka bile Sudan walishikana wakaandamana juu ya mkate iliongezwa shilingi 1, hiyo itasaidia. Lakini kama unaongoja group fulani opizani ndio wafanye maandamano, it makes sense. So Bernard, tulichagua kiongozi na vile tulichagua ndio Mwenyezi Mungu ametupea. Na Mwenyezi Mungu anapea kila nchi kiongozi kulingana na tabia yao. Hata ujue ukiangalia watume wote vile imegawanyika kwa kila nchi walikuja. Unajua watume walikuja tu kwa kabila mbili, Arabs and Jews. Na walipewa watume kulingana na kichwa zao. Walikuwa kichwa ngumu, wajui kusoma na wajui kuandika. So ndio Mwenyezi Mungu amewapea watume wengi hivyo. So sisi pia Wakenya kulingana na tabia zetu, ya tribe zetu na ile mambo tuko nayo ndio Mwenyezi Mungu ametupea Gachagua na Ruto. So tungangane na hao watu. GMO kuleni, kama utaki wacheni. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, sawa sawa, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Unasema jeshi la baba lisitoke.
Wasitoke Bernard, wasitoke.
Sasa wewe unataka tu tuachilie sumu ingie kwa nchi?
Wacha sumu iwe watu.
Chaingia iwe watu wote including jeshi la baba.
Kila mtu.
Sasa nani atatutetea?
Hata wakati Firauni alifanya hizo mambo zake, Mwenyezi Mungu alileta adhabu, kila mtu libebwa. Wale ambao amani yao ilikuwa strong ndio walibaki. So kama wale unajua jeshi ya baba sitaki ingie kwa nini Bernard? Ni kitu wamezazoea. Tumetetea nchi ya kutosha. After kutetea nchi
we have just started. We must not let the country go to the dogs under our watch.
Right? Waite Muguna come back.
We repent on that. Kuna mtu amesema Miguna alikuja kuchukua sehemu ya baba akashindwa. Sasa yeye ameenda London.
Hajakata mwaka mmoja. Alikuja kufanya nini sasa? Hajakata mwaka mmoja.
Alikuja kukua baba ili baba retire.
Na vile alikuwa anasumbua watu kwa Twitter. Yeye ndio akusema. Sasa mwaite Muguna.
Okay, let's thank you. Let's before we listen out to Mr. Wangira, nitacheza video moja. Francis, if you're able to get me, please make haste and get here, or whoever that can take over the show. I need to sign out. I'll play this before Wangira comes in.
This once before, but some of the studies we cited turned out to be bunk, and in general, I think we played our cards too close to our chest when it comes to how we really feel about genetic engineering here at SciShow. So, why are GMOs bad? They're not. They just aren't, not intrinsically, and certainly not for your health. We've been eating them for decades with no ill effects, which makes sense because a genetically modified organism is simply an organism like any other organism that produces tens of thousands of proteins, but one or two of them were proteins that were chosen specifically by us humans. Genetic engineering is necessary for the continued success of the human experiment here on planet Earth, just like the advent of nitrogen fixing allowed for more fertile fields that saved millions from starvation. The fruits of genetic engineering, sometimes literally, will help us face the significant challenges of a world with more and more people and a climate that is less and less stable. Of course, just like nitrogen fixing allowed Germany to build bigger bombs, genetic engineering is a tool that can be used for good or for evil. So yes, it must be studied and controlled and understood, but that understanding has to start with, like, us. Right now. If you live in the United States, you almost certainly eat genetically modified organisms, or GMOs. Thus far, it's just plants, though pretty much every kind of meat on the market was likely fed with GM corn at some point. And it won't be long before the animals themselves are genetically modified. In 2012, the FDA reviewed a new kind of Atlantic salmon engineered to have higher levels of growth hormone using the genes of Pacific salmon and an eel-like fish called the ocean pout. They concluded that the engineered fish was safe and opened up the discussion for public comment, but still haven't announced a final decision. GMOs are everywhere in the US. Pretty much literally, 95% of sugar beets, 88% of corn, 94% of soybeans grown in the US contain traits like being insect resistant or herbicide resistant that were engineered into them. And some crops are genetically modified simply for human benefit. Around 500,000 children go blind every year because of a vitamin A deficiency. So a strain of rice has been developed that, unlike normal rice, contains enough vitamin A to keep children healthy. Or healthier, anyway. Now, the term genetically modified organism is actually somewhat of a misnomer. I mean, people have been genetically modifying organisms since the invention of agriculture. Every plant and animal species has natural genetic variability, and for thousands of years, we've harnessed this variability by practicing artificial selection. We cultivate and breed organisms to emphasize their most desirable traits. Cows that produce more milk and squash plants that survive drought. Brassica oleracea, also known as wild cabbage, has been bred so intensively that it is the wild ancestor of half a dozen different garden staples, including broccoli, cabbage, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, kohlrabi, and kale. Corn originally looked like this. Over years of selective breeding, we have turned it into a massive, crazy, giant mutant version of itself that we happily throw on the grill without thinking of the centuries of breeding necessary to turn a grass seed into a sweet and starchy masterpiece. But when we talk about GMOs today, we're actually talking about genetically engineered organisms, or transgenic organisms. We're talking about genes from one species being extracted and then fused into the genome of a different species. This is called transgenesis, and though not all GMO food is created this way, transgenic crops are by far the most common kind of genetically engineered organisms you come across. But here's the thing, engineered organisms aren't new either. We've been tinkering with food in laboratories for nearly 100 years. In the 1920s, scientists realized that they could cause mutations in plants, thereby creating more genetic diversity and possibly more desirable traits by exposing them to X-rays and gamma rays and various chemicals. Through the 1970s, these methods of mutation breeding were quite popular and completely unregulated and largely ignored by the public. Thousands of cultivars produced this way are currently on the market. It's a kind of brute force hack. Just mess the genes up, plant the seeds, and see what happens, and then breed the cool new traits back into various strains of crop. Then, in 1983, scientists pioneered a new tactic where they successfully took a gene from an antibiotic-resistant bacterium and spliced it into the DNA of a tobacco plant. Now, of course, antibiotic-resistant tobacco doesn't have any real purpose, but it did prove that single gene transfer was possible. The new practice of transgenics was born. Now, the GM industry wasn't really able to take hold until 1994 when the USDA approved something called the Flavor Saver tomato, a fruit invented by a California biotech company that was altered so that it took longer to ripen, giving it a longer shelf life. It was the first genetically engineered crop sold to consumers. The Flavor Saver, though, didn't last very long, partly because people didn't like the taste, and partly because others, mainly in Europe, were suspicious of its genetic alterations. The Flavor Saver and its non-ideal flavor touched off a debate that continues to rage. Today, most GMOs aren't found in your produce section like the Flavor Saver was. Instead, more than 90% of commercially grown GM foods are commodity crops, staples like feed corn and soybeans, which have been modified to resist herbicides or insects. These crops are used to make the ingredients in lots of the processed food.
Yes, Mr. Wangira, how are you?
Yeah, Bernard, quickly. I'm at work. I want to disagree with that video. It does not give us the real content. You need to put the video for the lady that was in Spice FM in Kenya and told us how our food has been genetically modified. Wachana hizi vitu zingine wanaongea. Bring that lady in Spice FM so that we can know what has genetically been modified in Kenya, what is the effect, because wachana vitu za wazungu. Bernard, for instance, there is a breed of corn in Kenya that they took the fish and the corn and mixed it with something else, which I cannot quote here, and they brought up a resistant to Roundup. Bernard, how can you eat fish in corn? It doesn't make any sense. So, and she told us the effect of it. So I think that video does not explain very well what we are eating in our country. The woman of Biodiversity in Kenya, that association, she explained elaborately some of the foods that are genetically modified in Kenya and the effects of it. And nobody refuted, including scientists. That is what we must listen to, not to what white people are telling us. Because what is modified here is not what is modified in Kenya. We want to know what has been modified in Kenya, how, and what is the effect. Thank you, Bernard.
Well guided, thank you very much. Mr. Wangira, take it.
Thank you very much. Just before Alex goes, you know, I'm not very certain whether we have genetically modified foods on our shelf. That one I'm not very certain. I'm not very certain. I'll not say yes or no, but I'm not very certain because I'm a frequenter to a supermarket where I go almost every day, and I'm not sure whether what I buy there, including sukuma wiki, is genetically modified. So, to my contribution today, Bernard, I'll start with the issue of Moses KURIA. You know, the utterances by Moses KURIA were detestful. That one we know. They were disrespectful. That one we know. That was a contempt of the people of Kenya. That one we know. But will he be impeached? First of all, let me correct you, my brother Bernard. We don't impeach cabinet secretaries, because impeachment is a quasi-judicial process. The only people impeached in the Republic of Kenya are the president, his deputy, the governor, and the deputy governor. For a cabinet secretary, what parliament needs to do is to pass what we call a motion of no confidence. And if they say they don't have a confidence in any given cabinet secretary, that becomes the end of it. Then the president has to fire him. So that's the only small correction I wanted to say. So as I was debating the issue of Moses KURIA, yes, I've told you that his utterances were distasteful, they were disrespectful, it was a contempt on the people of Kenya. But can a motion of no confidence be passed against Moses KURIA? In the scenario we are standing in as the Republic of Kenya, Bernard, I'll tell you, I'm not very sure, and I don't think that such a motion can pass. Because these are my points. You remember that today, for the first time in the Republic of Kenya, we have a CS who was facing a murder trial, and who is today serving as a CS in the Republic of Kenya, when his file is still in a court somewhere in Mombasa, and he's a CS. As we speak today, the chairman of KRA has corruption cases. You know, the asset recovery agency wants to forfeit part of his property on claims that they are proceeds of crime. But last week, the president appointed him as the chairman of the KRA. So if we can have such characters, you know, working in government today, then what big crime has Moses KURIA done? You know, Moses KURIA does not have a case filed in court today, you know. So I don't think that he will be impeached. That is my stand, because that's the nature of our politics today, you know. The nature of our politics is what we call conveyor belting, you know. Or atasafichwa tu, and he will continue being the cabinet secretary for trade. They call it innovation trade, blah, blah, blah. It'll continue being. On the other issue that I wanted to discuss today was before I just finish on the issue of Moses KURIA. Bernard, I've just discovered that Kenya is a very tribal nation. And so long as we continue being tribal in the manner that we are, then there's a problem. First of all, I was watching a few clips just before I joined you here, because, you know, nowadays I don't watch news full time. But when I'm in a mood, I can follow one or two clips. And I think I followed some clips on, I think, Citizen and on NTV just this evening on YouTube. And, you know, I was listening to those scientists, you know, and the way they were defending a GMO. And I discovered that, you know, scientists could also have started playing politics in the Republic of Kenya. And the reason why I'm saying that scientists could be also playing politics, and perhaps they could be they could be the conveyor of the message that somebody wants conveyed, is because, you know, if you look at almost the entire Europe, in fact, there are only 29 countries in the entire world, 29 countries out of almost 190 countries that have allowed GMOs. In Europe, almost the entire of Europe, you know, does not allow GMO. You go to Denmark, you go to Finland, you go to Netherlands, you know, they don't allow GMO. And even in the United States, where some of my good friends who appear with me on this platform live, they'll tell you that the real rich people in America don't eat GMO. In fact, the majority of people who eat GMO there are poor people who cannot afford the price of the organic food. So why is somebody forcing GMO on us here in Kenya or in Africa? Is it that we are poor, that the only type of food that we can afford is GMO? And I was listening to the way this particular debate is now, the direction it's taking, you know. it has taken the direction of the divisive politics we know in Kenya. Because even a few people that you were within Azimio the other day, today you'll find them defending now Moses Kuria, because they believe that Moses Kuria comes from the mountain and they come from the mountain. People like Wakina Ngujiru Wambugu now are very busy now defending Moses Kuria. There's a guy called Kanzola Njohi also. He's a very popular guy on Facebook. He's now also supporting Moses Kuria. And the reason why they are supporting Moses Kuria is because they believe that Moses Kuria is one of their own. And if that is our reasoning, let us reason on facts. Convince me that GMO is good, or I try to convince you that GMO is bad. But when we take that tribal angle, that I want to defend somebody because he's my brother, and if you read most of the comments by these guys who support Kenya Kwanza, and on those tribal angles, I don't want to name tribes here, you'll discover that if you read a particular name, even before you read the comment, you just know the direction where that comment is likely to go. So we have thrown logic over the window, and now we are arguing everything based on the tribe in this country. And that's where we are going to lose it. For example, I'm not very sure, but there are claims that there could have been some sheep that has docked in Mombasa. We don't know what that sheep is carrying. We don't know what it's carrying, but we understand it has docked in Mombasa. I don't know whether it docked in Mombasa with proper documentation. I don't know. And people are not, people are divided along the political divide and tribal divide. And the church today that is not also talking, apart from Archbishop Anthony Muheria of the Catholic Church. The church is not talking, especially the Pentecostal church that was vocal during the election has gone silent. It's as if the debate of GMO does not exist. You wonder whether the Pentecostal church has decided to go to bed with the government of the day. Oh, I'll leave the issue of GMO there, and perhaps the issue of Moses Kuria, and I'll try to tackle two issues: the issue of Mudavadi, and perhaps the issue of Oparanya and Gachagua. Then I'll close. Today, Oparanya has sent a funny message, and so I say funny. The other time I told you that in the 60s, Africa had leaders who were driven by conviction. The Belgian could have bought Patrice Lumumba because they had all the money to buy Patrice Lumumba. But Patrice Lumumba believed in particular principle, and there's a direction that he wanted Congo DRC to take. And that's why he stuck to that particular principle, and he was ready to die for that particular principle. It seems that in Kenya today, nobody is ready to die for anything apart from their own stomachs, Bennett. In Kenya, it's the stomach that drives everybody here. And I remember I was asking you the other time that, when the time for the mark of the beast comes, we'll avoid the mark of the beast with the tumbocracy we are seeing in this country. So we have seen now, Oparanya is telling Baba that, I've done with Baba, I've done with you, and, I'll not support you again, and come 2027, I'll take my own direction. And now today we saw Mudavadi, who performed poorly in Western Kenya. He performed poorly because he was supposed to have delivered 70% for William Samoei Ruto, and what he delivered even in his own home county of Vihiga. He performed very, very poorly. Today, I've seen Luhya MPs who were elected on Azimio or trooping to his office. And today I had remarks from a guy like Sufuna. They were talking of having been shortchanged. People like the MP for ISKCON, Caleb Amisi, also talking of having been shortchanged. People like Baba just the other day helped to make it to public office. Without Baba, perhaps Sufuna could not have been the senator for Nairobi. And today he's talking of having been shortchanged. I don't understand what they mean by having been shortchanged. Bernard, in 2010, we promulgated a constitution. This constitution was supposed to have driven us away from what was the mentality of 1964, the mentalities of the section of paper number 10 of 1965. where the president was the giver of manna, and where the president was the alpha and omega of everything. Today in 2022, the president is not the alpha and omega of everything. You know, the government appropriates on behalf of the people of Kenya. It's the government that decides where projects should go. It's not the president of the republic. So whenever I see people trooping to State House or trooping to Musalia Mudavadi in the name of, seeking for development, I don't understand where they live, because that's not where we are constitutionally in the Republic of Kenya. It's up to members of parliament to help develop this constitution so that it can serve the people of Kenya, irrespective of who is the president. But if the members of parliament are still stuck in the old bad manners, or believing that the president is the provider of the manner of development, then there is a big problem. And that's why you saw them trooping now, going to Musalia Mudavadi's office in the name of, looking for development. No, that's not how development is gotten. Now, assuming that there are communities in this country which don't have any big person in government, who will they troop to then? If every community has to troop to their so-called kingpin. So we are doing very, very poorly. And that seems also to be the case with GACHAGUA, where now it's trying to bring together everybody from Mount Kenya, telling them that we need to come together, we need to come together, we need to come together. It's not about so long as we are united in diversity, that's how Kenya is supposed to be. We are not supposed to think the same, as if we are a computer program that has been programmed to think in a particular manner. Everybody has got his own mind. But when we are being put together to think the same, then there seems to be a very, very big problem. And that's why that's what I'm seeing happening. And, perhaps Musalia Mudavadi could have discovered that, GACHAGUA is trying to bring his troops together. And that's why perhaps he's now also trying to call these few Luhya leaders who were elected on Azimio largely to also come together so that perhaps they can work on a formula towards 2027. So it seems to be very, very, although early in the day, but it seems to be very, very interesting time. By 2023, which is next year, or 2024, we could be in for great surprises, because I don't think William Samoei Ruto, is also a very ambitious person. He would like such moves, moves where you see your deputy president is also marshalling, and your prime cabinet secretary is also marshalling, and when you believe you are the real guy, you remember the time when the day he took over power, he said that he was the big brother. So if he's the big brother of the Republic of Kenya, he's not going to allow any other small brother here to behave as if he's the big brother. So these are very, very interesting times, Bernard. So let me just leave at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Interesting times to be alive in this great country. Thank you so much for that submission, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate your continued research and educating us on matters constitution and the rest. John D says, why are you afraid of Western unity? Western unity is not arranged. Western unity exists. You just give them enough reason, you will get their support. You don't give them enough reason, you can call them, cook for them, give them envelopes. After that, everybody will go to their own house. So as working out Western unity by rallying around an individual, it has never worked. I don't think it will work. But for political expedience, that is, look for something to use to threaten GACHAGUA, probably you will get it by entertaining those parliamentarians. The outcry that Azimio is shortchanging any group of people because they are lawyers or they are not lawyers, in my opinion, it's an excuse, because when seats are there for grab and you fronted your guy and your guy did not win the seat, so what did you want Baba to do? Come to parliament and vote in, or force the people to vote you in? I think we are over what expectant on some matters, and we also make Baba look to what we look for how to blame him for everything. Paranya has served 2 terms as a governor, courtesy of Baba, and it is Baba who made Oparanya the Minister for Planning and National Development when nobody knew what Oparanya is, or even the name Oparanya. So right now, if he feels he's now big enough, no problem. Kwani ODM ilikuwa na kila mtu alienda. ODM is here. So the rest of us will be here to ensure that ODM still remains the strongest party and the oldest party for that matter in this great country. With the Baba's advent and of course competent leadership. Now, before I bring in Putney, let me play this video. Alafu Putney, buntafutie Francis.
Let me talk, then look for Francis while you play the video, because I have one quick thing.
Sorry?
Can I speak, then I look for Francis, because it's very hard to find.
A lot of uproar within the corridors of Parliament, and currently speaking is Member of Parliament, that is Caleb Hamisi.
I'll start. As you are all aware, Luhya Nation, we are the granary of this republic. We are in a season where we are harvesting maize. It is very mischievous for this government of President William Ruto to now want to import maize, because the net effect of that is that it's going to saturate imported maize on the market, and the prices are going to be low. Farmers have invested very heavily in this season especially. So we are saying no. We are saying no and no and no. And for you to know that this government is mischievous, as we speak, I'm being told maize is already landing in Mombasa. 10,000 metric tons. We are dealing with a dishonest government, and we are asking farmers of North Rift and Western Province to say no. And this is the kind of government you elected. We are going to use other means to ensure that this administration of President William Ruto understands that these farmers go through a lot of difficulty to be where they are. And we say no to importation of maize, no to GMO.
Yeah, I think what it is that the caucus held a meeting today, a breakfast meeting to study the journey of cohesion and integration as a community. All you have Caleb has read here is a result of intense discussion across parties. As you can see people from Kenya Kwanza, you can see people from Azimio. In this Mlembe caucus, there are no parties. The only party existing here is called Mlembe Interest. And we are very clear. So those who are even working, I've seen some people try to call others, call me to want to find out what we were discussing. This is what we are discussing. That we can no longer be a number, an arithmetic, to be used for people. Our brothers here the other day, when we were doing, they betrayed us. We agree this. When they reach there, they vote for only 2 people or 1 person. Punda amefanya nini? Amechoka.
First of all, I want to register my support for the statement that has been issued here by the caucus. On the question of the GMOs, we in Western Kenya have had a very long-standing fight between traders of sugar and the farmers of sugarcane.
Okay, sorry, I was thrown out. Did the video get finished? So, where's Putney?
I'm here. I needed to register two things.
Yes.
But with the videos you put, I mean, you keep on enticing me to say things I don't want to say because I look more tribal. Whatever the lawyers are doing is nonsensical waffling. We have one nation, we have common problems, and we need one alternative. You can't be that now they're waking up all of a sudden start saying, oh, Raila, ABCD, while they were playing and singing Raila all along for them to be elected. I swear to you, had Sifuna not been ODM, he would not have won that seat. So that is nonsense. I don't listen to that. But Bernard, let me register my submission why I came here. If you listened to Spice FM, and I'm glad I am with two intellectuals, one professor and one doctor, Professor Rika and Professor Wangira, and I want them to educate Kenyans. There is a lady yesterday in Spice FM, and I want you to put that debate. He said, already the GMO corn that is in Kenya has been mutated. And then she explained that cross-pollination happens between male and female. But for this particular corn, it is not male and female. It is female and female. It is corn female and fish female. And therefore, it's called transgender. That's why we are having gay people and lesbians. And you know, Arika are singing that because I know they support that. But we want to know the effect of that. That's why people are born gays. Not because they like it. Because they eat food that is female, female, male, male. So Bernard, today you can look at me and admire me, not because you like it, because ugali unakula kama mluya, inakufanya unaniangalia na unafurahi sana. We need to come into that and ask, what is the effect of that? Because the lady was very particular. When you are doing cross-pollination, traditionally, when cross-pollination is done, and I wish you could put that clip here so that our viewers could hear how cross-pollination is done, and genetically engineered, modified is re-engineering. You re-engineer the way it works. So in order to help it against the Roundup, which is the greatest problems that we are having, and every time you Google corn, you will see the Roundup thing. The lady was very categorical. The corn is already in Kenya. Leave about this thing that is being imported. The Kenya Seed Company, which is owned by Moi family, needs to come out and tell us, do we have GMO seeds? Bernard, for a very long time, you know that somewhere in Kisii, we can no longer grow corn. We can no longer grow beans. We have gotten to a point whereby we have to grow something else. Is it because of the genetically modified things that they are doing without our knowledge? So that is the question I'm begging here. As educated people, both Arika and Wangira, because that debate, that interview was very candid. It was in Spice FM. And anybody who does not listen to Spice FM, I bet they are not political fanatics like me. That lady was equivocal in saying, her problem is that our mutations are stopped from being male-female to female-female, male-male, which is altering the behavior of humanity. I wish, Bernard, you could put that clip so that you can hear. The corn, which is called, let me tell you what's the name of the corn that we are eating now, Bernard, in Kenya. The BT gene, which is inserted to the DNA of the corn, it is transgenic. It is the fish female gene and the corn female gene. Bernard, what is more description than that to say that is the gay marriage? I don't know. We need to discuss that further because I think science is hiding something from us. There is the natural sequence that when a man and a woman meets, a baby is born like Bernard. But when Alex and Bernard meets, it is pleasure. How they produce a baby, we don't know. Does that baby affect us? That is the point. And we need to come out intellectually and ask ourselves, what is the effect of these things to us as human beings? That is why I came. I wish you get that interview from Spice FM and you put it. Let me look for your friend.
Okay. Igor Spark, how are you?
Before Alex goes, I have one or two, just one question for him. My brother Alex, you talk of female and female. I am trying to relate female and female in terms of production, and I don't get the connect. And again, there have been this talk of the Terminator gene. Have you heard of the Terminator gene?
All those things I heard yesterday, but I didn't know about these things. I listened carefully to that debate and I said, Kumba, I don't know anything about this. I need to understand more before I speak. I don't know that.
Okay, the Terminator, the Terminator gene is the one that produces the seed for that particular crop. Then after the crop is harvested, it dies. It cannot grow again. So I'm trying to relate what you are calling female to female and the Terminator gene, and to see whether there is any interrelation. You know, I'm not a scientist, and you have said you have said that our other brothers are scientists. Perhaps he could be in a better place, perhaps, to direct us on this female, and perhaps the Terminator gene. Let me just leave it at that, and perhaps we allow him to come in.
And I beg him, because he's my brother and he's my elder in my church, I beg him today, usilete maneno ya UDA. I want you to be scientific, to be authentic, because we do want to understand this thing about how things are modified genetically. Because if this is your field, educate us, my brother.
Thank you, Bernard, for the chance. It has been long, but I'm glad I got a chance today to speak. I have a few points to put across regarding the GMOs, in as much as I may not be the absolute expert, but you know, people read. Even those who preach, they must not be really theologians. Let me start by saying the problem we have in Kenya currently about GMOs and importation and not importation is more or less like political than scientific. But I want to say that it's a healthy debate because we need to give Kenyans a forum to question what comes in and what is there for them. We need to have a genuine discussion away from our tribe, away from our political affiliations, to address the problem we have at hand. When this issue came up, we tried to revisit our notes and stuff like that, and even read from experts, read from scholars who have written peer-reviewed papers. And this is what I needed to talk about it. We also need to ask ourselves, do we have enough? Because it is prudent that we protect our local farmers and our people. But if we don't have enough and people are dying, you cannot really say, let's stick to what we know and forget about what we don't know. So let me begin quickly. What is GMO? You know, we need to get facts right. GMO simply means genetically modified organisms, which gives plants, animals, all of them are organisms. GMO is a new technology that started somewhere in mid-90s. From time of medieval, ancient times, Bernard, we have been breeding plants and animals. Those who have started in a class of plant breeding and animal breeding, and even in human beings, you know, we seek for traits that can survive and still produce a good harvest. So what scientists have been doing, they were crossbreeding a better plant to another one to get a better offspring. Plant A might have qualities of high yield, but it is susceptible to pests, it is susceptible to diseases, and cannot withstand adverse weather. So what they do experiments, they crossbreed with a plant which may not have a better yield, but it can withstand pest attack, a disease attack, and drought, or even ability to mature faster and avoid the effects of extended or short rains. Scientists have done that. What they have done in GMO is a new biotechnology. Instead of transferring like all the traits from plant A to plant B to have plant C, we only pick what we need. So scientists have gone genetically, right in the genes, to pick what they need. If they want the disease resistance, they pick on that. If they want high yield, like a bigger crop product, a bigger fruit, they go for that. That is a new method of actually breeding from the conventional one that we know. So is GMO safe? I want to tell Alex that GMO has been approved by FDA. The full meaning of FDA is Food and Drug Administration Department in the US. It's a revered department that approves all the medicines spent and all foods that get in the market. You cannot consume any medication, any food, unless it is approved by that department. So before you bring your product in the market, it must go through several tests to alleviate or to allay all the fears consumers may have. And this question whether GMO have cancer or not has been raised. It is full in the internet. In fact, I invite you to go to my wall. I posted a whole clip concerning that. I know Bernard is getting tired, but I'm finishing up. So GMO, scientists are telling us GMO is safe for both animal and human beings. The aspect of GMO causing cancer, there is no scientific evidence that can prove that GMO produces either or cancer or food allergies or can alter reproduction in human beings. So, do we have GMO foods available? Yes. GMO has produced several foods apart from maize, which is now common because in Africa, particularly Kenya, maize is our staple crop. But Alex, the sugar you buy from the supermarket in Bloomington is from sugar beet. The sugar beet is a GMO product, is the highest spender of GMO technology. The soda that you swallow there is getting sweeteners from GMO products. So these fears that people have, oh, GMO is there to make Africans not produce, they want to die so that, reduce their numbers, that is just a conspiracy. So we have soybeans. In fact, some GMO products have more improved products than the counterpart non-GMO. I also want to say that GMO has been used in other areas, in other fields. Alex, I hope you are listening to me. GMO has been used in pharmaceuticals. If today you ask our diabetic patients who use Humulin, insulin, is the best example of GMO in practice, where scientists manufacture insulin through the GMO. The antibiotics that people use today, especially those that deal with the resistant microbes, has been developed from the GMO aspect, that biotechnology. So if you deny GMO, it's because maybe it's a new concept to you, but GMO is in the market. I also want to address, why do we allow people to buy GMO? One, if you don't have enough conventionally grown crops in the country, I feel we should let the government import if you don't have enough. But if we have enough, instead of going against the will of the people, because the people are the consumers, you can't force them to eat what they don't want. Whether it is true or unfounded, the people are the final consumers. If they say they have maize available, allow them to bring that maize out, either to support the farmers or to be comfortable with what they are eating. Second to last, we have a liberal market, Alex. Just like today we have cigarettes in the shelves. All of us know when you smoke, you get lung cancer and other cancers. But nobody has forced you to go and buy that cigarette. But still, we have it being sold for whoever who wants to smoke. Go ahead and smoke. You cannot use your fears to trash on people's confidence. Scientists have told us this is good. Allow them.
I think as a scientist, that way you're wrong. And I will say what they said yesterday.
Let me finish, Alex.
Corn is a food security. Corn is a food security food.
I'm finishing.
You can't compare corn to cigarette, my friend. You're out of order.
Putin, relax. I finish my point. What I'm trying to say is, scientists have given a big number of people confidence that this thing is good, is being used. But again, we have skepticals who have given their counterparts the fear of not consuming. Just like vaccines. Recently, the black people in the US said, we are not going for vaccines of COVID because we are going to use it as guinea pigs. Wait until people started dying. Then they came back like Johnny come late, rushing for the. So some theories, some information out there is not filtered. Lastly, let me say, allow scientists to do their work. Do not politicize issues that some people don't have information about at all. Today, we are embracing technology in media. We are talking with everybody all over the world because of technology. So you are embracing technology in IT, but carry arms up technology when it comes to agriculture or biotechnology. We are embracing technology in medicine or in pharmaceuticals, but we are carrying rungus against biotechnology in agriculture. We need to feed our people safely and confidently. Let not your ignorance trash our confidence. Thank you, Bernard.
It goes back. I have followed your argument, and you tell us what GMO, where GMO is, how scientists have said it is safe, and how people have taken it. But you're not being scientific about the whole explanation. 2, what percentage of the world has embraced GMO? And what percentage of the world has resisted GMO? If you compare the two, these reservations, are they unfounded?
Bernard, let me just add up on what you have asked.
Order everybody. Mute your mic. Let Igor Spark respond, please. Thank you.
You know, by asking me not being scientific, I don't know what you mean, because I've already told you that GMO simply means a new technology on the conventional breeding, simple breeding. But now
It's not simple breeding. Mr. Ego, where we were in some class somewhere, okay? We did not come from one bush. There is cross breeding, different animals in terms of species, in terms of grades, okay? But it is all natural. It's not artificially combined by human hands. It's all natural. You get a heifer and then get this. It's all God has created the sperm and everything else. You only combine. But now you're telling us you go and create a special sperm, combine it with a special egg to produce for us something we did not know where it came from. We don't trust your hands like we trust the hands of God. You are asking us to trust your hands like we trust the hands of God. I don't think that is a good preaching for us to believe.
Bernard turned down and asked you, do you trust God to give you this TV to talk, or it's made by human beings?
Sorry?
Did God make this TV for you?
I'm not talking about TV. I'm talking about breeding.
No, listen, because we are talking about science. We are talking about science. We are talking about science in IT, and we're talking about science in agriculture or technology, biotechnology. So if you take back to God everything to be natural, that means atangua utava, Bernard. We are simply saying this.
No, Ego, you are going too far and you are doing it deliberately and you know it. We don't swallow TV, we watch TV. We don't mix TV with our body ecosystem. But the food you're asking us to do is getting into our stomach, is going to alter our way of operating. We are what we eat. You've been preaching that to us. If you want to improve your health, live long, you must watch what you eat. You must watch your health. All that, because we are what we eat. We can't eat wherever genetically modified products and not get genetically modified as individuals. Mbona mnataka kutubeba wajinga?
And on top of that, some of the technology of 5G have not been embraced because of the emissions of whatever that you know, because it is dangerous. It is worse than even the microwave. So when you bring in the TV and other things, before Mr. Professor, I call you Professor because that is your title. Before ulikuwa ukishika TV hivyo unasikia sparks. Why was that? And why was it removed? Because it was dangerous to as humans. So don't compare TV to what we eat directly. I think that is not comparable. We are talking about what is going to us and our children who have not built even immunity. Arika, let's just stay on the point. Because we are trying to understand, and you are the scientist, and you're trying to help us, but you're playing politics.
I'm trying to give you my 50-cent knowledge about this, but you are jumping and rising emotions. I ask you to relax. Bernard.
Let me play this video. Let me play this video, then we weigh on everything, please. Take it
Mr.
easy.
Bernard. Mr. Bernard, please.
Yeah.
I'm at work, man. I just need to talk real quick, man. I'm at work. I really need to talk real quick about this. Then I'll be back.
Yes, Sunday, talk. What is it?
Well, thank you, guys. I'm always listening from the background, and the thing is, I really feel bad when people who are well learned, well educated, just come to a platform to lie to everyone, man. It's so unfair that people don't just see facts for facts. They come and start fishing stuff to sell things that shouldn't even be sold. You know, when Mr. Park here speaks of all the scientific reasons he's given for GMO, he's not telling us the bad side of GMO. You know, he's talking about the FDA. We live out here, we know about the FDA, but GMO down here is clearly packaged and labeled. The side effects of GMO are known. So why is he not telling us the side effects? Why is he trying to compare a television, what you watch, with what goes into your body? Why is he not talking about cross-pollination from the farms that will have GMO on them and those that will have organic plants on them? Why is he not talking about what happens after the cross-pollination? What will happen to our indigenous plants, our flowers, what we used to eat like our morindas and kundes and all that? Why is he not talking about that? Why is he not telling us what we will be losing against what we will be gaining? Why is he not talking about we will be dependent on suppliers of seeds and pesticides and all those things, fertilizer from the providers and the manufacturers of these GMO seeds? Why are you guys messing a country just for the sake of supporting a side? Come on, man. You guys need to love your country. Stop playing these games. It's not about who wins. It's about the end of the game. 10 years down the line, 5 years down the line, GMO is known to cause cancer. GMO is known to be bad for your immune system. We know our hospitals are not good. You know, we know our regulators are corrupt. So then we want to start introducing this. You cannot even bring the FDA into this. This is a country where departments, where offices work. Do offices work in Kenya? So who's going to regulate it? It's just so shameful that we, the educated few, are just leading our country down the drain. For what? For what? For what? For like, I really don't get it, man. Patrick, I'm so disappointed in you lying in broad daylight and giving half-baked facts and are not facts. What scientists are you talking about? I give you I'm giving you, you can Google now. Go find a book written, Corrupt to the Core. It will tell you about GMO, the side effects, down the line, what it causes. Then tell me if it's still the same thing.
Literature is different from science.
It's not, that is a scientific book. That book is published by a scientist on GMO. It's not a literature book. You see,
those theories which kill people.
Bernard, can I be protected? I didn't interrupt when he was talking. Can I be protected?
Order, the two of you. Order, the two of you. Thank you so much. I think somebody wants to be economical with the truth here. And
exactly.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Mr. Park, you are a Kenyan like me, and you have lived in this country. You know the capability of this country in terms of agricultural productivity. You know when it is harvest time, how many cabbages and how many potatoes rot in the farm simply because they didn't make it to the market. Do you, in the heart of hearts, believe that Kenya is not able to produce enough food for its citizen without GMO? In the heart of hearts, honestly.
I'll answer that one very fast. When I started, Bernard, if you listened to me carefully, I said the debate we are having in Kenya is healthy and should allow people to honestly dispense information without political affiliation. And I secondly said that if we have enough food, let's look around what we have first before importing, because we need to protect our farmers, we need to protect our people. But if people are dying and they don't have enough, let in equal measure not lean towards what our politicians say, but bring food in and save our dying population. Remember, the population is increasing at exponential level when we are increasing food at a geometrical level. You cannot sit down and say we want to remain traditional when our people are dying. When you are dead, you are dead. Whether you shout here or do what.
Hold on, so Mr. Park. You are running away from answering my question. You are running away from answering my question. We have enough food.
Then why are people dying? Because you know people are dying in Turkana. Why are they dying of hunger?
They are dying of hunger because of poor governance. We have an irresponsible government that supervises farmers throwing away their potatoes, throwing away their cabbages, pouring out milk because they can't preserve it. And as soon as the thing has been poured down, they declare hunger a national disaster. That is unforgivable, and it's not news to you. You know that. So Kenya is capable of feeding its people. It doesn't need any GMO intervention. The Kenyan people and the Kenyan government need to get their act together, do what they are required to do to be food secure. My free advice, let every county work out on how to be food secure. The county that has overproduction, let them trade with the counties that have less production so that the distribution of food is even throughout the country to be able to regulate the prices. Not me nanua unga 150 nikiwa Nyanza, okay? But when I go to Northeastern, I buy it at 350. That inequality is the problem. And why is there a difference of prices in Northeastern and Nyanza? It's simply because an irresponsible government did not put up measures of carrying the maize from Nyanza and transport it to Northeastern in a proximity that is able to make everybody buy the same product at the same price.
Bernard, let me answer you quick.
So hii maneno
Agriculture is devolved.
Yes.
Agriculture is devolved. What prevents you, your governor, from going to Rift Valley and buy maize? Nobody understands that. If agriculture is
Exactly.
devolved,
We are saying the same thing. I am saying let every county work out to be food secure. Let it not even be a national issue, a national government issue. Each county to know how many people they have, how much do they need in a year to feed its people. Whatever deficit they have, let them seek it out and buy it in good time so that there will be no food crisis, there will be no scarcity of anything, and the country can function. But it's like we enjoy coming from crisis to crisis. If not floods, it's famine. From famine, floods. From floods to pesticides, or outbreak of cholera, or outbreak of chickenpox. All this madness can end if only we have a responsible government. What we have, in my opinion, is some concocted something that doesn't make sense to me. Looking for excuses.
you are confirming,
so that they can do business with the lives
to your listeners. You are confirming to your listeners that the opposition towards GMO is not on health issues, but on a political issue.
No, it is in fact the procedure is wrong. GMO has side effects, you've been told. GMO has been banned in many places. The majority of the world has not embraced it. And there is a reason why they have not embraced it. If AU banned it, the 12th, is it the 11th parliament banned it, 11th or 12th parliament banned it. Okay? Why are we going for it when we have not exhausted our capability of production? Turkana County alone, put on irrigation, is able to produce enough food to feed Africa. Turkana County alone. Why are we talking about GMO in the first place? The Turkana, when the majority of Turkana County lies bare. Go to Marsabit, lies bare. Go to Garissa, the majority of the land lies bare. I mean, we have a lot of... Let somebody wake up and tell us we don't have enough space to dig. The apples we are eating on the streets of Nairobi, they are being imported from Israel. Israel is desert though. Now, if Israel can bring us apple, we eat on the street of Nairobi. And we have a government that is telling us that they cannot feed their people without GMO. That excuse is unforgivable. But let me do this. Mama Mary, I've seen you. Sina maoni, nimekuona. Subiri kwanza. Nataka kucheza hii video kwanza, alafu tuendelee. But tafadhali wa Kenya, let's be sober. Let's look at this critically. Kenya has enough capability to feed its people without any support from anywhere. We should be looking for where to export our surplus of our production, not importation of deficit. That deficit is out of irresponsible governance, and laziness for that matter. Let's listen out to this and we can move further into the conversation. I hope it won't put me into problems, but let's try it out.
Biosafety Association of Kenya. Good morning, Anne.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome
Nice
to
to be
Kenya's
here.
biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank
Before
you.
we go into the whole thing of why you're here, the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya. What is it about?
Thank you very much. They give an example of a gene gun to do that towards commercialization of GMO cassava. No other country the world over has commercialized that. Yes, those are the main products. If you go to the website of the National Biosafety, there are 4 major crops that are genetically engineered and commercialized all over the world. You have maize, you have cotton, you have soya, and you have canola, mostly for oil. With the maize, we have the BT maize. You can have it as insect resistant, and that's the BT. The variety that wants to be introduced in Kenya is called MON 810. You can also have it as herbicide tolerant. It's not yet in Kenya, but this is the type where you use lots of glyphosate, or commercially known as Roundup, to grow the crop. So some people say it's a way of also conserving the environment, because you just spray, kill the weeds, and you keep your maize growing. And then you can have a drought tolerant. That is a type that's also being tested in Kenya. It used to be called water efficient maize for Africa. Now we have Teller maize. And then you can have stacked genes, which have insect resistance, Roundup ready, or herbicide tolerant, drought resistance. Even you can have virus resistant. That's like for the cassava.
Okay.
So in Kenya right now, we have BT cotton with the farmers.
Yep.
Maize is, yesterday we were talking with someone from the National Biosafety Authority. They say maize in the next season, they are bringing it to the market. And then GMO cassava also, to deal with the cassava brown streaked and cassava mosaic disease. And Kenya is one of the first countries that is moving towards commercialization of GMO cassava. No other country the world over has commercialized that. Yes, those are the main products. If you go to the website of the National Biosafety Authority, they also had an application for a GMO flour called Gypsophila, but they rejected that on some socioeconomic concerns. But it was mostly for export.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is wrong with those things?
GMOs, as I said, it crosses the species barrier. And so, naturally, male and female mate, whether animals or plants, and you produce an offspring. Now, with genetic engineering, you're going to the lab, whether you're using the gun, the genetic gun, or different ways, you're crossing that species barrier. And questions have been raised about the interplay of the genes in there after doing that in the laboratory.
What is crossing the species barrier? What does that mean?
Where naturally it's male-female cross, you get an offspring. But when you cross the species barrier, you're crossing a gene from
Male?
No, not necessarily. If it's maize plus BT cotton with the Bacillus thuringiensis, BT, which is found in the soil. If it's cassava, they are crossing it with a different. It normally does not happen. Like let me give an example. A simple example.
Today, there is maize. People are planting maize. All right. So
today, naturally, you plant your maize. So they are male and female, and they cross. There's cross pollination, and you get your maize.
The bees and the birds do their thing.
Yes.
And
get maize.
Even the air helps.
And the
There's
cross-pollination.
And you get your
maize.
But with the GMO, that does not happen. It's already done in the laboratory.
Okay.
You understand?
Using a different thing?
Yeah, you can use a gene gun. You can use several things they use in the laboratory.
So instead of using a bird, they use a gene gun.
Yes, they use a gene gun to do that. So you're producing a product that's not naturally occurring.
But it's the same thing.
But you've only used a gun instead of a bird.
A bird.
No,
Instead
it's
of
not.
wind,
It's
you've
not an
used-
easy gun. It is something more complicated. You don't even hear of gene scissors. It's not like the scissors you hear you're cutting.
But the thing that you're taking from that side to this side is the same thing that the wind would have taken from that side to this side.
But you have crossed the species barrier. It's not that it does not happen naturally. That BT from the soil it crosses with a maize and produces a product.
What is BT?
Bacillus thuringiensis.
What
I'm
is
just
that?
giving the example of BT maize. There's a gene that's picked from the soil, Bacillus thuringiensis. Scientists have done a research and seen this has a toxin that repels the insect, the stalk borer. You put it in the maize so that it can fight the stalk borer. One of the challenges that has been seen, for example, in South Africa, for the particular variety they want to introduce in Kenya, is that apart from the stalk borer, there have been other super pests that have come up. And now, unlike previously where the scientists would say that you don't have to spray as much with a GMO, they're being forced to spray more because of the other pests that have come in, because the science is not very precise.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, so this thing is interesting. So you're saying that these pests who have come fortified, because that's what happens, they've interacted with whatever they started off with, and so they more or less develop resistance to whatever pesticides you had. So you now have to produce new pesticides.
Like these COVID variants.
Yeah, meaning there's no end to this cycle. But part of the reason why science goes into looking into these things is because what probably existed naturally stops working naturally.
Not really. You see, like with maize, let's give an example of the local varieties. If it's Katumani, the major challenge, one of the questions that we ask about the environmental impact is that the smallholder farmer in Kenya has 1 or 2 acres. If you go to the large farms, for example, in the US, in Canada, maybe in South Africa, the rule is you have to leave a refuge about 5 meters around your farm and grow your maize, if it's GMO maize, there, so that you avoid cross-pollination to maybe I'm the next farmer and I'm growing organic. But that did not really work out.
Is that really feasible? Is that really
in Kenya,
possible?
it can't with our smallholder farmers. And so we're going to lose our local varieties. And that's why we raise questions about biodiversity. Because if you look at even the issue of climate change, the farmer grows different varieties to be able to see if they can withstand the challenges of climate change. Let me give an example of the hybrids. The hybrids that we have currently, and GMO is a form of a hybrid, but not all hybrids are GMO. But all GMOs are hybrids, because they want to get the best out of them. So the hybrids are not very resilient to the challenges with climate change. But if you look at the other local varieties, for example, the Katumani or others that we find, we're even supporting a lot of our communities to revive them. They are more resilient to some of these challenges of climate change. And climate change has become a big issue. Right now we're having rains in November. We planted in October waiting for rains. The rains have come in November. We're not sure if they're going to be sufficient. And so you want to bring GMOs, which is heavily reliant on toxic pesticides, herbicides, and all that, on fertilizers, and on water. Water is an important aspect. How are we going to manage that? Then the questions that we have raised about issues of the health concerns that have been raised. Some scientists, mostly from Europe, have raised concerns about the safety of these genetically engineered crops. Particularly, the most controversial one has been Gilles Seralini from France. He did his research and did a 2-year study on rats and that's their lifespan, and fed them on pure GMO maize and soya even. And these GMOs, these rats developed tumors, and that raised a lot of concern.
Okay, the rats developed tumors. I think we should stop there. Where is this?
Okay, Bernard, let me say something before I look for Francis.
Sorry, you're looking for Francis?
Yeah, let me say something before I look for Francis. Just give me 2 minutes.
Carry on, there's no problem. Just carry on.
Yes. And that's where I was coming in. I say I am not scientific. I come from a liberal social science, and I respect that. But when we have people like Igor Spark, who I know went to one of the most prestigious institutions in the whole world called Mayo, coming here to lie to us, it makes me sick to the core. It makes me sick to the core. Because you see, this is one of the specialists. Bernard, if you hear the conversation when it started, he said, the biodiversity group was started in 2002 in Kenya, later on registered, so that it can deal with issues that were so remote in our country. And you have heard him talking about cross-pollination. You have heard him talk about other things that we fear about. Let us take these things scientifically, not emotionally, because the reason is the impact of it will more overwhelming than what we think. So people like Ego Sparks, who I know very well, is a very good scientist, can help us put the politics aside. It's a time for you to become a Kenyan. Thank you. Because I believe in you when it comes to science. I don't know science. Thank you.
Okay. Park, I give you right of response in 1 minute before we bring in Mama Mary. She had lifted her hand.
Bernard, from where I sit, you can go to the peer-reviewed journals and read about GMOs. We have not yet seen any evidence, any single evidence of GMO causing cancer, GMO causing food allergies, or GMO interfering with the reproduction of a human being. But as you know, Africans by nature, we are skeptical. We keep fears that are unfounded in most things. I want to encourage Kenyans to approach this issue with open mind and say, look, we need food. If we can produce enough, let's stop fighting. Let us produce that food. But if we can't produce, let us not go back to our political cocoons and let people die. That is immoral. Lastly, Bernard, I want to say that this debate, you may not win it if people don't approach it soberly. As we embrace science in other fields, I gave example in my presentation. GMO has been embraced in pharmaceutical companies. Today, in as much as you may say you have never used GMO, that is a big lie. The antibiotics you are using, if you are diabetic, the insulin you are using, if you take soda, the sugar you are using from sugar beet, you are a candidate of GMO. And we have since moved with technology. Actually, people are now talking about nanotechnology in all fields. Let's not bring politics with the food we are eating. Let's have a liberal market. If people can buy GMO, okay, a friend there talked about labeling food. Let us label our food. Let's say this is GMO, this is non-GMO, this is organic, this is non-organic. Buy what you can, rather than using your fears to punish people or to trash on the confidence of scientists. Those people have worked and they have produced things that can withstand the pests, the diseases, the weather, and even the so-called biodiversity. You know, when people talk about those, I know they are arguing from the environmental point of view that we are losing what we used to have. But we are no longer there in those old age. We have since moved with technology. Please, let us be sober about this. And that is my request to all.
So, Mr. Park, if we lose Mau Forest,
yep,
we lose our forest covering eventually, because your GMO seeds cannot reproduce. Our guavas, when the birds eat, they will go and do their droppings. Guavas will keep growing over and over since creation. But now your genetically modified guavas don't have seed, or their seed cannot reproduce. When there is cross-pollination,
Bernard,
and our original guavas, okay,
with the right
become
tremendous respect, we don't.
You are even responding before I state my question.
Do you know that you imported trees from South Africa that grow very fast to meet the demand of electrical poles in Kenya about 10 years ago. Are you aware of that? Is the forest
I'm aware
dead?
of that. I have no problem with
Is
that.
the forest dead?
There's also a plantation that was imported by Moi
No, is the forest dead?
to prevent soil erosion.
When
But
we are
now
saying,
it has become a nuisance. When the animals feed on it, they die.
that's what genetically modified. It was an imported wild weed. I know it in Baringo. What I'm saying is, the GMO is on selected crops, not all the crops we are talking about. Include those trees we are talking about, the forest, Bernard. Unless we are sober about this issue, we end up going round and confusing one another. The fact is, one, let's impress what we have locally. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. That is number one. Two, but if we can't feed our people, don't let people die because of unfounded fear of unknown. Just like vaccines. The other day, the Catholic Church was opposing polio vaccine, attaching the same reason that polio will make faithfuls not reproduce. And some people are also saying that GMO will make Africans not produce, become less and less so that they can be ruled over. By the way, Wazungus only have 2 children, or even 1. Some don't. We have always had many children, as many as we can. What advantage do we have? Is our lifespan more than them? No. Are we better than them? No. So why should we be fearing things that don't even matter?
I think I'll leave it there so that. Okay, Mama Mary, take it, please. Let me reserve that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And what I would say, Duke, how are you? Ellie, Sinamaoni, Eagles Park. Let me say this eagle should not be in the park, should be in the desert alone, because he is ready to kill people with what he is talking about. I have gone and I have checked. You said FDA. FDA is Food Drug Admin. They approve whatever they approve, but still we have got organic stuff. Whether they approve GMO or organic, they approve because of their own understanding. But my question is, why is Kenya going for GMO, not for organic? Why do we have to go for something that we doubt the fate for our people? If I look here, I see that we have got side effects for GMO. What are the new unexpected effects and health risks posed by genetic engineering? 1, toxicity. 2, allergic reactions. 3, antibiotic resistance. 4, immunosuppression. 5, cancer. 6, loss of nutrition. Now, when you come here and start preaching and saying that people should not die, I wonder whether you are telling us we shouldn't die, but we should take poison. What's the difference? I miss to understand you. If you have had something has got doubts, you don't go to it. You try to check because you don't want to be in that situation or in problem. Where I live, I know we have got GMO and we have got organic. And what people go for, some go for GMO, some go for organic. But my problem is, if our country is able to feed their people with organic stuff, why are we so anxious bringing such kind of bad killer food? Why are we doing that? If really you know you have a stock in the country, what is your intention of supporting people to bring GMO in the country? I fail to understand. That means they don't care.
They really don't care. So you Kenyans, you should know there is nobody babysitting you. They want you die. If that is all what is the side effect of such kind of food, why do we have to have it? We are not animals, we are human beings. I heard you say, Igor, you say that those people, they have 2 kids and we have many children. That's our nature. That's our culture. We want many children because we want to make bigger families whereby we can enjoy each other. This is not that they do that because of them being happy. They are also very miserable, even with those 2 kids, or even none. Do you want to advise African people not to have children? Is that your advice? God forbid. We don't want those people who advise people. They are the opposite. God created you, so you have to create, to be ready, responsible of more to come. Children. I don't see why you should argue like that. Actually, I'm pissed off. And I think you have children. And I hope they are watching to see what you are saying. It's very sad. We expect you people to stand up and stand still and say, no, we don't want this. Because we want our traditional, our culture to continue. We cannot be assimilated to other cultures. Mwachamila ni mtumwa. Na kweli ndivyo tunaelekea sasa. What I'm trying to say, we have to have our children as usual. We don't want a limit. We want many children. We want to create more people if God give us that chance. Ego, please, stand up like a Kenyan. Don't be assimilated. Don't think like white, because they will never be like us. You are still a black man. You are not a white man. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary.
Bernard, can I answer 1 minute?
No, I'll give you half a minute. Be brief, please. Don't open new chapters.
I don't want to open new chapters, but I want to invite Mary to go and read the research done. Just Google GMOs and food safety, a guide for health educators. It's available on YouTube and it's available in a peer-reviewed journal on the net under FDA.
This incredible device cleans your driveway in less than 5 minutes. It's like a magic eraser for outdoor space.
Under FDA.
This incredible device cleans your driveway in less than 5 minutes.
Sorry.
It's like a magic eraser for
Nobody
outdoor
is disturbing me, Bernard, as I said. So I want to invite you to go and read about that article and do more research on the same. Secondly, whatever you read and present in public, present it with evidence, because the same points we are saying were raised back in 2008, and they have been answered by a myriad of scientists. Lastly, Mary Wainaina, we are not getting assimilated, but we are getting to understand how the world moves. You cannot say you get children when we can't be able to take care of them. We cannot stand here and tell people avoid vaccines so that you can get children as many as you want. Those vaccines are there to protect us, to have good health and avoid disease, to live. So that is more, you sounded more religious, that's why I don't want to comment about it, but unfortunately, leaning towards that kind of theory will deal you a blow than helping you out. Thank you, Chairman.
Spend as much money on pesticides. And this brings...
Okay, when it goes back, moving with the world is not an issue, okay? And the choice of having children is not to be made by someone else. It's supposed to be a decision of the couple. It should not even be a government decision. That is interference. Capacity to take care of our children. You know, the Kenyan resources, Kenya is Kenya because it has Kenyans. If every Kenyan is dead, the soil, the Turkana and the Nini, that's not Kenya. So our number one resource as a country is the people. Without the people, we don't have a country. We don't even need to exist as a country. And so we shouldn't look at dismissal on matters that are obvious. As we advocate for family planning and the rest, it must not be done by a third party. It should be a decision of the couple involved and, of course, in the interest of the family. But if an outsider comes to arrange my family for me, that is infringing on my personal, private empire. And that one needs to be resisted. I am a pastor. I cannot even tell my members have 3 children. That's not my business. They can have children every week if they want to, if that's possible. That doesn't matter. The only thing I can tell them is that the responsibilities you give yourself, make sure you're able to uphold it. But kuambia mwende kuzaa watoto wawili peke yake, msiongeze kwa sababu hali ni ngumu. That is not my decision for them. It should not even be my advice. All the same, let's move forward because time is of essence here. We go in this order and I want us to flow very fast. Sina maoni mbio mbio.
Asante. Acha nipate maoni. Naona kama uliona kama sina maoni, ukoona utanipea nafasi ya kutoa maoni. Lakini maoni tuko nayo bwana. Ni ile tu saa hiyo siko na maoni kwa sababu I'm not a scientist. I am a politician. And the political aspect of GMO is it is an agenda of the elite because they have interest of the resources of Africa. In fact, I believe it's an agenda of a free mansion because that is a religion that actually rules the world. One of the self-confessed free mansion of Kenya said they have secrets, and some of the secrets is this, and I'm bringing the secrets out so that Kenyans can know that one of the way to control population and disorient what God had planned, it is to engage and bring in issues that will make sure that fertility is actually affected, and Kenyan people cannot grow the way they are supposed to grow. The reason why I am saying this is political, it is because we have seen of late numerous visitors from the United States of America, led by the Bill Gates, Microsoft, being the Microsoft guy. And these are people who we know they are high ranking in Freemasonry. And the president has been even visited by the Grand Master of Freemasonry. So we are very much aware that this is ill-intended. It is to destroy our beautiful people of Kenya, and we are not going to allow it. In fact, we are waiting for that hiyo mahindi itoke Mombasa, tuichomee hapa at the river. We are ready with the tires and very powerful kerosene. We cannot allow our country to die because of some political expediency of a current regime. So we are saying resist GMO. We have enough food in Kinangop that is rotting. And if GMO grows the same process with organic, if it has to need water and fertilizer, why don't we put that money into organic food rather than what is this help, what is it helping us? So sisi hatuingi mambo ya science, tunaingia mambo ya siasa. Kitu yoyote imeletwa na hii regime ni ya kuua watu. The minister himself told us that we are killed by so many people, many things in this country, and he has brought another killer. So he confessed it, that this is something that is going to kill us. So it doesn't matter the English words that the people are going to use here, the research, the reference books, the words, and those ones we are not going to allow. We are telling the gullible Kenyans, the people who are sometimes used as guinea pigs, don't allow to be an experiment. You know, the president of Kenya did what we call ecology. So he's a scientist too, and you know ecology is a study of plants, and most of the time you do there is experiments. I think he wants to experiment with the population of Kenya with this GMO, so for lack of a better word, GMO nonsense. So as Kenyans, resist. Hii si chakula mzuri. Kama tutakufa kwa sababu ya kukosa chakula, tusikule poison. Let us not take poison. This was after the election was manipulated by the Western world. He was given a 10-point agenda to fulfill for them, and one of them was GMO. The other one was LGBTs. We call it LGBTs because it has a satanism in it. LGBT siku hizi huko mwisho iko na S, and those things were approved by this regime. In fact, LGBTs has now churches has what we call headquarters in Kisumu and in Nairobi. We also know that there is a 10-point agenda by the Western world to be implemented on these Africans so that they can be controlled. Now, sina maoni ingine, maisha tuchunge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to fly this around before. Eli, you're behind the curtain and that is spoiling my video. Hata we sina maoni, tulikuambia afadhali kamera yako ichukue roof kuliko kutokuwa na kamera. We need a bright video for the people who come to view the show after we are done. So please, let's remain in that particular order. Igos Park, you are the advocate of GMO here. Where you live, there is GMO and there is organic. Between the two, which one costs more and why?
Organic food exists, GMO exists, and conventionally produced food exists. So you have the choice. That's what I was saying from the beginning. Pick what you want. Organic at the moment is expensive than conventionally produced food and GMO produced food, if I can answer your question.
Why is the case? I need to know that.
Okay, you know, organic farming, as you know, is a very new concept. And what farmers have managed to do is to convince consumers. You know, business is all about conception and how people perceive things. They perceive organic products as the one with the no chemical health in quotes, no chemical used, no inorganic fertilizer. It is naturally produced. The people that produce that, or the farmers who can produce natural foods, are very few. And you know the laws of demand and supply. The supply for organic products is less compared to mass production of conventionally and organically and GMO produced foods. Another thing you need to know, GMO may not be identified as isolated somewhere that now this is exactly GMO. We have so many products in the market, right in the grocery, that have components of GMO. The ones I told you from the beginning, if you listen to me carefully. The biggest company called Coca-Cola.
No, you know, Mr. Park, ngoja kwanza. Unajua wewe, I think you can make a very good politician. You're deviating from my question. I put it back to you. Do you think the only reason why organic products are more expensive is because they are not readily available, like GMO? Or they have nutrition difference?
You know, the good thing with you, Bernard, when I'm giving my point, you want me to repeat. You are not listening to me, what I say.
So you are also listening for me.
When a product is in low supply, trust me, its demand or its price will go high. That's number one. Two, it also depends on how you do the marketing. People have come out of, let's say, organic medicine,
you know,
organic food.
Mr. Park, Goja Kwanza, Mr. Park, look here. The reason why I'm asking you is because the number one footing of your presentation today is because you are a scientist. I'm expecting a scientific answer, not a political answer, not a business answer. I want a scientific answer. Why is organic products more expensive than GMO products on the shelves of where you live? Is it only because there is scarcity of organic, or there is some scientific reason why the organic ones are more expensive than? Hata wewe ukikuja hapa mayai, ukienda kwa hoteli unasema upigiwe ile kienyeji, hautaki ile ya grade. Kwa nini unainsist unataka ya kienyeji?
I wish you could listen to what I'm telling you before saying what you want, because according to your question, you want me to answer what you want to hear. I have told you clearly all
Bernard, let me answer you, please.
No, it's my time. I'll give you a time.
Okay, but please, I give me that answer briefly. We need to listen to Eli and then go to Frederick. And okay, please make your response very brief, Mr. Park.
The price of a commodity cannot be scientific. It's about demand and supply. So let's not go around the bush. The farmers who can produce organic foods in the US and in our downstate called, you know, you are laughing.
Whether ego, please, you know, from where I sit, I understand you are a medics. Okay, if you are a medics, you know that antibiotics are more expensive than Panadol. Is it because of demand and supply?
Let me explain to you a little bit before you make a joke of it. I thought we were having a very candid and open conversation. Bernard, listen to me. Those farmers who produce organically are a few in the US. That one is written. You can Google everywhere, even in Kenya. How many farmers are able to produce using the farmyard manual only, no application of pesticides, nothing? So it means you reduce the scale of production. And for you to get your profits, you must sell it highly. And one thing they have achieved to get is to tell consumers, hey, look here, this is the most safest food. It has no chemical, no pesticide, no inorganic fertilizer. Therefore, it is safe for your health. So you cannot come here and say that maize grown by organic farm, organic manure like animal manure has more nutrition than the one you grow using your DAP. It's all about selling. It's all about how you market your product. And to answer your question, the organic foods, even you go to the store, they are less in number, and therefore their cost is high. There's nothing scientific there. There's no additional nutrition. Actually, GMO, like soybean, has more oil that is not having trans fats compared to the conventional one. So hii kasumba watu wanadanganyana hapa, waache watu wanunue chakula yao wakule, mwenye anakunywa sigara yake avute.
You have succeeded in avoiding to answer my question. Let it rest there. Let it rest there. Because you are very smart. You can make a very good politician. In fact, I should advise you to venture into that. But what I would say is, You know, I'm happy to note that you are a Kenyan and you have grown here, and you know that the health of your grandma is better than even yours, if she's still alive. And one of the explanation why her health and the immune system may be stronger and even her memory better is because of the kind of food she feeds. We are what we eat. That is undisputable reality. Now, GMO is no, okay. Even here, mayai ya kienyeji na kuku ya kienyeji doesn't cost the same as broilers. Is it because hakuna kuku za kienyeji? No. Kuku ya kienyeji is different from broilers. Broilers, they are 3 weeks old. Kuku ya kienyeji is 3 months or 6 months or 1 year old.
Does that tell you about supply?
It's not supply.
What does
Okay,
that
let's
tell
go
you? You can grow
to
this in 3 months.
Nani.
You take another one 7
Let's
months.
save time, please. Oh, enough. Thank you. Ellie, please help us here.
You guys, this maize debate is interesting, and I wanted to add 1 or 2 points, but it looks like now I'm going to react to Eagle Park's scientific speech, a bit of economics here and there, and also I would like to say that number one, this maize that we eat here in the UK, it tastes nowhere near the boiled maize, for example, you get in Kenya, which yani it's shocking what we eat here. So as much as I believe that there's already GMO foods in Kenya, and there's been for a number of years, maybe even stretching back to the 90s, you know, this is a fact. There's GMO foods in Africa, but I don't know the quantity of those GMO foods. How much? What's the incidence of those in Africa? But still, the food that you get on the table, in the restaurant, in your house back in Kenya, the maize is just very tasty and very nutritional compared to what we get out here. That is a fact. Okay, they have this thing called baby corn. It is tasteless and more expensive, and I believe it's GMO. Even when you go to the organic food section and try a similar product, it is still not as tasty as the organic foods we already have in Kenya. So I don't know if it's the type of soil here or the scientific things that Eagle Park was banding around. Number two, I believe that it's my conspiracy theory, and I have a right to it, that this Ruto regime, just like the previous regimes, there is some corruption behind these tons of maize and other foods that are being brought into Kenya. You remember in 2009, it was the $26 million worth of maize scandal, according to the Pricewaterhouse Coopers, report, the auditing that was demanded by Kibaki and Raila Odinga about the maize scandal, and they said that the officials, including the PS at that time, were involved seriously in the way prices of maize that was meant for the poor people was inflated, so that government was buying maize at inflated prices. And the people behind this, the cartels. And I think this is eventually what's going to happen with this consignment that Kina KURIA are talking about and bringing into Kenya. This is all to do with a money-making scheme. And our country, some cartels are not shy of doing things blatantly. So I believe that what Bernard said earlier, that this country, Kenya, is able to provide food from within what we have available to the people now. The food is there and it's being thrown out because the cartels don't want local produce to be bought because they're going to benefit from cheaper products coming from abroad. This is the truth. We talked about sugarcane yesterday and things like that. I believe that there is a very, very serious corruption scandal that is ahead of us. And we can only say this by backing it up with how much was spent during the campaigns by these politicians who are now running the government. Eagle Park, I am not taking this out on you, but you did mention something about type 1 diabetics and the use of insulin, and it's got GMO, it's got GMO technology, and so on and so forth. All I know as a person who has been diabetic since my youth is that I've only ever used one particular type called humulin, which has some kind of GMO technology in it, and that was back in the 90s again. And the way you said it, you gave a blanket statement there, which means that all users of insulin, they're all using a GMO product, which is not true.
Humulin. I said the humulin in particular.
Did you say humulin? Yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, I'll take my words back because okay, so I will not talk about the insulin thing then, but I kind of thought that for you to give that as an example to back you up on the GMO technology, how safe it is, I thought it was a bit unfortunate because here we are expecting someone who has a lot of knowledge in this, and that's why people are interested in what you're saying. But unfortunately, some of the ways that you're backing it up, it really does not make, at least me, I'm not convinced. We saw that clip about the botanist in Spice FM there. She was talking about the research where the French guy found out that 2 rats had some form of cancer after being exposed to GMOs. And you're emphatically saying that this cancer situation we have in Kenya or in Africa cannot be related to this, cancer of the food pipe and stuff like that. I think even in the 1980s, there was not much of these types of cancer as we have it now in Kenya. And I believe this is my biggest fear, by the way, of the GMO products, being that if they are let to grow in Kenya or they are supplied in the food chain, which it will cause extra health problems. And then that means government uses more money to treat people, money which they don't have. So these are practical problems that there has to be a serious consultation with Kenyans. Sometimes I feel that devolution, as it is now, is not strong enough, because I find that the things that the government has, a central government is reserved to do and the counties cannot do, is part of the problem we have in Kenya. Because, for example, let's say the governor of Kakamega or Kitui wanted to put a competitive tender announcement so that whoever supplies food products, say for example, to ensure food security, they plan, they know that in 2 years' time, this and that will happen in our region, let's do it. Without waiting for funds coming from central government. I know that there is these issues about parliament and the treasury involved and all that. But I think this is the problem we have with devolution at the moment. The people in Nairobi, the center of power, have too much power. And if the county governments were, if the law was kind of reviewed so that county governments have a say, okay, even if it's not the say to commit the money to buy these things, but to encourage a consultation amongst the people of each regions, so that people can have a say. Because right now, the only place where Kenyans are having these conversations is on the streets among themselves, in the bar, on social media, but the politicians own this conversation in Nairobi. So I believe that there has to be a movement on this so that we have a more sensible way of tackling the issue. My last point was, I spoke about it yesterday, and I was saying that we need to review what the so-called staple food, But why is it that maize has always been this great white elephant, of a thing, that there is corruption everywhere surrounding maize? You don't hear so much about things like millet, sorghum, atanjugu, maybe cashew nuts. But this maize thing, aish, bwana. Alafu then, when you talk about the supply and demand, and in your explanation of why organic foods are more expensive, especially in Western countries, I don't know. I kind of support you in a way, but then again, yeah, because in the West, there's no large-scale organic farming. That's a fact. But I don't think that is the sole reason because if a supermarket, for example, wants to up the prices of carrots that they say are organic, they'll do it. Doesn't matter if you know whether it's organic or not. A lot of these companies, they brand their things as organic, and they've been caught out that there was nothing organic about them. So that's another issue, and it's nothing to do with Africa. My last point, you made a general statement that about Africans and our emotions. Hey, bwana, that is something I only expect from a Muzungu to say, but not from a fellow African. Because we all individuals, we argue in different ways, but to generalize that Africans were just too emotional or something like that, I don't know if that's your convenient way of contributing to this discussion, or you actually believe that, because I think it's wrong. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eli, for that. I want us to move. Let's listen to Frederick. Frederick, are you still there?
We can have a rebuttal as we wait for Frederick.
Okay, you can reply.
Eli, thank you for your comment, but allow me to ask you a few questions. One, Do you think we have enough food in Kenya to an extent that you can say we don't need any importation?
I don't want it to sound like a dialogue between me and you because there's lots of people here, but
Yeah,
I think
because why I'm saying that,
yeah.
maybe before you answer, why I'm saying that is we have heard many times in news, you also see from wherever you are that Kenyans are dying because of lack of food. And when you say food in Kenya, as you already mentioned, it's lack of the staple food, which is maize. Then the question begs, if we have enough, why can't we have that food distributed to them? Why
Yes.
is it that people are more passionate about importing of food to say they have enough when people are dying? Two, as you answer that together, food choices and taste is cultural, my brother. You know, in whichever country you are, if you are given omena, like now, if you give me omena because I come from near, I feel good about it. You give me fish over here, I can't enjoy it. So food choices is more or less of how we are grown, how we know it. There are people who enjoy things out here which you can't even eat. So we can't really say GMO has affected the taste of our food. And also our soils determines what the crop absorbs. Anyway, just on that first question of mine, why are people dying if we have enough? Even Bernard can help that.
Okay, what I would like to say there very quick is I fully support what Bernard said earlier or any other person saying that they feel that there is enough reinforcement of food that is owned by farmers that can be bought by government or there's people hoarding food as well. You know that Kenyans are very good at doing business, and sometimes, unfortunately, some Kenyans will hoard food, waiting to see how the prices go. So that's happening as well. But the food is there, right? And the reason why I believe that the food is there, why are other counties not complaining about the kind of starvation that is happening in other counties? That's a simplistic statement I've just made. But they all live in Kenya, and government can procure these foods in those other counties. And I've seen even reports where some counties are saying we have enough food that can be bought by government or by business people from our area. If it's going to be expensive because of the supply and demand issue, government has the money. They should afford to buy that food and take it to those places, right? Now, the problem we have is the cartels will manage this stock of food that is coming, this GMO food that is coming, and the cartels know what they're going to do. And this is the unethical problem that we have, which I'm saying we all know there's going to be some kind of inquiry after this situation where people will be accused, and rightly so, of mismanaging that crop, that supply of food eventually when it comes to the country. And this issue of choice, majority of the poor people, they will take it. They will eat that GMO product because they need it. So this is what the government is playing on, right? Number two, you asked me, I don't know, I can't go any more than what I've said about the question you asked me. But number two, about culture and stuff like that, I'm a very cultural obsessed person in terms of what I think is our progressive cultures and that we should sustain them. But when it comes to things like food and nutrition, I'm very liberal about it. I cannot say that I just have to eat this particular thing in this particular way because I'm a Luo. No, that's I have a different way of approaching food, and that's my choice. Yeah. And I have seen here in the place where I live, there are 3 African shops. Okay, And these are shops that they procure foods way from Africa, okay? And most of these foods are supposed to be organic, and they're quite expensive, right? And I know Africans here who have never, ever bought meat, fish from the modern supermarket here. There was one guy, I'll tell you this story and you guys will laugh, but it's true. It's a true story. There was a Kenyan student who came here a few years ago, and he hadn't tried some of the foods here. Yeah. And he came from Nairobi. So he saw some of those foods in the supermarkets in Kenya. But he could not trust these foods on the shelves here. So this guy just used to buy bananas, bread, biscuits, and pengine anakunywa juice. I swear, he never cooked, you know. He didn't, yani it reached that point, he was paranoid about the food, you see. So sometimes culture, people just need to adapt, but they can adapt in their own smart ways. They just need to think about what they think is wrong in the food chain or what they think is consumable. But I am an advocate for organic foods, but they are very, very expensive. You know, Bernard, over here, they're very expensive. I would say when I buy organic foods, I'm giving myself a treat or my family a treat because and my wife, that's all she buys, organic. She will not buy anything else. She will buy organic foods because she believes that there's a lot in the food chain which is not correct. So me, I sometimes go for the cheaper product, which might be organic or might be GMO, because I look at the economy and how that affects the household. But for her, she's like, she's buying organic. So I'm just being honest, you know. So thank you.
Okay, so probably my response to Eagles Park before Frederick is resurfaced. The greatest impediment to food shortage in Kenya is first and foremost governance. Governance whereby people in power, I would say vested interests. The best word is vested interests. People in power do business with government. Okay? So most of our food shortage is usually artificial to the highest degree. It's artificial or human caused deliberately, because that creates inevitable market. And that is what they like most, inevitable market, whereby you have no choice but to buy our maize at our price because people are dying. So the moment there's alarm, people are dying. You remember what happened with the COVID scandal, where they were buying masks, hundreds of thousands, dust coat, you don't know that, hundreds of thousands, because there's a crisis, we don't have enough beds, people will begin to fall like, so they create that panic, and then they are able to sell to the government at whatever price they name. So the fall of our governance happened as early as 1975, before I was born, when the then minister pushed a motion that changed the law that stipulated that if you are a government officer, you have no business doing business with the government. So the moment you are you are a minister and you are the supplier of maize and you are the one selling maize, like right now, the GMO, the imported maize, will be the first one in the NCBB. In fact, they want it to be the first one in the NCBB before they begin to buy the one for the farmers. Why? The farmers can suffer the loss. But us, the business people, we must make our money first, then think about the farmers later. And so we it appears to me that the people in power don't want Kenya to be food secure. If there is surplus of potatoes, they would rather supervise those potatoes rotting in the farm than take them to where they are needed. And Kenya is blessed. Kenya is blessed in such a way that we never have one harvest season. It is so much balanced that when the Western is harvesting, okay, the Eastern is planting, okay? And then as soon as the Western finish harvesting, that's why roasted maize in Nairobi never runs out throughout the year. Hii imetoka Kisii. As soon as ya Kisii inakauka, imeanza kutoka Rift Valley. As soon as hiyo inakauka, imeanza kutoka Eastern. It is so much divinely orchestrated that there is no time, there is no harvest day in Kenya. If I was the president of, I was a minister of agriculture, the only thing I would do is ensure that there is food distribution, facilitate food transportation from one region to another. Where there is surplus, let's take where there is scarcity, and make sure that the price of food is uniform throughout the country. That is what the colonial people used to do. That is how we bought sugar for 4 shillings. For 5 years, the price could not change. Why? Somebody is regulating the distribution of that particular product, not just naming the price. You see, like the games we are playing with, they say that petrol regulatory, wherever, board that regulate the price of petrol. Then petrol in Mombasa is cheaper. When you come, it becomes expensive. I went to Senge one day and found petrol that we were buying at, by that time it was around 90 shillings a liter. But in Usenge it was around 114. Yeah, because the farther you go, the more expensive it becomes. Why? You say they are charging transportation fee. Why should there be transportation fee when we have pipeline all the way from Nairobi, from Mombasa, all the way to Eldoret? There is pipeline. So where does transport come in?
Then Bernard,
yes.
We will do our countrymen and the listeners favor by not mixing issues. By saying out that we have enough, buy from us. But when we hide that, then come out and say we are buying poison, to be honest with you, it's a disgrace.
No. There is nothing.
Let's agree that we have enough food.
Kile kinachokataliwa na wengi kina dosari.
Bernard,
It is not just a matter of listen. You cannot make a blanket judgment on a matter. If people have questions about what you are advocating for, there is a reason for that. And until that reason is settled, we cannot swallow it hook and sink. No, we'll be stupid to do that. Especially when we are in a position to make decisions on behalf of the masses. I will not care if Mr. Park, you're making a decision for yourself and for your family. But when you are making a decision on behalf of the government, on behalf of our nation, we are talking of 51 million people. And then you make a decision that will put the lives of these 51 million people at risk. That is irresponsible. You're not different from a pilot who knows that this plane has not been serviced and is not sure whether it's going to land, but he tells people to go on board, let them try to see whether they will land safely. Would you board if you knew that?
Bernard, the resistance and hostility towards GMO that Kenya is exhibiting now was exhibited in Europe several years ago. You can ask Ellie. It is even in the net. And the reason behind was not because of the dangers or side effects of it, but it is political, instigated. That these guys are making profit and they are making as a market. And that's what we are saying as Kenyans. Let's address point number one. We have our food. Let's buy it to support our farmers. That's number one. Number two, in the event we don't have, let's be honest, let's import what we can to bridge the gap. But when you come on TV and say that is poison, don't buy it, it is dishonesty. It's a lie.
We don't need
it's a disgrace in the science
it
community.
It is somebody looking for a market for his
Bernard, can I say
products
something, please?
by suppressing what is actually belongs to Kenya for Kenya. We cannot be looking for our importation when we have not exhausted our production. That is irresponsible. Yes, Frederick. Frederick seems to have a challenge with this net. Try to restart your gadget. If you're able to get me, restart your gadget so that it stabilizes and you will be able to make submission without problem. I repeat again, any sensible government and any organization, including church, we cannot be looking for how to import when we have not exhausted the possibilities of getting whatever product we need from our first circle of collection. There's no need of us going to China to bring an engineer to construct our church building when we have engineers in our members within our congregation.
Some do
except
the job.
They don't have the expertise that we are looking for. So for the UDA government to wake up and say we need GMO without them telling us how much we are producing, why we are falling short of the production, how much of our land has been put to use, how much of our land is yet to be put to use. Why is it like Turkana? Turkana, there is a church, the Catholic Church started small irrigation with borehole, and then the maize is doing marvelous. Kunde uko ni kama they are doing glorious, just small scale, and it's working. Now, if a church starts irrigation program for the indigenous, and the indigenous are now enjoying, instead of migrating from one point to another, they have now settled down. They can plant their own crops, and the crops are doing well. Isn't that something the government can learn from and say, so Turkana is only is only lacking water. Why can't we make water possible in Turkana? That's all that is needed. And then Turkana is the largest county, okay, in terms of mass land. Majority of that land is not in use. So why can't we put that to use as a government? Even the county government, it is able to afford to do boreholes or whatever, dams, and be able to put their land to use. They will generate enough organic food for Kenyans to consume. Lakini serikali inakimbilia kwenda kununua mahindi ambayo ni ya kulisha ng'ombe. Na hakuna makosa ng'ombe kukula ile inachokula. Okay? That's a different story altogether. In my village, they say don't follow what the chicken eat, lest you stop eating chicken. So probably if the chicken eat, let them eat. But to come and tell Kenyans they have to eat because they don't have enough food, when we have the capability to generate more than enough food, it's an excuse any government should not be giving at all. Mama Mary, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. There is a point that you raised. You talked about it, and I was having it to say, but I will not repeat it. But I'll tell Igor, Igor's Park.
Speak to Kenyans. Don't direct your comments to me. Speak to Kenyans.
You are unable to mention that your government.
No, speak to Kenyans.
Order, please. Order, Mr. Park. Hold your horses. Thank you. Mama Mary, go ahead.
I'm telling Mr. Igor's Park, it's just because you are unable to mention your government is not dependable. Undependable government. That's all. Just say that. Because
which government? When we have devolved government,
okay, hold
agriculture is
on,
devolved.
hold on.
What are you talking? Which government are you talking about?
Okay, you asked why are people dying because of hunger. I'll say your government has failed. These people who have food, whether they are holding it, they are strong farmers who have been in the field working so hard to have that food ready for sale. But I would be skeptical or not sure, but I would say this. They were shortchanged because it seems like they never supported the government which is there. And so they have been put aside that the government is not ready to buy their product. And I can name some who are at risk of their life. They were in danger during election time. And those are big farmers from Rift Valley. They have the maize, they have the food that people can enjoy. What I'm trying to say is that they were treated like the dynasty. So they have been put away.
Bernard,
So
this conversation is getting into political. I'm sorry, I have to leave because the political aspect, I don't want to comment it. We are above politics of it, so I'm sorry, I have to leave.
Mr. Park, you're out of order, and please don't do that, please. Okay, let Mama Mary prosecute her case. You will respond. We'll give you time to reply if need be. Okay, but what she's saying is not far-fetched. The deputy president himself is on record to have said there are specific companies that must wind up, like the milk industry. Simply because it belongs to Uhuru Kenyatta, it needs to die. It appears to me that the UDA government is targeting specific companies, especially those that belong to specific families. It has been stated here that Kenya seed belongs to the Moi family. So the GMO seed may be imported to end Kenya seed.
Politics.
To
And
do their business.
politics, bye-bye. I don't.
Toroka ukitaka. Endelea Mama Mary.
I hope he can hear from the back. What I was trying to say is that, remember those old guys, they were talking about Wagagula. Those are the biggest farmers in Rift Valley. They were against what was going on in election. So we are not talking about politics. We are talking a reality, something that really happened. And remember about Buzek. Buzek is somebody who has large-scale farming. That guy was not treated nice. He almost lost his life. So this government which is here is due to revenge, and revenging to the wrong people, because innocent people in Kenya are dying of hunger because of his poor management, poor governance. So what I'm trying to put here, people are not dying because there is no food in Kenya. There is food in Kenya, but the government has meandered and moved away from the right thing so that they can do business as usual. Remember the time of Kyunjuri, there was maize imported. And even people were asking, why is the maize being imported and we have food in Kenya? So this has been a trend which has been going on in Kenya. So for Eagle Park to tell us that why are people dying, that they should be fed with GMO, we have food. Those farmers were ready to sell their crop to the government, who the government should actually reward the people of Kenya who are farmers so that they can continue with good work and produce good food for the inhabitants. And then we live healthy. But we cannot shortcharge with bad stuff being brought in the country while the granaries, the stores are full of good food. And also, Igor was talking about, was asked, what is the difference between GMO and organic. Obviously, organic is expensive. Why? It takes long to mature. GMO, you know, it's harmful. Obviously, if you are told this is GMO and this is organic, you are not a fool. You'll go for organic because you know the benefit from organic. You know the disadvantages of GMO. Why should you go for the bad one? So let's be honest. Ego, wherever you are, please, when you come here, just tell people the correct thing, and they will understand you. They will not argue even more than a minute, because we are talking the real thing and the correct thing. That's all I wanted to tell the ego, but he left. Thank you.
So asante sana Mama Mary, we appreciate that. And it's you know, being truthful is according to PLO Lumumba is a high price issue in the country. To be honest, is the most dangerous thing to be in this country. And it's because of twisted people who would want to sell a lie because it is easily acceptable at the expense of the truth. From where I see it, the government doesn't even need to buy maize. Okay? For example, the Baringo case of people dying of hunger is just a matter of the wherever the Wasingishu governor, okay, and the other side having a cross table sitting and put up just collection centers, farmers to volunteer a sack of maize to help the people in Baringo who are dying of hunger. Kenyans are generous. They will gladly give a gorogoro of maize, a gunia of maize. There will be enough maize to distribute in those homes, and those homes will not die of hunger at all before the government begins to spend money. What we are suffering from is irresponsible government. They don't care about the people, and they make money more when people are dying than when people are full, are safe and secure. It's not different from I watched some comedy on Christian TV where somebody was selling bulletproof jackets, and nobody was interested because the community was safe and secure and everything was fine. So he went and hired a gang to come and terrorize 3 people. And by evening, he had sold out all his bulletproof jackets because now everybody was scared. No, we are having that kind of system here where people are sent to be scared so that they can buy whatever that is being pushed for them to buy. It is a sad affair that at 60, we are still begging and waiting for external community to help us in feeding our people. It is embarrassing, to say the least. Very embarrassing. And all of that, we have had government full-time. We have had Minister for Agriculture all through. We have paid them salary all along. We have had Ministry of Planning and National Development all along. What do they plan and develop if not getting a permanent solution to the food issue in the country? It is bad news to be discussing this and then come up now with this ridiculous suggestion of GMO. GMO will need more water. Turkana only need water. Iko na mbolea yake, iko na udongo yake, it just need water. Then you go and bring some poison here. You want us to feed it with more water, which we don't have, or we are dying for lack of the same. Huh? And then you tell us you're bringing us solution. May God save Kenya. Frederick. Hey, Bwana Frederick, inaonekana umetumiwa bag. Pole lakini. Yes, Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question there, or clarification. Maybe some of you might have an idea about this. When these famines take place, you know, if we look at it globally or historically, it seems a lot of them are artificial. because the Ethiopian story of the 1980s, the Band Aid thing in the 1980s, there were people in northern and some southern parts of Ethiopia that were just living a normal life, and it was nearly a class issue. The poorest of the poor could not access food, but the rest of the country was wealthy, healthy, and there was no problem. Now the Irish famine as well, 200-300 years ago, same thing. There was enough food that was still being exported to England from Ireland, and the country was a colony. Parts of it still is a colony of England, where I am now. Northern Ireland is still part of the UK, and there is the controversy about what will happen in a few years' time. But my point was that when the Irish famine that sent many Irish people of both sides to America and Australia and places like that 200 years ago, it was proven that there was enough food for people not to die. So these famines, are they artificial all across the board, always, or what can we say about this? It was just my kind of thought about it. Thank you.
Okay, artificial is far-fetched in terms of they are having a drought and the rains missing to be there. That one is natural, is an act of God. But now when they happen, they are not accidents. Accident in the sense that we have a meteorological department, okay, that gives forecast that the rains for this particular period are going to delay. They will come and so on. So a responsible government, okay, when we are having, for example, during rain season, we'll have surplus of milk. Surplus of milk until even the dairy farms are not able to buy. Okay? A responsible government should buy that milk and store it for the famine period, so that when the famine comes, there will be milk in the store to be put back on the shelf, and the price of milk will not be affected because you anticipated the famine and provided a solution. The same goes with every other item. My problem with my government is that they sit pretty. I wait for metropolitan to tell a meteorological department to tell them this is going to happen, and they pay them salary because they said, and then they fold their hands. Then suddenly they begin to say, oh, there is famine, oh, our people are dying, as if they have dropped from the moon. And that's what irritates me. That's what makes me angry, that somebody has been paid salary to be in office. He's been driving car around with an empty flag, claiming to be a minister of the government, only waiting to announce to us that famine is a national crisis. That is sickening. And it's been going on now for almost 60 years. That's why we need a government of sober people who can anticipate. I don't understand why Kenya should not have food stored for 10 years. Like the Bible says in Leviticus, we will pull out the old stock because the new stock has arrived. We have Jomo Kenyatta Technology University, okay? We have Egerton University. We have, is it called, there is Kemri, there is Kari, okay? All these institutions are for research, okay? And for technology to handle crises like the ones we are talking about. They have been graduating people every year. How have we put to use those brains we've been paying fee for? Nothing. We just want to claim that there is a famine and all that. From where I sit, it is the government to be blamed for everything. Any Kenyan who is dying of hunger is government cost. In fact, we need to sue the government for every person who dies for hunger in this country, because they have slept on the job. They did not do what they are required to do. All of it is because they are creating business for their cartels to make money. Rain has failed in Cliffy for 3 years. Okay? Meteorological department warned about it, but they are waiting to announce disaster. Other than make sure that now that there will be no rain in that particular of the coast region, what mitigation do we put? How do we make sure that the potatoes in Kinangop travels to the coast? How do we make sure that the surplus maize in Trans Nzoia travels to the coast so that the business people there will have proximity to buy? So government has warehouse where they help in transportation and put food reachable by business people. Other than mimi nichukue lori iende Trans Nzoia nijaze mahindi niteremshe mpaka wapi cost. If I do that, then that cost I have to add on the maize that I'm going to sell. So the consumer is going to buy it at exorbitant price. But if we have a transportation department in the government that is charged with the responsibility of ensuring that food distribution is your job, we are paying you salary, make sure that the food is collected in a particular place and that food is carried safely to place. Nyayo milk was in every primary school, including the primary school you couldn't pronounce their name. It had Nyayo milk. Hizo lori zilienda wapi? Zilikuwa zinatembeza hayo maziwa. If they had contracted, they can contract a private company to do that. We are dying of hunger because the government wants us to die of hunger. It helps them beg the international community and helps them make foreign exchange. A sad state of affairs.
And also the country is led by a serial liar. You know, last
Please,
year
can
when
you give me a chance? I have been waiting.
oh, sorry.
Can you give me a chance to talk, please?
One moment, Rhoda, we are coming to you.
Betty, how are you?
Hold on. Ellie, just finish your statement, then Rhoda can come in.
Okay, Rhoda, sorry about that. I just wanted to quickly say that the country is led by a serial liar. You see, this same guy last year, when there was some foreigner who came to Kenya, and this guy, Ruto, says that he managed to help the guy get a loan worth millions of dollars. So this guy could set up some industry in Uganda through Equity Bank. Equity Bank completely rubbished Ruto's claims. So you can imagine that's the guy who is the president. Oh, I rest my case, Bwana. That's why I don't even trust this thing about the maize, because of the person who is leading the country.
Thank you for that, and God help us. Yes, Rhoda. Umejificha kwa nini?
Yeah. Today I'm not feeling well. I have a little stomach. So that's why I was talking too much. So I just want to say that this guy was talking here even some Kenyan people are very stupid and very silly. They don't care about how we can make our country great. How can we make our country fantastic? Just to listen. Even people who have never been to school. No, GMO, it's poison food. It's not healthy food. Like today I was in the supermarket. I asked that guy, can you show me tomato? They're not GMO. I don't know, this is GMO. And when you check, not many people buy that GMO. Most of them, they buy organic. Even if they're very expensive, they buy much organic. Why people they buy organic? Why? Because they love themselves. They don't want to get sick. They don't want to get cancer. And this food, even they can bring even women some problem, breast cancer. You start to see the women grow even the beard, the hair in the body. We don't know what this food is coming. You know me, I was very, very angry with Ruto when he bring this food, maize, with the boat, and we don't know this maize where it is come from. Actually, we need to take a step. This is something we don't take easy. Especially like me, I grew up in village. I used to visit my grandmother. My grandmother used to eat when I go, unajua mere kiada, unajua kiada ni nini mere? Kiada is where we grew up, arrowroot. It was all the time organic. Organic, sukuma wiki, organic. Shushu wangu aliniambia, hizi hazina dawa, hazina nini. Hata sweet potatoes, they were no, everything was organic. My grandmother didn't like, even potatoes, my grandmother didn't, because I was pretty much with my grandmother. So why, and my grandmother, she didn't have problem with sickness, no high blood pressure, no had, because they know how to take care of themselves. My grandmother was saying, I know you are young girls, you like to eat things, you know, this chicken, and you know, when we go to Nairobi, we used to buy this chicken and chips, you know, but my grandmother used to say, those, they're not healthy. So we don't know this food they are come, and this young man ego, and we are the one, we are looking generation, the next, the generation in our country, and he just talking the shit here. He doesn't care about our old people, our communities. And you know very well, Kenya can, that is very evil. Kenya government have responsibility to feed all community food. Hunger, even Turkana, if they want, I'm telling you, if I could be the Kenya president right now, oh my God, I could go even door to door, like Turkana. Door to door is only to have the wisdom. Go there and feed them. You don't wait people to come to help. Don't give them poison food. Give them real food. If they want, they can do. The problem with the Kenya government, they don't have management. They don't care about people. They focus about them. When you see them, they just dress in nice clothes with the nice shirt, with the tie, but they don't care. It's very shame. We want the government who is a responsibility. Our old people are crying for the hunger. Our old people are crying the medicine in the hospital. Some people, they don't have medicine. They are dying. And the government still, they cannot provide even medicine like hospitals. They just go in there and there and there and play the game. What is the work of the government? The government is responsibility. Why this European country, they take care of their own people? They take care of their own people. When you go to they take care even out there. You can see, like when you come here, I used to see, like you see, they take care of old people here. We used to take care of the old people. When you see those old people, they look like a girl. They look very young. Because the government is providing them with the good medications. They have a diapers, they sleep good environment. Even when the government, they are doing the budget, they always focus with the old people. Our old people, because they're the one who have built this country. Even our old people, they're the one who colonize our country, who build our country. They don't get help with the government. The government, they don't take care of them. Why they don't care? And you see people like this, a young man like this, need to be good example for our generations to speak more about GMO, chemical food, to say no GMO. We need to stop. We cannot go, we will not accept it. If it's there, we have to reform them. We say no GMO. Why the current government, they didn't bring for us GMO? They didn't. People that have never understand our country's soil is different with those countries they grow GMO. I don't know which country they grow GMO, in fact. We are different soil. Our soil in Kenya is different with the South Africa. And that's why even you meet people from another country in Africa, we are different, the culture, Even the food, like in Nigeria, they eat very much rice, jollof rice, you know. In Kenya, we don't eat jollof rice. In Nigeria, they know we eat much chapati, you know. So we want the people who will come represent our country like this ego. We don't want people who come with abusing other people. You know, this guy, I remember the first time when I saw him, he was negative about the current government. They could not say anything. When that president is there was going to swear it. He was very happy. He is very happy. Some people, they don't have feelings about other. He doesn't have feelings about other. I think feelings is very important. Feelings help us to feel other people's feelings. And he is in diaspora. He need to be example. As we live in diaspora, we see many things nobody can see. Because our thought is to see our country succeed. Everybody is happy in Kenya. But I don't like to see Kenyan people suffer. I don't like it. I want the government to take care of Kenya. Everybody Kenya can be happy. Even them, they can be happy when they are doing a great job. But when they see Kenya suffering with food, with business, they don't take care of they need to take care of the small business. You know, I used to see like a US government, they used to take care of the small business. Can you imagine? Even they provide for them. The government of America, they provide for the small business. They give them money. And in Kenya, they can't. They want to pay them tax because they can have more. Instead of they be responsibility about small business. I used to see in this country, they take care of the business people. Even women, even people have a salon, they take care of it. I remember when COVID came, the government, they provide, even people who have a salon, everybody, they were getting money from the government because there is many things we are closed. Why can we do that in our country? Why do we waiting people to help us? Why do we are waiting people to come to decide our country? Like today when the Ruto was in South Korea, he was talking with Kenyans living in South Korea. He was talking very well there. I could hear his voice. He was telling them, Kenyans, we want more Kenya live here in South Korea because they can work. But I want him to hear that he want to make more business for people, not many people to move in diaspora. Why do we go to diaspora? We go because we can get opportunity. If our country is stable, if our country we have a good money, if our country we have a good government, we could not go to another country. It's not we like to move. We want to live close to our family, where we are happy more. As we live in diaspora, we are not so happy because we miss our food. We feel lonely there. We miss many things, but they don't care. We want the government who is responsibility about Kenyans. A Kenyan who live in Saudi Arabia, they help them how they go back. They used to be served, they used to be killed there, and the government, they don't care. Why is this the work of the government? And people like Ego here just shouting his mouth. Let us be honest each other, like the way Mary say. We stand for our country. Our country is bigger than anybody. The government, and that's why we have a president, and that's why we have ministers. They present our country. That's why we have PC and we have governors. They need to be responsibility for every county, not accept this GMO. The member of parliament, every member of parliament, they have a responsibility. Every constituency, the member of parliament is know there is enough organic maize. He can those maize he can sell for the shops, and every families can eat white maize. Even when he go to represent in the parliament, he say, I've done good in my county. I represent a white maize. Even him, he'll get happy when I had like that one member of parliament, he was saying that, they have a lot of maize. Why can he export those maize? I grown up with the white maize. And we used to tunapeleka nini maize kwa tunapeleka maize nini. My grandmother used to take, we used to take my grandma maize in where machine to make the ugali, and it's more, my grandmother used to say this is more healthy, is organic, and we cook even porridge, eat breakfast. So we know how we grown up in our grandmother. Our grandmother, they didn't know about those GMO. We grown up with organic food, and we will not accept this GMO. The member of parliament, every constituency, they have a responsibility to have a white maize, everything, because that is the work we take. That's the way we vote, and we take our member of parliament in the parliament, because they can fight for us. They can say what they can say what wanasema vile wamefanya, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi yao, na magavana na MCA na sub chief wanaona kila family kila constituency iko na white meat. Sasa wakitea GMO, that's not good. So we must say no, we must say reform no, because this, they can start to see women growing with the hair. Beer, you understand what is going on, and this stupid guy ego doesn't care. He think about himself. We don't want people who are selfish. We want people who focus about Kenyans are more. I've been speaking all the time. Kenyans, they are more important than anybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Rhoda, we appreciate that. Na naomba tumalizie hiyo video tulikuwa tunacheza, alafu wale mnataka kuingia studio tafadhali njooni. Naomba walimu wa usiku wafike moja kwa moja, nimesubiri so almost 2 hours. I wanted to leave early, but all the same, let's keep doing what is right. There is something that Black had written here. Let me look at it. It's a lack of money in pockets is the reason people dying of hunger. Government needs to spend more locally for money to reach the people to be able to buy food, because hata mtu akikosa ugali akona atabai nyingine. A valid point there in terms of the government should facilitate the prosperity of its people. The government should facilitate the prosperity of its people. And my understanding of government is the president and his ministers need to be proud that Kenyans are happy, that Kenyans can feed, Kenyans can sleep, Kenyans can go to school without stress. That's the whole essence of being a president, or being a governor, or being a minister. But if you are a president, a minister, and your business is to supervise the suffering of Kenyans, that is evil. That's wicked. So as a government need to be burning the candle all night, coming up with modalities. How do I ease the lives of the people in Marsabit? How do I ease the lives of people in Baringo? How do I ease the lives of people in Lamu? What should be done, or in short term and in long term, so that you are busy as a government setting up systems, that systems will auto play in terms of ensuring that nothing will be as a deficit within the country. I believe that's how a government should work. You can't be a government that runs from one corner to another. One crisis, you run there. Another crisis, you run there. Then there's no need of us having you as a government. Because hakuna haja, kwa sababu tunangoja tukue hit, then we respond. Do we get hit, then we respond. But the government needs to put to an end these things. We destroy the systems that are working. Now, now see what is happening with the police. They are now wanting to arrange a new police. What is wrong with the police that they found? They are coming up, creating their own things. All of it is to waste time and upset whatever that was working. That's when the crooks are taking advantage of that. You bring in a new person who is still learning the ropes, then we will take advantage of that and be able to get to deal with you. Okay. Okay, let me see if we can finish this video. Mama Mary, you want to say something? Nataka kumaliza hii, endelea before I play the video.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment on the person who is the leader of the current government. Mtu ambaye anacheza mchezo wa kuharibu kitu ambacho watu wengine wanaona inaweza saidia nchi, hata yeye hujikuta mashakani. Why am I saying this? Kumbuka wakati ule serikali ilikuwa imesuggest kuwe na dams ya maji. That thing was ikafanyiwa downfall, ikapuuzwa na hiyo maneno ikaisha. These many things that are happening now, it's a downfall that was played by somebody somewhere because he had a mandate, he had powers. Tuseme for example, kama hizo dams zingekuwa zimejengwa wakati ule, honestly speaking, whoever is talking about food or selling food expensive because it is not available, they would not be selling expensive. Yeah, scarcity, sometimes it's more expensive because things are not available, which is true. That one we accept. And that is what is happening now. Simply because watu wa kukula ni wengi kuliko wale wako na chakula. But chakula iko, wao wale wako nazo, ziko za kutosha. Wale wa kukula ndio wamekosa namna ya transport, namna ya kufikiwa na hizo chakula. Serikali imeachilia watu kuwe na mtengano ndio wapate nafasi ya kuleta hii mambo wanaleta. Otherwise, wakulima wako na chakula, they are not talking lies, they have the... And this thing happened a long time ago, even before election. There was that outcry. Watu chakula imejaa kwa magala, lakini hakuna namna ya kuuza, hainunuliwi. Why is it happening? Why can't the government buy the crop and keep in the cereal places whereby it can be supplied? And that is where things failed. So what I'm trying to say is that the government, which is on right now, mipangilio yao hawakuwa na haja ya kutaka kujua tunaweza toa wapi chakula within the country. They had the interest because they know how they can fetch their own money. Na shida ile tuko nayo ni kuwa ati hata hii chakula mnaletewa si chakula halali, ni chakula mbaya. But they better bring that one which is bad. They get money in their pocket rather than using what is in the country for people to feed. So what am I talking about? The government is not ready to deal with good stuff because they want to have money. Na mtu yeyote mkorofi, mtu yeyote ambayo ni mjambazi, hakuagi na laini mzuri, anapitaga majia mbaya, ndio yeye ajifaidi. So what they are doing is that they are showing us we are the government, we will do whatever we want. What is more expensive? Is it GMO or people's life? We are looking for people to be alive and healthy so that we can build our country economically. But when you look at the government that is there, it's not interested with the people to live, but for them to have the money. So what I'm feeling is that this government did not go there to do good to people. It's a harm to people. Why is it harm? Because of the way they are doing and dragging things and trying to manipulate us to feel that we are comfortable, the government is ready to help us, but it's in the wrong way. Hakuna kitu kizuri kitatoka na hawa watu. Na hivyo wanakorofana huko kwa ofisi hiyo, haita end up good because we are the people to suffer. The people who are dying because of hunger, the government is not with you. It's with you to eat what they want to give you, but not what you are supposed to eat. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mama Mary, that's good. And let everybody be aware. Let everybody be aware. we feel and think that we are on our own in these issues. Let's play this video, complete it, and then play another one before I sign.
That the first journal he published with there were interest from multinational corporations, and this is big trade for them. So they put pressure, and this paper was withdrawn. He repeated his research and published in another journal, and it remains one of the controversial, or one of the studies that have been done. Maybe I give another example of Aspad Pushta. He's a researcher that was in an institute in the UK. He also did a research on GM potatoes that were being developed, trying to establish some safety analysis, but also when they were fed on rats, they developed precancerous cells. And that, what did they do to Pushtai? His research team was disbanded. He's lost his job with the university, and you can see them a lot of interest, and that's why we keep on asking, what are the interests here? It's about corporate capture. It's about interest, about profit.
Anne, we've jumped the gun somewhere because
we were learning. We were at the point of learning, and then we've gone somewhere else.
Yes, because now the when we start talking about multinationals, yes, multinationals are at the forefront of this. Yes, that is also very true. But the research we speak of, before the research teams were disbanded, the peer review mechanisms, the number of maybe multi-site research projects that deal with the same thing, corroborating these findings, do they exist? Because yes, at the animal, the stage where you are testing these GMOs on animals, that is what was found. But is that all that was found? What was it that they found that they could argue brought about this cancerous growth in these rats? And when I talk about peer review, and I talk about the comparative research, other research projects on the same subject in other places.
What have they found?
Yes, and what about, when you talk about the GMO, what specific GMO were we speaking about? And what exactly were these rats being fed on? The reason why I ask these questions is because literature on GMO and research, many of them are inconclusive. Certain things are pointed out to, the possibility of harm. But the question that is always lingering, what about human beings and their response to it? It lingers.
Yes.
And when that question is asked, would you say that there's anything conclusive that research has found, that they could say, yes, when it comes to human beings, this is what will happen?
And that's one of the biggest controversies that we've always raised. In 2012, when the ban was put in place, already the Seralini research was out. And one of the questions we've asked our local researchers in Kenya, yesterday we had a big webinar with the Kenyatta University, and we're asking, so Seralini, the ban was there for 10 years. Why haven't we done the product is MON 810 and NK 603, and it's what wants to be introduced in Kenya, MON 810. Why haven't you done local research with feeding them, or even clinical studies to give us the effect? If you look at BT maize in the US, is mostly grown for animal feed. Maybe let's say in South Africa, they're eating the pap and the sadza, the ugali there. And you can see a lot of the non-communicable disease challenges that we are seeing there. But in these countries, and in particular the US, it's animal feed. And this is what we want to bring into the country, 10 million duty-free bags.
Why is it on animal feed and not humans?
Because it's not their staple. In the US, it's not their staple. It's wheat.
Okay.
Even in Europe.
But they eat the meat.
They eat the meat. Also, they eat a bit of maize and cornflakes, things like that.
So is there an effect
on the human livelihoods?
On the human livelihoods from those in America that have actually taken the BT maize?
The research, as Muga says, is inconclusive. But also, not many researchers are doing it because the funds are also not there. He who's controlling the research is the big multinationals, or the so-called philanthropists who own shares in the multinationals.
Okay. Yeah. Apart from because I see where the fear is. There's some unknown in that room in there. And so before we approach that room, let's guard ourselves. But then there's this other room where you've said, BT, for example, is, you told us it's this toxin from the soil that then is introduced into the maize and it's supposed to help it become what resistant? Pest resistant. And then you say, then after we develop it, we still have to use a lot of pesticides. Why? And it's
because of the super pests that
because of the new super pests that have developed.
That are coming in.
Okay. The other non-GMO variety, do you still need to use pesticides to control the pests?
Yeah, some farmers still use
So
it.
same. So with GMO, with non-GMO, you'll still use pesticides.
But now we have biopesticides and biofertilizers, which we are working on.
But no, in the market.
In the market. They're also in the market.
Sawa.
Yes.
Commercially in the market to a greater extent, what are people using?
Yes, it's a synthetic. Yes, it's a pesticide.
Synthetic pesticide. Yes. And this will also be synthetic pesticide. Which one is going to use more? The GMO one? The GMO is going to use more pesticide.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. In America, where they're using this BT, and then they grow the corn, they feed the corn on the animals, there are people who still consume corn.
Yes, the Mexicans love it.
It's have we seen any anecdotal impact on humans?
Maybe let me speak in South Africa. So maize is their staple.
Yes.
And South Africa, I think 1998 started growing more maize. I haven't seen much research on it, but some scientists have questioned the increasing cases of especially non-communicable diseases, the diabetes, the hypertension. Already you can say even in Kenya is facing that challenge, but the problem is going to be bigger. There have also been some linkages to issues of cancer. But like I said, many of the independent even researchers in Europe face a lot of sidelining and stigmatization because they are going against the grain, and the grain is controlled by the big multinationals.
So what I'm hearing you say is that the voice for GMO is much stronger than the voice against GMO.
And well-resourced.
Yes. Why aren't we getting more people resourcing the voice against GMO?
I don't know. That's a question.
In the world, when it comes to research, there's always counterbalance. If the voice against GMO is so strong, like we are seeing, there's a National Biosafety and Biodiversity Association, and you're not the only ones in the region, in the world. You're so many. Why isn't that you're unable to raise resources to actually conduct a conclusive trial and conduct it in several places?
It's something that we are doing, but it's not very big, because you see, like maybe let me just give an example of how the system is so much closed or entrenched. If you look at, there's been a lot of controversy about the seed laws in Kenya. You remember?
Organic, unaona, alafu pia mambo na kupepetana. So GMO imeshafika Kenya, mko ready for GMO? Huku US watu wanapenda GMO, na GMO ni cheap but vitu organic ni expensive. Acha niwaoneshe tofauti ya GMO na vitu organic. So unaona hizi apples, hizi ni ma GMO, unaona kama unaona hivi yenye imenona hivi. Hii apple ni kubwa tu, alafu ni maji, hata inanga utamu, ni kubwa tu for nothing, unaona. Alafu kuna zingine zinakuanga hapa hivi. Si kama ni hizi. Acha nione. Zinakuanga zimeandikwa mahali organic. Sijui kama ni hizi. Acha nipenduke tena. Zimeisha. So hizi vitu mingi hapa ni GMO, unaona. Kama hizi pineapples ni GMO na moja ni 299. Hizi hapa GMO. So unaona hizi apple, hizi ukikula mwili inaharibika, mwili inadhoofika, unaona. So mimi nahurumia sana Waluya. Waluya mko ready kukula GMO? Ndio hizi basi, ndio hizo apples zenye natafuta. Ndio hizi hapa. nadhani zimeisha, hizo apples zimeisha, zinakuanga tamu, zinakuanga organic, si kama hizi GMO. So mimi nahurumia sana Waluya mko ready kukula GMO? Ndo hizi hapa, ndo hizi sasa organic, unaona 9.99, unaona 2 pounds ni 9.99. Vitu GMO zinakuanga like hazina like benefits mingi kwa mwili, unaona, ni kushibisha tu tumbo, unaona. Mimi baadaye nilikujanga huku nilikuwa nakulanga GMO, unga ya ugali. So unga ya ugali ya GMO mtu hata ashibi, unaona, inabidi umekula ushibi, bado ukikula organic inashika tumbo mzuri. So mi nahurumia sana Waluya mko ready kukula GMO unga, Manze, alafu kuna shida ingine GMO inakuanga nayo, kupepetana, unaona. Ukikula GMO huwezi pepetana mzuri, unaona. Mtu unakuwa mnyonge, unaona. But ukikula organic mwili inakuwa na nguvu, unaona. Ni kama tu hiyo apple yenye nilikuwa nawaonesha, unaona. Mtu asiwaambie hapa ati organic sijui inasaidia, hapana. Mi organic mimi sikuona faida yake, ni kujaza tu mwili, unaona. Hata acha ninunue sukuma hapa hivi. Na kama ni GMO sinunui. Hadi sukuma GMO ziko hapa. Sukuma GMO ziko hapa. Mimi vitu na GMO mistaki. GMO inajaza tu tumbo, inafanya mwili inakuwa mnyonge, unaona. Waluya ndo mimi nawahurumia. Sisi kama Waluya haiwezi kuwa mzuri tunakula hapa GMO, unaona. GMO inafanya mwili unakuwa mnyonge, unaona. Hata kazi huwezi. Hata kama ni kwa shamba unaenda unalima, kupandilia miwa hauwezi. Okay, acha tuone kama sukuma ndio hivi. Natafuta organic, sitaki GMO. So hii sukuma unaona ni 1.99 hii hapa. But sasa siwezi jua kama ni GMO ama ni organic, unaona. Sasa hiyo ndo shida. Hiyo ndo shida. Hata Kenya nataka watu wakianza kukula GMO wakiwa wanatofautisha. Wakiwa wanasema kama ni organic wanaandika hapo, kama ni GMO wanaandika hapo. But shida tu Kenya ni ukora mingi. Mtu anaweza weka stika ya organic ati kitu ni organic na kumbe ni GMO, unaona. Acha kwanza nichukue sukuma. Sioni organic hapa, acha nichukue sukuma. Watu gali ndo nakuanga na shida nayo. Unga ndo nakuanga na shida nayo. Sukuma ina shida. Mimi na sukuma GMO. Hata kuna kuanga na maragwe. Kuna maragwe niliona hapa organic. Niliziona hapa. Niliona maharagwe organic hapa hivi. Alafu bado kuna kuanga na GMO pia. Niliziona wapi? No, si line. Hiyo line nyingine.
Hello, I'm Janine with Natural Grocers, and I'm very pleased to introduce Barbara Swanson. Barbara is a nutritional consultant with a focus on whole foods and superfood-based supplementation based on the tenets of functional nutrition. Her award-winning book, Beyond Foods, The Handbook of Functional Nutrition, offers a unique health model to explain the very complex subject of how nutrition creates health. In this presentation, she will be discussing the truth about GMOs. Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for being here. Let me get my presentation up. And yes, today I want to talk about why you might want to say no to GMOs. So GMOs are safe. Wait, no, they're not. So what do you believe? Because you will hear equally fervently both sides of that argument. It's important to understand the world is filled with misinformation, way more than a single person could absorb in 100 lifetimes, literally. The problem is in our digital and social media world, information is not always what it appears to be. There are often opinions which masquerade as facts. There are facts that are taken out of context so that they appear to support a fiction. And then there are outright lies and misinformation, which are meant to either reassure you or make you so confused that you just give up trying to find any actual truth. This presentation is to present you with some basic facts so that you can make an informed choice on whether you want to use GE, genetically engineered foods. And in this presentation, I use GMO, which stands for a genetically modified organism, and GE, which is genetically engineered, pretty much interchangeably, as they pretty much mean the same thing. So a few starter facts. Humans have been practicing agriculture for over 10,000 years. And actually, if you really look into it, it's probably closer to 18,000 years, but 10,000 years is the accepted timeline given. Another fact is that the commercial use of genetic engineering in crops is only a bit more than 25 years old. It began with the Flavor Saver tomato, which went on sale in the spring of 1994. The purpose of that tomato, by the way, was to stay good longer, not to taste better, not to be more nutrient packed, not to increase production, just to ship better so that more money could be made. Another fact is that genetically engineered crop production has skyrocketed. Nearly 90 times more land is under genetically engineered production than just 20 years ago. Yet across the planet in 2017, genetically engineered crops were farmed in only 27 countries. Only 5 of the 39 developed countries allow genetically engineered crops in their country. 41% of all the acreage worldwide that are planted with GMO crops are in the United States. So why are we one of the only 5 developed countries to allow genetically engineered foods, and why do we produce so much of it? Money. So how were GMOs determined to be safe? Before genetically engineered foods hit the market, and even factory livestock farms, which began in the 80s, they started feeding livestock genetically engineered corn. 2 things occurred. The presidential administration at that time decided that biotech foods did not present any new risks to the consumer, so no new laws were needed to test GMO foods. In other words, there was no law that said you need to test this for its genetic safety. At the same time, the FDA decided that since the final genetically engineered product did not, quote unquote, vary significantly from the original, they didn't need to regulate them. Now, this is important because remember, we have something like 7% of the same DNA as an earthworm. So saying something does not vary significantly from the original is a pretty wide variance of what it actually produces. So what that happens is that this leaves genetically engineered manufacturers the power to label any product they produce as GRAS or generally regarded as safe. And this is the standard by which they can sell in the marketplace. So how can they do this? Because GRA determination is decided by the manufacturer that created the ingredient or product. It is never decided by an outside authority, which is a blatant conflict of interest and has been an issue for 40 years. There is no obligation on the part of a manufacturer to conduct long-term safety studies to determine GRAS certification. And since seed companies actually patent their genetically engineered seeds, researchers have little or no access to those seeds to do any kind of independent safety testing. They're not allowed to have them. So third-party studies on GMO crops is pretty much cut off at the get-go by the manufacturers owning those seeds. So what about the safety of GMO food? So one of the main support points for the safety of GMO crops is that the FDA allows them. We're told that the FDA did research and discovered no potential issues at all, and that's why they were allowed to be sold. But the truth is, FDA scientists have repeatedly warned that genetically modified foods can create unpredictable, hard to detect side effects, including allergies, new toxins, new diseases, and potentially nutritional problems. They urged long-term safety studies, but they were 100% ignored. So is scientific truth being suppressed, misleaded, rejected, denied in the name of progress? There's some good evidence that at least in part is happening. And I give some qualifiers here. I'm a fairly good researcher. It's really hard to find the truth, if there is a simple truth, when it comes to GE and GMO. There are plenty of websites assuring you of the safety of GE foods. 100% of those sites are supported by the industries that produce the seeds or the poisons that the seeds are created with. There are plenty of websites talking about how unsafe GE foods are. 100% of them are typically not necessarily very scientifically based as far as what they can give me for their science behind it. But there is some definite science around why GMOs are not safe. But first, before I get into that, I want to talk about how GMOs are even created. So there are currently two main methods using to produce
Thank you, everyone. I trust everybody's well. Enough lesson on GMO. If you want that continued, you make a special request. Asante, Julia, good to see you. And the prophet himself. Nabi, hali vipi?
Salama, pole. Unajua mimi naenda kula GMO ya Turkey.
Hakuna shida. Ukimaliza uniambie.
Sini Thanksgiving. Na sijui kama uliona mpaka Biden aliisamea. Akaambia we forgive you, we pardon you. Lakini utakulu.
So it's become the high priest doing the Day of Atonement for the Turkey. You are abusing our spiritual our spirituality.
Nyinyi mnakataa GMO na sisi tunasamea Turkey ya GMO.
Shauri yenu.
Kabla tuikule.
Hizo vitu zenu. Sisi tutaenda kwanza, nataka kwenda sasa kufish zile organic fish kabisa.
Hata Julia kika hapa hivi akona yake ameweka huko Turkey kabisa. Ni unajua ni weekend ya Thanksgiving. Wacha uone.
Thanksgiving. Sawa. Now, me, I had signed out 2 hours ago.
We kwanza ngoja hapo kwanza nikuulize.
Nimeenda saa 10 ndio hiyo imenipata hapa.
Ngoja nikuulize basi haraka kabla uende uniachie Julia nigonge.
Endelea.
Sasa wewe kwa nini mnasumbua nini? Kwa nini mnasumbua nini? Nilikuuliza hiyo swali. Kwa nini mnasumbua Super CS?
Super CS hatumsumbui. Tunataka kutumia yeye kama test on whether we can impeach this government or not. So we'll start with him.
Hapo umenishika 10-0, which is a good thing actually. Bernard, I think that's what we need to do. Let me be serious because you're about to go ningeingiza mchezo yangu. Lakini on a serious note, yes, we need to use a test study. And that's the test study because we all know Kenya, Bernard, we all know we never chose this government. Na unajua ukijua kitu, I think we've gone through this once. We know we never chose the last government. But at some point, baba yetu alituambia tutulie na tuache siasa. Katuambia tu acha government iende iishe. Hapo katikati, mafia mwenyewe akaamua kuruka, akaenda kusema yeye anafukuzwa kutoka kwa kiti na anafukuzwa kila mahali. Na alikuja wakaharibu hivyo na political arena because ikakuwa very toxic. ikakuwa watu wengine wanasema oh, nikionekana na huyu ndio maana nimeletewa kesi, nikionekana na ule. So our judicial system kwanza ikaharibika at that time, even though huyo kijana tu huyo mwenye siku anampendanga huyo Jomo, nikakuja kumpenda kwa sababu yeye alikalia na akasema kama umeumwa cheza kaa wewe. Lakini sumuona, tuliona sasa hapa mwisho venye sasa hao wengine mafias wameingia vile wanatoana. Bernard, GMO umefanya vizuri kucheza hiyo kitu yote. And first of all, it's so weird that I can see our own politicians in parliament, watu wamechaguliwa, sijui tunachaguaga watu wa gani. And that's why I said I think it will get to a point tutakuwa tukichagua mtu ametoka nje akatembea ama amelana na amekaa na watu nje. Julia ako hapa atakwambia hizo vitu mnaita GMO, hizo mahindi zenye mnaletewa, kwanza kazi imetoka hii saidi huku, haziachagwi zikapata mbegu ama zikafika. Unajua pale unaenda kuvuna, pale unaendanga unachukua mushakwe, haziachagwi zikafika hapo because they are not meant for human consumption. They are meant for Texas, they are meant for those cows. Ni kama napier grass, so wanazikataga mapema. Zile zinabakingi si GMO, na kwanza tunakuaga tudogo hivi. Julia kwa hapa haikuagi hiyo kubwa, tunakuaga tudogo hivi, hiyo ndo tunaita corn. Uto ndo tunakimbilianga cause inatoleagwa ikiwa mtoto. That's what it is. Atukulagi GMO mahindi. Most of the farms huku hivi zote, even my friend has a farm yenye anapanda out on the outskirts of where I stay. Inakuaga ya ng'ombe na inafungangwa kama hay because that's more like wakishafunga hay ile ya nyasi hasa wanakujanga wanafunga hizo. Zile vitu mnaletewa huko, but I don't think zimetoka hii side yetu ama Mexico. I think zimetoka place ingine, na sijui ni aje hiyo ship mazi, hiyo ni speedboat venye ilifika haraka, unaona? Hiyo ni speedboat, hiyo si ship. Mimi the last time I sent something back home ilichukua 3 months kwa ship.
No, it is because it's GMO. It's been accelerated. Even the ship is GMO. It must mature before time.
So sijui Bernard, for a long time I've been saying hapa hivi. I've been saying when you get a country that is being run like a business thing and a mafia, and the leader is a bigger mafia, the mafia will con you. That's what they do. And if it's a mafia, they are not in business. They are there to make money. Zile pesa mlikuwa mkikula na zikafanywa wash, where do you think zinaenda? Ama unadhani zilienda wapi? Na nikuulize, Gachagua leo amesema walipata panya hata hazina chakula. So kama panya hazina chakula, Bernard, ushajaribu kwenda Mombasa ukaenda ukachukua kaka boat uende tu South Coast on boat ukaangalie fish huko chini ya maji? Tule tunakuaga hapa hivi katikati tu tourist, tunakuaga hapa katikati ni kioo ndio uone chini ya maji. Unajua hiyo kitu inakuaga pesa ngapi? A trip to just an island kutoka Mtwapa kuruka side ingine. Sasa niambie, hii mahindi yenye inakuja na ship, you tell me ni pesa ngapi ndio uwezeshe ship? Na hiyo ship by the way ni ya country gani? Because I think Ruby was almost getting a ship if he ever did. Hiyo ship ni ya country gani? Wamelipa pesa ngapi ya hiyo ship kukua hata inaweza traverse the Indian Ocean? Mbona mnatuchezea mchezo lakini, na mnatuambia kuna panya hazina chakula State House na ama nini kule pesa inatokaga.
You
So
said
you can
it.
imagine, eh?
You said it. It's a mafia system.
It's a mafia system. And that's what it is, and that is what it is. Watu wanaogopa siku hizi naogopa hata nitakuja Kenya nimalizwe, because this thing of people playing and saying that is GO kwenda parliament, you're talking to Bernard. Let me tell you one. I want to give you an assignment. As Mutembei and as people in Kenya, I want you to get what you call undercover journalists. And if we have to get inaitwaje zile kamera zenye mtu ajui kama anarekodiwa, please tell me kama hiyo mind already ijengia, kama hiyo ship ilienda. I'm telling you, iko ndani na sio mnaongea parliament. Iko ndani saizi, washa offload. As you're talking in the parliament trying to make nini is done. And that's what you get when you get a mafia economy. When you have a mafia leading you in your country. Iyo mind ishaingia, my friend. Munapiga kelele parliament, that's a detour. Atio, I support this motion. Support motion what? Kwanza jueni mali ship iko, cause ilishaingia. Unfortunately, guys, GMO is already in. Iyo mind ishaingia. Unfortunately. Iko kwa malori, chunganeni nayo. You've already seen, na tumewaonesha hapa hivi. I mean, Bernard umewaonesha education of how GMO works. Is genetically, I mean, come on, kuna mahali unaweza enda uone kuku hapa hivi ushanga, hii ni kuku ama ni bata mzinga. Kitu inakaa hivi bwana, ukiangalia hiyo. Kuna ingine nilipika hapa hivi siku ingine nikakosa kuikula. Cause kuku tunajua venye inatoshanaga. And that's genetics. XY chromosome ukujo change kitu ingine. You can run what you're trying to do, but with the moment you change something from its natural, hata watu wa physics wenye tunajua, I mean, every energy has its equal reaction energy. You're going to change your genetic next week. Mtoi wako atatoka akiwa na masikio kubwa. Because genetics imemess, si venye inakaa mfanani sasa. You change something, you're taking something out of it. Kama mtoto anafaa kugrow na 3 years afike mahali fulani. Sasa unataka kuniambia mtoto agrow na 1 year? Naone mtoto nomo. I need people to understand. I'm trying to speak the layman language because I tried to come in when it started to try to explain the scientific part of it. Lakini nikashindwa tu. That day nilikuwa tu acha tu niache, nitaleta shida hapa. You cannot change a genetic form of something and everything works okay. Will never happen. So nyinyi kama mnataka kula ishaingia, but pia mkumbuke hiyo ni pesa mtu ameingiza. Hiyo ship hakuna mahali ilienda. Hiyo ni parliament inawadanganya by the time ni kaile sukari ya mercury. Nilikuwa sukari ama nini ilikuwa ya mercury ile. Kabla mnapiga kelele amjui kule zilienda, go down ziko empty. Zilienda wapi? Zilishatoka. And that's the bad governance that we have. Bernard, we have to concentrate on the governance. The people that we elect in our place to govern us and to make the laws and to do everything. That's where the problem is. Bernard, we don't have people who are genuine like you are, like Julia is, like Mama Mary is, like Stone PK is and Roda is. Na Rodo kuja nalia sana lakini, but she's genuine. Maybe me, I'm not genuine. Mimi ni Kalulu, by the way. Unajua, mimi hata nilikuwa nimesema mimi ndo nitakuwa kwa hizo vitu. Mimi nitaendea nini? What do you call this? Tender. Ni wakule kabisa. Mimi maybe ni Kalulu. But we have to be genuine and we have to have a genuine government.
So you are the faceless face behind the importation of this thing, huh?
No, I'm just saying like I can play a lot, Bernard. I'm just saying like I can play a lot, Nanini. Lakini, we need genuine people in government, that people that love our country. First of all, saizi hiyo ship tunafaa ku already tumeiona kwa news iko, so imeshikwa mahali, haiwezi enda mahali. You kama mtu unafuataga news sana, niambie hiyo ship iko wapi?
Okay, now I understand why there was a special deployed police force to displace the street families in Mombasa in the pretext of security. I think they anticipated that there could be a riot against that in protest.
And not so even that, people would take pictures, because you know people have this smartphones now. So people would take pictures. So you have to put them away from there. So picture bwana hawataki ishaingia. Hii ni kelele tu ya nini. That's why you see people like the UDA guys supporting the motion. Supporting the motion what? Mind ishaingia bwana. So jichungeni. Anyway, wacha niachi hapo for now, Bernard. I know you want to go, nani ameenda. So I guess utatuacha na stone ama ni aje. Sijui.
No problem, no problem. Thank you very much. And let's continue with the conversation. Julia, she's around the corner. She'll be here. Mary and Rhoda tumekuwa nao since we started. I just want to leave the two of you and so Stony PK, wewe ndio unakuanga chairman while I was away. So continue with that. Julia will be on the back office, running the back office. End the show whenever you're ready to end it. Just make sure that GMO does not enter in this country. And if it does, tell us where it is, give us petrol and matchbox. We will go and lynch it for you. Thank you. See you later. Karibu Stony PK.
Thank you ndugu Bernard. It's unfortunate huwa ninaingia ukienda huwa umesukuma masaa kabisa. Naona sasa hivi umesukuma masaa karibu 6 actually. Thank you for this job. Na mimi naomba tu tuulizane, what is the end game? Najua bana tunaenda safari. Unajua kama hii safari ya wokovu tunajua mwisho ni nini tutapata. That we know. And we can take as much as possible. Tuna mark time, manake hiyo tuliambiwa ni any time. Sasa hii ya Wakenya you cannot accept, na tunajua hii hatuendi mbinguni. Hii ni kuzikwa tunaenda. We all know we will die. But we don't want to die this way. We don't want to die this way. It's like being unakorogewa sumu pale, unaona imefunguliwa kama Coca-Cola na unaambiwa swallow. Really, and I see Kenyans accepting to do that. Let me first of all niwasalimie tu haraka na niseme I'm beginning this because I'm so disappointed. Yani unakasirika, hasira inafika mwisho. Kenyans are being fed kwa lazima every second, and I was just wondering the last 3 days I've been mourning and wondering, is it true we are 50+ million people? Yes, it is true. Out of that, youth tunaambiwa ni 75%. That is true. Then I was worried, asking myself, this 75% of youth ambao ndio sasa watakuwa mangomi, watakuwa their lives are shortened and all this, then where will Kenya be? and we are accepting these things to happen. Now Kenya inasemekana nchi inaundwa na wale watu young, the upcoming youth. Okay, now they are the ones who are not even, they don't care, they don't know, hata wataki kujua. Yeah, they don't want to know, and they, even when you tell them about the future, wanasema hao hawajui maneno ya future. They say future yao ni saa hii, but there is that future. You are 25 years now. Tomorrow you'll be 26. Do you want to die at 27? I'm sure no one wants to do that. I'm sure you want to enjoy your youth, but then also you want to enjoy seeing your parent, being a parent, and then you also want to see your children grow. That is natural for anybody. It is saddened to me when I see now that the youth are like the ones ambao ndio wamenyonya hiyo lolo, hawataki kusikia. And I'm just imagining if this is the way the attitude of Kenyans have been, could we have been to this space where we are in now? I mean, had everyone played the cowardice card, wote tuweke mikia katikati ya miguu, sincerely speaking, could we be where we are? The answer is no. The answer is no. And when we are being forced to eat or to take this kind of food, and we know in other parts of the world it has been rejected, what excuse are we giving that Kenya we are food inefficient, that we don't have enough food? That's a lie. That's a lie. And that's why we were thinking 2022 would have been the time to say no to all those lies, to say no to all the what do we call them? The masqueraders of lies. Yeah. Those who have been giving us fake indicators about Kenya. That should have been the end. We've been told we have oil. We've been told we have enough water. We've been told our land is very fertile. We've been told all these good things about the country, Kenya. But what has been the shortcoming? It's the implementers, somebody willing to really exploit, expose what we are saying we have. When we talked of oil, up to now, nobody knows about the oil. So we are living in a country of deceit. We are living in a country of whereby those who we want to entrust as leaders are just liars. The climax was this time around when now Kenyans were told you will have these people as your leaders, whether you like it or not. And what have Kenyans said? It's like they have said amen. They have said amen. I've heard people saying Ruto my president. And when somebody else says I'll never call Ruto a president, is ridiculed by Kenyans. That upende usipende huyo ndio rais. Yeah, ni rais wa kujibandika. It's okay. But when somebody says I don't recognize you, why do you have particular problem with that person? You know, you be president, you be there. But you have those who believe in you, those who believe you are their president, and then you also have those who don't recognize you, and you cannot force. The other day I was reading somewhere, somebody being forced to say, His Excellency, so and so. I mean, really, you can't force me to address you in the name you want. Oh, I'm doctor, you must begin with the doctor. I can choose not to call you doctor. It's not a must that everyone must call you by that. I may not be recognizing your doctorate. The others could recognize, that's okay. But that doesn't say that Mimi, I should be isolated. That's how I feel. It's like when you are attending lectures, you would feel this lecturer is wasting your time and you don't attend those lectures. Si lazima unalazimishwa kunini, and you can attend and sit there and not even say a thing or a thing, just to be marked present. That doesn't mean you have attended and you have actually accepted what is happening. So the same thing with Kenyans. I know we have betrayers, we have those who are saying whether you like it or not, this is you can stay there even for 75 years, like he wants to do that. Okay? But what is the end result? So Kenyans, I think people, most people are about to give up on anything that is called correct. People have actually, part of Kenyans have given up on what people call democracy. So when somebody stands trying to lecture about democracy, about freedom of speech and all that, the truth of the matter is that there is nowhere where democracy works in this world. Those are lies. If it works on some percentages. The world is ruled by the host people. Wale watu wanalazimisha mambo ndio wanaongoza dunia. Hata ukiangalia hata kule Amerika, ukiangalia wale ambao watu wana nguvu ni wale wanatawala na wale wana control, ni wale wanatumia nguvu. Okay? Kwa hivyo lazima tutumie nguvu. Sisi tunatawaliwa na UDA because walitumia nguvu. There was no democracy that was used. Then you sit there in the net waiting for democracy to work for you. You are lying to yourself. And I hear people talking about 2027. Ati ndio watu. Kenyans, we have become cartoons and comedians. You are saying in 2027 you are going for, you are looking forward to it. You want to change the government. You want to do X, Y, Z. Why are we dreaming? Democracy do where? How at the votes and all that? How you will vote? Who will supervise you voting? I mean, if Kenyans have not seen that the end of it was that day at the Bomas, and it continues to be buried, then I think people need to go and pray very hard to the right God to reveal to them that what we are actually looking, what is staring at us is a disaster. Mato, I think I'll end by saying, when we talk of Gachagua and this other guy, for me, whatever they do, whatever they say, as a Kenyan who doesn't believe in what I'm seeing, who doesn't believe in the government that is in place, who doesn't believe in the leaders that have been presented for my reasons, and those reasons are very obvious. I really don't care whether MUDAVADI is fighting with the Gachagua or not, because one of the very, very ridiculous things that has happened is that for people like MUDAVADI, who I hear people holding with very high esteem, Kenyans, why can we have indicators of who to respect? Why would somebody stand and respect MUDAVADI? For what? Mtu anipatie point mbili tatu. Unamrespect maybe because he's an old man. Labda. Hiyo tu. But it's not in terms of intelligence. It's not in terms of, whatever. Intelligence is also relative. But I don't see what, like, especially politically, I would not even go to consult with MUDAVADI. Yeah? You are seated there being given a position that is not in the Constitution. But I will withdraw my words. We are not following the Constitution. Why am I contradicting myself? Constitution tuliweka chini wakati tuliweka Bible chini that day. Tuliweka Bible chini na Constitution ukaweka chini ya hiyo meza. Ako ka meza tulikuwa tunaapia. So Kenyans didn't know what that meant. It meant now it is the rule of Arab Samoei Ruto. Is the law. We on your law. That's why you can have a position like that one of MUDAVADI. Munapiga kelele, mutadu. We are following a Ruto constitution that is called mutadu. All right. So, yeah, there it is. Mutadu. GMO mutakula. Mutadu. Meli muna debate video ati iko wapi. Meli ilidoka kitambo. Meli ilifika kitambo. Kitambo gani? Wale wako Mombasa wanajua. Hata inaoffloadiwa saa hii. Kwanza ilifika ikaanza kuoffloadiwa kwa meli ndogo ndogo. Within 1 week time tukua mnazoziiza. Na hiyo hiyo mahindi imesiagwa itawekwa kwa mifuko ya jogoo, kwa unga ya kawaida. That is Kenya. Kenya ni nchi ya waizi. Wenyeji ni wezi. All right? Leaders are thieves. We are conmen. In Kenya, working hard is stealing. In Kenya, ukisikia nasema I work very hard, ni kuiba. Ati wewe unatoa do wapi? Mazee, mimi mfanyanga, mimi I work very hard. Mahali nimeona Kenyans work hard ni foreign country because you have no choice. Uko huwezi piga shortcut. But when you are in Kenya, working hard is staying in the office after 5, doing your own thing. Za kufilipisha mdosi wako, serikali yako, ule ambaye anafikiria nasema uongo, ainue mkono, ani challenge. For every 10 civil servants you see in the office, Mato, naona Lucia amekuja. Every 10 civil servants, 9 are thieves, thugs. Thieves and thugs with the files. Ukienda hiyo kompyuta uingie tu hapo hiyo laptop yake ama kompyuta yake, umvamie tu boom bam, umwambie ulikuwa na wako document gani, you be shocked. Zile makaratasi za printing na nini huko wana print huko, they are printing their own thing. So you trust them, they are doing their own thing. Kwa hivyo ukiwaambia maneno ndio hata ishiki, hata kuna Mkenya anakusikiza ukimwambia Ruto government ni mbaya, sisi tunapayuka tu. So we are done. That's why Mudavadi is there calling himself super prime. Anapewa ofisi kwa go down za Kenya Rail huko chini na ako sawa. Jubora tu space ya kuibia na hiyo magari, kutoa petroli ya bure na kutoa nafikiria hata bendera ako nayo. So he's good. All right? So ole wako wewe huwezi pata ka ofisi ka kupenya uende mwinde. Yeah? Then of course I hear about Moses Kuria being impeached. I think UDA wanajua kucheza. You know, I think these guys were students of literature. Kabisa wanajua hizi sarcasm, comedy and all that. Hizo zote ni vipindi leo wanaweka. Just vile walirun campaign yao, wanaweka vitu zozote zile zitadraw attention ya watu. Hata utaona hiyo motion italetwa, drama ingia hapo wiki mbili ya kuimpeach nani anaitwa nani, MK Moses Kuria. How can you think Moses Kuria is talking out of his own head? He's representing the president. So at minister, naona Rift Valley minister wanaita press conference, mahindi, sijui kulani. Hawako wanajua hiyo maneno itakuwa at there is a power, foreign power forcing minister CS to say what he has said. Really, Kenyans, you are being subjected to idiotic comments and vipindi ambazo haziko. Can we rise above that? And for me, rising above that is just coming out and saying no, enough is enough. No, enough is enough. Period. Let's tuende tufunge hiyo bunge na mbao kabisa. Let's close it. Let's tell the guys waende wakaani hiyo salary wakiwa nyumbani. We chase Ruto away. Tumwambie aende akaani hiyo nini yake. Atapewa ofisi kwa huko Entebbe na Mserere. Yeah? Then they can do their businesses in Uganda. Why is GMO not going to Uganda or this? Why is it that Kenya is the only one that is accepting this nonsense? Yeah. So it is so annoying that other countries have achieved to suppress Kenya. Their aim is to kill this country, the beautiful country. And I'm telling people, once upon a time, tutakuwa tukisema kulikuwa nchi ilikuwa inaitwa Kenya. At this rate, you can be sure. So conclusively, I would think we cannot do 1 million march or 2 million march. Tugawane nchi. Wala watakubali GMO wakae kando, na wale hawakubali tukae pande yetu. Tugawane nchi kabisa. 42 countries. Iwe tukitaka kuunite ndio iitwe Kenya, tutaitwa. Lakini sasa kila county tukue na nini? We have 40 whatever, the governors. We remove those whom we think cannot make it. And then we have all those 47 counties as independent as we are, so that those who want to eat GMO can eat. Rift Valley wakitaka wakule GMO, wakae na huko wakule hiyo GMO yao. wale sisi tuko pande ya western ama eastern ama mahali pengine tukae kwanza. Sisi eastern tunataka kukaa hivyo, tunakaaga, hatujawahi kufa. Hata tukiambiwa tuna njaa tutajisort, we will sort ourselves. Tutawauzia stima, because stima tutakata kila mahali, tutapatia tu akina makiadi wanabehave vizuri but tutakata, tutaanza kuwauzia very expensive, then we will be okay. Wacha ni pause hapo kidogo niko na mengi sana. Bro Makiadi, karibu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa self imposed chairman, lakini na mfunga.
Asante PK, sijui kama nasikika vizuri
kabisa.
All right, salamu kwanza mingi. It's been a while, lakini at least naonaga watu wanasukuma show polepole, which is good.
Wewe unatutorokaga kabisa, kwenda kabisa.
Sasa tuko na holiday mrefu, tutapiga siasa hapa for a while. Najua kuanzia leo sijui ni mpaka lini ndio watu wanarudi kazini. Itakuwa lini? Ni Monday ama ni
Monday? Mimi ni mpaka Monday niko kwa nyumba, hata sijui nafanya nini, naenda kuoga.
Ndio hiyo mpaka Monday sasa. Watu walikuwa wamepotea kidogo, lakini mzuri. Stone PK, nasikia maneno yako sana, lakini mimi nataka nianze. Unajua naanzanga on a high note. Wacha nikuwekea hii kwanza usikie, ndio tuendelee kabla tuende mbali sana na story ya GMO. Na kitu hapa nimeona ambayo itatufurahisha. Nimeona kwa bunge leo, sijui kama, ngoja nione. Okay, wacha tuone kama hii itacheza.
Now, elsewhere, a petition proposing to amend the constitution and expand the executive by introducing Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and of course the official leader of opposition positions has been forwarded to the National Assembly. The public petition by Victor Okul has elicited mixed reactions among members of Parliament, with a section dismissing it. KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Kariuki explains the latest attempt to amend the constitution, even as the National Assembly proposed 11 members to the ad hoc committee to focus on CDF law.
The day. In recent days, the clamor to amend the constitution has been taking center stage, with the National Assembly being the first avenue petitioners have sought to use. Wednesday afternoon, a Kenyan sought to bring an amendment to the constitution. Victor Okul wants the executive arm of the government expanded by introducing 3 new petitions.
That my office has received a petition from one Mr. Victor Okul of PO Box 2050 Kitale, calling for amendment of the constitution to introduce the offices of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and official leader of opposition.
The move has attracted mixed reactions as the members of Parliament waded into the matter, some dismissing the petition.
The petitioner is convinced that what he terms as winner-take-all system is regressive, particularly in light of the fact that the establishment of the office of Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and leader of the official opposition.
Those in power today, Honorable Speaker, and I do not know where that petition is from, did indicate that the intent was to create offices for dynasties. And today we are again talking about the same things that ought to have been cured a long time ago, Honorable Speaker.
This is someone trying to now bring the BBI through the back door, which we will not accept. And as a country, we must focus ourselves on what is more important in terms of dealing with the public and in terms of helping our people overcome the numerous economic challenges that face them.
However, a section of the legislators want Victor allowed to present his case before the House committee.
And I think what we need to do is the Committee on Petitions needs to invite as many stakeholders as possible so that Kenyans can come to this important session, discuss with the committee, and the committee will be able to guide this House.
Let Kenyans debate upon it. They will come up with a solution, or they will come up with what they think about it.
This coming even as members of Parliament kicked off the process of enacting the NG-CDF into law. Parliament has established a joint parliamentary ad hoc committee on a proposal to amend the constitution to entrench the specialized funds.
Why are we supporting NG-CDF law change? It's because it has a bearing on economic well-being of our country. when especially when it supports our young children who are going to school through bursary.
The 22-member committee that will include 11 members from Senate is set to invite members with similar or related proposals to make submissions and report to the House within 90 days to enable the speakers to make a decision and give direction on whether or not the legislative proposal is to be published into a bill or halted. Members proposed to the committee include Anabkoi MP Samuel Chepkonga as the co-chairperson, Rarieda MP Otiende Amolo, Tharaka MP George Murogara, nominated MP John Mbadi, Bungoma Woman Rep Catherine Wabilianga, among others. The Senate is also set to appoint a similar number of 11 members to the Joint Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee. This comes even as the National Assembly continues with the push for the release of the CDF funds to the constituencies. The funds were frozen in June after the Supreme Court outlawed the CDF Act. Daniel Kariuki, KTN.
Haya, shikilia hapo tu dakika moja tu, Stone PK, shikilia tu hapo dakika moja tu kidogo. Iko mapya ingine hapa tena.
Largest delegations in the just concluded COP27 summit in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, with 386 people, including the president, cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, governors, as well as their wives and husbands, having been approved as per a list uploaded on the organizer's website. On the continent, Kenya was second only to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which sent 459 people. Some of the names on the list seemingly do not have any duty attached to their names, while others representing government institutions were cleared under unclear media outlets. This brings into sharp focus the government's commitment to austerity measures at a time the president is calling on Kenyans to tighten their belts. Here's NTV's political affairs reporter Kennedy Moreithi.
If everyone approved to travel and accredited by government for the COP27 summit on climate change in Egypt did travel, then Kenya had one of the largest delegations. According to a list uploaded on the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change website, the number of Kenyans who are approved for travel is 386, coming second to the Democratic Republic of Congo, which sent 459 people, and fourth in the world after the United Arab Emirates, Brazil, and DRC. NTV cannot independently verify who in the list of 386 persons did not attend the summit. According to the list, there are over 293 government officials, including the president, 6 cabinet ministers, as well as governors and their spouses. On the list, Nakuru Governor Susan Kihika is listed as having traveled with the county's first gentleman Samuel Mboro Kamau, while Kajiado Governor Joseph Olelenku is listed as having traveled with First Lady Edna Chelangat Lenku. The governors and their spouses were all taken care of by the Council of Governors. Some on the list do not have official titles to their names, nor any title at all, bringing into sharp focus their role in the just concluded summit, at a time the government is speaking to austerity. The president is on record calling on Kenyans to pray for the country's economic situation, while his deputy Rigathi Gachagua has consistently said the public coffers were empty when they took over the reins of power.
Ati niwache kuongea ukweli. Ati nisiambie wa Kenya umekuta Kenya imeisha na haina chochote. Mnataka niendelee ama niwache? Si lazima tuseme ukweli. Tumekuta store hakuna kitu. Hata panya wametoroka. Hakuna kitu ya kukula.
The summit largely dealt on matters environment, but ended up having managers of transport of different government officials seeking to travel. In Africa, the Democratic Republic of Congo had 459 officials. Kenya had 386, while Cote d'Ivoire had 263. Senegal had 245 officials, while the neighboring country of Uganda had 241. Nigeria, which is Africa's largest economy, sent only 171 persons, while neighboring Tanzania sent 197 persons. Comparing this to bigger economies in the world, the United States of America sent 136 people, while the United Kingdom sent only 93 people. China, with a population of more than 1 billion people, sent only 71 people. The list now bringing to the fore the level of doublespeak from the government, especially on matters of austerity. A quick calculation shows that a round-trip flight costs about 150,000 Kenyan shillings, while for government officials staying in five-star hotels, the costs went up as much as 70,000 shillings per day, considering it was peak season for hoteliers. Kennedy Muredhi.
Haya, tuanze na Mato ama tuanze na Stone PK. Tuko wachache. Whoever wants to go first, go.
Mato, enda.
We, ni nini ya kukula tunakula?
We, Mato, enda, mimi asira ile niko nayo, acha nipumue kwanza.
Ni nini tunakula? Ya kukula ya Gachagua ati ya kuku wa kitu ya kukula. Kwa tunaenda huko kukula? No wonder alituambia alituambia ati tutaenda kufanya nini? Tutaenda kula mashakura na nini. Yani seriously, wachani niulize kitu tu rais. I mean, this is very genuine from the deepest part of my heart. Mtanijibu nyi watu wawili, sijui Roda bado yuko. Seriously, bado tuko time ya kukula? I think hiyo lisha na Moi. Time ya keki, time ya kukula. Hakuna kitu ya kukula. Are you coming to eat or are you coming to serve the public? Sijui kama mimi ndo nimegrow up ama ni nini. Unaenda pale kukula? Okay, umeambiwa. Alafu hii kitu ya prime minister Richie na Stone, si tuache wafanye, it's okay. Sio ndo tulikuwa kitaka kitu yote ya BBI kama iko, wacha wafanye, because there's a very smart person alisemanga when I think this was in 2000, either 97 or 2007, when waso alikuwa na make the new constitution. Mwenye alisemaga, you're going to make a constitution thinking you're making it for yourself, kumbe unaimekia your enemy, so you have to make it for the other person. Saizi BBI walikuja wakakataa, sasa wanataka prime minister. What's the problem? Unfortunately, I will sound like not even not where I normally sound, but if they want to do a prime minister, let them do the prime minister. Guess what? In 2, 3, 4 years, kama watamake, watakuwa wakilia hiyo kitu, lakini watakuwa wameiweka kwa constitution wenyewe. Wacheni wa make, serikali ni yao. Hiyo ndio itakuja tu kuwagonga kitu yenye unagonga. Ruto refused to get the new constitution, akidhani hao ndio watashika serikali. Hawakushika. Saizi wataza kimbilia kitu yenye ilikuwa kwa BBI, which we think it's a good thing, lakini wakimekwa constitution vizuri na Musali akayapo, na tuwagonge, either watoke ama wamalize. Guess what? Next time ikifanyika hawatakimbia, koza ndo walijenga. So unajua saa zingine unaweza kujigonga na kitu while you think unagonga watu wengine. Mimi naweza sema honest to God on that one, kama wanataka kumake prime minister, wachana nao wa mix. Ilikuwa kwa BBI, ingefaa kuingia vizuri ikiwa imewekwa vizuri, but kama wakieka waiweke vizuri kwa constitution, so that the next time tutapata prime minister, ile side nyingine wasikuje kupiga kelele. I know that's a controversial kitu nimesema, lakini mtaniambia kama it's so controversial to you guys, because walitunyima the prime minister thing, benye Kinauru walikuwa nini wakakataa hiyo, wakasema nini, but ilikuja kuwauma wenyewe. Maybe saizi tuache wapige story yao alafu ikuje kuwauma wenyewe. But where we are going as Kenya, I am scared. Richie, I'm scared. I'm seeing things that are not happening, things that are supposed to be happening, and I'm scared. Na KURIA aache kukaa ni kama, anyway, we know KURIA. KURIA alikuwa hapo time ya Musando, alikuwa hapo time ya hata my friend anaitwa nani huyu Miguna. KURIA has been in everything, and I don't know, I cannot say it on national TV, but I don't know, kuna mtu alicheza leo on the group akisema something you, everything that happens in this country is all about KURIA, something you. The guy is so behind, and even this GACHAGUA is so behind. I don't know anataka ambiwe aendelee nini. You are the vice president of a country that is the leading East and Central Africa economy. What are you doing? Doing politics za ushago. So I don't know, wacha nilikuwa nataka kusema tu hizo vitu kadhaa, and then I will wait for you guys. But if they want to make the prime minister, imagine on the funny thing, I am willing for them to make the prime minister, because those things will just come to haunt them later on, and there's nothing they will do because it would have happened. But I can see, like, anyway, hiyo ingine tuongea baadaye, sijaenda bado niko. I think we still have some time. I'll do on my closing remark on the other one.
So I Stone PK.
I hope mnanisikia vizuri. You know, Richie, you came in when I was just questioning whether what I'm seeing and hearing is real. In fact, mimi naona tangu Bomas nimekuwa nikifikiria niko kwa ndoto. I've always prayed and wished it was a big bad dream, only to come and realize as we move on, it is true, it's not a dream. Let me ask, does anyone have and believe in next time in our country Kenya? Or Kenya mnafikiria kuna next time? Hata Maton nimesikia na indicate kuna next time ambayo Kenyans are looking forward to, and or the future that Kenyans are looking forward to in terms of trying to undo what has been done. I mean, whatever has been done wrongly, that there is a next time to undo it. Mato says, my brother says that mambo ya BBI sijui nini tuache because it is what Azimio was going for, and now because these guys are going for it, it's okay, because after a few years or whatever, it might come to benefit those who are proponents of the same. Is that true? Is it possible? Do we still sit and hope that there will be a next time for this country, Kenya, in terms of democracy, in terms of choices? You know, personally, I don't think I see any such future. And I always tell people on this platform, I know there are people who pretend to have faith that unajua huwezi lose hope. I believe in losing hope. When you have cancer, you lose hope. Hiyo inakuua tu haraka. If you have gangari, unaenda. What happens is you just try to brave yourself, but you know you are done. There are diseases, once you contract, you know you are done. But unajaribu tu control na maintain na dawa. Now we have committed a serious political suicide. Worse than cyanide. Kenyans swallowed walimewekewa na Ruto. Tumemeza hiyo, and we will die. Kenya kwisha. Politically, we are finished. Now, all the indicators, anybody who knows how to read, when you talk of the second clip that my brother Makiadi has exhibited, when you look at that kind of arrangement, that kind of going for honeymoon delegation, do you imagine there is a future in that country? Do you sit and imagine that there are people who care? When you have every small opportunity to travel, they are pumping in people, necessary or unnecessary. Must you travel with your wife? to a delegation meeting. Our Kenya wanajidai they are so close to their spouses, the leaders here. How many times are they at home before 4 o'clock in the morning? Na unajidai hatuwezi acha bibi yako muda kidogo ati by the law, because the law provides, then she comes for joyride. Wengine hata hawawezi shop, they even don't know how to shop. Yeah, a country that is crying that has no money, sijui nini na nini. You have 400, what did you say, 386 people on a delegation when China is sending 71. This is a country that Ruto says ikufe ikwishe, na yeye akuwe amepata pesa yake. He is trying to be populist. All these people are being bribed. Every single opportunity unaambiwa ingia, so that by the end of it, hao ndio watakuwa wakiimba afadhali Ruto. Okay, Ruto should be president forever. You know, they are being bribed kama mtaani na peremende, watoto nyara. Peremende tu kumwagiwa, just the trips. And of course, you enjoy that government money. And then GACHAGUA is saying on the other side that the coffers were empty. Where has money come from? Kidogo. Can you imagine when we get the loans that we are going to get? Do you imagine what KK government will do with the money in the bank? People, each one of those guys will buy a rocket, inaitwa nini, private jet. Akina GACHAGUA watakuwa na fly na private jet. Yeah, and then the burden will be given to the poor mwananchi called Kenya. In fact, in the very short time, Kenya will just be auctioned, and all of us will be enslaved. So when I hear Mato and also other people saying like there is a tomorrow, or let them do this, let them put it in the constitution. We have no constitution in Kenya. Ni kitabu tu iko mahali, but it's not being used. Whatever is being done is unconstitutional. Some of these MPs who are saying, oh, you see, that is BBI, we will oppose. Mutaoppose na nani? Pumbavu. Wataoppose na nani? Na wanda KURIA amesema kila mtu ni yes. Aliwaambia leo. Hiyo Mato unashindwa kusema. He said it. You can say it on any TV. Yeah. He used the F word. He told all the reporters and Kenyans, you can go to hell. In fact, alisahau tu kuwaonyesha the middle finger. That is what he means. And that is MK. We are not surprised. He has said those F things so many times, only that some reporters try to edit haraka. Huyu alichelewa. Hapo wanajua hiyo ndio inakuja. He was too dumb, like most of those reporters are. Kwanza angejua mood ya Mrs. KURIA when vile ametukanwa. Unajua anasomanga Twitter. Yeah. So basically what I'm saying is Kenya is finished. And if Kenyans don't really want to stop it, and then they are going to see a lot of wastage drama, and the country will be bankrupt. Of course, it will borrow money to squander, like we have done. We've borrowed money from China to squander. We've borrowed money from all over to squander, and that's why we are where we are. And the situation will not even improve. Hata tukipewa hiyo ya Britain wametupatia sijui ya green whatever, the US nini, there will be nothing. And especially they want us to get finished to reduce the population. They come and pick the land. This land here, Kenya, all those first world they want to come and put their factories and bring their people to do. They have been given examples by China. China inakujanga na wakazi wao. Mpaka hata mtu wa kufagia ni Mchina. So that is what they are going to do. Yeah. So for me, I would say it is a waste of time for Kenyans to sit and go to church even to start praying. Vile wameambiwa waombe economy. I don't think there is any God that will answer such kind of prayers to Kenyans. And Kenyans have lost. I mean, Kenya Mungu ameisahau because amerealize he is regretting why aliumba watu wanaitwa wa Kenya. If they can tolerate this kind of nonsense. I believe God regrets when he gets some people behaving to the contrary. Yeah. So Mato and my other brother, there's no future for this country. Let's not even think ati kutakuwa ati prime minister. Hiyo wataweka wakitaka tu because they want to put watu wao. Wataka kuweka Mudavadi ajisikie ako vizuri nini na nini. And then for your information, Ruto has just taken the BBI manifesto, and that is what he wants to implement with his people. I continue to be disappointed by seeing the Azimio team being in those stupid committees. I still continue feeling so sad that people like Amola Otiende are being proposed to be inside. Really, I begin to doubt the moral standing of some of these Azimio people. Must they participate in this kind of craftiness, ujinga? I mean, are they not ashamed, honestly? Maybe makiadmi na mafikira yangu labda imeenda hewa, ama labda nimenoki na sijui. Maybe I'm not normal. Maybe what I'm seeing is normal, but to me it's not abnormal. Oh, back to you, Makiadi.
Yeah, you know, Stone PK, there's something that you talked about here. Let me begin from the top where I found you making comments on this issue of these guys wa nini Kenya Kwanza. Vile tu hao watu walikuwa napiga campaign is the same thing they're doing right now. You know, look at this issue of the constitution. And we talk about mind games, Mind games. Who would be the best person to petition parliament? Who would be the best person to petition parliament kuhusiana na mambo ya constitutional change than a person with whose last name begins with an O? And then it happens that this person brings this issue of the constitutional change when things are hot in the heels of the government, where the government is under fire for importing 10,000 tons of maize. And everybody's crying all over the country about GMOs, the need to protect our farmers. We need to make sure that the farmers who used their money when the inputs were very high are able to sell their maize and recover their money. And so the president akiwa na timu yake anatoroka when it's hot, wakati imekuwa moto kabisa, anatoroka kwanza dakika chache ama siku chache ndio vitu zipoe. And then you find mtu anakuja analeta kitu kama motion kama hiyo, ndiye ajaribu kupoteza aim ya watu. And then, you know, it would be very unfair to have a person like Stone PK because of where you come from. Ukileta motion kama hiyo watu watakuwa wanasema hii ni government ya UDA. So mnatafuta mtu anaitwa decoy, you bring a decoy na mnamweka jina O, alafu mnasema huyo ndio amepetition. All these things are a distraction to what is happening in the country right now. These people have been crying about money, hatukupata pesa, panya zilikuwa zimetoroka, sijui coffers were empty. Look at the things that this government is doing right now. Look at the things that they're doing. Mimi nasikia hoteli siku moja, hoteli moja peke yake, government official kulala kwa hoteli ni 70k per day, one person. Alafu kila mtu ameenda na bibi yake. Alafu unasikia serikali inatuma almost 400 people kwa hii vitu ya climate change. Hata unakuta governors wako huko ati wameshughulikiwa na board of whatever, inaitwa nini ya governors hii, sijui whatever, council of governors. I mean, council of governors, where does the council of governors draw its money from? It draws the money from common mwananchi. And from where I sit, you look at the things that the government is doing right now, there are things that are upside down. The things that mwananchi wa kawaida anataka kusaidiwa, this government is doing nothing at all. Nothing at all. All they are doing right now ni kuzunguka all over. Alafu PK, I don't know vile kama umerealize, sasa saa hii president akienda nje akope pesa, haitwi alone. Inasemekana the president has secured an investment. Wamesha twist ile lugha yenye walikuwa natumia kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. We are not going to borrow any more money from outside. We cannot live on debts. We are digging a deeper. We are in a hole. We cannot dig deeper when you're in a hole. Sasa saa hii president ameenda juzi tu, hata ijapita siku ngapi? Ijapita siku 5. The president secured a loan, sijui from what bank? Inaitwa Amerix Bank, there's a African bank, sijui what bank kama hiyo. Ya 300 and something billion Kenyan shillings. The other day amekopa pesa kutoka kwa World Bank. Juzi hata ni jana ameenda South Korea, ile kitu watu wanasema tumepewa ni 1.2 billion grant, but then there's another loan ambaye amekopa tena kutoka South Korea, but that one is not being mentioned. Wana cover na history ya kusema we have secured investment, but in real sense they are still borrowing. They are still borrowing. It's a tragedy that this government knows how to spin people's minds. Yani, mind games. They are very smart at propaganda. You know, all they do is just brainwash people. Wanatumia ile lugha. They are still doing the same thing the Jubilee government used to do, but now with different names. Wakikopa pesa, nasemekana ni investment. Wakiiba pesa, unasikia we are not going to allow this called, wanaitagwa nini watu wenye wanaingizanga hapa vitu kimagendo. There's a name wenye walikuwa wanaitwa cartels. We are not going to allow cartels, but themselves ni cartels. Weston Piki, unataka kuniambia email yenye imefika Mombasa, mail yenye imefika Mombasa, even before there is a gazette notice, ni ya nani? Who owns this mahindi 10,000 tons? Ambaye alikuwa najua ya kwamba serikali itaoda mahindi, akaleta mahindi already hata kabla ya gazette notice kuwekwa. And you listen to people talking, the politicians are even saying, the scandals of maize imekuwa ikifuata William Ruto kuanzia government uko ya Mwai Kibaki. Alikuwa na scandal ya mahindi. Ikakuja, these are the government you people had. These are the people wenye tunaambiwa kila siku wamepanda mahindi Congo. And then it is a coincidence, let's assume it is a coincidence that the president goes to Congo, and then after a few days tunasikia meli imefika hapo na mahindi 10,000 inangojea, wanangojea tu, wamekaa tu hapo, wamepark meli yao hapo, wanangojea gazette notice ichapishwe na serikali waingize mahindi ndani. And the people wale watu walikuwa wanatupigianga kelele hapa kila wakati wakituambia sijui UDA Kenya Kwanza, sijui tuko na plan ya hasla, ndio hawa watu wameanza kulia mambo ya mahindi sasa. Sasa watasaidiwa namna gani? Let me before I go on, sitaki niharibu hii flavor kwanza. Wacha nikuchezee hii kwanza Stone BK ndio usikie ile kitu. Ngoja usikie hii watu wenye wanalia hapa. It is amazing that we, the people that did not support Kenya Kwanza, are now even silent. Sisi ndio tumenyamaza kushinda wenye walipigia kura. Let's listen to this first.
Kuwa kuna mahindi ambayo yamewasili katika bandari ya Mombasa iliyoagizwa na serikali imekosolewa, kukisemekana kuwa mahindi ambayo yanapokelewa ni ya shirika la chakula ulimwenguni, yani World Food Program. Kevin Mutai na mengi kuhusu taarifa hii kutoka pwani ya Kenya. Kevin, mangapi magunia yamewasili, na magunia haya je, yaliagizwa na serikali ama ni World Food Program kama inavyosemekana?
Na Nick, kwa hakika taarifa hii imeweza kuibua mseto wa hisia kutoka kwa Wakenya mbalimbali na hata viongozi humu nchini. Kwa hakika kulingana ile manifest ama ule mpangilio ambao umewekwa pale bandarini Mombasa, inaonyesha kwamba kati ya meli 37 ambazo zatarajiwa kutia nanga hapa bandarini Mombasa, ni kwamba moja kati ya meli hizo ambayo ni Africa Marine iliweza kuwasili hapo jana ikiwa imebeba magunia 228. Magunia haya, mtazamaji, ni mahindi nyeupe ambayo imeweza kutajwa kama white maize. Na tulipoweza kuwapigia simu wale maafisa katika halmashauri ya bandari, mtazamaji, ili kuweza kuthibitisha iwapo ni baadhi ama bidhaa hiyo iliweza kuagizwa na serikali, lakini tuliweza kubaini ni kwamba ni mahindi ambayo imeletwa humu nchini na shirika la chakula ulimwenguni ama WFP, World Food Program, mtazamaji, na vile vile KPA ikiweza kuelezea kwamba ni jukumu la shirika la kudhibitisha ubora wa bidhaa humu nchini ambayo ni KEBS, ikishirikiana na ile ya KEFIS ili kuweza kubaini iwapo mahindi hayo ni ya GMO na kuweza kuwapa taarifa kamili wa Kenya. Ila tu sasa, mtazamaji, ni kuweza kutaja kwamba kwa hakika mahindi magunia 200,000 yameweza kufika humu nchini. Mahindi hayo yameletwa na WFP, ila tu hadi sasa tuweze kuthibitisha iwapo ni mahindi ambayo yameletwa na serikali chini ya ule mpangilio wa kuweza kuleta mahindi ya GMO kama ilivyotangazwa na Wizara ya Biashara inayosimamiwa na Moses Kuria. Kumbuka kwamba waziri aliweza kusema kwamba juhudi hizo zinafanywa na serikali ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya, taifa hili, limeweza kukabiliana na baa la njaa, na lengo la serikali ni kuhakikisha kwamba magunia milioni 10 maji yameweza kufika humu nchini na kuweza kusambazwa katika maeneo tofauti, ila tu ni swala ambalo limeweza kuibua hisia, viongozi baadhi yao wakiweza kuishtumu serikali wakisema kwamba kuna mazao ya kutosha humu nchini, ila tu si wakati wa kuweza kuruhusu mahindi hayo ya GMO kuweza kufikishwa humu nchini. Shirika la WFP, ila tu hatuwezi kuthibitisha iwapo ni GMO au la. Hilo ni jukumu la serikali kuweza kuthibitisha.
Stone PK, kama video imecheza vizuri, nimeona ni kama nilikuwa nakatika.
Ni sawa, tumepata uhondo and sasa Richi na Mato na Roda namuona. Yani sasa hata reporters, I really don't even want to listen to them. Hata reporter anakuambia ati serikali itadhibitisha. Really?
You've just taken the words out of my mouth.
What? Richi tumekwisha. So sasa imekuwa ni WFP. And you know, I said in one of these shows, nikasema, for those of us who have managed to work in some of these organizations, we are very jittery because ufisadi upo dunia nzima. I'm telling you. Ufisadi upo dunia mzima. WFP wanaleta mahindi kufanya nini? Kusaidia njaa.
Lakini Stone PK, hata nikuulize wewe. Okay, WFP wakileta mahindi, hawakuambia serikali ni mahindi aina gani wanaleta. Okay, the reporter says ni white maize. Okay, we agree with him. Ameona ni white maize ama amesikia ni white maize. WFP haiwezi kuwa imetuma memo kwa serikali ambayo ikapublish ya kwamba kuna mahindi ambayo tunatarajia kutoka kwa WFP na haya mahindi already itakuja kukaguliwa hapa. We know ni mahindi ya white, lakini we will send cabs huko Mombasa kwenda kudhibitisha kwamba what they are providing, what they are delivering is what they told us they'll be providing. Do we have such lazy journalists ambao hawawezi chukua hata initiative kufanya hiyo kazi, kuchunguza hiyo? Because meli inakuja, serikali hata haina habari, because unasikia wanasema they were expecting sijui how many, 30 million bags. 30 million bags, but hizi bags zenye zimeletwa saizi 200,000 zinasemekana ni za WFP na hata ijulikani ni mtu gani alioda hiyo mahindi. It is not even, nobody has any information about that ship. Then the same government yenye ilikuwa inasema itaoda mahindi had not given people information ya kwamba italeta hiyo mahindi. This one that we are talking about, the 200,000 bags, the same government which said it will be releasing a memo to allow importers to bring in maize had not even made people aware that this ship is docking. Sasa saa hii mahindi imepatikana, I think it was just a leakage. Mtu alileak tu akasema kuna mahindi imekuja huko. So every reporter is rushing to that side kwenda kuangalia ni mahindi ya nani. Kitambo ishukishwe, ikuje kupimwa sijui ni cabs zinafika hapo or something, hiyo mahindi already itakuwa kwa store, kwa duka ya mtu already itakuwa inauzwa. Yes, PK.
Yeah, Richie, you've just said it. You know, we are portraying our country. Actually, I wanted to say these are indicators of a failed state. And then we are trying to tie ourselves with international organizations that, despite some shortcomings, I know they are very efficient in the way they do things. Richie, saa hii ukitaka kuimport hata gari ama kitu kidogo tu, you give that information in advance, the bill of landing. You know, so telling us that serikali haijui, yani ati haijui ni meli imebeba nini, when we know by all standards you are supplied with this information. Actually by law, unatuma hizo documents, una describe hizo vitu, the cargo. That's what happens at the airport, ni verification. Inspection imefanywa at the country of origin na inakuja inafanywa at the country of at the destination country, and then you get to know exactly what they are carrying. Sasa hii ndio nilisema Kenya imekwisha. Sasa when you want to know a country is getting finished is when everything becomes mysterious. Yani unazungushwa, mnapigwa tu ile inaitwa kupigwa spinning. We are being spinned left, right and center because Kenyans have accepted to be fools, which we are. I agree na nakubali. Sasa na kwa sababu hiyo Ruto alijua kabisa sisi, alifanya test akajua sisi ni pala. Alianza huko aliposupply the t-shirt. I keep on giving this example. Once nimesupply t-shirt 100 na unanilipa, ninasupply mara 1000 na unanilipa 1 million. Hapo ninakuweka pass na kucheck as a fool. Okay? And once now ninakuja na kuambia bwana asifiwe, unasema amen, I give you some points in the church, then you start saying mimi ni mweupe kama pamba, I'm even a step brother to Jesus, mimi ndio najua Mungu kuliko wote. I know uko kwa box. So Kenyans are in the box. Ruto knows that, and Kenyans will take anything. Okay, we've been saying tutafanya Sri Lanka, but nimefanya research nikakuta hatutaweza. Wakenya ni waoga. Wale ma-MP wetu ambao ndio wangetununi wameshakuwa wamenunuliwa, kila mtu ni pesa. I've said again and again, what we should have done was to try and disable this parliament, disable the Senate by all having mass resignation, and then we go back to factory setting. Let's dismantle everything. Let's disrupt everything. What is this? People are talking about peace when people are starving, when people are being intoxicated with the GMO. Na hapa unainua Biblia. We know what Bible has done to us. Not Bible itself, but the use of Bible. We know what it has done to Kenyans. We are where we are because we were duped. Tunajua tumedanganywa na Biblia tukakatwa na ucho wa panga. Sasa we know that. And we believe in that. Sahi tunaambiwa tungoje tu na tuombe sana. In fact, they are so ashamed that they are not ashamed at tuombe. We continue praying for the economy. Which country prays for an economy in the world? Wapi? Niambiwe. Ati watu wako Uhuru Park wanaomba dunia ati nchi yao economy improve. Where? Sijaona, nimetembea nchi nyingi. Hakuna nchi ati national prayer. For what? Unaomba, unakaa nyumbani na uendi kulima shamba and then unaanza kuomba. Kenyans, don't be fooled. You sit there praying. Ombea Ruto, you can see what he's doing. You pray, he goes out with 400 people to enjoy kujivinjari. And ametransfer marumu 350 elsewhere. Okay? So, si tuko hapo tu tukisema amen kwa kanisa. Mungu awabariki, hiyo ndege waende vizuri, sianguke. Mungu atumsaidia arudi vizuri, mtukufu rais wetu. Yeah? We are praying for evil and it will swallow us. Richie, Julie, Martin, Neto na Frederick, mjue nchi ni kwisha. Mnaambiwa ati muogope madhabahu, muogope sijui nini. Those are distractions when the country is being destroyed left, right and center. Richie, you've just quoted very correctly. The money they are getting now, they are pretending. Wanawaambia huko usemeni ni business investment. Which is business investment? To pay the plan. To pay the business proposal plan. To do they are going to Kitui to do this. This 2 billion will go to Embu to do this. This will go to Nyeri to do this. Yeah. Tunasikia tu pesa inawekwa kwa Kiondo wanakuja nayo. That is how they did it. We learned that from Jubilee. You budget for what to steal. Ati Ruto ame-acquire this money, ame-acquire. Who is ready to dish out money like that in this world economy today? Hakuna. It is just interest. I give you money, you go squander, and you pay back at this interest. So you give to individual squander, the country is there to pay. Ruto has no business, just like they did with the SGR. Yeah, because hakuna kitu inaitwa nchi. I mean, hakuna, unaenda unachukua pesa unakula. That's why people eat pesa ya serikali, because pesa ya serikali ni ya nchi, alafu enda ufuate nchi. Stone PK ameenda na bilioni 20. That's why they were quick to refund money zile tulikuwa tumesema zimeibiwa. Write off hizo kesi zote. Kwisha. Yeah? So kuwa mwananchi za hii njaa itazidi kuendelea. When Kenyans expect to be supported, they will never be supported. Gone with the wind. The only support that was coming was the 6,000 shillings, which they would have felt. Manake inaingia kwa mfuko yako pa. The rest ni ya kusakanya. Na sasa atmosphere ya UDA hakuna mahali ya kusakanya pesa. Kwanza mimi nafurahi vijana wataumia, wataangamia. As I said in my introduction when I came in, these are the people we are talking of at the future Kenya, 75%. That is doomed. Wataanza kukufa wakiwa miaka 22. That is what is happening. Because unaanza kuiba at 22, unapigwa risasi. Sikuja, manake Kenya saa hii kila mtu atakuwa na bunduki kwa nyumba. When you come to my house, I see you, even if you are my neighbor's son, you came to me, I hit you and blow up your brain, you're gone. That's what is going to happen. Sad story. Back to you, Richie.
Stone PK, naona tumepata wageni. Let me just do one thing here before I allow Julia to make her comments.
Mimi nimeshangaa sana kwa hii long period yenye wanafunzi wamefunga shule. Mimi kama mzazi nimeshangaa sana juu wanafunzi watafunga kwa siku karibu 60. Hii siku 60 wanafunzi hapa nyumbani. Na mkiangalia kabisa serikali mkiangalia nini unga yenye tunanunua ni 175 ama ni 200. Na wanafunzi hao wote wamefunga wako nyumbani. Chakula yenyewe kukula wanafunzi njia yenye wanatembeza hiyo kitu, sijui kama shuleni walikuwa wanakuraga hivyo. Sasa hapa nyumbani sisi kama mimi na bibi yangu tulikuwa tunakuranga ama saa zingine tunajinyima. Na sana ashua sisi wale tuko na watoto wasichana, sijui tutawachunga namna gani. Maana hii period ni ndefu sana. Wakati wa corona tulikuwa tunapakianga na siku wiki moja wanaenda shuleni. 2 to 3, lakini saa hizi ni 60 days serikali. Sasa tutachunga acha watoto, mkiangalia hata hapa saa hizi wamemiminika, wanasidi kutoka shuleni. Sijui tutafanya namna gani tuchunga hawa watoto. Chakula naye imepanda, avocado imefika 40 bob. Shuleni sijui kama walikuwa wanapatanga. Saa hizi hapa nyumbani hata hii avocado hakuna. Mkiangalia hii ni town. Hata sisi tumeshangaa tunafanyaje hawa watoto wetu. Na hii siku ni ndefu sana wametupea sisi na watoto hapa nyumbani. Mbona wako ifanya kama wakati ya corona? Nimeshukuru sana Radio Citizen.
Hii ni siku gani Julia, ile wakati mlikuwa mnasoma kuenda nyumbani wazazi walikuwa wanasema mrudi kwa shule?
Sijui somehow parents in Kenya are happy when the kids are in school because budget ya chakula ni kidogo. So wamezoea, alafu hawana hiyo stress ya unasikia hivyo mzee anasema wasichana ndio hao watawapea stress kuchunga. They have to hunt them and keep the wolves away. So I don't know how they're going to keep the wolves away. So I think somehow the parents are happy when the kids are in school. And juu kama mko na bibi yako na watoto wote wako shule, unasikia amesema you can decide you're not having lunch. Lakini unaona watoto wenye wako boarding si teenagers. Wewe unakujua vile teenagers wanakula. You know they eat throughout. They only stop chewing when they go to sleep. Na wakiamka wanaanzia tena. That is why kitambo when we were growing up, PK, sijui kama nyinyi mlikuwa na ile ugali ya jana inabaki for breakfast. Hiyo ilikuwa inaleta sana. It was good breakfast. Ama githeri ya jana. And me, I used to see my grandmother had a pot of food, a pot of githeri. Yenye haiko inaisha. Githeri, kwetu PK, we used to have a pot of githeri that was in the fire. Yenye, when every guest came, angechotewa. Na pengine kachai. Sasa hakuna hiyo luxury sai. They don't have that luxury. So that parent has a reason to be depressed. But huyu mzazi hata haangalii chenye kinamkujia. Makati, did you see also that clip that he's saying the highest fee imeongezeka? Mmeona nyinyi mnaona hiyo clip? Nimeona kwa NTV. The school fees has increased. It is some rates are going. I think day schools were going at about 30,000. Now they are going to be doing at 50,000. Shule zingine zilikuwa zinaenda at 50,000. They are going to do 60 and 70,000. Mimi nashanga ni mwananchi wa kawaida Kenya. How can they really afford 70,000 Kenya shillings to pay for school fees? Na hiyo ni mtoto mmoja. So kama kuna watoto wawili, 140,000. So these people that are complaining, I think they behave like black. Who is calling huyu mzee mjinga? Black. Shukuru sana wewe hauko Kenya. You should be very happy that you are not in Kenya. But these people here who are complaining, Makiadi, these people who are complaining, and I want to include the farmers in Rift Valley who are complaining. You know, as I get into this debate, on one side, mimi debate inanifurahisha. Kind of, I'm feeling some satisfaction, Makiadi. Kind of, I'm feeling some satisfaction. Because I am tempted to remind Kenyans that choices have consequences. Now, I'm feeling satisfaction because these farmers from Rift Valley, na wale wa Mount Kenya, hao ni watu walitusumbua sana wakati wa campaign. They did not want to hear anything about Baba, just for one reason, juu ya ukabila. Any vote they made was out of tribalism. Now, we told them that they were electing a jambazi government. Na walikataa kusikia. Walikuwa wanasherehekea ati wako na hustler government. Hustler. Now the hustlers are up in arms. You see? Ati wameambiwa atapewa pesa. Hustler fund. So these farmers in Rift Valley, wherever they are, if they are listening to me, especially the Kalenjin in Rift Valley, I hope you are paying attention because malipo ni hapa duniani tu. Malipo ni hapa. You voted for this government. You sang that your son was going to be president. And people from Mount Kenya region, you voted to punish Uhuru. And for sure, Uhuru is wherever he is, and his children are very miserable because they're the ones that are going to eat GMO maize. And for your information, I don't think Uhuru even eats ugali. Maybe he eats ugali once in 1 year. Maybe. Because when you are on a pesa, they have a lot of variety for their food. They don't have to eat the ugali. So if you voted to punish Uhuru anaumia sana kwa sababu next term atalipa 70,000 fee for his children. Anaumia sana. Nyinyi watu wa Rift Valley, nyinyi you have no shame. Akina Cheragai, shame on you. Cheragai and your group. Shame on you. Ati mnaita press conference. Ati mnataka kusack KURIA. Ati mnalalamikia ati GMO. Hata hamna haya mkita hiyo press conference. Shame on you. Mlitusumbua sana hapa mkisema ati you are voting a hustler government and a hustler nation government. Now, you knew very well you are supporting criminals. You knew very well that these were criminals you are supporting. And you knew that their intention was to steal from you. So these are the consequences of your choices. So me, Makiadi, at one point, I have mixed feelings towards this debate. On one side, Mimi, I think I'm kind of happy about what is happening. I was very happy to see the farmers in Rift Valley up in arms. Wanakasirikia nani? Wapeleke hiyo makasiriki yao, Sugoya mapeleke Gachagua hiyo makasiriki yao. Ati somebody is importing. They saw it coming. Because the explanation here about this maize Makiadi, hata hii picha tumeona saa hii, hivi tumeona saa hii, it is just people planned to loot from the government in the name of there's food shortage. So these people are in Ruto's government, they are schemers. That is why Gachagua, the first thing he said, that ati hakuna pesa. You remember even before they were sworn in, Ruto and Gachagua were calling treasury. Si mnakumbuka hiyo story watu wanapigia treasury simu. They were trying to find out how much money are we going to steal? How much money is at our disposal? So as soon as they found they did not have much money because they are the same people who had vandalized this government, they began scheming on how they were going to steal from the government. And as fate found Kenyans, there was dry spell, there was a dry season, and we didn't have, seemingly, I'm saying seemingly, because I don't even know whether it's true. We seem to not have enough food. So they schemed and planned on how to acquire maize and sell. Now, there are even rumors that Trudeau has, these are rumors, has a big piece of land in Congo where he's growing GMO maize. Those are allegations. I don't know how true that is. But I believe that the maize that has come into the port is under the control of the cartels. And if it is true, it has come from the World Food Program. I tell you the truth, that food will not be free. It will be sold to the maize millers to make maize meal for Kenyans, whether it is GMO or not GMO, and someone will make a lot of money out of this. So we informed Kenyans, tulijaribu kuwaambia, mkasema tunawahandaa, mkachukia Raila, mara wengine nichukia Ruto. So I don't want to hear any Kenya Kwanza person here coming to tell us the way forward, because I want to tell you, it is because of you that Kenya is in this pit. So hii mahindi imeonekana port, whether it is from World Food Program, it will get into the millers, it will be sold to the millers, and it will get to Kenyans, whether it is GMO or not. So Kenya, prepare for yourself. Now, I saw school fees imeongezeka. So nyinyi mnalalamikia watoto wamekuja nyumbani, jipangeni kwa maana next time you have a lot of fee to pay. Raila promised you free education, mkakataa. Raila promised that every child will go to school, whether in college or in high school or in primary school, mkamkataa. Baba aliwaahidi 2 million family 6,000, mkakataa. Sasa mnyamaze, akina Cheragai and the others mnyamae kimya. Hiyo mahindi yenu mwende mkapatie ng'ombe. Give that maize to your cows and goats, because your president has brought in more maize, your boss, and your son, your hero, Moses KURIA, ameleta mahindi ingine anapeleka kwa millers. So those Cheragai and those Rift Valley MPs I saw complaining, stop wasting our airtime on NTV ama Citizen, na waomba muambie hawa wakulima hiyo mahindi yao watengenezee chakula ya ng'ombe, kwa sababu ile serikali mliochagua hiyo ndio inawafanyia hizo shida zote. The government you voted for has brought in more maize and is going to put that maize in the market, not even forgetting that maize may be GMO, that we are not even sure whether we are safe or not. So the stage has just been set, Makiadi. We are going to see more drama. I'm seeing more drama with Mudavadi gathering the Luya Nation. That is so entertaining. I'm enjoying the whole drama. And GACHAGUA gathering the Kikuyu Nation. This is really turning out good. I think this is really interesting. We are going to enjoy this show. And I'm looking for more drama. Ndio mimi na kina Mato tutakuwa hapa tunakula popcorns, tunajienjoy, tunacheka tu, kwa maana choices have consequences, and these are the consequences. Asante Makiadi.
Aya, ngoja Mato kidogo tu, acha kwanza tusonge mbele. We will come back to you in a minute.
Trying to do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is madness. Yani ukijaribu kufanya ile unafanya leo, unafanya kesho na unatarajia mambo tofauti, hiyo ni kuwa wazimu. Lazima ukiambiwa badilisha, unabadilisha. Kwa sababu it is only a fool who doesn't change his mind. Ni mtu tu kumbafu ndiye hawezi kubadilisha mawazo yake. Tuko na matatizo na mambo ya miwa, na tuko na matatizo na mambo ya mahindi. Hii counties karibu 5 lazima tuanze kujipanga vizuri. Sasa tuko na mkataba maalum ya soko ya kuuza mali yetu China, na sisi watu wa sehemu hii sasa tuanze kujipanga vizuri. Wale watu wa China hawanunui mahindi, hawanunui miwa, wanataka avocado.
Mato ulikuwa unasema nini?
Uko sawa, siko najua kama unataka kucheza nini. Kama unacheza cheza.
Nasema nilikuwa nimecheza video 1 minute, ongea alafu nani amedrop. Ni sawa tu, ongea alafu tuende kwa Osea.
Richie, nilikuwa nataka kueducate watu a little bit tu kidogo. Kwanza venye nani Julia amekama akasema hiyo kitu. You know, I think sometimes also we have to read and also look at what is happening. Richie, you remember 2000, the last elections, which was Uhuru, and I'm so sorry to say Uhuru and William Ruto. There was a company that came that was called Cambridge Analytica. Richie, if you read that Cambridge Analytica, however you read it, however you go, some of them are walienda down, but they make millions after every elections. But there's an article I came through when I was reading their history. If you give me indulgence of just reading, I won't read the whole thing. I'll just go for the ones that I think kidogo nitakuwa nitarukaruka. It won't even take even 2 minutes. The Cambridge Analytica scandal has raised question after question for many in technological USP of the technological USP of the company, which announced, this is a couple of years ago, last week, that it will be closing its operations, remains mystery. That's about 4 or 5. That's about the time that they did the Kenyan thing. And then they say, for those 86 million people probably wondering what actually is done, and this is a whistleblower that is talking about this, which is done in their data. I went back to Christopher Wiley. Christopher Wiley is the whistleblower. The ex-Cambridge Analytica employee who blew the whistle on the company's problematic operations in the Observer. According to Willie, all you need to know is a little bit about data science, a little bit about board-rich women and men, and a little bit of a human psychology. Step 1, he says, over the phone as he scrambles to catch a train, when you're building an algorithm, you first need to create a training system. That is, no matter what you want to use fancy data science to discover, you first need to gather the old-fashioned way. Before you can use Facebook and the likes to predict a person's psychological profile, you need to get a few 100,000 people to do 120 questions, personality questions, quiz. Now, kuna mali nilikuwa nataka kabisa msikie hii. The training set refers to, okay. And the other end is, nimeruka whole thing, and then muangalia, I probably will tell you where it's at. At the other end, you need to target variables. In Willie's word, remember Willie is the whistleblower of what analytical they were doing. The things that you're trying to predict for. So in this case, personality traits or political orientation, or what have you. Sorry, because I'm jumping all over. If you have training to use one to predict the other, it helps you to look at both, to look at both the same time, to look at both in the same time of how you can take a whole nation's kind of way of thinking if you have the right political people that can actually hear you and are really willing to profit out of it. And you can make it through social media, you can make it through political ways, and you can make it through the media in as much as you can push it. Facebook had been used about this, and that's why it died and became meta. And that's what had been used against a lot of other countries to push people to get things that they did not want in their political, graphical way of living. It started back in 2014, and they had gone, this is really the whistleblower, they had gone actually, they had gone actually bankrupt for so long until they started focusing on political aspirants of different countries in the whole world that will bring them into power through using the people's mentality and media and social media way of life that is now becoming a neo day-to-day life way of living. That's a whistleblower. It's a long one. Nimeruka mingi. I was just looking at what was going on. And I believe, personally, if you ask me, I think that's what, since Uhuru and Nani, when they did it, but I think Uhuru kind of changed. When they did it, I think that's where Ruto alibaki. Now, still, because I read this thing a lot, and I read a lot. I think that's what they used, and that's why you find mtu kama Bill Gates anakuja huko hivyo kufanya hizi vitu za GMO zikianza kufanyika, because guys are just okay. That's how we got the even though kina nani Ruto walipata mtu wa boda and the hustler people. Richie, I think this thing is way bigger than we think it is. Even when we're bringing GMOs, I think it's bigger than it is, and I think we have an obligation. Watu wenye tuko hapa hivi tunasomaga vitu kadhaa to educate our people. Kuna mtu nilimsomea kitu home, nilimsomea the whole thing na nikamtumia mtu wa Ruto, and it's my family member. Akarudi akaniambia mbona huku tumaga hizi vitu kitambo. I think people also need to read and actually research. And research is just when you're sitting down, Richie. When you're just at home, you're not doing anything. You just get somewhere, read. Look at something. Then you'll start understanding where exactly all this thing is coming. Because I think since colonialism, Richard, we have gone to white colonialism, to black colonialism, and then we've never actually gotten our own independence. And they always say that if you want to hide anything from especially a Kenyan, I won't say an African, I'll say a Kenyan, hide it in the book. Hata ukitaka kuficha pesa, ficha kwa kitabu. They won't look at it, hata kani kwa Bible, which is the easiest Bible that any African will go for to read. So I'm thinking, we have some leaders who have become very smart in knowing that Africans don't read even newspapers. Africans, most of them, Kenyan saizi, if you go to Gikomba, I can tell you hawajui kama kuna sheep. What we have here, hawajui kama iko, kama kuna sheep imekuja GMO. Wengine hata angaliangi parliament venye tunaangalia uko waki debate. Most of them, they don't. Akuna. And that's what we need to push so that people can be able to understand for themselves. You know, Richie, I feel so bad to see Okia Mtata in the parliament. That man does not deserve to be in the Senate or in the parliament. He needs to be where he was because he educated people. Boniface Mwangi went down. Today, without Raila, we don't have any other wengine wananini isipokuwa tu hii ni bunge la wananchi. Richard, who is going to educate people? Who is going to talk to people? And most of them don't even get into this channel. The people that get into this channel wanapata hiyo education kidogo are the people that wengine tuko sawa, wengine hata they don't care. They just come here to talk about their geopolitical system and their home and everything. Na vitu kama hizo. Can we ask ourselves, because like I said, that ship chakula iko ndani already ishaenda. Hakuna ship inarudi. So how do we educate our people so that we are not taken advantage by people who have learned, like Cambridge Analytica, who have learned how to use people's psychology, even people who are not on social media? That's a question I've been asking myself for a while. Na nimekuwa nikikaa hivi tu chini nijiulize. And it's something I just wanted to throw out there, Richie. That's why niliinua mkono. Sisi ni watu hapa hivi tumekaa, tuko na mwalimu hapa, Richie, you know, you good and everything. Stone and everybody. How do we educate those people so that they start reading even the newspaper, at least the newspaper? Because we would take a lot out of our, out of our way by just having people at least read something and read the newspaper or follow the news. They don't follow you, talk to them. I was talking to somebody, I won't say who, but somebody who works for my mom. Hizo ni nini unaniambia wewe? They don't know. And those are the people who will go sit at the charm, place ya charm. Aongee na mtu. Aongee na nini? Wako poa. Sisi hapa tumepigana kupigana. So how do we get to educate these people? And maybe, Julia, you're the best because you're a teacher. But Richie, also you will tell me, how do we educate these people and tell them to start reading and following their countries? Because tutapiga kelele hapa hivi and then what? Ishaingia. Watu ma MP wanajua kilenye wanakula, waenda wapige kelele, sa hiyo isha distributiwa. By the time they are passing, whatever they are passing, ishaenda. Already we know, ship ishaingiza nini kitu inaingiza. So how do we change that? And that is my biggest question today.
Aya, thank you Mato. I think nani alikuwa hapa na akadrop, sijui ameenda wapi, but naona daktari yako somewhere hapa. Sijui daktari kama uko hapa. Leo kamera yako inaonyesha ceiling as possible, as much as possible. We cannot see your face, sir.
Oh, sorry, but I'm able to see you. How come?
No, just drop your camera. Yeah, we can see part of your head. Can you drop it? There you go. A little bit more. A little bit more. There you go. Sasa umejita SS_unknown scripts.
Oh, yes.
Are you running away from somebody?
Yes.
Yes,
and I noticed. How are you, Julia? Martin is the same as Mato, is it? It's one and the same, eh? And the Stone is always a PK, eh? I noticed you had not given us the link, eh?
Okay.
You have become choosy on who gets the link these days.
You have my number. Doctor. You can always text me.
I'm surprised today I received it.
Yeah, ungenitumia tu text. Mimi ninakuwekea link hapo kwa comments.
Well. You know, sometimes the issues we discuss here, we have a very big diversity in Kenya. So it means that different people will interpret differently, and it will also impact differently. You see, like I had somebody say that if you are not infected, somehow you will be affected, or there will be effects. When you look at issues around the GMO, and basically almost each and every one of us, you are either infected one way or affected, you know. So it depends on under which category you are. Now, I think the situation in Kenya, you see, is like, you can call it desperate. Like somebody said that, was it the minister who was saying that so many things kill us? So if the GMOs kill us, so what then is the difference? We would only have added another killer on the list. You only have added another killer on the list. You know, the way things are happening is like we are not on the same level. We are not reading from the same scripts. Now, you see, by the time the ban was being lifted, some people had gone far, far away. Then now interestingly, they left us discussing. Yet they had already scripted something, and it is going that way. The rest of us, we are just kept busy with each other, talking this way, talking that way. Kidogo, they bring in this issue about extending of limits. I think the talks about 100 days, nothing has been done, was becoming too much. We got preoccupied there for about 1 more week. Was it 2 weeks? About this extension of presidential term limits. So every time there is something to keep you busy so that you don't concentrate on what exactly they are doing. Now, you see now here, we have the issue of these GMOs. Now, if you go back, why were the GMOs banned in the first place? Now, I did hear some people who call themselves scientists. They were saying that in most other countries, it's because there has been no proof that they don't cause harm. And at the same time, there is no categorical proof that they cause harm. Now, we are still where we were in 2012 or 20, whatever it is. Nothing has been proved. But here we are saying that we are moving ahead. Now, I do not know, interestingly, most of these things are the science, the tests, or the clinical tests, they are done in the Western world, or Western countries. But if there are as many as almost 19 of the Western countries who have banned the uses of GMO, and I just want to assume that they have some of the best scientists who are well placed, and they have also resources, call it the research funds, which we don't seem to be having in Kenya, to pursue these so-called tests and come up with a categorical conclusion. Now, they have been defeated to do that. Instead, you see them responding by banning the GMOs. Now, for us, was just somebody had asked that what has informed the lifting of the ban? Have we come to some tests, some research solutions that now tell us that this and this is safe and that is this and that? We keep talking about the US. The US has got the highest number of GMO crops and foods and what have you. But it's like, take maize, for example. Why they grow almost 10 times as much maize than that they need? Leave alone the fact that they don't use it as human beings. Why concentrate in looking for a market, especially in places like Kenya, where the science is not that advanced, to be where they want to have to sell it? Does it mean that they want to see the impact? They want to, like somebody says, they want to see what will happen to Kenyans when they consume the GMO maize. There are very few humans in the US who have been involved in the GMO tests. How come? Now, as Kenyans, we are ready to consume it, but we can agree to consume. My only challenge is those who are allowing us to consume them. They know very well that we do not have choices. People are dying out of hunger. So if you are dying out of hunger, the sort of scenario you have in the US where you can choose between this and that, we don't have that luxury. We do not have that luxury. Then you can understand where the minister was coming from, that so many things are killing us. Now, it is like you have some kind of this sickness, which some people cannot understand. So they think it is umerogwa au kitu kama hiyo. So you just go about, you stop going to hospital. Now you go back to the villages and you try every drug any magician will bring across to you. That is the more or less the kind of situation that we are with hunger. In other words, if it will help, if somebody had circulated some dying people in Northeastern, I think children, I think Sam Muzungu had gone there. I don't know why he was taking those photographs or where he had used them. But I watched a clip where Sam Muzungu was photographing dying children with a young girl carrying them all around, trying to wash them. Now, I was wondering why the girl was concentrating on the water instead of food, because they were literally starving to death. Then you do not even have strength to talk. But the Mzungu was busy taking photographs. Where he was going to use them, I do not know. Now, my worry is that kind of a situation. You cannot say that we have GMO maize here and we have organic maize here. Choose one. We do not seem to have choices. So anybody who is going to tell us, I am told you are biotechnology, whoever they are saying that the supermarkets are going to be labeling these things. Labeled by who? We all know that you cannot rely on the Kenya Bureau of Standards to do this labeling, to even categorically state the quality of what is being sold. The other day when they have the mix-up regarding the oil that was being rejected in the supermarkets, after talking in the boardrooms with the importers, they came to call it a deal, some kind of a stage. There were rumors, there were allegations that money exchanged hands. And kidogo, they started now pretending that, you know what, the ones which are supposed to be removed are batch number this and that. Now, you and me as ordinary Kenyans, do you know which batches were affected and which ones were not? Now, the supermarkets are saying that the ones which are here are not the batches which were banned. The catalog, the numbering, and the serializing. Now, only the importers or the manufacturer would know what was manufactured under which batches. So to tell us, Kenya Bureau of Standard to come up to say that the following batch number are now acceptable. So you go to the shelf in the supermarket, you find them. Who has that? The way Kenya Bureau of Standards have got underhand approvals. Who will prove, even assuming they go to the supermarket and start labeling things there, GMO, GMO, GMO. Who would have a choice? We don't have the capacity to do that. We don't have that luxury. You all remember when they were using the sugar packaging for the Mumias and Sony and Zoe, I think. And people would go and use the paper packings for those sugar companies. And what do? You see a sugar packed in a Mumias paper, you believe it is Mumias. Yet they are not. So what do? It simply means you to tell us that Kenya Bureau of Standard cannot be relied on. You cannot, on a serious note, you can't rely on them. You can't rely on them. Now, when you import the GMO maize and now you want to start planting them in Kenya, have we come to a conclusion that now let's just slowly push away the organic species that have been there all this time round? Because as they say, you know, the GMO maize, once you have harvested it, you have to keep going to the supplier for the seeds. And even if there are pests which attack them, all the solutions are with the seller. So unless we want to become more and more completely dependent on the outside world, then we go the GMO route, because we do not have the science and the technology to produce the seeds ourselves. So exactly what are we doing? Now, if you have a government which is going through and has insisted that they are bringing in the GMO maize, some people are arguing, rightly or maybe wrongly, that you can't have people dying and GMO may be an option. I don't know whether it is cheap because it is cheap or what. But nevertheless, you can see that if by now you are trying to get the law through Parliament to authorize the GMO, and it is already in Mombasa, so just what does that tell us? What does that tell us? In other words, this GMO script has been on, and it is just heading on. You can go, your talking can be hot air like Martha has told us, or a wild chase, something. The truth of the matter is that you talk. I'm told the first ship has already docked in Mombasa. Talk. It will already be in the supermarkets. Talk. So what do we do? Assuming that some of us seriously do not want this GMO maize, and some people maybe think that they want it, I see a situation whereby we may have to separate. Let's see those who want GMO maize go and then right. Those who want organic maize can be left. Then by the end of the day, you can see a country splitting. We can see a country splitting. And you will soon start seeing that any supermarket, for example, if some people start talks saying that any supermarket which is selling GMO maize, sisi hatutaenda huko. You know, this thing can go out of hand. When the ones who don't mind GMO, okay, and then huko. We will first see which supermarkets are prepared to start selling this GMO maize, given that the public doesn't seem to want it. We can then go on and say that, okay, which are the distributor, the supermarkets? Come if you are stocking GMO maize, since we don't have the science to detect which one is which is which. So going forward, sisi hatutakuwa tunakuja kwa hiyo supermarket. I think that's the only way that we may have to go through to stop these people, because the script is mpende msipende, ongeni tu itakuja. Ongeni tu itakuja. I want to say hi to Stone PK, and then I come after that on my next topic.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you again. SS underscore unknown scripts. Watu wanakula GMO ndio watu wanakula ama ni nini?
Lakini Makiadi, tell him to pronounce it. You know Kusewa, I teach teenagers, and if you use that, they will say something else in the classroom. So those are some of the things I restrict them from not saying, especially when they start saying SS. I mean, can you pronounce your name, Kusewa?
Unknown scripts.
No, from the first...
unknown scripts.
What about why you leaving the SS? What did you want to mean?
No, the other S is for secret.
So wewe wacha niachie hapo kwanza nicheze video moja. This one is another one. Okay, let me play a video here. So hizi majina unakujanga nazo hapa saa ingine. Aya, let's watch this video, and then we can move on to the next person.
Hili ya uagizaji mahindi, wakulima wa mahindi wameelezea kughadhabishwa kwao na jinsi serikali inavyoshughulikia swala la zao hilo muhimu nchini. Japo shirika la chakula nchini limedhibitisha kuwasilishwa kwa takriban magunia 200,000 nchini ya mahindi kutoka nje. Wakulima wanasema hatua hiyo ya serikali ni ya kumdhalilisha mkulima. Zaki Uzmwasame na mengi.
Mzee Thomas Korkoren ana zaidi ya miaka 70 na amekuwa mkulima wa mahindi na ngano kwa miongo mingi. Mzee huyu ni miongoni mwa maelfu ya wakulima nchini ambao wametiwa wasiwasi na uamuzi wa serikali kuagiza mahindi kutoka nje ya nchi, hasa baada ya magunia 200,000 ya mahindi kufika katika bandari ya Mombasa. Hofu ya wakulima wa zao hili ni kwamba uagizaji kutoka nje unaharibu soko la mkulima mwenyeji.
tungeaddress kwanza yenye tuko na nchi kwa nchi, lakini vile imeingia Mombasa na tuko na yenye hatujavuta hata tumalize, chakula iko kwa store.
Kinachowatisha wakulima mahindi nchini ni kwamba kuagiza kwa bidhaa hiyo kutoka nje kutashusha bei pakubwa na kuongezea gharama, ikizingatiwa kwamba pembejeo ni ghali mno.
Hata kama kuambia wakulima wa nchi wa Kenya wasiende ukulima 2023 because ukiuza hasara hutakuwa na nguvu ya kurudi kwa shamba.
Katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ambako mahindi huzalisha kwa wingi, wakulima pia wana wasiwasi kufuatia kuruhusiwa kwa vyakula vya msimu wa genetiki, yani GMO, hapa nchini.
Hii GMO ni jina tu ndio imebadilishwa kidogo, lakini ni mahindi ile ambayo inakaa yellow. Sasa tumeikulaka hata miaka ya 88.
Hii GMO ni chakula ambayo ina manufaa kwa wananchi, wanadamu, kwa kuwa haina vitamini ile inatakikana.
Zakis Masame, NTV.
Secretary Musalia Mudavadi is moving to flex his political muscle by rallying members of parliament from Western Kenya behind him. The move coming just days after Deputy President GACHAGUA embarked on a similar exercise, hoping to topple former President Uhuru Kenyatta as the Mount Kenya kingpin. Musalia calling for unity of purpose and, for the first time in a long time, bringing all Western MPs, despite their political inclination, together. NTV senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Mureithi delves into this meeting and the silent wars between Rigathi and Mudavadi.
For the first time in a while, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has managed to bring together all elected Western Kenya MPs in a meeting dubbed Seeking Unity of Purpose.
One of them that is important.
The politicians met in Nairobi to, among other things, review the status of their relations and forge a better working relationship. Two key issues led to their coming together: the loss of a Parliamentary Service Commission post through Sirisia MP John Waluke and the failure of former Shinyalu MP Justus Kizito to clinch the East Africa Legislative Assembly nomination. Mudavadi says the region has no other option other than to unite.
Sisi tumeshirikiana na muungano wetu wa siasa, lakini tukifika mwisho, tukifika sasa wakati wa kukawana ile keki ambayo tumeleta kwa meza, watu wanakawana keki alafu natuacha hapo hapo, tunabaki na njaa. Kwa hivyo sisi pia tunataka wapi yetu.
So my first request to you is that within your respective areas, if you can establish your own due diligence teams, so that at some stage when we meet, we can compare what you have seen on the ground and what is on our records.
Consequently, Mudavadi says he is taking a bipartisan approach that will not consider political affiliations.
Let us put all that behind us. Let us see what we can do for people together, because your constituents are Kenyans and they are our people.
According to sources within the morning meeting, it was more about showing Mudavadi's capacity as one of the senior politicians from Western Kenya. Even a speculation of a Cold War between him and Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua emerged. Mudavadi's move also comes days after Rigathi spearheaded a similar endeavor that saw all Mount Kenya MPs come together and agreed to stand with Kikuyu nominees in the Iyala list. These were former Kieni MP Kanini Kega and Godfrey Mwangi Maina.
Never again as a community tutapatikana tumekaa bila mpango. So tutapanga hata huyu sasa tunacheza mtu ya Jubilee tutaweka hapa kanisa kuja sasa. Unajua huyu sasa tunacheza. Wakuja nyumbani kama wakaide. Wakuja nyumbani. Hata kadiri tumemleta jana tunaweka kidogo kidogo walikuwa wamepotea, tutajaribu kupata wapanga mpaka ingie.
Mudavadi and Rigathi seem to be on a mission to consolidate their political base at a time they are also settling into their respective offices. Rigathi, for starters, has given himself a deadline to convert those in opposition into his loyal troops.
Na hapa katika mlima tunataka ikifika Disemba hii 31st of December. Tumalizane na hii maneno ya azimio yote, hiyo 13% yote tulete kwa President William Ruto, tusonge mbele so that we can support him to succeed.
As the two rally their backyards to support their political causes, they have also been fighting behind the curtains, especially on their roles. Sources within the political circles have intimated to NTV that the two have not been cordial, roping in the president. Almost a fortnight ago, Mudavadi, while distributing relief food in Machakos, called out the deputy president for always speaking of former President Uhuru Kenyatta's regime and its ills, asking him to settle in his current position.
Now we must put behind us the blame game, because if we engage in the blame game, sooner or later the currency of blame game will end. And it might end faster than we imagine.
Though they did not outrightly mention each other, it was clear who the messages were directed at. DP Rigathi blamed the media.
Tuweke mambo ya election nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu hata tukiendelea na blame game hatutasaidia sasa. Mamlaka yamepewa na wananchi kwa wale wako kwa wadhifa mbalimbali.
Mnataka niendelee ama niwache? Si lazima tuseme ukweli. Tumekuta store hakuna kitu. Hata panya wametoroka. Hakuna kitu ya kukula. Sasa tukisema hiyo wanasema bwana nyinyi endeleeni kufanya kazi, msituambie vile mmekuta. Lazima tuseme.
The two have, however, been called to order as they try to patch up the matter. On Tuesday, the two met at Harambee Annex in what they described as consultations on matters state. They both posted the same images on their social media pages. Kennedy Muredi.
You know, we had this discussion a while ago, and the issue was to entrench the post of the prime minister in the constitution. But these clever guys here, wakasema tunatafutia dynasty kiti. So they went ahead and looked for Mudavadi, wakampaka mafuta, wakamwandika hapo, wakampatia kazi ya prime cabinet secretary. The guy has no role whatsoever. He is a guy that William Ruto can decide tomorrow amfute kazi na amfute kazi. Na hakuna mahali atampeleka. Na hiyo ofisi ya railway ifungwe kabisa. Na hakuna mahali atampeleka. Now you can see what is happening right now. Because the deputy president, by virtue of the constitution, is legally in office. He is elected alongside the president to be in that capacity. Mudavadi, on the other hand, is a creation of the political machinations and somehow trying to rope in a community and its support so that they can be seen that they are part of a government. Mudavadi seat does not exist anywhere, and we said it here. I think Mudavadi, sometimes I look at Mudavadi and I look at a man who is a very naive person politically, because from where I stand, even without calling MPs from Western Kenya together, because I know these MPs, most of them do not even, pay their allegiance to Mudavadi. Some of them are Raila's MPs, some of them are Ruto's friends. From that list, from those people you've seen in that room, Mudavadi probably akona MP moja peke yake ama wawili kutoka kwa Amani National Congress. But sahi, he's trying to create himself, make himself politically relevant. And in simple terms, huyu jamaa alichezwa. Mudavadi was played clean. Hata MP mwenyewe wa constituency yake is not an ANC MP. And now he's trying to, asijui anatafuta kutumia njia gani ati ajiundie jina ndio onekane he has some political clout. Let me tell you this thing, my brothers and sister. Mimi ninataka Mudavadi apitie ile kitu yenye Ruto alipitia, kama unasemanga alikuwa mistreated. I want Mudavadi to pass through the same. Ndiye ajue you have sometimes to make hard political decisions. Hata kama inamaanisha utakuwa in the cold for 5 years. You have to make those decisions. This guy was conned. in daylight, broad daylight. Na saizi ndiye ana realize namna hiyo. You tell me guys, how can you go to argue with a deputy president who has a constitutional office? We mwenyewe hakuna mahali unajulikana. PK, ni wapi uliwahi sikia kitu inaitwa prime cabinet secretary kwa hii nchi? Hakuna. Zero. Hakuna kitu. In fact, let me tell you, if we had a serious court in the Republic of Kenya, huyu jamaa hata angeshtakiwa arudishe ile pesa yenye analipwa. Because this is just a political office yenye imecreatiwa pale kuonekana that he's part of the government. But he's not. So when I see Western MPs coming together ati wanajaribu kucoalesce around Musalia Mudavadi, ninaona Musalia Mudavadi ni kama mtu bure kabisa. Bure kabisa. Because I don't think Musalia Mudavadi is that person that can have that political muscle ya kusimama na kusema, this is what I want, this will be done like this, simply because he has no political backing from his backyard. Wakati watu wanakimbia, everybody, unaona Kanini Kega anasema alisaidiwa na watu wa kwao kupata hiyo kiti. These people calling themselves Luya MPs, they cannot even hold a PSC or whatever job. Wananyang'anywa wakiangalia namna hii. Wanakimbia huko kwa media kulia, wanaanza kulaumu Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga was not even electing anybody in parliament. Raila Odinga was not even in the country when people, these things were happening. He was away. But there's a boogeyman who will always be blamed for everything, and that is Raila Odinga. Mato, you had something to say.
You said almost everything that I wanted to say about that Musalia Mudavadi thing, but just to add on, because I know other people need to come in. Richie, what constitutional? I don't think even he gets paid as he's supposed to be paid per what we are being told for him to be, the super CS or whatever you want to call it. I think Ruto took a certain thing, because I know constitutionally that pay has to come from something that is already constitutional, right? So I think that alichukua hata kakiti tu fulani anamlipaga, kwa hiyo akimwambia ngojea mpaka tupitishe ndio utakuja, because wezi chukua tu mtu hivi ukasema na kuweka hapa hivi, now you're going to be the the prime minister and this is how much I'm going to pay. So I don't think even he gets enough pay of anything extreme above the rest of them. So I think it's just getting a regular pay. But you've already said everything that I wanted to say. You preempted me on that. Thank you.
Let's move on to Stone.
Bwana tukiwa shule tulikuwa tunasema sex symbol. Sijui mnanipata?
Yes, tunakupata, but I don't know why Yulia was wondering whether it is shame.
There's a bit of background noise.
There's some noise from your radio or TV.
Nasikia ni kama unaona Fox News. Anaona Fox News, unajua.
I think it's is it World Cup?
Ana watch Trump.
Anaona game mmesahau kuongea maneno ya game. Saudi Arabia icharaza timu ya maana Argentina, nikapigwa na mshtuko makiadi. That's by the way.
Messi alifunga bao 6 bwana.
Kuna nasema Saudi Arabia ilicharaza Argentina na kuna timu ilitoa bao 7 goals. Costa Rica. How can you go for World Cup to lose by how many goals? That's crazy.
No, but Julia, Messi for Argentina, Messi alifunga bao 6 zote, akakuwa offside na wakashindwa.
But they lost to Saudi Arabia. How can Argentina lose to Saudi Arabia? That's annoying. Secondly, how can a team called Costa Rica lose by how many goals, Makiadi? 7? I mean, you got World Cup. Football ni game yenye game inaisha before even one goal is scored. How can in soccer mnacharaza 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? That coach needs to be sacked. By the way,
this year ni kubaya. This year big teams are losing. This year is not a regular year. Lakini
wacha kwanza tuache hiyo kwanza sasa.
You know there may be a commission of inquiry as to why certain goals were scored. No, money can do so much.
Ngoja assess scripts, assess unknown scripts. Ngoja kwanza Stone PK anipatie nini maoni yake kuhusiana na hii maneno inaendelea Western Kenya na ya Gachagua hii kukusanya watu. Alafu tutakuja kwa hiyo maneno ya Saudi Arabia. Julia, unajua Saudi Arabia pia ni timu iko na watu 11 na goalkeeper ako ndani. So they are bound to do anything.
Na mjue pia mlinyang'anywa kiti Bomas hivyo hivyo. Unusual, they happen. What's happening with the network? Network yangu ama yenyu ilikuwa imeharibika. I was saying whatever we saw ya maajabu inaonekananga, tuliona Bomas pia maajabu tukinyang'anywa kiti mchana. Kwa hivyo hata football labda kumeingia hiyo miujiza ambayo haijulikani. Quickly let me talk about Mudavadi. Ati Mudavadi title yake ni gani Ricky? I even don't know the title.
Anaitwa PCS. Yani prime
niandike PCS.
Anaitwa prime cabinet secretary. Yani yeye ni cabinet secretary lakini yake ni kiti prime. Sijui ni prime ya kuiva ama ni prime ya nini. Alafu ametafutiwa ofisi karibu na ile mabasi ya Easy Coach.
Aliwekwa kwa godown nyingine tulikuwa na tunafanya mabiashara huko za kuuza magari.
Walisema akitoka Western asubuhi akishukishwa tu hivi kwa basi anaingia na mizigo yake huko.
Anyway, let me tell you. Yani kama kuna mtu, yani mtaani ule tunaitanga fala ya siasa. Fala ya siasa. Ngoja nije.
Sasa wewe pike unakuja kuitwa watu fara hapa alafu unasema unaenda. You people unaita Mudavadi fara. What do you people think he's cooking?
Mudavadi si fala. Kuna wale watu walikuwa wanaitwa fala manga. Yani anajifanya mjuaji lakini ukiona zile vitu wanafanya unashangaa ujuaji yake iko wapi. This guy, you guys tell me, Mudavadi wako in a coalition na UDA, lakini even his own constituency yake mwenyewe, he cannot, make UDA's candidate to step down for his party candidate. Wakashinda Mudavadi kwa constituency yake. Mudavadi has no single governor in Western Kenya. 0, sufuri. Hata Ford Kenya ni afadhali iko na mtu wa ndio huyu anaitwa.
So, but are you trying to say that Mudavadi will not succeed in uniting these Western MPs?
Can you tell me, Julia, among all those people you've seen there, tell me who among those MPs you saw there is affiliated to Mudavadi's party?
Was Edwin Sifuna there?
No, he was not there. Can you tell me?
I'm just asking myself what Mudavadi is thinking. Do you think he's planning to oust Gachagua for DP in 2027?
How can you oust Gachagua? Mudavadi does not even enjoy the support that every other kingpins enjoy in Kenya. He does not. He's not even a person that can be listened even in his village. From his village, hakuna hata kura zenyewe. Anang'ang'ana na Raila Odinga kushindana kupata kura za Western Kenya.
Or can we look at it this way? Do you think it's a plot by Ruto to bring closer the Luyas who are not supporting him? And also the Kikuyus, seriously, Ruto did not get the whole of Kikuyu. We had about 900,000 Kikuyus who voted for Baba. So, and Gachagua is walking around saying he's uniting the Kikuyus. Do you think it's a plot by Ruto to bring closer the people who do not support him? Do you think it's just this is just acted like Mudavadi posing to be not with Gachagua, yani wamejipanga tu ama mnaonaje hii game? What do you think?
No,
I just wanted to say I think it goes far beyond what we are seeing, Richie. You see, somehow I tend to think that, although I didn't want us to go into this topic, but now that you have brought it, it looks like the president is at a loss exactly what to do. So he's aware of this. You see, to begin with, the fact that he had the intention, I don't know whether for a good reason or a bad reason, that the office that Gachagua is occupying was supposed to be for MUDAVADI, you see. And apparently, Gachagua did not have very nice words as to how he was going to occupy that office. As far as he was concerned, that was his office. Who has said it is otherwise? Who has said it is otherwise? Now, that was basically the beginning of all the manner of frosty relations. But nevertheless, you remember the president tried very hard to categorically specify what he calls the roles, functions for MUDAVADI and functions for Gachagua. And you all remember that the Ministry of Devolution was killed. And for reasons which are, again, some unknown scripts. But some people are explaining, and that is why you hear some governors are saying, sisi tutafanya kazi na serikali. Because now, how do you get, you see, as much as the counties are supposed to receive 15% of the national or whatever, the secret here is that the disbursement stage is county to county. So in other words, county this may receive theirs this early, another one may take time. Now, how do you make sure that you get your allocations early? Hence this idea of no matter how you want to work with the government. So as much as devolution had achieved quite a lot, the secret is that the government still has strings to pull how the entire thing is operated, or how it is rolled out. Now, something else, maybe I want to just make an offside comment on this. This so-called bursary, there is the so-called bursary, which I think children were getting through the CDF. There is a challenge as to when the county government, in their budget, within the county, they do not have anything for education. This bursary budget, why has it not been absorbed in the county budgets so that MPs don't use the CDF allocation to prepare for elections like they have all been doing? Anyway, that was just by the way. But I think MUDAVADI, well, I think he has to try. He has to try. What he's doing, you can't really blame him, because unless he starts this early, call it kutangatanga, 2027, which Gachagua is quite aware. I think Gachagua has categorically stated, then they are on for 2027. They want to consolidate their support basis. I think that is what MUDAVADI is.
Kuseo, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Actually, Kuseo. Another question. Do you think Gachagua is seen a threat from what is Mr. Soprano anaitwa nani?
Kindiki.
Yes. You know, even from the start of this presidential thing, there was a feeling that Ruto would have preferred to have Kindiki for deputy president. And now seeing Kindiki as the interior cabinet secretary, you know, the people that are put in interior cabinets, ministry, even if you look at Kenyatta's government, they are the best of the person that you depend on. You know, the person, you look at Matiang'i and Uhuru. I think Uhuru really was depending on Matiang'i, and he was Uhuru's right-hand man, tumpende tusimpende. So I think Kindiki is Ruto's right-hand man, and I don't think Ruto really trusts Gachagua, and Gachagua is aware of that. So Gachagua, do you think ameanza kukata Ruto miguu kule Mount Kenya region? kwamba usifikirie wewe ndiye our kingpin. You know, Ruto has been walking around thinking he's Mount Kenya region hero. Na uliona statement ya gavana wa Nyeri, alisema mtu asifikirie ametuoa, si hatujaolewa na mtu. And you know, in Kikuyu is like we say, nie diremukaguo. Stone PK can translate. It's a disrespectful thing when a man tells another man, mimi si bibi yako, and says it in Kikuyu. He doesn't mean bibi yako. He means another thing. That don't look at me like that. So that was the governor for Nyeri was saying that let someone not think we are married to him, and we are referring to Ruto. Asifikirie ametuoa na hii doa bado ni mapema. And wasn't that not coming from Gachagua? Proxy. Now,
let me tell you what I think.
Yes, tell us what you think.
You see, these scripts which you see me put there, they are not for the sake. There are about 4 scripts already which are running.
Okay, now you are going to tell me that. I thought you were going to talk about Gachagua and Nyeri governor.
Exactly, that's what I'm driving at. These are all the main person scripts. And Gachagua has to be contained. And you are not wrong to think far away on Kindiki. And then the other person, which has also to be contained, you can call them checkmates of sorts. KURIA the same. Gachagua is in the same bracket. Even Kindiki himself is also in the same bracket. There is the other one also in, I don't know what it is, Waruguru, or it is Kangata.
Okay, there is
just a minute. Yeah, Ichungwa. Exactly,
yes.
Exactly, Ichungwa. You see, all these fellows, they are hoping that Uhuru move aside. And if Uhuru moves aside and any of these people comes to prominence, that would be a threat to the main person. Hence, if in the event that Gachagua thinks he can be the main person, you have Kindiki the other side to deal with it. You have KURIA this side to deal with it. You have Ichungwa this side to deal with it. And that is how you will keep afloat, to make sure that if let's say Nani start thumping his chest, Gachagua, you just pull the string from the KURIAs and the Kindikis and the Ichungwas, you will have to keep toe down. That time, MUDAVADI has not even come in the scene. That would be national. But nevertheless, that is the script which is being played here, to make sure that he can still get some following. Because remember, as MUDAVADI said, if the Nini evaporates so quickly, what brings them together? Which, according, I think MUDAVADI was trying to talk about Baba. If you remove Baba from the equation, imagine the president will have a lot of problems. Why? Because it is that glue on Baba's side which gives him the support he enjoys in Central. You remove Baba from the equation, it will be free for all. Now, the issue of Mount Kenya kingpin will have to come into play. And that's why you have Kindiki, you have Ichungwa, you have Moses KURIA. I don't know what Stone PK.
Okay, may I answer? Akuseo, yeah, I agree with you. That's why we have Kindiki. But my take is, I don't think the Kindikis, the Moses KURIAs, the what is his name again? Ichungwa?
There is also Muturi.
The Muturis, I don't think they can match Gachagua's nonsense. You know, people used to be enjoying Gachagua's nonsense. You see the way he talks. Sasa mimi hapa, in fact, that thing, the script was well planned. Sasa mimi hapa, munaona, mimi nilienda nikasema tuchague kijana wetu, Kanini Kega. He really scored that one. However much I hate Gachagua, the way he speaks, I didn't even like to listen to him. I don't like anything about what he does or he says. if it was a tribal card, hiyo card yake iringia. And Gachagua knows that this guy wanted to replace me with Kindiki. Sasa, my stake is Kuseo and the others is that Sai Ruto is getting his own medicine. Unavuna ulichopanda. And if he's a Christian, I want to tell him, do not be deceived, because God cannot be mocked. Whatever you sow is what you reap. Ruto went around scandalizing Uhuru and planting chuki against Uhuru in Mount Kenya region. Gachagua has just started. Na anajifanya ati sisi to support rais wetu. He's trying to pull, if he said that we supported Kanini Kega, if he actually did that, and you saw the language of the Nyeri governor, Gachagua means business. Within no time, Gachagua is going to get rid of Ruto from Mount Kenya. And you see what happens, Kuseo. People sometimes are desperate and they just want someone who can lead them to wherever, even if it's to hell or to heaven or to a pit. That is what people do. And in the absence of Uhuru, Mount Kenya region may just follow. Do not be surprised to hear people singing Gachagua. I will not be surprised after these people voting for Ruto and Gachagua. I will no longer allow myself to be surprised. I'm telling you, I will no longer allow myself to be surprised. I see that playing again. So, and then there's another thing that is playing, Kuseo, as PK takes to comment about all this. There's another thing playing that Ishungwa, the MPs from Rift Valley feel Ishungwa is too arrogant. And Ishungwa is actually arrogant. I don't know whether Ishungwa can reach the masses in Mount Kenya region. And Kindiki is being seen as softy. So nasikia tunamwita Bwana Soprano. And KURIA, foul-mouthed KURIA. Someone already planning to impeach KURIA. So Gachagua is playing his cards, I'm telling you. And
let me ask you a question, Julia, before PK comes in.
Yeah.
You know of this checkmate script?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You see, what you are saying is true. But believe me, if Gachagua threatens to be more than what he is, you will see the strings which will be pulled. They'll pull the KURIA string. The KURIA himself already needs the Mount Kenya to remain. You know, somebody is threatening to have him impeached. So by the time he is not impeached, and especially because it's likely to flop, it will give him a lot of impetus. And that is when Gachagua will realize that there is another rising star on the other side, KURIA. That is going to be another threat for Ichungwa. As much as you are saying that he's arrogant, he believes he has clout. There it is. Now, against Gachagua again, as you initially mentioned, there is Kindiki. So if Gachagua threatens to be a threat to Ruto, Kindiki is there. Ichungwa is there. All these people will cut him down to size. Moses Kuria is there. That is the script.
This is really nice. Yes.
Let me first of all dispel something. I think wanasema kwa Kiswahili palipo na moshi hapakosi moto. And you know, some of you guys are saying here that maybe sisi ndio tunachezwa or something, or maybe sisi ndio tujui ile kitu tunaendelea. The marriage between William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta started with these rumors zenye tulikuwa tunasikia. The president is fighting the deputy president. And, you know, the deputy president could come out in the open and say, I have no fight with my boss. I have no fight with my boss. He's my boss. There are no two presidents. And that song was sung for almost 3 years until it could not be sung anymore. And so the war came out in the openly. So let's assume sisi ndio tunachezwa namna hii. Let's assume sisi Julia tunapiganga hapa kelele. We are praying that William Ruto na Gachagua wawe na wedge katikati. Let us assume that. Now, let's go back to the genesis of why Kanini Kega sailed through parliament. You must understand that there are 5 names, I guess, yeah, right. 5 names that were forwarded for the Iyala post from the other side, from the UDA side. And as you are aware, there was a guy, I can't remember his name very well. He's not even a famous guy. He's never been an MP. He has never, the other guy that sailed through from Mount Kenya, I can't remember his name. But you know, that guy.
Is he Mount Kenya? It is Ukambani.
No, not Muteti, not Muteti.
Some Dongo man,
some Simon Dongo or something like that.
Dongo man, yeah.
Yeah, that guy was not even supposed to be on that list. He had been thrown out. Kanini Kega was not even supposed to sail through. He had no support whatsoever. And so the UDA list was known. It was a straight list from State House. Wakati walikutana State House walipewa majina wakasemekana, these are the people ambao tutaenda kupigia kura. So let us assume we do not know what you are talking about. Then you should tell me hapa, why was that list yenye ilipeanwa kutoka kwa State House na president mwenyewe? Kwa nini hao watu hawaku sail through wote?
But
did the Mount Kenya
Kega was on Azimio side?
Who?
Kanini Kega was on Azimio side, please.
No. You should understand that Kanini Kega was voted by UDA MPs from Mount Kenya and Azimio, and some Azimio MPs. That is why he sailed through. So these people defied their party. They defied their party. Do you want to tell me that these people, these MPs that voted for Kanini Kega, just out of nowhere decided we are not going to vote for whoever our party is proposing? Is there some...
Richard, even on the GMO today, they defied. Even on the GMO.
Did Kuseo see, did you see the governor for Nyeri, how he spoke? Did you see what, even if we remove GACHAGUA from this whole drama, what that man said, he meant what he said. And he said, he went ahead, he said, sisi hatujaolewa na mtu. Ati mnatupanga hapa, tumeona ile game mnacheza. Kwa sababu tumepigia Kanini Kega kura.
It is clear that he was attacking the president.
And then he went ahead and said, tutihaka kwa mashoro, atupakangu uji. He was mad and he was passing a message. Let us remove GACHAGUA Makiadi from that drama. Lakini for the governor of Nyeri to have the audacity to speak like that, what is cooking?
Oh, Stone PK.
It's Stone PK's time, lakini I could have said something, but let's Stone PK go.
Sema kidogo nilikuja mato.
You see, all right, let me just be serious. No, Stone, ufanya nini yako, mimi nitasema yangu. Cause yangu ni serious kidogo.
Okay, sawa.
Matu unasema yako ni serious kidogo. Kwani unataka kufunga show ama nini?
Nataka kufunga show hiyo. Okay. Niliacha nimesema kuna mtu fala mtaani, ulikuwa ukishaitwa fala mtaani, wewe ni fala. People your age mates, watu hata madhako walikuwa asha notice akaona huyu ni fala. Mudavadi ni fala politically. If at 60 years after independence, he was elevated to be among the who is who politically in Kenya. And ameshindwa, ni kama uzae kiwete. Unakifanyia therapy, ama bubu by mistake. To tell you the truth, and I'm not demeaning the lawyers, and this are proved because I have so many lawyer friends. They have very low respect for Mudavadi. Na sikumuonea, it is, they know. Even ukizaa kijana, unaona huyu kijana akitishwa hivi usiku, hata anaanza kuona shadows imaginary. Unajua huyu kijana naye akitoka hapa, hata nikimtuma kwa Angola saa 7 usiku, huwa tu anachukua karungu anatembea. Asemi dadi nitaenda na nani. So lawyers know. And to tell you the truth, hakuna waluya wanaweza tuma Mudavadi kwa vita ya siasa kwa vita ya kisiasa. No one has confidence in him. Kabisa. And once you lose that from your own people, whether you try to rebrand yourself, this guy has no oomph even when talking. There is a language you talk as a politician. Unaongea watu wanakusikiza. Look at what we are saying right now. Governor wa Nyeri aliongea, kila mtu ameshikwa na mtetezo. I mean, people like it or not, hakuna siasa ya usopi. Forget it. Hakuna siasa ya usofti na hakuna siasa ya uoga. Everything you want to say, you want to be so theoretical to the book. Theory mingi. Hata sahi akicriticize Gachagua for rhetoric and all that. Anaongea na mafumbo. Just say our deputy president, please can we tukunje mikono, tukunje shati, tufanyie Wakenya kazi kama tulivyopromise bro. Unamuita bro ndiye asopted, lakini umempiga na nyundo. You don't go saying, hata tukianza sijui aliyopea zamani after politics, haitasahika. What is like? Hata Kiswahili yenyewe hajui. My friend, in politics, those of us who have been in politics, the listeners and the voters, they go talking. Like in Kikuyu land, ukisikia mtu anasema usio neja hapa. Even hii Gachagua mnasema he will be dumped. Ndio Wakikuyu hapendi mtu mjinga. And let me tell you, to conclude on Mudavadi. Mudavadi, there is nowhere atapata kiti chochote. Not when Gachagua is there. I'm telling you, and you can take this to the bank. The number one person to be destroyed by Gachagua is not Ruto, it is Mudavadi. Mkikuyu ni mtu acho ni gome maidone nyau, ndio walikuwa wanasema hivyo. Walilambwa macho na paka. Lambwa macho na paka unaona maidi mingi. And the worst that will happen with Mudavadi, atazikwa katika kaburi la sahau kisiasa, atafaidika tu tukigawanya nchi zile tunasema tugawane. Waluya wakiona sasa wanaweza pata president in the name of Mudavadi, president wa Western, hapo wanaweza consolidate kwa mchague. But to tell you the truth, politically, this is, put your cards on Mudavadi in terms of any negotiations, you lose. You lose, even as a country. You don't make it, unfortunately. So for me, I don't see him as anything. How do you accept positions that don't exist? Unajaribu kutengeneza mambo ya 2027. 2027 uchaguzi gani itafanya? Through what framework? I mean, in politics, hauambiliwagi. Na Mkikuyu anasemanga hiyo na proverb, werero tikuwe kuneo, kuambiliwa si kupewa. Na wale watu waambiliwa, tunaambilianga watu tukiwadanganya, always. Okay? So Mudavadi chapter yake imekwisha. Wacha akule tu hiyo mshahara. Kenya ni nchi ya unaweza enda kukula pesa tu bila wasiwasi anyhow, because there is no constitution, there is nothing. The guy is being paid, matu is saying ati analipwa kwa mshahara kutoka mahali fulani. Hakuna pesa inatolewa treasury, Madidi ndio analipwa pesa kama hiyo ya nini ya CS na anaongezewa. For that one I can vouch for it. He's getting and earning all protocol. Hata ikiwa anakaa kwa go down, he's getting what it is taking. Ni pesa ya wajinga ya Wakenya ndio inakulwa. Nobody will question that. All right? So in terms of money, he is, and because he has been broke, he's doing well. At least he's moving around and he's being seen in press and all that. Kwa hivyo inamsaidia kukosa kukufa mapema kisiasa. But in terms of 2027, forget it. Huyo ni kuisha. Alilapa kabisa. Let me come to the Mount Kenya maneno. I know Kuseo wants to say something. No, put it down, Kuseo, you comment. I've always said on this TV and everywhere else, don't trust Mulima in anything. Julia and I, we come from Mulima. Don't trust us. We are not trustworthy. And Kenya has borrowed our lead. So Kenyans are not trustworthy in anything. We look at the spur of the moment. And we all look at it in terms of money. Okay? So you come with money, whatever you want us to do, we'll do it for the time being. Tutakulamba, tutakunumunya, tutakuzungusha, tutakuimbia ndugu yangu, tutakuja na wewe kushikilia mabibilia. Patani urare kiakili. Ukishawachilia tuko na wewe. Alright? Tukimalizana na wewe hata hatutakwambia. You are gone. Now, nikimaliza mahesabu ya mtu kama Kindiki Useo, don't bring hiyo hesabu zilete Kindiki, Muturi, those are non-starters. Au ni wanaitwa flower girls. Kuiberelia kiredirikina. They will never see anything beyond what they have gotten right now. Na uzuri wa Ruto alikuwa anajua kuna vote huko Baraka, kuna vote huko Mbere na Embu, all those votes which Raila has always ignored. Raila, ODM, since those days of CORD, they have ignored those votes from Eastern. Ignored, thinking that you only go where you have sijui ya Mount Kenya, Nyeri, nini nani. Kuna vote Eastern. Lower inaitwa Upper Eastern hiyo. Na huko Tharaka. So Tharaka will always think they are in government because they are with Kindiki. And that's how Merus have also been played. Meru, unawapatia two positions, they are okay. They are worse even than the Luos. People say Luos are tunapatia Mjaluo position kwisha. Sorry, I'm hitting the naongea navunja barika inaitwaje? Barika. So the Merus also will never see anything beyond umepewa CS, umepewa nini. So siasa itacheza kati ya people you don't expect. Kati ya Mulima na Mulima sasa ameweza, itakuwa kati ya Mulima na Mulima. They have used Ruto to destroy every other grouping. There will be no more groupings in Kenya that you can take to the bank. At a stronghold, zijua wapi, hakuna. None. Mulima will be stronghold of Nyeri, stronghold of Murang'a, stronghold of whatever. But stronghold of that Mulima as a whole, that politics is gone. The one that they are still not able to destroy, but they are about to destroy and they will kill it by the end of the year, is Nyanza. Nyanza itakufa kabisa, and that will take Ruto like another maybe 12 months. By December next year, they will be still talking like one. It will be a miracle. Kwisha Kalonzo ndio atabaki na Wakamba. Manake Wakamba wanakuanga no. Kwanza kuna lugha wakiongea na Kikamba waambiane akabi ni maavika tukwate uta. Kwisha huyo hatatoka hapo, anachukua hiyo uta na atakufia hapo. Something that most Kenyans don't know. So wengine tumekwisha. Tunamaliza Nyanza tumekwisha. Kabisa. Once we start MPs start being disloyal to Raila wakifikiria amekwisha. You're gone. Once you start thinking your leader is finished. Na yet hamjamuzika 6 feet down under, you are done. So to conclude, I'm just trying to say the kingship, sijui ati kingpin ya huku na hapa na kule, hiyo Mount Kenya hakuna. Itakuwa ni nani anado, nani atamwanga pesa mingi. Ndio ya sawa. Thank you so much.
Endelea.
So najua mimi kuna point kadhaa hapa and let me get back to politics. I haven't really been back to politics since what happened at that time, because I thought I knew what it was. Let me just be serious today for a little bit. See, Richie, and the people actually watching now, guys, you have to realize that there's a fight right now, political fight. And ukaziangalia vizuri, you'll find is between two tribes. I don't know if I need to say it or not. And there's a problem at State House and the leadership that is there. They think they're hiding, but it's there and it's coming out. Slowly by slowly, it will start oozing out. There's the GACHAGUA MUDAVADI, it's coming out. There's the KURIA and the MPs, and remember where KURIA comes from. The MP for who? The person that said in 3 months, mtakuja kusema. And then there's a quiet. a very loud quiet between the two people that were on the other side. Very serious one. Uhuru na Raila, very serious quiet. The things are happening, and I think Raila ndo ameharibu tu hiyo quiet kidogo. He comes out kidogo, anasema kakitu, anapotea tena. And there was also something, if the politics had gone the way it was without the whatever menace happened at Bomas and whatever, because we all know who had won at that time. The way the whole thing was made to be was to be that what PK said, that we never have a geopolitical kind of way of politics again, where we have the Kikuyus, Kalenjins, and everything. But we went to that because we have somebody or some people who are so much, who are just, these are the two places that we need to consolidate and get. And I said it here, politically, and the way it is, I said it here. There was one thing, I know I'm a Kamba, but Stone has alluded to something, but I don't want to allude to that because he knows what he's saying, and I know what he said was something that he said that was kind of right. But if you guys remember, the Ukambani, all of it from Mariakani came together one way. And I've said it here again, and I will say it again. Excluding myself as a Kamba, actually, I'm going to take out myself and call myself a Maasai. There was a thing of taking this thing from Central being the people that actually think without them, the government can never be formed, and also Kalenjins. And it's the reason that time Kalonzo actually played bad. And the time I was saying that Kalonzo will be back. But yeah, are we saying Kalonzo will be? No, not in any way. But right now, Central is not the only person that you can go to speak to, or Kalenjin land. You have to speak to Kambaland too. So that opens up the geo thing, and then you have the western, and you have the lakeside. You have that. If you get Ukambani, which moves all the way to Voi and all that, and you get the either western or the lakeside, bring them together, you counter the whole thing. Now, votes were stolen. They were not stolen in a good way, because even today, I've asked this question, and I still ask them again. I will still ask that question. Other than Rift Valley and Central, where did Ruto get his votes? And no one has ever been able to answer me that question, even today. So now you find a point where, unfortunately, things are starting to go wrong. Where are they going wrong? Because you don't have the majority. Last time this thing happened, that's why I was trying to read the Politica thing. It happened. But there was one smart man called Uhuru. He had to go get his legitimacy. I mean, people walijaza what you call Uhuru Park na wakaapisha, even though smartly, that not constitutionally, where you can't even get him. But there's nothing anyone could do about it. At the same time, you had a president in State House. Do you think today, if that was to happen, Uhuru na Raila waamue kwenda kuapisha, do you think Ruto can even stop that thing? Because that would have the Kikuyus, would have the every other country, every other. Ruto will remain with only his side. But we need peace. And that's why we always say, wacha watu wajigonge. Wanajigonga wenyewe. And you know what? Let me prove you how wanajigonga. You had even people like Cheral Gay voting for no GMOs. Yes, I told you the sheep, I think, is already in. Kila kitu ishaenda. Ishafanyika. But again, they are going against their own boss. So now, who brought this? Who brought this? Is the Calais. So now you have a problem that is happening in your own backyard. As a mafia or as a strong person, you think in your own backyard, things are starting to happen in your own backyard that your own MPs, as people from the Rift, are bringing motions against something that you're saying should happen. And you're the president. Who are you left with at that point? If your own backyard is starting to degenerate, politically, something is starting to go wrong. And I'm not saying Baba is a dictator in any way or anything. You've never seen Baba's people from his own backyard. Not even his own backyard. Places that he has stronghold, even Mombasa, come and bring something against him. But you have people initiating, people from your own backyard, and it passes. Okay? Your deputy is busy fighting other people. Mudavadi, someone who doesn't really have a constitutional, really something entrenched in the constitutional office. Busy fighting that. Kindiki, they are fighting with, with unrest happening. Things being, conversed in the parliament. Constitutional things happening. And everything. You're starting to be left alone. And so, at that point, the king is naked and is getting naked. Didmas Barasa, someone I've never even ever supported in any way. Alisema, Sereka, we are naked. The king is naked. And you hear people starting to talk about Kalonzo. The same thing we were saying that Ukambani, we were coming to demystify this central thing. Rift Valley watajikaranga tu wenyewe, watagongana wenyewe. Central pia wameanza kujigonga wenyewe because of Rigiji, and we love him. Na Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria has been where? Gari ya Musando ilipatikana na nani? Alikuwa kwa ndege moja na nani akidipotiwa? Do you hear how he talks? Did you hear the F word? Have you ever heard a minister say F word? Hata mwenye alikuwa mkali alikuwa Gamichuki alisema, if you rattle a snake, expect to be bitten by it. You know? So I'm saying there's a problem in the house on the hill, and we expected it. And there's very smart people that said, just wait for 3 months and you will see. Because what is said by a king that is going out is because that king has led that nation or that kingdom and understands exactly what has happened and what happens in that kingdom. And some kings have led without having been on the throne. There's people like Raila. Raila has never been so quiet in any other election. Uhuru said something and walked away. One of the most humblest person you've ever had. Hata kutusi watu kama mavia kuku. People told him ni mlevi. But he led that country, and you can see the infrastructure that he's done with it. with the humility. He knows something. They know something. And sometimes the best battle won is the one that you never fought. I'm telling you, I see something coming up. If people don't change, something will change, and it won't change because people want. It will change because people will eat themselves from the inside, and it's starting, and it's not even that time that we were given. That's why Richie said I'm going to be a little bit serious. I haven't been serious here. Unajua tangu tushindwe mimi kwanza nilitoka nje ya politics kidogo nikapotea, and I've stopped being very serious about it so much. But I want you guys to listen to what I just said. The house on the hill stuff is not good. And let's wait. But I think Kenya will sustain itself. We will be good. And everything will be fine, but something will change in between. Either people style up, or the 1 million march that never happened, that stopped at Uhuru Park, is very easily done today. So I'm just saying, let's just watch. I want them to stay there. I love the super CS. Moses KURIA akae hapo. Wacha. Hawa watu wenye wanachoma wacha wakae hapo, wacha wachome. But as long as they take care of our country and our fellow Kenyans, but it's about time that we get serious with our leadership and our governorship. And I don't know what is going to happen, but I think something has to change and will change. It's not that it has to change. It will change. Coming very soon, maybe sooner than people think.
Okay, thank you Mato. Ose ngoja kidogo tu dakika moja nikuwekee hii alafu ongee in a minute. Let me see, there's a video here. Okay.
Append their signatures to kick out the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade, Industry, Moses KURIA, for planning to import the 10 million bags of maize, some GMOs, others organic. Pokot South Member of Parliament David Koseng, who is behind that push, has however said the plan also is pegged on whether or not the CS continues with that move or reverses it. Now, this comes as KURIA remained adamant that he will not back down from pushing to ensure no Kenyan dies of hunger. KTN's Emmanuel Toh reports.
The move to impeach the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade and Industry, Moses KURIA, is gathering pace. Over 53 legislators from across the political divide have signed to have the CS out of office for importing maize into the country. Pokot South MP David Koseng, who is leading the exercise, is supposed to have at least 233 MPs, representing a two-third majority of the House. According to Koseng, the numbers have been overwhelming as the angry MPs want the CS tamed for his planned action.
He will be the first cabinet minister to leave office. And he might leave office before the end of this month or before Christmas.
Those thinking about maybe impeaching the cabinet secretary for trade and industry maybe are well informed, and we are waiting. Mine, I can only append signature if convinced that this is the best reason to have him impeached.
The ouster motion is, however, pegged on whether the CS continues with the importation of the maize or not. This comes as the embattled CS maintained he will not be cowed by the move and that he will remain on track to ensure the cost of living is low and that no Kenyan dies of hunger. KURIA, who is accompanying President William Ruto on an official trip to the Republic of South Korea, tweeted asking the voices against the importation to keep off politics. The importation of the 10 million bags of maize has also received more pressure from the opposition side, with Azimio Chief Legal Advisor Paul Mwangi now saying they have already submitted a petition in court stopping the lifting of the ban on genetically modified organisms, GMOs.
And the foundations of the case is because prior to this blanket approval by cabinet of all GMO products, there has existed since the year 2012 regime for regulating how GMOs enter into the country. And that is why we have challenged the removal of that regime.
The lawyer says the lifting of the ban and the subsequent importation of maize that has already docked at the port of Mombasa is an affront to the rule of law.
Interested parties have come in and they have answered to the petition. We have filed our submissions, and the other group is going to be filing the submissions next week, and the case is going to be held on the 15th of December.
Azimio leader Martha Karua has also poked holes on President William Ruto's move to lift the ban, arguing that the cabinet was not legitimate at the time. As the debate gathers momentum, CS for Agriculture Mithika Linturi continues to give the debate a wide berth. Emmanuel Tor, KT News, Nairobi.
Reportedly,
Aya, ose umesikia ndio hiyo.
You know, these are very interesting times. These are very interesting times. You know, we were just talking here about how GACHAGUA can be put in control, in check. Now, if I could make a prediction, KURIA is going to be stronger than you see him, because we need to ask ourselves, these people are debating that they want the motion on the GMO has been passed, isn't it? But the same fellows are going to vote to retain KURIA. Now you can see the contradiction which is going to be there. My prediction is that if that happens, that KURIA is retained, is going to emerge stronger, especially in Central. Take it from me. And among all these people, Stone PK, we are saying that Kindiki, the Muturis are not so much of anything. They call it the Nyeri governor, where GACHAGUA comes from. Now, this motion may end up giving KURIA a much bigger clout, and he is going to be more recognized. Much more. He would have survived this, and he would only emerge stronger. Now, the issue of the imports, I thought I understand that if you are to import the maize, it has to be procedurally done within the government legal ways of doing it. Now, the fact that this maize is already there, and there is a motion on the other side, it simply means something is not right. So, to that, I think the government will have to face some issues here. Now, that legal battle, as much as it is in court, I do not know what Kenyans expect, because the way things are now, we have a rogue judiciary, you have a rogue parliament. In other words, they can do whatever they want, irrespective of what wananchi thinks. The same thing goes for the judiciary. Again, you can also say that you have a rogue executive. And I want to extend it. You're also almost having a rogue judge. Now, all these main elements that determine what happens in the country in terms of governorship, all these things, they think things are not right. Things are not right. When was the importation certificates issued, and to who? Was there any competitive bidding? And then the other thing is, who is the private fellow who has brought in this for the government? Now, to go out there specifically to get GMO maize, as if you can't get the other normal maize. Those are questions which need to be answered. You see, nobody is going that direction. Our parliament, now they come contesting through that motion, the importation of maize, and of course, trying to go against what KURIA is talking about. But the same parliament, it's like they are helpless. By the end of the day, you see, for example, the same Rift Valley MPs who seems to be leading this protest against GMO maize. there are two angles to this. Some people are genuinely concerned that our farmers, our maize, homegrown maize, might actually disappear. But others want the political side of it, side of things. You can see the route KURIA has taken. He's saying we had promised that nobody will die. So as far as he's concerned, he's driving that he doesn't want people to die. Now, my question is, which people are not asking, why bring in GMO maize? That is where the problem is. Again, they say that in Rift Valley, the harvests are going to be a bumper harvest. So again, it takes you back now. Who are the main beneficiaries of this imported maize? Now, assuming the courts go rogue and the GMO thing that is not stopped, and KURIA goes ahead and starts bringing this maize into the country, what options are left for Kenyans? What options are left for Kenyans? Yeah. Now, these fellows who have been trying to say they are is it bunge la wananchi, that kind of thing. The people's watchman, Shikuku, already died, but maybe this is the right time. Somebody needs to lead, maybe even a demonstration against the maize imports. Wachana na maneno ya courts. We don't care what the courts are going to do because they are likely to support the president. They are likely to support KURIA. So our legal officer there, how far would he has gone? How far would Paul Mwanga has gone if the courts end up approving the imports? They are going to weigh the two sides. They are going to say, according to them, people are dying. They'll rather have the GMO than death. Somebody can actually argue like that. I hear somebody is trying to say that, is it Martha Karua, that the so-called cabinet which approved this, was it within their mandate? Did they have powers to lift the ban, given that they were in a transition kind of stage? Don't be surprised if the courts can actually turn their ears away from that, the fact that that was a transition cabinet, and just ignore it. They'll say there are more important things to do with. People are dying. People are dying. I wanted to make a small comment on the MUDAVADI case. You see, if you look at all the other ministries, there are ministries which have proper budgets, well established, and what have you. Now, MUDAVADI's ministry, or whatever it is, even if it has a budget, if at all, what budget? Ask yourself. For consultations? Do you think MUDAVADI's budget or ministry has any budget? The same way you have for the water ministry, for agriculture ministry, for energy and what have you, all these other ministries, they have proper budgets. Now, that may then tell us to what extent MUDAVADI has been duped in all this. Maybe he's just having his secretary, he's just having an office. Because you can be rest assured, he doesn't have a representation across the country, away from the railways office. MUDAVADI may just be an office budget of sorts. And that will mean that his clout is going to be very, very short-lived. So by all means, GACHAGUA will just be having his day. You see, GACHAGUA has a budget even to go around the country. MUDAVADI does not. So to that extent, the two cannot, because MUDAVADI is not in the constitution, GACHAGUA will always have the upper hand. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I have a question for you, Kusa, and this one comes from the video that I last played. What is the point of MPs going for Moses Kuria? Everybody knows that a CS, a cabinet secretary, is an appointee of the president, and so if for any reason the MPs have grievances towards the importation of maize and especially GMO, the person they should be addressing is the President of the Republic of Kenya directly, because Moses Kuria is not an appointing authority by himself. He was appointed by somebody else. And the reason why we have parliament as another part of government is to check the executive. They can call Moses Kuria all sort of names, but Moses Kuria knows that there's nothing that is going to happen to him simply because he has the backing of the president. This is the language that has been used in Kenya ever since. Even when Raila Odinga suspended William Ruto and Sam Ongeri from cabinet position when he was the PM, they told him, you are not the appointing authority. Simple. Now, these MPs are purporting to be looking for over 230 signatures. Can you tell me where these signatures will come from? From where I stand, they do not have the capacity to get that number of signatures to impeach Moses Kuria. And so this is all drama that you are being subjected to. All these shenanigans you're seeing every day, MPs coming together to seem like they are fighting for the common mwananchi, is all drama. These people know very well that this maize that they're trying to fight against is already in the country. But now, because they know they will face the wrath of their constituents, the only thing they can do is to come and call a press conference and try to throw, shade, to try to show that they were really against this idea of importation. The truth is, Ose, and you are here, I can tell you for sure today that Moses Kuria is not going anywhere. And that motion will not see the light of day. Tuko na wewe hapa na utaona namna hiyo, simply because these people have no spine to face the executive. They are all cowards. Hii ni wale watu nasikianga, people with no political spine. They are all cowards. Hakuna kitu watafanyia Moses Kuria, na hiyo mind itaingia Kenya, and there's nothing they can do.
You see what I can say is this. That's why I started by saying that as much as most other people expect other things, this motion may end up building Kuria's cloud. You remember I did say something like that. Remember, I started by saying that the way the maize itself has reached here tells you that the forces behind it are even beyond Kuria himself. Now, what is not clear is whether these MPs, all of them, know who they are fighting, because basically this agenda is for the president. You can see the Bill Gates and the people they are trying to support. And I did tell you that the day the GMO, the ban was lifted, I was so surprised that the Secretary of State here in the US, they sent congratulations to the president. Never mind that when he became president, the congratulatory messages were not that fast. Now, in less than 12 hours, congratulatory messages were there for the president for lifting the GMO ban. Now, what does that tell you? It simply tells you that this maize we are talking about, it is a script which was drawn long time, and it will go to its full end. It will go to its full end. Moses Kuria may end up, as much as some people are trying to say how they are collecting signatures. After this, Moses Kuria will end up with a lot of clout and more, very much stronger. In fact, he's likely to give a challenge to GACHAGUA in Central, as much as things are concerned. You see, right now, it's like, as I did say, although BK may not agree, the Kindikis, the Muturis, the Chungwas, Moses Kuria, Gachaguas, all there is a struggle here, call it a Cold War struggle, to get who the Mount Kenya kingpin. I think even the matters could be there. Is eventually going to be. Now, this is going to really give KURIA some clout. In fact, it will be wrong if somebody withdraws this motion, here, impeachment of KURIA. It would have done KURIA a lot of disservice. So you will see him retained. In fact, they are going to vote to retain KURIA as the cabinet secretary. And that will help push KURIA's political clout much, much higher. Now, but as to exactly the people behind, I'm not so sure whether the courts can also dwell on that. Paul Mwangi has taken the matter to court, but the assuming that even the importation was okay, the way the maize has ended up in Mombasa is so questionable. So all those questions go unanswered. The questions go unanswered. Now, okay, I can understand Martha is trying to question the cabinet that approved the banning of the GMO maize. And as I said, we almost now have like a rogue judiciary. So that's, I don't expect that to end up anywhere. They are going to say stopping people from dying is more important than GMO maize. At least maybe if GMO maize will mean that they die next year and not now. If they don't have the maize, they'll die now. If they have GMO, they'll die next year. So they would have gotten some grace period to die. That's likely to be the counter argument that the court is going to have. And you have, as I said, you have a rogue judiciary, you have a rogue parliament in terms of what they are going to pass, and you have a rogue executive according to the orders they give. They lift the bans irregularly, and then, of course, last and but not least, you have a rogue church. So what else? What else are Kenyans left with?
But Ose, before I give it to the next person, my question here is this: I have a problem with the way Azimio does its stuff. I'm still surprised why Paul Mwangi had to rush to court to argue the case of importation of GMO. It's like they don't learn. This is the same court that has been captured. We've been crying here every day telling these people that there's nothing good that will come from this court. This is the same court that you're saying is releasing suspects of graft, of mismanagement of money, killers, rapists, and all these other people from the other side of the political divide. And then you want to rush to the same court to seek justice, knowing very well if this is a government policy, all they will go to do is just the president or the deputy president or whoever it is will just pick a phone call and probably call the CJ, tell them your case inakuja hapo tupilia mbali. It's as simple as that. Why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time going to court knowing very well that even if you go to court, the court will not grant you justice? It is a waste of time. I think the best way, and I was joking this with somebody else, the best way that Azimio could have done, if Raila Odinga and all the people that are against GMO importation wanted to make this thing a matter of urgency, what Raila Odinga should have come out and said is that he supports the importation of GMO. And I can tell you PK and SSK union scripts today, hiyo ship yenye imefika Mombasa ingerudishwa mahali imetoka. If Raila Odinga comes out and said, okay, nina support importation ya GMO, then these people, because they want to do everything against what Raila Odinga says, they will return that ship mahali imetoka. It's as simple as that. But going to court, it will not help anybody. Endelea Stone.
Kusema you have burning things. Sema before me. Endelea kusema. Endelea.
Yeah, go ahead. Kusema. Go ahead. I don't know what he's saying. Okay, you can go ahead Stone, alafu ataendelea.
Nilikuwa nakwambia kusema uendelee kabla yangu. Unmute.
Nilikuwa nataka kusema prize fulani cause napigana na mtu kwa comment section kama mtanikubali.
Endelea wewe basi Mato.
Oh, okay, sorry. I was asking you to unmute Mimi.
Okay. Mato.
Okay, I think now I'm okay. Richie, what I wanted to say is this. That case against the GMO in court is not recent. It went almost immediately when the ban was lifted. So it is not like they have just come up with it. It went earlier. But something else you need to understand. I said here that the judiciary is a rogue judiciary. Sometimes, to let the rest of the world and the rest of the people to see this, you do it exactly the way they have done. They may well know that they will not get far with it. They may well know that the courts will rule against them. But to wrap the point home that, look, next day they tell you that this is a rogue judiciary is controlled by the executive, then you will understand why. So for that, as far as to that, in that context, they are okay the way they have done it. It's the same thing Martha Karua has done, taking that Supreme Court case to the East African. So some people are trying to argue that what will come out of it, they can't change anything. No. That going to the East African court, especially if they agree with her argument, is a very, very strong point put home, especially when you start talking about the West and some other countries having interfered with the Kenyan election. It will be there for the world to see. It will be a point would have been sent home. So Paul Mwangi going to court is not in futile as such. It is going to give a very rub of the point home, and so most people are going to understand what a rogue judiciary actually is. Thank you.
Okay, Stone.
Okay. Let me say this. All said and done, Kenya is questioned. Kenya is questioned because whether you talk of judiciary, I know Kuseo is wale old school, wale wanasema tufuate kitabu. Hiyo polepole, you go file, enda UN, file huko. My friend Kuseo, the world of today is hammer for hammer, fire for fire. You sit down there on the desk waiting to be to analyze. Mothers, all those efforts are futile. Of course, they are for records if we do a coup. If Kenya goes haywire, there will be a record that the opposition tried X, Y, Z. But it's a waste of time, especially if there is money involved. I wish she had donated that money to help some people in Kirinyaga or somewhere, because which world cares? Who cares about what Kenya is doing today, Kuseo? Not UN, not nothing. Today, you build your country like Rwanda. Care less for anybody else outside Rwanda. Whoever wants to deal with Rwanda, kuja Rwanda. Tueleze mambo yetu. That's what Kagame says. Don't give us nonsense from the ivory towers. Who you calling yourself IMS, calling yourself all those kind of. That is all garbage as far as Africa is concerned. Those bodies, all of them are the ones that have killed Africa. And I wish I could be a president of this beautiful country of ours. I would be Kagame times 3, because Kenyans, you need to be 3 times. Serious dictator, so long as you are dictating the right thing. Kill democracy, it takes the garbage. It is not working. Get people who are delivering for 5 years. give people mandate, utafanya hivi na hivyo. Maneno ya democracy, tukae pale tupige elections where even returning officers can decide against mwananchi, and then because they are all wrong, they are sad. So if I become the president, nitalainisha watu hiyo miaka 5, wale waizi watalia, but it will be straight. I'll suspend that constitution because it's not serving mwananchi. Okay, I'll consolidate leadership with the security forces, the armed forces, and all that, and we agree to put Kenya back to the whatever. Because hii line ya democracy, sijui tuende wapi. We go to, look at it this way. At hata ilikuwa inaitwa ni ICC, where Ruto was going to go and answer the case. Look at how it has been done. I think they even had a hand in it to make sure that this thing dies. You know, so you sit there waiting and caring about what the world is seeing at dunia itaona Kenya. Do they care? They care if Kenyans die, they come and take the land and invest and do that. China wants to auction Kenya. It will be their happiness when they come, take the entire coastal region, start doing their ports everywhere. They are looking for homes for their whatever billion of people they have. Kenyans, we are here being lied to. We are cheated. Oh, he's a judiciary. Oh, you have a president. You have to accept him. Really? It's like being told hii shindano ni cyanide na kudunga nayo. But omba Mungu, sika hii Biblia, you pray, you will not die painfully. Utakufa pole pole. And you accept. So for Kenyans to even sit and imagine that things will be okay. Oh, Moses KURIA sijui. I mean, Moses KURIA will be impeached. Sijui ati GMO. Even this protesting against GMO, it is futile. Look at akina Raila wamenyamaza. Ask yourself, everybody has been amepukishwa hii dawa ya mshetani. Raila is powerless. Today, nobody can call people to the streets. And that is the only way to get rid of it. There is no way in Kenya that will change things. We were saying as Azimio guys should resist. They are not resisting. Wanalamba hao watu sehemu mbaya. They are all leaking those people because it is every man for himself and God for us all. And I keep on saying, 60 years down the line is always a turning point from 55, even in human beings. That is when a turning point inakuanga unaanza ku either drop, and you drop very fast, or una drop softly ukienjoy maisha. You either drop perpendicularly or you drop, kwa ile curve mzuri. Same thing with countries. If economies have not broken through at 50, Kwisha. Rwanda was very good. They did it very early. They had to do the genocide, which is what has put them where they are, unfortunately. And I can count so many others that had to bite the bullet to put things straight. This I'll keep on preaching until I die. Kenya sahi mahali iko ni moto, ni kuwasha moto, kurekeza, kupiga, unachukua bomb, unapiga what is bad. Bomb that state house, let's burn it. It doesn't serve mwananchi. That parliament is not for mwananchi. It's useless. There's no symbol of unity. Kenya is not united. You cannot unite when you are what? When you are njaa. Waluya, unity for a purpose. Why would you unite for a purpose? What purpose? So I would ask. Somebody telling you, let's unite for a purpose. That's conmanship. So after that purpose, what happens? You should unite naturally. Naturally. Don't unite because you want to go. Kama mtaani, I like quoting mtaani because that's where I was nurtured. All my style is from mtaani. Ati tulikuwa tunaona dem mmoja anakuwa ni mgumu sana, then you start telling Kuseo na Mato na ule mwingine, mumeona ameenda market, sasa unasema nipeleke. You are trying to look for force because ukienda peke yako utadidi. So that immediately ukiunite you hata ishiki, huyo dem anakuangalia itu hivyo anacheka. So even in Kenya today, if you are uniting just because of one thing, You are not uniting because of the painful progression in the entire country. Like now, the leadership is bad, period. Wacha tuache maneno ya GMO nini, manake this leadership will give you, I don't want to pronounce, but it will give you all the essence, including hizo zako bwana kusema. So the thing is not to deal with those essence, but is to deal with the cause of that S, and it is simple: uprooting this rotten government. Hakuna in this government, no one, hata hao wameingia Azimio wamekuwa rotten. They are rotten because how do you sit with rotten people in parliament? What laws are you making? My very good friends, people like Akinotienda, who I respect so much, you are sitting there, unaongea na waizi na wauaji. What will they change? So for me, to conclude, I don't see any other thing. I don't see any other thing where you have no goodwill from the president. You know, he's not the president. He doesn't care. The judiciary, you go filing there to showcase, it doesn't help. The parliament is rotten. It's only mwananchi who is left on his own. Na mwananchi ni kuchukua mawe, chukua chochote kile unacho moto. Like now, hiyo mahindi inatakiwa tuichomee Mombasa. Yeah, blow it off Mombasa. Ikishatolewa kwa hiyo ship, wherever they will store it, burn it, blow it off. I would have said we blow the ship, but the ship doesn't belong to us, it belongs to somebody. But wherever the stores they put that, set it on fire. Simple as that. Kanuke, kanuke.
Kenyans should demonstrate and have it banned instead of going to court.
So, SS, you still expect to see Kenyans on the streets at this day and time, eh? People are hungry. I don't know if you know that. Watu hawana chakula ya kukula. The people, unajua zile siku yenye kulikuwa na demonstration Nairobi, watu walikuwa naenda demonstration kama wameshiba. At least ukikimbizwa na GSC uko na nguvu ya kutoroka. Saa hizi hakuna mtu ako na chakula. You expect those people to go and demonstrate in the streets of Nairobi again?
In that case, you agree with KURIA?
No. KURIA's issue is different because with KURIA is not there because he cares about anybody who is angry. The reason why KURIA is importing maize, and especially GMO maize, is because they are those businessmen. You know, I've just read something from the deputy president here. He says, we want to thank the US government for the much support that it has given unto us since we assumed office. And I want to tell you that these people, and I remember PK ile siku niliwaambia hapa, ukitoa Bill Gates America umpeleke Afrika, akuagi amekuja ati kutupa pesa yake kwa nini kusaidia watu. Ule jamaa anakujanga biashara. Ule jamaa alikuja biashara. Hiyo ndio kitu ilikuwa imemleta huko. Ile kitu waga amekosa mahali anakuanga ametoka ni watu wa kufanyia experiment. Watu wa kufanyia experiment ndio anakuaga amekosa. Sasa akipata wale ambao wanasema lete bora utulipe, lete ndiye alipata wale jamaa akaenda akazunguka huko akasema I'll spend 700 and something billion Kenyan shillings to improve sijui agriculture, sijui irrigation nini kidogo. GMO ndio hiyo mumemwagiwa. This guy is never a person ambaye anatoaga kitu yake bure. Now, because the Kenyan government imepata mtu ambaye ako tayari kupeana, now ako tayari kupokea, they don't care about what conditions are set for them to receive, as long as it's given to them. Na ndio kitu nasikia kusema mimi nakwambia. I don't agree with Moses Kuria because yeye hashuguliki ule mtu wa konja. That's none of, one of the reasons ambaye Moses Kuria anakubali importation ya maize. And I want to tell you this. I'm reading a statement right here for the Minister of Agriculture. Minister of Agriculture anasema ya kwamba yeye anajidistance na hiyo importation ya hiyo GMO. He's not part of it. Anasema he's trying to assess the situation, na kama ataona ya kwamba inahitajika mahindi ikuwe nini Kenya, ikuwe imported Kenya, then he might be able to advise what capacity we need to import. So he's not part of what is being done right now by the Ministry of Trade. So these people are cartels. Hawa ni watu ambaye, and I'm telling you, hii maize kando itakuja kulipuka. It might not happen right now, but a few days later, a few months later down the line, utasikia itakuja kulipuka, and it will only start wakati farmers in Rift Valley and other areas that grow maize will start protesting against the MPs. Ukiona MP akina Cherargei wameenda kuwa na baraza huko kwa huko, atolewe mbio na mawe, ambiwe usiwahi kanyaga hapa, that is the time utajua sasa wakulima wamechoka, and that is when easy scandals zenye zinaendelea zitakuja lipuka. Julia, you have something to say?
So why is Cheragai and his friends wasting our time calling press conferences? Makiadi, see wanajua they cannot do anything. This is their boss. Why are they wasting our time calling?
Because they want to be seen to do their job. They want to show their constituents ya kwamba wanafanya kazi. As simple as that. This is just for the cameras.
Mimi, it's just that I'm sad that Kenyans will be exposed to food they are not sure whether it's healthy for them. Lakini kama isingelikuwa ni hiyo kuseo, ningesema hiyo mahindi iletwe so that Rift Valley farmers give their maize to the cows. Niliona juzi people from Kinangop walikuwa napea ng'ombe boga, cabbage, so that because they had nowhere to sell that cabbage, so that Rift Valley people give their maize to the cows and goats and sheep, ndio wasikie uchungu ya kuchagua serikali ya majambazi, so that next time they will think very hard, very hard as they go to the polls before they vote. That is what I will say, Makiadi. I'm sorry. I didn't hate the issue of this GMO thing, that Kenyans have to be exposed to all this, and not that because of some people's greed. Lakini Cheragai and those members of parliament from Rift Valley should stop playing around with us. They were there. They campaigned. They supported them. They even know it is not KURIA making this decision. See, Makidi, si wanajua si KURIA. Kwani ni nani ya si serikali? The bulk stops at Ruto. It is not KURIA. This whole KURIA drama is just drama. Wawache hiyo drama. Wasitulete. So me, I think I agree with PK and SS. I think Mary, they should sink that ship. Something should be done.
Aya, thank you, Julia. Naona Maggie amekuja, lakini ngoja kidogo tu, dakika moja.
Away from that, but yet another scandal involving corruption. Allies of Deputy President William Ruto today found themselves on the receiving end of the National Cereals and Produce Board (NCPB) scandal after angry farmers accused them of complicity in the saga. Key leaders who included Governor Jackson Mandago sat quietly as farmers expressed their fury, accusing some of them of focusing more on 2022 politics instead of standing with farmers in the region. Elvis Koskei now reports from the county of Uasin Gishu.
The meeting, attended by over 400 farmers from across the North Rift region, almost turned chaotic after a number of leaders were shouted down and challenged to come out clean on the maize scandal.
Leo hii tumekuwa na demokrasia katika taifa yetu ambayo ni sheria mama ya nchi. Sisi tutalete ng'ombe, tutalete nguruwe, tutamwaga mahindi kujaza town, mpaka town haipitiki. Wakulima kutoka Soi, Mr. Caleb, wewe juzi ulikuwa KTN, lakini hujatetea hawa, ulisema maneno outside the board. Wapi kutoka Kapseret, Mr. Sudi, usilinge tiren, tunataka utetee haki ya wakulima.
Mahindi imekuja Kenya hii. Mimi nataka tuambie Bwana Sudi, kama wewe unajua kitu hata nataja jina yako, hapana tajwa bure. Hawezi tajwa bure. Kama kitu wewe unajua, wewe mwambie hii watu. Bwana Gosita, wewe naingia jana hata watu maliza mwaka mbili. Wewe kama unajua kitu wewe sema, kwa sababu watu hawezi taja jina yako bure.
Nimesikia mtu akisema hapa ati sisi tumetajwa kwa maneno ya mahindi. Mimi kwanza nisaliwe. Sijawahi fanya biashara ya mahindi mimi. Ukishika simu yangu hii hata cereals board manager wa hapa, mimi simujui. Sina namba yake. Nafikiri hao wakulima wanajua.
The angry farmers also asked the Jubilee allied leaders to stop meddling in farmers' issues and stop criticizing leaders from the region speaking up against the scandal.
Sisi tunataka wale waizi wote isizidi siku 2, isifike mwezi wa isifike Alhamisi ya hii wiki.
Shida kama hii tuwachie DCI na investigation wote watafute mpaka wapate, lakini maneno nataka sikiza tu, lakini maneno ya kutaja jina ya mtu hiyo tu kidogo mimi nakataa.
Hii list mliona juzi yenye imetoka ni cover up, na minister mwenyewe alisema jana kwa gazeti ya jana kuwa leo atataja majina ya viongozi ama ile watu wenye wako connected na hiyo maneno ya nini ya mahindi.
MPs Oscar Sudi and his counterpart Caleb Kositany were forced to explain their involvement in the maize saga.
Na hiyo lazima tuambiane ukweli, hata mkipiga kelele. Serikali ni hiyo moja tu italipa mahindi, ndio tunataka tuombe tuseme tunaomba rais atulipie mahindi. Lakini hii maneno ya kusema ati tunapigia kelele pia serikali kwa kuleta siasa, hiyo tuache kelele. Tunaomba watu walipwe na tunataka wakulima walipwe, na tumesema hawa wakulima hawatashikwa.
Ili hii maneno tuzizungushane, cereals wanunue silo ya kisasa, waweke katika ile buying centers ya zamani na walete drying machine, mambo ya kukausha mahindi iwe ni gharama ya cereal board na serikali.
I'm appealing to His Excellency the President to give direction and instruct the Cabinet Secretary Kiunjuri to open National Cereals and Produce Board.
Wezi ni wale walihakikisha ndugu yetu Tiren sio chairman ya kilimo.
Wale walilete mahindi kutoka Uganda na wakati NCBB, wale walilete mahindi Tanzania na wakati kwenye cereals, hao watu wachukuliwe hatua ya sheria.
The NCPB, in which more than 2 billion shillings was lost between November last year and March 2018, has affected mostly peasant farmers from the DP's backyard. Though he has not been directly linked with the scandals, it has split his once seemingly solid support down the middle. Elvis Kosgei, KTN News, was.
Kuna katela na kula serikali. Ukifika huko kuna katela na kula cereal. Kwani huyu katel ni mbwa mwitu?
Tunaimba hapa Kiswahili kizuri, Kiingereza kizuri, lakini hakuna inakuishia sanduku ya Senate. Recommend, wewe unajua kusungumuza sana, sungumuza mahindi leo. Mahindi ilitoka kwa Mexico, ilikuwa ya nani?
Mumekuja hapa kututanganya. Mumekuja hapa kutuweka sisi merry-go-round. Maneno ya 2022 watu wetu nakuba hapa ribarol kama mzike. Sisi tuko na tabu ya kutosha. Hii watu mnapoona namna hii tuna tabu. Mahindi ndani ya sito, mahindi ndani ya cereal, mahindi sasa tayari kwa shamba, na mnakuja tu kutuchekelea haki ya Mungu.
Zikiagizwa hakuna deni, wanalipwa mbeleni. Lakini ikiwa mwana Kenya inakuwa ni deni. Inakuwa ni deni. Sasa mamlaka ya serikali ni kwanza ni kuhudumia wa Kenya. Na mimi hii ni aibu kubwa sana. Kwa sababu tumepata mafuta, sasa kama mambo ya mahindi imetushinda, mambo ya mafuta tutaweza kweli?
Mahindi inaingia kiholela kutoka nchi jirani. Na sisi tukawaambia wale viongozi ambao wanalinda mpaka, serikali ya Kenya haikutumia ushuru wa mwananchi kujenga magala ya cereals board kusaidia mkulima wa nchi jirani. Wanakuja gorogoro moja sasa Bungoma ni shilingi 9. Kwa sababu mkulima hana pa kupeleka chakula chake.
And we want to do something once and for all. Hatutaki vile ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa Tirena amesema turudi kila saa kwa hii hole.
Aya, nimewachezea video ndio mjue historia ya mahindi haijaanza jana. Na wale watu ambao wanakula watu wakulima wa mahindi, si ati ni mtu ametoka Kakamega, ama mtu ametoka Nyandarua, ama mtu ametoka Makueni. They are the same people ambao wamechaguliwa na the same people ambao wanalia saa hii. And these are the people wenye walikuwa nalia 2000 hapo Uhuru Kenyatta akiwa president, walikuwa nafikiria ni minister sijui Mwangi Kiunjuri ndiye anaingiza mahindi peke yake. You can hear them, you can even hear them saying themselves ya kwamba watu wao wenyewe ndio wana import mahindi. So this thing yenye tunasema saizi ya mahindi hii is not going to go away very soon, and it doesn't matter hata kama unachagua mtu ambaye anatoka kwako, MP wako. This thing has been eating the Rift Valley nation for a long time. Nani watu wao. In fact, it is just that they don't want to mention the name because of political ramifications, but everybody knows ni nani wana import your mahindi. Wacha nikaribishe Megi kwanza, unless Julia you have to say something, I'll have to patie Megi. Megi, habari ya
asubuhi. Wacha Megi aongee. Habari Megi, good to see you.
Yeah, karibu Megi.
Salama sana, habari zenu? Muda mrefu sana sijasikia. Do you hear me? Okay.
Uko sawa, endelea.
Muda mrefu sana na nimeona kumbe kila mtu wana hiyo machungu kama mimi na hiyo mambo ya mahindi. I'm a farmer in Kenya. Na nimejaza gunia 600 bags. Nitapeleka wapi jamanini? Simu niambie. Kama GMO sasa imefika, nimesikia zimefika kabisa Mombasa. What is going to happen? I think shetani ingine imeingia country yetu, na huyo shetani we really don't know what we are going to do about him, because it has really brought a big confusion in everybody. Mpaka hata those whom we were thinking would help Kenya now everybody are silent actually. That is what I'm observing. Everybody is silent in this regard. Mpaka wale wenye wanani, those who are really annoying me are the Azimio people. I think they are the majority even in parliament, but they are just doing nothing. Hii scandal ya mahindi unapata watu wa Kenya Kwanza ndio are the ones who are now fighting, and I think they are trying to help the country, which they cannot, because where is their fight going to take them? Nowhere, because you people know what Ruto is. Na Ruto ndio ni yule state capture. Amecapture every area. Amecapture judiciary, amecapture sijui nini, everywhere. So what is going to happen to that mahindi thing? Watu wa Kenya let them just wait to die with that GMO inaitwa nini, GMO maize, because GMO hata hapa mi naona wako na GMO, but most of them are not even eating it. Hata wameandika hii ni organic na hii ni GMO. Most of the people are going for the organic. Why are we being forced with something which has been rejected even by the Americans? So Ruto is out to kill everybody in Kenya for, I don't know, people from Russia, China, wapate places pa kukaa. I don't know what we people did to God to let such like happen to our country, because it is really hurting actually. It is not something very good, and like right now things are so bad. People are crying. Poverty has really erupted the country. Nothing good is happening, and they are talking about bringing maize, which is going to kill people, because they know kuna watu wengine wako na njaa. Haya watu wa Rift Valley wanasema wako na mahindi, they don't know where to go and sell it. which they are not going to sell it because that one has already come in. So, what is the solution now? What do we do? What is going to happen to our country, or what is going to happen to our people? Me, that is my question. Because it is something which is quite alarming. I don't want to say that they elected Ruto. Chebukati rigged Ruto in just to spoil for Kenyans. But how can we stop this thing? That is a question I'm putting across to you people. How can we stop this thing? Because things are not good. Yeah. Our people down at home, are we going to bury them? Then we come back to such countries because it's not helping. Ruto's serikali is not helping, na yeye anazurura kila everywhere, na hiyo pesa na watu wanakufa na njaa. I just wanted to say hi actually. Sebado sinanga mood mimi because I don't know whether nitatambua hiyo serikali kama ni serikali yangu. I'm sorry about it. Thank you for giving me that chance.
Maki, unalima wapi? Where do you farm? Uko Nyanza?
Yeah, mi nalima Nyanza. Place inaitwa Uyoma. Uyoma, you know, is always a very fertile place, just at the lake.
Yeah, that's the point I've been driving here, that Kenyans can grow their food. Like people in Nyanza, I think they have 2 seasons. Like unlike parts of Rift Valley and Central, like Nyandarua, Nyanza, I think wako na 2 seasons of
Yeah.
planting, right?
Yeah.
And then kuna viazi tamu, that is sweet potatoes.
Kabisa, yes.
And a lot of it.
Yeah.
And beans.
Yeah.
So maybe I think that's what we should encourage our farmers to do. You know, there's
Exactly.
something that sometime back, Maggie, we were talking here. Kuna mtu sijui kama Geoffrey ama nani alikuwa anasema ati hao wakulima wa Rift Valley watatuuzia mahindi 6,000. Sasa mimi nikaona ni kama watu wanataka hold the country hostage.
Yeah.
With their food. So I think it is high time our governors woke up and make sure that we have enough water for irrigation. And
Exactly.
also we diversify our food. Mkienda pale Mwea kuna mchele mingi sana because wanatumia hii river deeper for irrigation. So there's a lot of rice, so we can also eat rice. Hata kama akina pika unasema ati mchele ni ya mama na watoto. Kina pika, you have to teach yourself now to eat mchele na maharagwe. You start teaching yourself, msituletee hiyo na maneno yenyu ati mchele ni ya mama na watoto.
Ubaya wanaume wa Kenya wanapenda ugali sana.
Hapana, wasituletee hiyo na mchele na maharagwe. We can even hata naona pale Waluya na I think some Luos. My friend used to make for me, they mash sweet potatoes and beans. Nyi mnapika hiyo chakula Maggie, it is a very delicious diet.
Yeah.
Sweet potatoes and beans, they mash it. It's very heavy and very delicious.
Yeah.
So it is high time we diversify our food. Maneno ya maugali. Kwanza ugali needs mboga. And
ugali
if
ni mboga. Okay, hata wanaume wakipenda unaweka ugali kadogo na hiyo kamchele. Hii mambo ya Rift Valley, in fact the way you are talking I like it. Hii mambo ya Rift Valley wanatuuzia mahindi, nilisema no. Yes.
Alafu ati wanasema ati watauza 6,000. Wakae na hiyo mahindi yao.
Wakae na hiyo mahindi yao na hatutaki.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Hatutaki.
tukula mchele yetu na now Duke is enjoying me.
Yeah.
Wali wetu na maharagwe.
Yes.
And then tutakula sweet potatoes for breakfast.
Yes.
Na when wako pale kwa lake, omena ndio hiyo. My babies used to like omena so much.
Omena, ngege, kamongo. We have so many types of fish.
Let me tell you, Maggie, why I learned to make omena. This is what my children used to do. They used to go to one day I saw my daughter go to the neighbor's house. And unajua Kenya tu mtoto kula kwa neighbor si big deal. So she came back with a small plate of omena food, and she was licking it, and she was trying to share to the brother in hiding. Ndio nisione ati yeye ametoa chakula kwa jirani na ameletea ndugu yake mdogo, and they loved that food. I had to learn to make her omena. So it is high time we diversify our food. Hii maneno ya ati kuna watu ati wanauza mahindi 6,000. I think we got to stop this drama. If you go to Kambani, if they have enough water, that land is very fertile.
I'm telling you, it is.
Yeah, they produce a lot of millet, a lot of even Nyanza and Western.
Hata maragwe, niko na kashamba ingine pia nini yuko Machakos. Nimewahi kutoa maragwe mingi kabisa. Kama this time haikufanya vizuri sana, but I have 40 bags.
40 bags of
40 bags of nini? Maragwe.
Wow.
Beans,
That's
yes.
what you need to do.
Huko iko na maragwe sawa hiyo Machakos.
Uko Machakos wapi?
Hapo karibu inaitwa nini? Between Machakos and Athi River. Kamulu, yes.
You're my neighbor. Okay.
Really? Niko na kalanda hapo. Yuko mwingine aliniuzia 10 acres, but it's really doing good in Maragwe.
So I think that's the way to go. Tulime, we go back to our food. Pale Nyandarua sisi tuko tu sawa, tuna na mukimo yetu yenye haina mahindi PK, whether you like it or not. If you kuja pale kwetu, I'll give you mukimo ya peas na a lot of green vegetables. Green peas, green vegetables, and a lot of potatoes. Na pale kwetu kuna kondoo, merino sheep. Na we have a lot of them. So every time tuko na mgeni tunachinja mmoja because we have a lot of merino sheep. Tuna nyama choma. So this thing ati watu wakule maugali, tuachane na maugali wa Kenya. Hii maugali ya GMO tuachane nayo kabisa. Sijui pike yanasema nini.
Mukikula maugali make sure ni organic, sio GMO. Yeah. Iwe organic kabisa. Unajua tena hiyo GMO nimepata hiyo seed yake ukiplant huwezi kureplant again. Na yetu unajua kama mimi niko na seeds ambaye ilitoka kwa my great grandmother. Yes. So it is something which has been going on like that. Na siwezi kumix.
Na unakumbuka Maggie, tulikuwa tukipanda mahindi tukiharvest tunaweka kwa jikoni. Mko na ile kitu tumetengeneza jikoni, you dry maize for the next season.
Yes.
Yeah, we do that too. So, and then another thing, mashamba yetu pale nyumbani, we really don't use a lot of fertilizer. We really do that. We use animal manure. Mtu ako na ng'ombe 2 na mbuzi, hiyo manure ndio unaweka kwa shamba lako, and you find that those farms usually in the long run are very fertile. So we can diversify our agricultural products na tuache maugali ya GMO, na hii watu wengine wakijifanya pale wanatuzia ati mahindi 6,000 Kenya shillings. That one also has to stop. So that is my thinking.
In fact, that is what I even asked one time. Watu wakiongea so much about manure, sijui nini. Nikasema, sisi kwetu hizo mambo ya manure, we really don't understand them. Because we never use manure at all. And we are doing so well, by the way.
Wow, then your land is so fertile.
Yeah, very, very fertile.
Sisi tunatumia as we use that one for the cows, and every time you find the land is also very fertile. Waru, if you plant waru, the Irish potatoes, it's unapata ni kubwa sana yenye unatoa kwa shamba. So I am advocating for that. We go back to our roots so that we kill GMO nonsense that is coming. And Kevin, I'm sorry, mimi ukikuja kunitembelea Kevin Ochieng, sina hiyo ugali na nitakutengenezea mukimo. na hiyo mukimo haitakuwa na mahindi, itakuwa kama chakula ya mtoto, lakini kutakuwa na nyama ya mbuzi, nyama choma. Kwa hivyo you enjoy yourself. Karibu PK.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you. Madam Maggie, karibu sana. Kujaonana siku nyingi.
Yeah, thank you.
Ni kweli sisi kupata roho, because those who are supposed to help Kenyans have been married. Wamelamba lolo. So they are all gone. Azimio is no more, because all those guys have been swallowed by that evil you talked about. Kuna shetani, the king of all devil, of all evil ameingia. Hata kuna huyu jamaa alikuja ku make sure shetani ameingia. Sitaki kumtaja jina. Huyo akiingia nchi yoyote ujue hiyo nchi inaenda kuperish. Huyo ndio mtu mshetani namba moja. Na ni yeye ndio anafanya mambo mingi. Jambo lolote mbaya duniani yeye ako mstari wa mbele. Na dunia inamhusudu sasa. You can imagine mtu mmoja anazungumza, ananena jambo, anasikika kuliko Mungu. Take that to the bank. Alisema kuna kitu kitafanyika duniani kwa muda fulani, na ikakuwa hivyo, wakishirikiana na wengine. Nimeongea kwa mafumbo, mmejua. Sasa shetani ameshuka, na shetani akishuka afukuzwi na Biblia, ndugu yangu. Biblia unashika na unachukua pia rungu, unachukua sword, mishale na kila kitu. Ukibeba Biblia peke yake utakufa. Manake Mungu anasaidia ule anajisaidia. Kwa hivyo Wakenya kwa sasa ni kuchukua sheria mkononi. Jilinde wewe mwenyewe. Number 1, nimefurahi vile Julia anasema. Maneno ya kusema ugali. Tusisie ugali. Lakini Maggie, sasa mahindi yako sijui utafanya nini. Manake sasa tungesema tususie ugali kabisa. Tukule miogo ukitengeza unga wa miogo uchanganye na hiyo nani Julia anasema hiyo chakula. Hao wanaume wanasema ati mpaka ugali ndio wanashiba. It's just iko hapa tu. Kienda Tanzania na Uganda hiyo wanaita kaunga, ugali inaitwa kaunga huko. You mix that na they are one of the best ugalis I've ever eaten. Acha hizi za huku kwetu unakula mahindi zingine zimeoza, zingine ni maembe nini. Tususie hiyo mahindi. Hao watu walikuwa wanaimba UDA hao na wanajiita wakulima. Wakule hiyo mahindi. Sasa ndio watasema imehulwa, badala ya kusema itahulwa watasema imeoza na ikaoza. So that they learn. They go to their Ruto awauzie hiyo mahindi yao ama waende wauzie Ruto. You see, it has to be fire for fire, Kenyans. Yes, it has to be fire for fire. Who supported this useless government? Ilikuwa ukienda pande ya Rift Valley watu wataki kusikia lolote. Ni yellow. Sasa wakule hiyo yellow. Hiyo yellow ndio inakuja, watakula na wakule. The rest of the Kenyans, please, susia hiyo mahindi, susia unga yoyote nyeupe. Okay? Labda ukule tu ile yako umevuna hapo kwako, kama vile nani anasema. Kenya is very fertile. Indeed. Kenya, watu wajaribu those areas that produce maize, unajaribu tu kukopa land. You borrow land from other people. You lease or you rent. If you have 2 acres, lease, invest, lease kwa mwaka moja. Yeyote yule ana land kubwa na hawezi kulima. Kuna mama wazee, akina baba wazee, wana shamba kubwa. Go there, pay them and don't nyanyasa them. Then produce if you have the capacity to do that. Ukambani yote is very fertile. Make use of those rivers. But when you are leasing land, unaenda unasema unalipa eka moja shilingi 10, shilingi 20. Unakuwa wewe ni mkoloni mambo leo. Lease my 20 acres of land, I can give it to you for 3 years, but you pay me good money because you're also going to make good money. And then that way we are able to shun off these other, to punish Ruto na hao watu wake hao. Hao walisema walisupport, wakaanza kusema ukabila ati yeye ni mtoto wao. Kikulacho kinguoni mwako. Kwa hivyo wavumilie tu, waingizwe hiyo kidole kwa mapua, wapelekwe na rivers, watafika. Kariza alisema hivyo. unaingizwa kidole kwa mapua, unasukumwa reverse na utafika mwisho. So Kenyans, it's okay. I know you didn't elect this man, but I have always said, because you did not elect him, you should have rioted. You should have gone to the streets and say, no, this is not what we are saying. Why did we cow down? Our cowardice ndio itatukula. We will, we are there. Yeah. Now our MPs, we should shun them all. They are sitting in those committees. What committees are these in parliament? Discussing what? Ati sahii wamewekwa kwa kina nani Otiende Amolo, very intelligent and super people, wale tunaado wanaingia kwa committees za ufuzi. Must they be in those committees? Hata akina Mbandi wanaingia. What are they doing, these people? Why don't we tell them? Must they should shun all those committees. Why if they still want to earn as MPs, but waapia technically wanarudi wanaenda. Tufanye ile inaitwa maji baridi, baridi. We sabotage this government totally and absolutely. Tuwafinye mahali sitaki kutaja mpaka waanze kuchomoka wenyewe. Yeah, that is what we need to do. If you don't do it, shauri yenu wa Kenya. Mnaambiwa hapa mahindi. Kwani mahindi ndio nini? Finya hii serikali huko, ifinye kabisa. Ma-MP nyinyi kwanza muanze, mutoke huko. What you are doing there, you are not benefiting Kenyans. What those guys are doing in that parliament is not of any benefit to Kenya at all. UDA can continue doing their nonsense because that was their plan. That's why they stole the election, they stole the position, and now they are stealing the money and they are stealing the lives of Kenyans. That is all. There is nothing new. We saw it. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah. We were told hasla. Sasa mezeni hiyo, kuleni hiyo. Mimi hata siwezi onea hasla ati hasla. Kunyweni hiyo. Mliambiwa ati mnapiga mapikipiki zenyu mmevaa yellow, matatu mnaweka yellow. Someone who is over 50 going to 60 mnamuita young, kijana. Wacha msokoto mfurahi wa Kenya. Sasa sisi tunataka kugawana Kenya. Rift Valley mubaki na Ruto wenu. Na wale watataka waingie huko Rift Valley, we divide the country. That is now our agenda. If we can't change him, tumbakishie Ruto ya Rift Valley. And we stay on our own. Then we die with our own to small family. Kabisa. That is the way. Debate nyingi hazisaidii. Kuenda kuongea sijui hoping ati kutakuwa na changes where the constitution is not working. It has been suspended by one Mr. Ruto. Suspend your constitution silently. Okay? Everyone has gone wrong. And they are going wrong under his command. All right? So, with no constitution, parliament, wameambiwa tufanye vipindi hizo drama. Ati akina Cherelgei ati wanaongea. That is drama. Those of you who did literature. Ni comedy kwa stage. It is comedy kwa stage. They know what they are doing. Ati Ruto ati Moses atafutwa kazi mwezi huu. Tarehe hii mafia kuku. Niongee kama Kibaki. Don't fool us. Utamfuta aje? How will you sack? Ni boss that ameappointiwa na the president. Where will you get the 2/3 of parliament to sign this thing? And why will they be signing that? Yeah? Hiyo ni vipindre tu ndio tupige kelele, meli na offloadiwa kidogo, supermarket utasikia unga sasa imeteremshwa. Then Kenyans will go there saying tunashukuru rais wetu sana kwa sababu sasa unga ya ugali imekuwa shilingi 90 vile alipromise ndani ya siku 100. Hizo unakula madawa, GMO unaanza kufura side moja. Pigwa na stroke ukiwa 25 years old. Unazaa watoto chizi. Uko 25 years old hata kuzaa utazaa. Those who don't have kids do not get, because that's the first hit of GMO. Kwisha ina destroy mbegu zote za kichakula na za kibinadamu. You're done. So the best thing we should do is just simply take Kagame route, as I said. Sri Lanka kwanza tutoe huyu jamaa, tuweke ule tutaweka, ama kama hatutaki kuweka tuambie jeshi yetu itusimamie. They are very ready to do that, I know. Vile hawawezi kuongea ya miaka kama 7 tukijipanga, manake Kenya lazima waoshwe hii dhambi wako nayo ndio waweze hata kupiga kura na wajue sasa, mtu ukipiga kura ukuje uambiwe si Stone PK na ulipigia Stone PK, unachoma hapo hiyo kituo ya hiyo kura, you burn it that day. That is where we are supposed to go. Hii mambo ya kuambiwa tukae, Wakenya tupendane, ninakupenda unipeleke wapi? Kupendana tupeleke wapi? Tulipendana, Kenyans, we must talk as one to go where? I want us to talk as one. Whoever be elected is pronounced elected. It doesn't matter who, but the votes should be counted. If they are counted day 1, day 2, they should be counted mpaka day ya mwisho. And we are told, si vipara kuja hapa na kutuambia mambo ya, and then you are told that accept and move on. Yes, accept and move on. You're moving on to hell. And hell hakuna mahali ingine, iko hapa duniani. Kenyans, you are the gates and doors of hell. Poleni sana of Kenya. Back to you, Ricky. Sounds bad.
Sawa Stone.
PK, you have become, sorry Makiadi, PK has become a prophet of doom.
Yeah. Umemute Stone PK. Umemute.
Mwalimu Julia, that is doom. Those are the lies you people have been told that, I don't want to be prophet. But there is doom. My very mentor wangu kisiasa ni Kagame, because I attended so many sessions when I was working there, and there is now nothing I disagree from his reasoning, and I realized wale watu wanamuita dictator, they are thieves, crooks, na wezi na makatel, wale alifukuza Rwanda. But if you've never been to Rwanda, utaanza kupiga kelele, there is no democracy in Rwanda. Hakuna mwenye Rwanda ana complain. Biashara anafanya vizuri. If you are lazy, ana complain. It's only in Rwanda, a country where I found Wi-Fi kwa barabara. Unatembea hivi kila mahali unaenda unaambiwa hapa iko hotspot, hapa iko hotspot. Where else? Hata Europe zidani
iko Wi-Fi juzi, iko Wi-Fi imekuwa launched juzi, hujaona?
Hiyo bure kabisa.
Wapi Wi-Fi Makiadi?
Iko Wi-Fi imekuwa launch sijui Nyamakima ama ni wapi, somewhere around hapo kuna Wi-Fi, na wanasema wata roll out hiyo program across the country. So kuna Wi-Fi somewhere hapo, I can't remember where it is. Somewhere around
kama laptop. Itaenda tu kama laptop. Laptop na mastedi.
Haya. Sawa, kuna nini hapa nilikuwa nataka tuongee kabla tuendelee. Nione kama itacheza.
Emmanuel To, KT News, Nairobi.
Away from maize matters, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations boss, Mohammed Amin, disbanded the a unit within the DCI, that's the anti-counterfeit unit, and transferred its officers, among others, in the rank of chief inspector and the inspector of police, to different parts of the country. Immediately after he announced that shake-up that saw the transfer of DCI bosses all around the country. Now this now fulfills a campaign promise that Kenya Kwanza government will reform the DCI at a time when cases of crime and banditry are on the rise. Additionally, a letter by the DCI boss asking the anti-stock theft unit to provide officers for a yet-to-be-formed unit points to the formation of a unit to fight crime. Our reporter, Fred Kagonye, reports.
In this communication dated 22nd November, DCI boss Mohammed Amin disbanded the anti-counterfeit unit which had been formed in 2018 by his predecessor, George Kinoti. The unit, under the command of Nathan Njoroge, was tasked with fighting contraband goods and was stationed at Parklands Police Station and reported directly to Kinoti. This move follows the disbandment of the Special Service Unit after allegations were leveled against the unit. It was accused of kidnapping and disappearing suspects. Perhaps the most known allegation is the disappearance of 2 Indians, Zulfikar Ahmad Khan and Zaid Sami Kidwai, and their taxi driver, Nicodemus Mwania. 9 police officers were arraigned in court in connection with their disappearance. One officer is out on a 500,000 shillings bail, while 8 remain in custody. The officers were ordered by court to provide DNA samples and hand over their phones to investigators for forensic examination. These changes also come at a time when the government is fighting hard to ensure Kenyans of their safety, following the rise in crime cases. Nairobi's CBD was the hardest hit with muggings and stabbing, while cattle rustling affected areas of Kitui and Samburu. To curb the rising cases of muggings, the cabinet approved the formation of a special unit of officers drawn from the General Service Unit and the Radiation Deployment Unit. This latest communication from the DCI boss to the Administration Police seeks to recruit 50 officers from the GSU and the Anti-Stock Theft Unit to be deployed to the DCI, which points to the formation of yet another unit. Fred Kagonye, KTN News.
Haya, habari ndio hiyo. Tulisema iko SSI, SSU unit ambayo ilikuwa inatumika kuua watu, tukatupilia mbali. Sasa ninasikia DCI boss sasa anataka kurecruit sharpshooters kutoka kwa GSU, anti-stock theft. Sijui ni kazi gani hao watu wanakuwa recruited kufanya.
Ana recruit snipers ama
yeah, it's snipers.
So whom is he gonna shoot dead?
I don't know what's happening, but of also one importance is to note that there's a group that was formed specifically to fight counterfeit goods, and ukiangalia hapo pia imekuwa disbanded, so sijui, I don't know, maybe.
So Kenyans are free now to sell counterfeit goods. That's the impression we are getting, Makiadi. I mean, this government is undoing everything Uhuru did, so we sitting to watch what's going to happen.
The counterfeit goods ni zile zilikuwa zinachoma watu miguu, ambao sasa ndio maminister.
Na zilichoma nani? Na sasa yeye.
Jole jamaa alikuwa anachoma miguu na counterfeits.
Yeah.
Sasa ndio amesimamia hiyo ministry. So perhaps it's like wacha tufungulie kila kitu ikuje sasa.
Yeah, it's a banana republic, free for all, do what you are, eat GMO. Even Geoffrey Ruto is saying tuachane na yeye kule GMO. Ni sawa tu Geoffrey, tumekuachia. Geoffrey Ruto alituambia juzi utauza mahindi yako 6,000. Samahani Geoffrey, mahindi yako hata you may not even sell your maize, you may just give your maize to the cows.
Haya, Maggie, una kitu ya kusema?
Sina la kusema, lakini mimi namwambia huyo Geoffrey kwamba hizo GMO na yao ya 6,000 mimi siwezi nunua. Niko na ya kutosha. Tena inatosha watu wengi sana huko kwetu. Lakini mambo inaendelea Kenya. Let me add something on top. Spiritually, looking at it, I think God has really taken a hand in Kenya, which we really should appreciate. It was going to be worse, and even the Americans were expecting it. The Britons were expecting it, but God said no. Nikisema tu kijinga, lakini sio kijinga. There might be some reasoning in it, because iko maneno ingine nilisikia, kuna watu wengine wanaabudu cult. Hii cult sijui ni ya watu watajiri ama vitu gani na nini. Na unajua hizo mashetani wakiabudu, kuna wakati wanataka damu. So damu walingoja kutoka Ukraine hawakupata. Unajua Ukraine alibomb every place, watu wakufe na wakukufa. So wenye walikuwa wanaabudu hiyo nini sana, wakasema okay, let us wait for Kenya. Ilitangazwa kabisa, don't go to Kisumu this such a date. Now hiyo iliaibisha hao watu kabisa, because Hata kuna tu scratch ilifanyika Kisumu, na wenye walikuwa wame promise hao mashetani wao kwamba ngojeni Kenya inakuja na hiyo damu sasa, wakaibishwa na hao washetani wakasema okay, sasa wewe tunakuchukua tu, na wakachukuliwa na akaenda. You know, there's so much into it because there's a lot of confusion in Kenya. Hiyo silence yetu imefanya everything is not going well, even for those people you are thinking are enjoying. And that is why unaona confusion imeingia tu Rift Valley. Why not Mount Kenya? Mbona Wakikuyu hawalalamiki mambo ya GMO? Yeah, because hii kitu hao watu wa Nandi wa Rift Valley waliingia hii mambo ya cult. Sasa hiyo confusion imewabakia, na ndio unasikia mambo ya siji GMO siji nini, na watakuja kujuta tu. Stone PK alisema watakuja ku feel that heat. Hiyo heat bado, in fact the way I look at it, bado watakuja they are going to feel the heat in a way. Tutacheka tu sisi wenye walikuwa nafikiria ati wameshinda, so sisi tutabaki tu tukicheka as they are feeling that burn. Thank you.
All right, Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Richie. I wanted to
Richie, kwani sionekani kwa nini ama kunaendaje?
Kabro jainua mkono. Sema nitakuja. Endelea.
No, endelea. Richie anacheza round bwana. Ameniacha hapa, amecheza kila mtu mimi. Kama nimekuwa mweusi sana.
Unafikiwa hujainua mkono, nimeona Stone PK ameinua mkono. Unafikiwa tu sahi. You are the next one.
Nimeinua mkono juu kuna kitu nataka kusomelea hako Richie alikuwa ametaja na mama Megi ametaja. Ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba shetani ndiye amechukua usukani Kenya, na hakuna shetani anakuja akiwa amevaa pembe vile tulikuwa tunaonyeshwa tukiwa primary school kwa Bible studies. Shetani ni mimi na wewe, anatumia sisi, mimi na wewe. Okay? Na sasa shetani Kenya ameweza kwa sababu ametumia the highest office on the land. Ameconquer. He's dancing wherever he is. All the powers of evil in the world are celebrating having conquered Kenya, because Kenya has resisted this for quite a long time, really long time. But now ameconquer. That's why no religion is working. Even those religious, hata zile makanisa kubwa zilikuwa zinauza mambo, zinatoa statements, they give a lot of spiritual guidance. Zimewezwa na hizi makanisa za wakikuwa wanasemanga ya MIPEACH, makanisa za maji mingi. Okay, hizo ndio zinaonekana zime take over. That is what the devil has used, because that is where they are doing money and all that. So what am I saying? After taking that control, that's why the leaders have done away with anything that is in order. We have a new world order in Kenya. The world order in Kenya is this unit is supposed to do what? Kuzuia this should not happen. Disband. This unit is supposed to do what? To make sure that Kenyans, they are stima aiongezeki, disband and reinstall those who are there. Wale ambao walituongezea ile pesa nyingi walituibia kwa bill. For those of you who follow Kenyan, they have been reinstated and paid for the time they were fired. I don't want to name names because some of them are very close. We are close friends. All right? Wamerudishwa na ndio walituangamiza na bill, exaggerated bill. So anything that is supposed to be following a proper order, protecting mwananchi, has to be dismantled by this Satan, this devil. Because devil kazi yake ni kunyonya damu. Na Megi amesema, na kunyonya damu si ati mtu atukupe uone damu ya red. Kukunyonya damu ni kufika kwamba ile stima ukitumia hata unakuja unashindwa kulipa. The basic facilities Mkenya ashindwa kulipa, and that's where we are heading. Okay, Mkenya saa hii ukienda, people now who are affording meko wameacha meko, makaa nayo ndio hiyo, mafuta ya taa ndio hiyo. Huyo mtu atafanya nini? Ataanza kupika na makaratasi. Okay, they will start cooking with makaratasi, kuokota makaratasi, na mtu akiokota makaratasi juu ametoka waziri. They are Finland, mpaka sasa itakuwa kulipa rent ni ngumu kwa hizi nyumba mzuri. Mnaenda kuishi nyumba za mabati where you are paying 1,200 or 500 shillings. So what does that tell you? That the middle class will start moving beyond Kabulu now. Watatoka huku ma estate nzuri, and then mashetani ndio watachukua hizi manyumba, and you will not be able to do that. The mwananchi wa kawaida will be chased. The last point you'll be chased ni Oshago. Ukienda Oshago nako GMO ishafika, kilimo hakuna. What do? You just hang yourself. Most of them, it's not GMO that will kill them. It's suicide. When hazimo, frustration. I'm telling you, the fees may increase. And you know, when we talk here on this studio, I can see some people commenting very stupidly on the other side. You know, because, you know, they are so myopic and shallow. Sorry to say this. Most of these keyboard warriors are very shallow, maybe very young. They have not seen what has been happening. There are people even who come from deep in the village. Yeah, you can imagine coming from cattle rustling, alafu unaleta mtu unamvalisha tai na suti aingie parliament, and you expect that person to make law for you. Which law does that one know? Anachunganga ng'ombe kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni, akifuata nyuma hata si mbele, then unamleta parliament. So Kenya, we are done. We are done. Every working body has been dismantled, and then you dismantle a DCI, you create another one with a different name, so that you put in your own people, ndio waende wakaue those people who are opposing you. We know what is happening. Yeah. So basically is, and I keep on giving this rallying call. If we sit to wait, we just wait as everything melts down. As snow on Mount Kenya is melting down, then the rest of the communities will be melting down. Pole sana. Back to you, Makiadi.
Thank you, Stone PK. Kuna mtu anaitwa Charles Agwaru. Umeingia kwa mtego mbaya. Kuna spam hapo inatusumbua. So umefinywa kimakosa, utarudishwa tu saa hii. Umeblokiwa kimakosa, utarudishwa saa hii. Samahani. Kuna hii spams huwa zinakuja kutuangaisha hapa kwa comment section, na huwa ka dangerous sana, kana ruka ukitaka ukablock kana pita haraka, so you'll be unblocked. Pole kwa hiyo.
Nika GMO.
Kanakaa ka GMO hii yenye watu wameletewa pande ile. Ukienda kukaweka block kanaruka kanapita. Haya, Mato.
Mama Migi, it's been a long time. Nice to see you, Mami. Just kusalimia. Na nimejua wewe ni neighbor yangu. Finally. I think as we go on, lazima tuanze kuangalia vitu in a certain way. Niko na points 3 tu za kusema, Richie, if you allow me. And this one's, mimi siangalii mtu ametoka pande gani ama anaishi pande gani, lugha gani, I don't care, as long as you are a Kenyan. I'm just trying to be serious right now and just being Kenyan. Kidogo tu. Hata nirudio baadaye. Governance, na nimekuwa nikisema kitu, governance is what we need. We are very devastated as a citizenry of Kenya, regardless which part you live. We are very devastated, and kuna watu wenye wako extreme right, extreme left, kuna wenye wako katikati, kuna wenye wako mahali nini, but the problem that we are lacking is governance. I think si wote tunakubaliana. Mpaka the other day I saw Duke akikuja hapa hivi akakubaliana na kitu yenye tunasema GMO no. But we all know ishaingia because tunajua the cartels how they work. We know ishaingia. Your ship ishaingia. And Richie amecheza hata nini video hapo hivi. Guys, without repeating myself, unajua kuna the cartels and everything, and cartels are business people. Kuna kitu nataka watu waelewe. Profit ni revenue yenye unapeana na cost yenye itatumika. Cost ni nini? Cost kuna fixed. Alafu cost inaweza kuwa fixed ama variable. So when you have the fixed, I believe that's the farmers right there. Wale wetu tunaweza tumia hiyo cost na bado watu wapate profit yao. Variable, sasa hapo ndio hao so uchezeaga. Kwa zile kitu watafanya, tulikuwa hapo hivyo kwa comment section tunagongana na our good friend mwenye anakuaga hapo hivyo Black akisema itateremsha unga chini, hata hiyo ni GMO ikiingia and then nini, and then pia farmers walete then itateremsha. But I was asking him a simple question. Richie, wewe unaishi kwa farm yako Bungoma, millers wako hapo area ya Bungoma ama hata ukitaka sema Naivasha. Mimi niende ni buy uko nilete na ship, lazima tena niichukue tena ni ship mpaka kwa mila mwenye ako hapo Bungoma. Don't you think at that point ni cost yangu yote imeishi hapo hivyo, sasa tuko pamoja? So basically I'm just saying financially or you know, it doesn't make any sense, because either way, unless nauzia mtu apeleke Bungoma kutoka pale kwa port, either way ile cost nimetumia yote, ile variable yote nimetumia, by the time nifikisha hapo hivyo, bado sidhani kama hata ita reduce unga yoyote. Ni kama mtu ako Kenya anunue gari na mimi niende Japan niende ninunue gari, bado niko na cost ya kuileta, niko na cost ya nikishaifikisha ya kuregister kwanza ni make ikuwe legal, na niko na cost hizo zote, na lazima ni recover hiyo pesa yote ndio tu kwanza tukue even. So me I feel I want to demystify wale, kuna watu wamekuja na argument ya hata hizo GMO zikiingia na ziende zisiagwe zikue unga itateremka. Okay, to assume GMO si mbaya kwa nini yetu, kwa mwili yetu, lakini bado mimi mwenye niliendea huko unataka niende loss, na wewe uko na yako hapa na uko karibu na mwenye anaenda kumill na yake kwa package. Sitabidi bado nichukue lori, hata nikileta na ship, nimekuja na ship, lazima nilipe hiyo ship, alafu nichukue hiyo ship tena niipeleke mpaka kwa huyo mila, cause mila wako kwa kila barabara. We only have a couple of millers that do that. Wengi kwanza wako hizo sides huko juu kina Bungoma Western huko, waende wa mill ndio sasa tena tu transport tena ikuje Nairobi. But nazana niuzie tu hiyo kama mimi ndio nimeleta, lakini lazima ni make profit yangu. So either way, sio niyo kitu ikileta ikiteremsha unga in any way, because bado nitakuuzia venye ule agekuuzia, airi ule agekuuzia kuniliko mimi mwenye nimetoa huko, kwa sababu lazima nilipe hiyo pesa yote yenye nimeleta nayo. That was just something I wanted to put out there. Watu wenye wanafikiria ikikuja itafanya nini, kwanza jiulize hiyo pesa ya kuinunua ilitoka wapi, na mwenye alinunua kitaka kupata nini kwa profit yake. I want to talk in a layman's language, not even in a business. Alinunua tu, anunua akupatie for free. You think alinunua tu ilete for free? Na akinunua ni pesa yenyu ilinunua, ama ni mtu alienda kanunua mwenyewe akuja apate profit yake? Na kama ni pesa alinunua ya government, then haufai kulipishwa chochote, especially venye tumeambiwa kulipatikana panya kwa nini kwa bank accounts, because that's your money. And I want to educate people, because normally I'd like to come over here to educate yani. Kama ni pesa ya gava ilitumika, then hakuna mtu anafaa kuwa akipata profit. And if it's time yenye hata mmetoa subsidy ya hiyo unga, immediately mlingia. Mtu hafai kulipa chochote, cause hiyo ni pesa yako ulishalipa. Lakini kama ni pesa ya mtu, nataka uniambie we Mkenya, kama unaweza enda uchukue ship mzima ulete na ukoso kumake profit, hiyo GMO tu yenye mnasema ati ita reduce transactions, how much you make profit. Nataka watu wajiulize hiyo kitu. Now turudi kwa kitu ya DCI mumeongea tu saa hizi. There's a time kulikuwa na hii kitu inaitwa, walikuwa na Haize, sijui Heze or something, Wakayole Heze sijui wa wapi, walikuwa na Facebook account. Wakora walikuwa na kwa Facebook hivi, wanaambiwa wewe tunakujua. Watu wa Islando wanajua, cause mtu alinionyesha tu hiyo kitu. Mtu alikuwa naekele, nilikuwa mbali so msione kama najua hivyo, but mtu alikuwa naekewa tu kwa Facebook, anaambiwa tunakujua. Wakora walikuwa wanahama, wanarudi ushago, because ukishikwa autoki hapo. Now it's against human rights, and I don't advocate for something like that. Lakini hiyo time ulikuwa unapewa warning, unaambiwa tukikushika wewe, cause tushakujua, tunajua ile kitu ulifanya, unaekewa kwa Facebook kabisa picha yako. Mbona watu walikuwa na, I was reading the whole story. Watu walikuwa ukiona tu picha yako ushajulikana. Watu walikuwa na hama, wanarudi ushago, wanaenda kukua watu wazuri. And there was this Somali guy that hata akona documentary, which I'm not lying, it's there online. You can go look at it. It's there. Alikuwa part of that. Lakini walikuwa wanamkujia, wanamwambia mimi sitafanya uhalifu tena, tafadhali nisaidie. Na alikuwa na watu kama kina sisi wenye tuko huko hivi, wenye tulikuwa tunatuma pesa, kama umeamua utafanya uhalifu tena, unaekwa mahali unaweza fanya, kama ni shule ama ni nini, na unaacha na kabisa kwa unaogopa ile kitu itakufanyikia. So is that a bad way of policing? At the time I was like, it's a bad way of policing. Today, when I know someone mwenye ameuliwa because of wig, mtu tulienda shule naye wig, ameuliwa na amedungwa, msichana, mama, mtu ameacha mtoto, someone I went to school with, na ametolewa hiyo wig. I think that's a good way of policing for now, until watu wapate njia, where criminals don't think they can just get away with everything. But if you want rehabilitation, we can give you rehabilitation. Na ukijulikana we ni get away, toka kabisa hiyo mahali. Unless ukuje uitishe. Michuki said one thing. If you rattle a snake, expect to be beaten by that same snake. And some of the criminals that we have in Kenya, especially the village, I mean, wale wa pale tao, they know there's nothing you're going to do with them. Wanajua, cause wako wengi. Ukijaribu kushuka watakuchapa we mwenyewe. So when we hear those essays of on the Facebook ones, eze wa Kayole, eze wa Isili na nini, and when they knew this thing was serious, the criminality iliisha. But now that you have this Gachagua mwenye anataka watu, the police DCI wenda wakakai kwa ofisi huko Kiambu Road, and that's the vice president, then we have a problem. And that's why we have a problem. So let's not cry as Kenyans. If we're bringing ourselves the problem, tukijiletea shida, please, tuache kulia. Hiyo ni shida yetu. Tumejiletea wenyewe. You know? Even though I don't like the way they used to do it, lakini they used to give them a chance. Ukijileta unapelekwa shule, na walikuwa na a GoFundMe, watu walikuwa nalipa. I'm one of the person that actually used to pay for the criminals that wanted to change, and I know some that have changed and they become big people through some of our contribution with the club that we do to help that change. So what I'm trying to say, does it take sometimes roughness to deal with roughness? I think yes. I never agreed with it, but now I think. So how are we going to finish the crime in Nairobi? That Mama Megi akitembea pale, anaweza tembea bila kuguzwa na mtu nani, hata Julia akitembea anaweza tembea bila kuguzwa. How are we going to do that? That's what Kenyans needs to do, because right now we have a government that is not thinking the way we are thinking. We have a government that wants to reprimand kila mtu, that wants to change everything that has happened before the other government, so that they can waonekane kama wanaweza, na wengine wako na uchungu because walishikwa because of their criminality. Most of them, they are criminals. We have a government of criminals. All, I mean, see what, but most of them are criminals. People who have been jailed, and if you are mekwa pingu and you're not supposed to be there, per chapter 6 of the Constitution. So for them, Kenyans, we need, I don't like going to Stone PK's side, but I think at this point I have to side with Stone PK. It's maybe about time that we told the government that you are not the government, we are the government, you're just public servants. And we went and got what is ours and gave it to the right people that we know can actually serve our nation, serve us, all of us, regardless of your language, regardless of your profession, regardless of who you are, and regardless of everything. I think that's what it is. People who can make good policies, and not people who make policies because they are going to get a ship coming in, doing something, and that's what they're pushing. And Kenyans are asking you guys, with the representatives here, that it's time we start thinking and we start forgetting about Raila fighting for us 24/7. Raila is not going to be here forever. Boniface Mwangi came, left. But today we have places that we can talk like this. We have the, the Bunge la Wananchi, and we can talk and tell our people, our parliamentarians, we are not playing with you guys. and you're not going to play with us. Na hata hiyo Range Rover yako tutaichukua ukicheza na sisi kama hujaipata vizuri. I'm starting to work with Stone PK. Watu semaga Stone PK is radical. But I'm starting to work with Stone PK that I think is about time we go radical with these people. In Argentina, they went and took their parliamentarians waliwaeka kwa trash cans na wakawafungia kwa trash cans. Boniface Mwangi tried kupeleka MPigs huko na watu hakuona. Alikuwa anaenda kulala kwa jela peke yake. I'm not in Kenya but I'm willing. Kuna rafiki yangu mnamjua na kwa hapa siku hizi yuko, lakini anakuja ngapa. Yeye alisema ako ready hata kutoka kule yuko aende akakuletia gas na mandazi. Hata mimi niko ready kwenda kulatia gas na mandazi, because we have to change this country. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaishi hizi countries za huku ugaibuni na tunaacha wetu wakiumia huko. Tunaona hizi vitu zote, and that is a country that we cannot be called a third world country anymore. That you don't even want to go to your country, or you have to fight to go to your own country. I love my country. Yes, I live away, but I love my country so much, and that's why I go home every Christmas. And I'm going. Wakinishika wanishike, shauri yao. Nimekuwa hapa mwaka mzima nikiwagonga, but that's fine. I'm just saying we need to start talking our country and the things that actually matter for our country and the things that are going to do our country. And if it needs a revolution, we will not be the first country to go for a revolution, including Ethiopia. Nimeenda saidia Stone PK. Sorry, Richie. Lo nimeenda vibaya. But I think we need to start talking like that, and we need to look at each other as a family, as a country who's a family where we are both, every language, everything. When be proud, like Uhuru used to say, be proud of our culture, whether you are a Kikuyu, you are a Kamba, you are what, we come together and say, you know what, you guys, enough is enough. Thank you.
Aya, Mato, naona umemalizia hapo. Naona time imeenda pia, lakini I'll give you also people an opportunity to give your closing remarks. But before we do that, I want to play a video that somebody has told me I have to play tonight. So let me see kama itakubali.
Wachuuzi katika soko la Kikuyu kaunti ya Kiambu wanakadiria hasara kubwa baada ya walaghai waliojifanya kwamba ni maafisa watakaotoa mikopo kwa wanabiashara wadogo nchini chini ya hazina ya Hustler Fund kuwalaghai wengi na kuwapora fedha zao, huku waliolaghaiwa ndani ya mtego huo wakidai kuporwa kima cha takriban shilingi 300,000. Kadhalika imebainika kwamba kando na soko la Kikuyu, maeneo mengine ambapo watu wamehangaishwa na walaghai ni soko la Udhiru, Kangemi, Kinoo na soko la Wangige katika eneo bunge la Kabete. Tayari uchunguzi umeanzishwa, huku wachuuzi wakiomba serikali kuwa macho na kuwalinda wananchi walio hatarini ya kupoteza fedha zao mikononi mwa walaghai wanaotaka kujinufaisha na ahadi ya Rais William Ruto ya kutoa mikopo ya riba ya chini kwa watu wa chini ya mpango wa Hustlers Fund.
Na kwa kweli kama ulikuwa unapata kama umequalify, kulikuwa na form walikuwa nazo, unajaza zile form ndio unaweza kuqualify hiyo loan.
Akaniambia wanapeana loan na ile loan yao interest ni 3.5% na wanapeana kulingana na statement ya M-Pesa, na waliweza kunifungulia app yangu ya M-Pesa na wakaona nimequalify 295.8 na wakaniambia wanaweza nipatia 70,000 na hiyo pesa nitapata siku ya Monday muda wa saa 3 ya usiku. Hii soko yetu ni kubwa, iko na idadi ya watu, na kulingana na ile pesa ambayo mimi nasikia malalamishi kwa watu ni 1,300.
Nilikuwa nalipwa na coach. Sasa nikaona immediately nikaona withdraw 80,800. Nikaona withdraw. Sasa nikukaa nikaona nimetumia mtu 15,900. Kukaa nikaona wamefulisha. Kukaa nikaona wamejitumia hiyo 270. Sasa nikashindwa nani nimetumia pesa na mimi sija withdraw, sijafanya nini. Nikawauliza pesa bila garanta, bila saving, inakuaje hii pesa? Wakaniambia ni bottom up ile ya Ruto. Kwa hivyo tunaanza na bottom up, na Ruto amesema Safaricom mpeane pesa kwa mwananchi. Kwa hivyo sisi tukisikia ni president wetu ametumana, tulifurahia, tukafikiri anajua shida zetu. Sasa kusikia sio Ruto, tukachangana, tukaambiwa hakuna kitu kama hivyo.
Makiadi teaser, pay attention. It is this one. People have forgive me, like people from Mount Kenya region. It is only Kikuyus who can be stolen from like this, because wakona tamaa mbaya, and they think that things come so easy. They believe in the end justifies the means. It's so disappointing. Tujipike anasema nini?
Watu walisikia ni president wao ambayo wanampenda anajua shida zao.
See how they give their M-Pesa statements.
Jamaa anasema
even the bottom up ilikuwa inaingia. Oh my God.
And you see the people who are conned. I'm telling you, Mount Kenya kuna shida mingi. There is a problem PK that needs to be addressed. Is it mediocracy? Ama nini? Because it is people from Mount Kenya who will be robbed like this because they think it is okay to do things without structures. They think I mean hizo tabia, wako na tabia hizo mbaya sana, kwamba the end justifies the means. Kama niko na ploti Martin, na hata kama unajua ninakuna, I mean plot si yangu, as long as nita succeed kupatia hiyo plot, they are just okay with such nonsense. See what happens? See, that is why they are being robbed. Everybody knows they can go there and lie to them.
Lakini wao umesikia wamesema walisikia ni president wao ambaye wanampenda, ndiye alikuwa amesema waende waangaliliwe mashida zao, wapewe pesa, na kwa sababu ni president wao ambaye wanampenda iko mzee mpaka amepeana M-Pesa yake ikafunguliwa.
Wote walipenda M-Pesa ikafunguliwa. Unaona huyu mama ati she saw with 80,000 disappearing, 250,000 disappearing. How on earth did she give her M-Pesa details to who?
Stone PK, uko na maneno?
Richie, I love the way nakupenda. Yani una unleash vizuri. Si nimesema I'm not a prophet of doom. Nimesema I'm just telling people where they are headed. Hata hatujalala. We've not slept. I mean, what does that tell you? And that one lady, that lady looks elite to some extent.
The young one, the middle-aged one. Yes, when you 80,000 ilienda, 250,000 ilienda, and then how on earth? And then the other man who is saying, ati walisema nipeane bank statement yangu ya M-Pesa. How these people? That is why they voted for Ruto. Nyinyi watu mnalalamika kwa nini Mount Kenya walipigia Ruto kula. You can see the kind of people who are there now, the population, penye the mediocracy penye imefika. Munasemanga kama it's not that we disrespect them, kama tunawatukana Magi. It is the reality. See the mediocrity in Mount Kenya region.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Julia. And it is now even a simple proof. That's why Mount Kenya is more saved than anybody else in Kenya. Kila mtu ameokoka na walimwagilia Ruto mafuta. So if they can be conned that simple, kila mtu amejua, it is easy. That's how they were conned by Ruto. That Ruto sits next to God every morning. Ruto is a prayerful man. Everybody else is not prayerful, is not saved. That was Mount Kenya ndio walipiga hiyo rubber stamp. Wakasema Ruto ni wa kanisa. Ruto ni wa kanisa. Hata watu wameleta hiyo bottoms up, ni wa kanisa. Wacha waendelee hiyo ni sadaka mnatoa. Toeni tu hiyo sadaka, na labda hiyo ni organized thuggery ya Ruto government. I cannot rule that out. Yes, it must be very well coordinated. You can imagine how much money they will steal from people. Billions and billions. Sasa kama umeibiwa 200,000, 80,000, by the time na wame-unleash in the fertile ground of Central Githurai. Huko ndio bottoms up ilikuwa imechacha. Huko ungeenda
PK mimi ya watu siwahurumii. Kuna two groups of people sihurumii sasa leo by the end of today. The farmers in Rift Valley, now watu wa Githurai. It is payback time. Choices have consequences. Mnachagua majambazi. That is what you get.
Yeah, hiyo ni sawa. Richie, thank you so much for bringing hizo clips. Tunataka tucheze tu kwa wingi na hata ziende wakaone huko Kenya, because wajinga ndio waliwawa. Tulisoma kitabu kama hiyo primary school. I think wajinga ndio waliwawa or something like that. Okay, and those who want to save, who will save Kenya, watatoka pande ingine, hawatoki Central. Wale watakuja kusave wa Kenya watatoka pande ingine, na ndio wataweza kuambia wa Kenya kumedhoka na kimeumana, hakuna hope, hakuna hope. Kama bottoms up imeanza hivyo, basi wangoje tu watakiona. Back to you, Richie.
Mimi nashangaa sana kwa sababu yani mtu anatokea huko anakupata kwa soko, umekaa chini, anakuambia ametumwa na President Ruto kushughulikia bottoms up, na qualification number 1 lazima umuonyeshe M-Pesa yako, aangalie transaction history yako, aone kama una qualify. Unafungua M-Pesa, anaangalia na kuambia una qualify, alafu sijui unaambiwa sasa utoe pesa fulani, utapata pesa yako siku fulani. Unafanya namna hiyo, unagongwa. Baadaye sasa ndio unakuja kutuambia ati ni president wenu mwenye mlimpenda. Sasa sisi tutakusaidia namna gani kama pesa yako imeenda? Wakati ulikuwa unaenda kujiandikisha hizo vitu za bottoms up, ulikuwa na nani? And this thing may happen Uthiru, and that's just one market. Kuna zingine kadhaa ambazo hatujatajiwa hapo. So people are being conned because of their folly. Upuzi wao ndio inafanya wanaibiwa pesa, na mimi nakubaliana na Julia hapa. Hakuna haja kuona.
Makiadi nikuulize, hao watu walisema hawapangwingwi.
Hakuna haja kuonea watu huruma. Niambia
hawapangwingwi.
I told you people last time, ng'ombe unapelekaga mpaka kwa mto, lakini ikifika hapo ikitaka kukunywa ni shauri yake, isipotaka ni shauri yake, unarudisha. This is the same thing. Hawa watu tuliwaambia last time, tukawaambia this is a scam of a government. Most people came here wakasema nyinyi sijui na azimio yenu nini. Mwishowe sasa we are seeing even they are crying more. Hata sisi, I told you here, kumbukeni nikiwaambia itafika wakati ya watu wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza watalia hata kutushinda, and I told you they are going to be the enemy of the government. Hii serikali hata haitaji opposition. Hii serikali, do not waste your time ukijifanya ati wewe ni opposition, you are going to put this government in check. Unapoteza masaa yako. Hii watu wenye wanaitwa hustler vile uliwaona wakifanya juzi Eldoret, that is the same thing they are going to do to this government. They are the farmers who are complaining right now. Ndiawa wakulima wale wa mama mboga na wale wengine tunawaita kila siku. Mtu wa pikipiki mwenye hawezi weka pikipiki yake mafuta. These are the people who are going to do our job. Sisi wengine ni kukaa kando tu, tunakuja hapa studio, tunapiga story, tunamaliza, tunaenda. We play videos like this. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu. But these are the people who will go for this government. Unaona sasa, saa hizi wale unasikia wanalia huko ni wale watu walisema kumera saa 11 tutakuwa tumeenda kupigia kura.
Alafu walisema waliambia Uhuru hawapangwingwi. Uhuru aliwaambia amewapatia miezi 3. Uhuru, wherever you are, miezi 3 haijaisha. Watu wako wameanza kuumia.
Sema wanapeleka Uhuru Ishashweri. Ishaweri yeah. Mapema sana. Mimi naonaga Uhuru anazunguka na ndege ile ya Air Force, akienda DRC huko, anarudi Tanzania, sijui Burundi, all over the place. Raila mwenye alisemekana anapelekwa Bondo, nimemuona juzi sijui akiwa UK ama wapi, ni India ama ni wapi. Hako tu raundi zake, very healthy. Anakula tu vitu zake pole pole. The people who are sending others home ndiawa wanalia saa hii. And we are here. This is just the beginning. Wacha kwanza hiyo GMO ingie. Nilikuwa nasikia mtu anasema tunakula GMO mkono moja inakuwa kubwa kushinda ingine. You start nakutana na mtu town Nairobi PK mkono.
Hapana Makiadi, you should listen to Alex. Alex, wherever you are, nilikusikia mchana ile maneno ulikuwa unasema. Alex alisema akina PK, akina Martin Deto, akina Makiadi will have so many problems if you eat GMO. You know what will happen to you.
I don't know. I don't want to guess. Miona vile umechagua one gender, ninajua si kitu mzuri unaenda kusema wachana nayo.
Na nimesikia hiyo GMO hata ukitafuna haitafuniki. Yani even if you chew like what, it doesn't get soft.
Yeah, but you see, we are complaining here, and there are people, I don't know how people reason. There are people who are saying, wewe unataka ukule chakula njaa isikuue ama unataka kuangalia kama ni GMO asi GMO. I mean, if it was about life and death, unaweza understand. But the thing is, hii mahindi yenye tuna import ambayo ni GMO, kuna farmers wanatoka wanasema tuko na mahindi ndio hii hapa kwa store, and they show us. Why is it so much important for the government to go out and bring the GMO? Kama ni ukweli walikuwa wanataka kusaidia Wakenya na chakula ambayo wanasema chakula hakuna kwa nchi, our farmers wote wamesema they are ready to release their maize as long as they are paid well, at least warudishe ile input walitumia. They said their input walitumia input ambayo ilikuwa ya gharama ya juu. They're not saying that they cannot sell to the government. All they are saying is that wakati tulipanda mahindi gharama ilikuwa juu. So kama serikali mnaweza tusaidia, at least mturudishie gharama yetu, sisi tuko tayari kuachia mahindi. As simple as that. But this government haitaki kusikia hiyo. Inasema nyinyi kaeni na mahindi yenu. And you heard what Ishungwa said the other time in parliament, that farmers are hoarding maize. That is the language yenye inatumika. Wakulima hawataki kuachilia mahindi. Yes, Julia.
Which is also, I think, is also some truth. I think in this country we've been having some people in the Rift Valley trying to control the price of maize and kind of holding the country hostage. Kwamba tuko na mahindi, tutauza this amount of money, but then bringing GMO is not the solution. Solution is what Maggie is saying: tupande mahindi yetu uko manyumbani. We plant enough food. So I think so, Makiadi, this is also, I think there are farmers who have been holding maize, hoping they're gonna sell it even at 10,000 per bag. And akina Makiadi, akina PK, akina Magi na sisi tununue unga yetu kama shilingi 300 paketi moja. So don't buy that. Kenyans, don't buy that maize meal. Hata nimesikia Nyanza, they have their meal. Mimi, when I was growing up, tulikuwa tunatoa mahindi kwa shamba, tunapeleka kusiaga. We never used to buy that sifted maize meal. Musinunue huo unga. Wakenya na wasi, don't buy that flour. Here they call it flour. Musinunue hiyo unga hiyo ya GMO. Mmesikia mkono yako itakuwa kubwa moja, ama inasemekana, wacha tumie maneno inasemekana, waweza kapata mkono wako mmoja umekuwa mkubwa zaidi, ama wewe unakaa jitu kwa pande moja yako, pengine miguu yako yaweza kuwa ya jitu. Na nilisikia, wacha niseme kwa maneno ya Alex mchana, alisema kwamba wanaume kama kina PK, Ndeto, Makiadi wanaweza kuwa na shida mingi zaidi kuliko wanawake. So don't buy that maize meal, Kenyans.
But you are going with something that has not been proven in terms of research. That hiyo ya wanaume sijui. What I know is all the scientists and the experts are saying
hiyo ni allegations. You can call it allegations.
Oh, thank you. That's just an allegation. What I can say is this: scientists wamesema there is no proven what. Kuna jina wanatumia hapo, wanasema ni kama ya kwamba there is no substantive evidence ya kwamba GMO ni mzuri ama ni mbaya. Hakuna side. There is no enough study ambayo imefanyika kuhusiana na GMO. And that is why I'm saying when you see that guy, ule jamaa wakati alikuwa anakuja Kenya, unafikiria anakuja kufanya kitu ya maana, ati anatafuta investment. Huyo mtu alikuwa amekuja biashara. He's looking for experiment organs. Anatafuta watu ambaye ataenda kufanyia experiment zake. And because our government is always open, ni kama ile mlango ya hoteli, mtu yote anakuja tu anaingia. Akakuja akawadanganya na pesa, akasema ata invest kwa agriculture, ata invest kwa irrigation, na akawadampia hiyo manini yake hapo na akaondoka. So prepare yourself. Yes, Maggie.
No, mi nachaka hiyo mambo ya Julia ati wanaume watafanya nini? They don't know what they are going for anyway because hiyo GMO hata hao wenye wako hapa they are not eating it because they know what it cost. Iko so many people and especially where the person who ambaye alitembelea huku kwetu anatoka. Unajua watu wa hapo wamekaa, wenye walijaribu hiyo GMO wamekaa uzuri wameleta kazi mingi kwa watu wa Afrika. I think alienda tu kutafuta kazi, watu wa kuja kufanya kazi hapa because they don't have enough people to work for those people. Akili imetaiguka because of that GMO. That is a fact. Hiyo GMO wenye walikuwa wanakula, akili sio timamu. Unapata mtu alikuwa sijui anafanya kwa Boeing yao wako nini sana, but saa hizi hata ajijui because walikula hiyo. So it's not something recommended so much. Akitaka kwenda kutuuzia, wacha watu wa UDA wakule hizo GMO, lakini watu wa Azimio tusikule, kwa sababu bado tunataka kurekebisha Kenya. Turekebisheni hii Kenya yetu vile tu Mato amesema na Stone PK. Hii Kenya lazima tuweke iwe a good place because hata huu mtu mbona saa hizi ndiye anatembelea Kenya. Kitambo alikuanga wapi? Because anajua chenye amefanya hapa na hizo Microsoft yake imekuwa kubaya. Asante.
Aya, asante Maggie, asante Julia. I think now Stone PK na Mato, I think now ninaweza wapatia at least nafasi tufanye closing. Tumegonga hapa na unajua kwa kina Stone PK, Mato, Julia na Maggie, nadhani mko na kitu inaitwa Thanksgiving. Sherehe kubwa sana hata kushinda Christmas. Sijui kama mmenunua turkey tayari.
Mimi sijui kupika turkey, so I'm going hanging out with my friends and they cook turkey and I'll eat.
Hata mimi nimepikiwa somewhere lakini sitakula. Ni kubwa sana mpaka unaona GMO iko ndani yake. Yes.
Yeah, ukipata nafasi tafuta mahali uende uingie at least upate turkey. Hii sherehe kwa hao wa jamani kubwa hata kushinda Christmas. Afadhali ukose Christmas lakini usikose Thanksgiving.
In fact ni kubwa sana, like this year iko tofauti.
Yeah, people travel miles and miles to be together with their families.
Wame-travel like today, hata ilikuwa imetangazwa. Yeah, watu wamekuja wengi na wametoka wengi.
Yes, so nataka tumalizie saa hii. But I want you mkifunga at least mniambie Miguna alikuwa amekuja kufanya nini Kenya. Nilikuwa
nataraji. Okay, first I have 2 questions. Miguna went back to Canada?
Yeah, he said he's going back to London. Sijui London anaenda kufanya nini.
I want to talk about Miguna. Ni rafiki ya Mato na Stone PK na maybe na Makiadi. Huyo ndio kingpin.
Mimi hakuna mahali tunatoana na Miguna.
Huyo ndio kingpin wenu Magi.
Huyo anaitwa kingpin.
Ndio mimi nauliza. Kingpin anakaa chokora. Please. Muliona yeye na sija amepost na watu wengine airport. Anakaa chokora. Na tena hata hana pesa ya kununua hata viatu tu. Please.
Okay, talking about viatu Maggie, I saw our
Yeah.
president with some shoes, some funny shoes too.
Huh?
Niliona rais wetu amevaa vile
nilikuwa
viatu.
nakuja hapo, ndio hiyo nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Vile viatu.
Ni nini mmefanyia nini nabii?
Viatu vingine I write up students for wearing them. Sasa nikashangaa kwa nini rais akavaa hivyo viatu? Kwa nini hakuvaa socks? Kwa nini kuliendaje Stone PK?
Ni nini mmefanyia miguu ya nabii?
Confusion imeingia Kenya.
Mlisema wazee waende nyumbani. Tunataka young leaders.
Young leaders. Sasa wanakaa chokora. Yeah. Ama young leaders wanakaa chokora. Miguna ametoka huku Canada kote na amekuja kama chokora. Please, mimi niko na manguo zangu mawili, nikienda Kenya ninaenda kuringa naye, watu wajue nimetoka Amerika. Na yule mtu hakukuwa hata na ile tu kamoja, because sijaona Miguna amevaa decently kama mtu a whole lawyer ambaye anafanya kazi ya pesa. Sio maringo, lakini ni ukweli. I'm sorry. Yeah. Nikisema vibaya munisamee, but Miguna ameniashame.
Maggie, why didn't Miguna was coming to take over from Baba? Kwani kuliendaje? Kwani mlimkataa ama kuliendaje?
Nani anaweza okay, the way hata vile aliingia na amevaa. Nani anaweza kuchukua yeye kama ni mtu serious? Achukue tu place ya Baba? Yeah. I wasn't there, yes. But vile tu nimeona vile aliingia that day. Na hata vile ametoka. Is that somebody to be compared with Baba? Please. Let us call a spade na spoon.
Mami wachaneni na rafiki yangu. Na ndio maana najua mtokoza.
Okay, ni rafiki yako sana, lakini he's shaming us. Unajua tukiwa hapa, we don't know how we are getting these monies. Lakini huwezi tu kufanya kazi na unaenda kwenye unakaa chokora. Yaani ukiwa chokora hivyo hata akili ni chokora. Yeah.
So Miguna amefanyia Martin. I don't know anything Miguna has done for Kenya unless
nothing. Matusi tu na kutusi Raila.
The only thing we can remember him is swearing Baba. Hakuna kitu ingine. I don't know what he has done. I don't know how he has contributed to our democracy. I don't see anything. I don't know. Pengine he's starting. Sijui.
Leave alone is our democracy, Julia. Leave alone our democracy. Hata kwake in his village, what has he done? Yeah. Mimi afadhali ninaweza kuringa, ninasomesha watoto wengine. They will remember me with that. But Miguna cannot even take a village child to school. Hawezi kulipa. Yeah. So hakuna chenye Miguna amefanyia Kenya. Forget about Kenya. At even his village. Kupiga tu kelele ovyo. Ana mbele wala nyuma. Pole.
Miguna is hot air.
Kuna vitu mingi anafanya huko nyuma, lakini wachadeni naye. Mwacheni.
Ni nini Mato? Ni nini alifanya?
TV mwacheni hapo, ni sawa.
Mato, what did he do?
Aliharibu, alichoma, lakini ni rafiki yangu sana.
What did he do?
What did he do? List it 1, 2, 3. Tell us.
Yeah.
If you ask me, I can list what Baba has done.
We can talk on the side.
Hapana, mimi story ya Miguna hakuna kitu amefanya. He's just hot air.
Hakuna.
No, he give credit where it is.
Yeah.
Well, I love to do that. I love my personal life. Like after nilikaa chini na yeye na tukapiga story.
Ana hiyo credit.
Alipigania, si constitution mpya alipigania, si multipartyism. We only know him for swearing Baba, nothing else.
Yeah. So that's the problem. People know him just for swearing in Baba. They don't know his history.
Hana historia
No,
Kenya.
history ya Baba hiyo siwezi ongea kitu, lakini before that you should go see, just go read about, read about it, or even just research about it.
What did he do? Kwenda Kenya na kupiga kelele kwa airport alafu anarudishwa?
Hapana, si hiyo sasa, hiyo ni story ingine. Hiyo sio tuko pamoja. Hiyo tuko pamoja, hiyo tuko pamoja. Hata pia umwambia
Maggie, we can also remember him.
Akinipigia tunapiganga story, namwambia wewe, sasa hii ni ujinga gani ulikuwa unafanya? Naambia kwani what? Hawezi ni nyima kuingia country yangu. Namwambia siende pole pole bwana. But akopoa sasa. So wachani ne. Na ametoboa.
Ametoboa kweli?
No, ametoboa kukuja nyumbani na kurudi nyumbani. Unajua, it was that's a constitutional in as much as people don't agree with it, is a constitutional right. The man was born in Kenya. Hata kama na picket how much, hata mimi kipiga kelele yangu, sidhani kama kuna mtu hapa anaweza furahi nikinyima kwenda nyumbani.
Unajua nini Mato? Chenye Maiguna alikuwa anafanya wakati huo, hata wewe ilikuwa ni ujinga. Hakuna mwenye alimkataza kuingia Kenya. You can't. Hata saizi nikikuja tu nikienda Canada, lazima nitakuwa na document ya kuonyesha mimi ni so and so. Na yeye anakuja bila anything.
Mama Migi, unajua hata the other day nilikuwa hapa tu kwa hii show tu na nikaambia watu, unajua pia saa zingine tunaongea politics sana, tunasahau vitu zingine. You know, right now and actually cause hii channel uaga pia inasikizwa sana na the politicians. I was advocating because we were in there's a group I lead, not really read, I'm one of the wale wako pale wanaweza ongea of students that tumeleta huku US. And some of them kuna wenye washapata green card lakini wako na passport mzee. Kuna wale wako na hiyo passport mzee lakini bado ni students. And so November 30th, ukiwa na passport yako ya nyumbani, I brought this thing here. Bernard was the one moderating. Ukiwa na passport yako ile black, si ya East African, as of November 30th, you cannot travel to your own country with a valid, si ati expire, but ni ile ya black. Just because you never went to Washington DC, na hatujui kwa nini hukuenda, because watu wengi udhaningi kwenda Washington DC ni kutoka Machakos kwenda Nairobi. So there's a big problem coming for the diaspora in the US. And I was bringing that thing here so that the politicians that listen, because I know they listen, and I'm trying to talk to some of them about it, that if you have your Kenyan passport and it's valid, you're supposed to be allowed to travel to your home country. Maybe coming back they'll change to the East African. Lakini huwezi ambiwa that ukiwa hapa huwezi enda now lazima uitishe because I did spend a long time with the Washington embassy because I was tasked that through our community thing. I was tasked to talk to the Washington embassy, and I talked to them for a long time. They said, you have to send to get for you to even go for Christmas or anything. If it's an emergency, you have to get an emergency exemption after November 30th. It doesn't make any sense for you to be shut down out of your own country because you just have not renewed your passport to a new one, but your passport that you're holding is valid. You should be allowed to travel with that passport. Now coming back, you can be told that you're not leaving your own country to go somewhere because they're your representative without that one. But they cannot cancel, and that's what we are trying to fight right now. Mama Megi, there's other things that I do on the side that people don't understand. But we have communities, and even you where you live, you have communities. Richie is in Missouri, the other side, you know, and they have their own community. Everybody here, they have their own community. And our community, we talk and we start talking. And there's these kids that we've brought here that don't have that new passport. And they're having a problem traveling. And some of them cannot, you know how far is Kansas to Washington to go do your fingerprints. So we are saying, if that passport is valid, let someone be able to travel into Kenya, and then you will go to Nairobi. It's easier to go to Nairobi from kama umetoka Kisumu. It's easier to go there than going to Washington, D.C. from somewhere like Kansas or Missouri or even Minnesota. It's so hard to go there because you have to take a flight or you have to drive for what? At least 12, 14, 15, 16 hours. You see? So that's what we are trying to fight right now with the embassy, that Ruto, because what I realized when I called, and this is why I say this government is a money-making government. So what they were saying, these guys have to pay $40. So you travel all the way down there, yet you have a valid Kenyan passport. You travel all the way down there to get your fingerprints, and then you still pay for your passport, and then you still have to travel back where you stay. So there becomes a problem there. And that's the government that we have today, is hata si mahindi peke yake. Even this, waneka pesa. The last time I remember...
So that was just to cut you short. So what were you proposing, that people don't take fingerprints? Ama, what were you proposing?
No, I'm proposing, if you have a valid passport, a Kenyan passport,
yeah,
and it's valid, and you cannot go to Washington, but your mom has passed away, or it's Christmas, you should be allowed to travel because you have a valid passport.
I think Matu, I think you are wrong. There's something about valid passports. I stand to be corrected. I won't say that I can't be corrected. Even if my passport is expired and I am a Kenyan citizen, I cannot be denied entry. Even if it's expired. Yeah. Even now, if it's expired and I'm going home, as long as I'm going to Kenya, even the airlines will allow me to travel with them.
Yeah.
Even if it's expired.
But right now, as of November,
okay, let me finish. As long as I am a Kenyan citizen, even if my passport is expired, the problem with the November thing is you leaving the country. It is not entry, because you are a Kenyan. You have a right of entry. You are a Kenyan. You cannot be denied entry. But leaving, like let's say I have processed an American visa and I'm flying to the US. That will be a challenge now if I don't have the new generation passport. That will be a challenge. So I should work on my passport when I'm in Kenya. But now some of the Kenyans who are here now don't have the new generation passport. So we expect they want to go home. They will not be denied entry. They will go home. They cannot be denied entry at the airport in Nairobi. They will be allowed to go in. So okay. I think that's what I want. I wanted you to correct that. They will not be denied entry. The challenge will be coming back. Like if they go to process a US visa or something, they will need to have their new generation passport. The challenge with Miguna, I need to be explained to, because I don't understand the Miguna case. Yeah,
we'll talk about Miguna, but let me
Julia.
Let me clear this for you Julia, for this one.
What Miguna did was so stupid. Hakukuwa na anything to explain himself. Anaendea watu, mimi ni Miguna, why don't you know me? Where does it work like that? Even in Canada, does it work like
I
that?
think because
Yeah.
money, I think if you have been in the US and before, I don't know, Mato, you can explain, you if you want to correct this, it's okay, I understand, because I need that explanation. Those people who had a citizenship of another country, after Kenya developed this, adopted the dual citizenship, I know there are Kenyans whose passports were long expired and they were just a citizen of the other country. So it means they had let go their Kenyan citizenship. So those Kenyans have two things to do. Either they apply for the Kenyan passport, that's what they were supposed to do, which I don't think Miguna did. Because I know people who are here in the US and are American citizens, and their Kenyan passports along, like they don't have them. So some of them, what they do when they are going home, they apply for the Kenyan visa, yet they are Kenyans. Others now are working on their Kenyan passport. So as soon as they get their Kenyan passport, I think they'll not need to apply for the visa. They'll be going as Kenyans. So I don't know the Miguna situation. I don't know why he didn't apply for the Kenyan passport. I have never understood. But what I think is that you cannot be denied entry. Hata saizi Stone PK uingie ndege na uko na passport mzee ya Kenya na ime-expire, all the airlines will allow you to fly with them as long as you are flying to Kenya. As long as your destination is Kenya, they will have no challenge. But once you land, coming back, if you have the old generation passport, that will be an issue, because now the government demands that we have the new generation passport. So that is how I see it, because wewe ni Mkenya Martin, hakuna vile watakufungia nje juu shida yako ni vile pengine uko na old generation passport ama your passport is expired, and the only place you can renew that or change that is in Kenya. So they are not no, it's not the only place, but they expect you to do that when you go there. So I don't think they'll deny you. So I think it's not an issue for those who are here. I think they can go home and change.
All right. Me, I'm telling you, as a person that Miguna, I think he was allowed to go to Kenya. He was there. He left his passport, ikabaki huko imekatakatwa, and that was the issue. It was a legality thing with so many laws that had, almost 13 whatever had to happen. 13. Miguna is a very special case. I don't want to get into that, because that was a very special case, because first of all, ufai kutolewa Kenya ka passport yako imekatakatwa, So let's just leave Miguna's thing alone. Let me talk about what I was talking with the embassy the other time when I was sent by the caucus to go talk to them. And this is what they were telling us. Unless they change anything, there's nothing they can do here in the embassy. What it is, after November 30th, if you have your old passport, you either have to apply for, and maybe it's a good thing that we're talking, because I know there's Americans here who maybe don't even have not changed to that passport. You can apply for an exception. That's what it is. And I think the cheapest exception that they had was $20 and another one for $40. Exception to fly to go to Kenya. To go, not to come, to go. Exemption. Valid, I don't know about invalid. I never spoke about invalid. We spoke for almost 1 hour, me and one of the representatives there, because we went so much, and they were like, can you write, if you guys are out there and people are out there and you're one of the representatives, can you write something to the consulate? Personally, I don't have that problem, but I was doing that for the community that we're here, because Kansas, we have a big community of Kenyan people who are here, students and all that. Na tunaletaga saa zingine watu huko. So that was the problem. And I was talking to them, and they were like, if you have not changed, either that or come to Washington, D.C., or tell somebody to come to Washington, D.C., get fingerprinted, get their passport here, or they can get fingerprinted here and say their passport stays at home, but they also pay for that exemption for them to fly. So for you to fly as is, if they don't change it by November 30th, which is what, next week, you have to fly with your either valid or I've never tried valid. I didn't ever ask for any unvalid. I mean, then you expire. Valid passport, which is the black one, not the East African, with the exemption. And the exemption, there's one for $20 and there's another one for $40. And that's what it was. And that's why I came back here and I said, and I started calling, hata nimecall home, for anyone that knows someone to tell them that that's very unfair. You cannot have someone live here or leave Minnesota or leave wherever they are to go to Washington, D.C. to get their fingerprints, or to start paying $40 where they're still paying their tickets to go home and get their thing. And you have a valid Kenyan passport. And also, most of them were like, okay, I have my ID too. This is a valid passport. And this is the ID. So why should I even pay for anything? I'm going into the country, maybe coming back. And that's why we are talking with them to tell them, stop this thing of November. Let people come in and don't even give a caveat of anyone, of any time of anyone coming in. Just let someone, whoever comes in, if it's valid, by the time they come out, then they have to renew it and get the other one by the time they come out. But when you start telling your citizens that you can come in, or you have to pay this, an extra fee for you to go to your own country and you have something that is valid, and it's your own passport of your own country, it's just that it's not an East African, then there becomes a problem there.
Sawa Mato, hii story ya embassy hii, what I can advise you, whoever is listening to us na uko nje, if you want your passport, tafadhali enda ukachukulie Kenya. Don't waste your time ukienda DC. Utapoteza masaa yako bure. Hii watu wanakuanga wameenda kuendesha Uber, wengine wanafanya kazi McDonald hotel, hata wajui ni nini walikuja kutafuta huko. So don't waste your time. Kama uko na nafasi ya kwenda Kenya, enda ngangania passport yako mbele. Huko utapata haraka hata kushinda hapa.
Lakini usiende bila hiyo letter.
I don't think Martin, I don't.
You don't need the letter.
That's what they said. Guys, I'm telling you, I was there.
Okay, Martin.
Go to the airline.
It's okay.
You're right. Utaenda upate.
Hold on.
No airline will deny you entry.
My friend.
Hapana.
I'm serious. I'm telling you the truth.
No.
Ni sawa
You are
sawa.
told by the embassy. Corrupt embassy.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's not
Go
true,
buy
Martin.
KT airline. Buy the ticket.
Hata kama your passport is expired, as long as you are flying to Kenya, no airline will prevent you from flying. As long as ume apply tickets.
As of now, but after 30th.
No.
You remember, Mato,
that's what they're saying.
Mato, this is not the first time that is happening. It's not the first time. It's not the first time these
Kenya you
guys...
go, but coming back, because I was looking at Martin and I saw that some embassies now are deciding that they can only process your visa if you have the new generation. You see, coming back will be an issue if you don't do that. But going home, you'll go home. Even if you don't, you see, that is why people are even deported without documents. Because as long as they are going to Kenya, they can be taken to Kenya, you see, and they are Kenyans. But even if you have the expired passport, no airline will prevent you from flying as long as you are going to your home country. But coming back will be an issue. That's my take. I don't think you need any document. Because anyway, how easy can you...
Brian anakuambia hapo, the letter allows you to fly. Now, be careful. Don't just go to just don't be stupid and go to the Nini if they don't change the rules. That's what we are fighting for. If they don't change the rules, don't be stupid and go to the airport. Utarudishwa. You will not fly.
Aya, sawa. I think we have exhausted the issue. Wewe kama una passport yenye current yenye bado hija expire, usiende huko. enda mapema kabla expire just to be safe. Naweza enda huko umelipa ndege na uende kusimamishwa hapo kwa mlango, ushindwe kwenda nyumbani. So kama unataka kwenda Christmas, tafuta venye utapata passport yako mapema, ndio usifungiwe nje. Lakini mtu kama mimi najua niko na passport ile mzee. Kuna wakati nilienda nikafika kwa line wakaniambia usitoe passport nyingine, wewe ni Mkenya, pita tu bana. Sijui kama bado wanatumia hiyo, lakini kama wamebadilisha sheria basi.
They will okay. Okay, somebody is saying you can't fly.
November.
Yes, I understand. You can't fly, especially if you are flying through other countries. Like if you are flying through Europe, you can't fly with an invalid passport. But I'm imagining if you are making a direct flight to Nairobi. Utaenda tu nyumbani. If you are making a direct flight to Nairobi, you'll go home. The problem is if you have to fly like make stopovers like through Europe, you can't use an invalid passport. That's a fact. So
November 30th is the problem. If they change that and they quit that will be fine. Shida niyo November 30th, they need to change that because November 30th is when they are putting the thing in effect and it's international. It's kila mahali. So November 30th, either we get an exception or wasimamishio kitu wenye wanafanya.
Okay. So hiyo ndio ilikuwa closing remarks ama namna gani?
Yeah,
educate watu. Inaweza kuwa pia closing.
Okay, sawa. Nimesikia mmeongea juu ya viatu za mkubwa. Niliona miguu imekataa kazi, lakini sawa, hiyo hatutaongea, mtasema tunaingilia maisha ya mtu. So hiyo tuachane hivyo. Walisema wazee waende nyumbani na kumbe yao pia wako na shida zao, lakini wanaficha ndani ya nguo. Siku moja inajitokeza tu yenyewe.
Yeah,
basi acha nipatie ni closing yangu.
Hakuna closing nyingine Mato. Sasa wewe umetuweka hapa na mambo ya passport.
Nilikwambia kitu tu nini? Mimi siko
ni kama umekuwa spokesperson wa immigration ya Kenya. Sasa nataka watu walipe passport mpya, ni kama umetumwa hapa kusema. So mimi nataka tu haya basi, acha niwapatie dakika moja basi, alafu tufunge show, kwa sababu naona ni saa 7 hata karibu saa 7, kitu kingine saa 6. So dakika moja tu, acha tuanze na Meg. 1 minute alafu tufunge show.
Mimi ile naweza kumwambia Wakenya, if they can hear me one day, sio Wakenya, watu Azimio, musikule GMO. Wacheni watu wa oda wakule GMO, because tuko na nguvu, tunaweza kupanda mahindi zetu, tunaweza kufanya mambo nyingi sana. Simunaona in fact, although they wanaringa ati walishinda, waliiba kura, but wakuna confusion ya kutosha. So hiyo GMO hata wakileta, nimesikia imefika hata wakilala njaa wasikule. God is with them, is going to help them more. Thank you.
Thank you Maggie. Stone PK, closing.
Okay, thank you very much ndugu zangu wote. Mimi ni kuhimiza Wakenya kwamba ile siku ambayo ilikuwa inatarajiwa na tumeitabiri tukiwa tunafanya siasa za 2022, tukaeleza watu kwamba shetani alikuwa anamulika nchi. Shetani alishuka na UDA, na haswa ndio walikuwa wanaitwa Kenya kwisha. Waliitwa Kenya kwisha, watu wakafikiria ni mchezo tu. Sisi walituita kuzimia, which is okay. Unaweza zimia na unaamuka. You can faint and revive like we have revived. Au ni kukwisha, finished. Then let me also say, Kenyans, you have no choice but just taking the bull by the horns and just say enough is enough. Unfortunately, we don't have leaders that will take us there. So it is Kenyans now to just emerge like the Sri Lankans. I think the Sri Lankans, I didn't hear of the opposition leaders doing nini. Hata nani kule Khartoum niliona msichana alianza hapo na kitambaa nyeupe tu. kitambaa nyeupe, akaanza tu kitambaa nyeupe and people joined. Kenya, I would want us to really try to use the mashinani. Unfortunately, nimesikia pia sasa mashinani nao wameanza kuwa kutishiwa. Bunge la wananchi, which is very powerful and very well rooted, is being threatened, but I'm just telling them musiogope. Tutangaze hiyo ijili ya Ruto must go. Lastly, shetani pia ana siku zake. Ukifanya mauti hapa duniani, unalipishwa hapa. Sasa ninasikia mkisema sijui miguu yangu inafura. Sasa miguu yangu inafura, labda niita kijana, miguu itafura namna gani? Miguu inafuranga ya mzee wa Bondo ndiye angekuwa anafura miguu. Sasa kwetu Kimbere kuna kitu tunaitanga kirumi. Mount Kenya inaitwa kirumi pia, na kirumi inakulanga mtu polepole. Kirumi is when madhambi zako zote zinaanza kukurudia, na yote kwa kikwetu tuna believe inalipishwa hapa. Unakaa unaenda hivi unakuta your best suit zinaacha kukufit. You are the best moccasins. Sisi tulikuwa tunavanga moccasins zinakuacha. Unajaribu kwenda kukojoa unashindwa. Na saa hiyo bado hujakula GMO. Kwa hivyo ndugu zangu, tenda wema, nenda zako. Unaiba kura, utakipata hapa. Unachukua sahani ambayo si yako, unakulia sahani ya mwingine, you will get it here. There is the power above that. So, not saying much more, I'm just saying, ya hapa italipishwa hapa. Kilio cha wengi ni kibaya. Mwisho, kikwetu pia tunasema, mwegunye wakara duotago. Mwegunye is shade. When you are pointed so many times, you don't go for long. You don't cover a long distance. Yes. The 7.5 million Kenyans who cried and are still crying and mourning, mtaona kile kitafanyika. Watu wataanza kuanguka tu kama miti ya Amerika. Kabaridi kadogo iko chini. Inshallah. Kwaherini. Asante.
That's sawa, Stone PK. Thank you. Mato, 1 minute.
Mi nawashukuru nyinyi wote, nashukuru kila mtu. This channel is a place that we come, we really educate. I also get educated, whether whether I come into the panel or I don't come into the panel. Sometimes I'm just in the back, and I wanted to wacha tu nishukuru watu wengine kina Dani Dari, Zuko, Eugene, Kevin, Geoffrey Gonga sana, Brian, Richard, and some of the people that we chat a lot in the back. This is a channel that we come to educate each other. Na washukuru nyi wote. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Mama Megi, it's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a long time. My sister Julia, you're always here. Richie, always Stone. But let's educate people. Let's also get educated. And we are Kenyans. And hii Kenya yendi mahali, by the way. Hii Kenya ni yetu. Hata wakileta GMO waingize, tutatoa. Kwa sababu hatutaacha watoto wetu wakufe. My daughter will come to live in Kenya one day. Myself, I will. I'm actually going for Christmas. So we have to be very candid and genuine in our country and not be so much political on where we are, but know what is good for our country. If we have a government that we've chosen, and that has become the 100 days, and now we have moja anataka kuimpeachiwa, we have GMO, we have all these things going on, no 6,000, no free education, no all that, and we've been in this country in the same existence as the countries that we live in. For how long, ladies and gentlemen of Kenya? For how long are we going to be called a third world country? Does it stop with us? Or does it stop with our daughters and our sons? Or does it stop with our granddaughters or whatever? Do we have a chance to do it right now? Especially some of us right now live in the first world countries, know what it happens. Guys, we need to think of our country and think even away from the politics sometimes, to think of our country, of what is right and what we have seen. Growing up, I used to be told, kutembea kwingi, kuona mengi. I believe people have seen things. Whoever has a chance to change that country, this is your chance. Don't wait for your daughter or for your granddaughter to do it. You do it for them. And if you are out there, you're in Kenya, start thinking of your country. Stop thinking of your political affiliation. Let's move and put this country in the global place that it deserves to be for as long as it's been there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mato. And finally, last but not least, Julia.
Okay, mimi Makiadi, today I said I have mixed feelings. Kwanza mimi hata nimeshangaa wale watu, those people who are robbed in Kiambu. Is it Kiambu or Githurai? And I want to put them in the same group with the farmers from the Rift Valley. Nyinyi watu mulitusumbua sana, nyinyi wenye mulipigia Ruto kura, kina Geoffrey Ruto and the others. You really disturbed us here. We tried to persuade you to do the right thing, and now you are coming here telling us ati sijui mahindi inaletwa. Mulituambia mpangwingwi, sasa munapangwa vile vilivyo. So I'm happy with that, and I hope that you have no market for your maize, so that next time when you are voting for a government, you think very hard before you vote thugs and criminals. Lakini Wakenya wenzangu wenye mnaletwa GMO, nawaomba, nawaambie kama Magi, musinunue hiyo mahindi. Desist even from buying sifted maize flour. If you can go back to our traditions where we used to make our own flour by taking our maize to the maize mills, that will be better. And for the Kenyans who are in the rural areas where you have land, let's go back to our traditions. Let's go back to our traditional food, like sweet potatoes, like Irish potatoes that can be found in Nyandarua and it's not traditional. We can go back to our beans that we, rice in Mwea, chakula chetu kule Nyanza, tuko na chakula mingi. Na waomba turudie chakula chetu, and let us desist from buying this maize that we are going to buy. I mean, the maize meal that is going to be processed from this GMO. Sasa mimi wale wenye wanasema ati akina Cheragai msitulete that you want to sack Moses Kuria. Don't bring us that nonsense, because you are lying to us. You made this government, take it. It's payback time. Asante Makiadi.
Aya, asanteni sana our viewers na panelists Julia, Martin, Stone PK na Maggie. I think tumesikia school fees inaongezwa. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza ambayo tulisahau kuongea. Tuliongea briefly na Wakenya wanaendelea kucomplain. Sikia mnaletewa GMO na hakuna kitu mmeambiwa mtakula, because if you live in Kenya you are a candidate of death. So anakusaidia tu, minister anasema anakusaidia tu. That is one way that can kill you among many. So I just want to finish by saying you're listening to a government that contradicts itself. Leo mtu anaamka anasema school fees imeongezwa, kesho anasema haitaongezwa, analeta mahindi, mara hatutaleta mahindi, mara sijui tumetoa gazette notice, mara hakuna gazette notice, mara mtuletee mahindi, mara msipotuletea mahindi tutaleta mahindi ingine. You know, it's a very confused government. But vile Stone PK umesema bunge la wananchi inatishiwa, sisi tuko hapa and we will do our part. Mimi naomba Raila aende relax. Hakuna kazi ya kupiga hii serikali vita. Hii serikali yenyewe itajiangusha. It will fall on its own sword. It does not need anybody to oppose it. This is a very confused government. I've lived in let me see. Yeah, I saw the ministers that were appointed by Moi, those that were appointed by Kibaki, those who were appointed by Uhuru, and the ones that are appointed by William Ruto, I think out of the four, you can see wachana na wale wa Kenyatta. We are talking now after the multi-party came in. I can tell you for real, these are the ministers that are very confused. These are the people ambao wamewekwa hapo. In fact, wakati tunaongea juu ya Moses Kuria hapo, I think Moses Kuria was just a decoy. Aliwekwa hapo anapiga kelele ndio mabeberu walete pesa zao ndani ya nchi iende kwa mifuko ya watu. So kazi yetu ni kukuja hapa kuwaambia hapa mnafanya makosa, hapa mnafanya makosa. That will be our job. Mahali mnatengeneza mzuri, tutakuja tuseme hapa mmetengeneza mzuri, but we are almost hitting our 100 days. Ilikuwa lini? Kuanzia September tarehe 10 ilikuwa tarehe 10 na ngapi? Hao watu waliapishwa 13th ama ilikuwa lini? 13th September. So we are looking at October 13th, November 13th, December 13th. Karibu tunagonga siku 100. Ile kitu wenye walikuwa wametuahidi hapa hawajafanya anything. Zero. So far zero. And we will be here to remind them and the Kenyans at large, wenye walipiga kura na wenye hawakupiga kura, ya kwamba huyu rais na serikali yake waliwaahidi watakuwa wamefanya 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 within 100 days. Ndio muwe na right ya kuuliza wakati anaenda kumangamanga huko Korea huko na watu wakiwa wamefura miguu huko. Poleni sana kwa kusema hivyo, sikupenda kutumia hiyo lugha. Wajue kuna Wakenya pia wanaumia, because these people, it looks like their priority ni kutravel. They are traveling with their spouses. Mtoto wake ndio huyo anazunguka all over, sijui anatafuta nini, alafu wanaita watoto wengine dynasties. So wacha sisi tutaangalia tu, hiyo ndio kazi yetu. If they have something on the side yenye watuambie, watatuambia. Kazi yetu tutakuja hapa tupige kelele, akina Geoffrey Ruto ni marafiki zetu hapa, mkuje mnatukataza, lakini sisi tutawaambia ukweli mahali iko. You guys were waiting mahindi ifike sijui 6,000. Saa hizi mnaletewa GMO. Hiyo mahindi hata 2,000 yenye ulikuwa unaambiwa uze, unakataa. Utaiuza ama utakula wewe peke yako. Haya, kwa hayo mengi na machache, napenda kwanza kuwawish wale ambao wako kwenye sehemu ambazo wana celebrate hii sherehe inaitwa nini, Thanksgiving. Napenda kuwawish happy Thanksgiving. And for the people who are watching us from Kenya, I want to acknowledge a few of you so that msiseme kwamba tuliwasahau. Charles Agwaru, I can see you are back. Asante sana. It was a mistake wewe kuumwa block. Ulikuwa umefuatana na vitu zingine tunaita spam messages, so ilihepa ukashikwa. Good to see you back. Fred Sunday, good to see you. Samson Ogola, happy Thanksgiving to you also. Nyambane, Nikta, asante sana. Yufin kawaida, thank you so much. Nani mwingine? Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Endelea kutetea serikali hata ikiingia kwa shimo, tutaingia pamoja. Biriana, asante sana. Brian Richards, asante sana. Brian Richards bana, hujanitafutia yule mtu tulikuwa tumesikizana bana. Get back to me. Darius, Father Dani Darius, asante sana. Michael Ngige, asante sana, anasema kwamba Ruto anakitoa ya hapa duniani ulipiwa hapa duniani. Nani mwingine hapo? Fatma Nasimiyu, asante, unasema unatazama kutoka Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Mlifanya kazi mzuri sana kunyorosha wakina Messi. Walikuwa wamemea pembe, walifikiria hao ndio wanajua mpira peke yao. Haya, Pogon, asante sana, good morning to you. Paulina Ngoka, asante sana. Kevin Ochieng, asante sana. Nani mwingine? Nani sijamtaja hapa? Kuna mtu anasema wonderful speech from Mato and Julia. Anaitwa Nikta Nyambane, amefurahia speech zenu sana. Keni Mato atatuambia kama amekuwa spokesperson wa ministry ya inaitwa nini, inapeananga passport hii, immigration. Unajua Hosea alitetea IBC hapa mpaka ikazama. He has appeared after 3 months after the election. Kwa hivyo Mato, naona umechukua jukumu la kutetea ministry ya immigration. Simba Omar anasema at Julia, ukiwa na invalid passport huwezi, hakuna ndege itakubeba. Julia, hiyo habari imefika. Ukiwa na invalid passport hakuna ndege ambayo itakubeba. Hiyo ni Simba Omar anasema namna hiyo. Nani mwingine? Kenya Defence Forces, asante sana. Father Danny Darius, thank you for renewing your membership. Asante sana. Na nani mwingine ambaye sijamtaja? I think wale wengine wote nimewataja. Asanteni sana. Kesho ni siku nyingine, Alhamisi.
We alafu Richi.
Yes.
Ukipata nini ya Richards tulikuwa tunatafutana, ukipata ya Richards unitumie.
Haya, sawa sawa.
Namba.
Safi brother. Beatrice Ayuma, Oriomno. Anasema anatazama kutoka hapi from Doha, Qatar Airways Housing. Haya, asante sana. Ukiwa mahali popote ambapo unatutazama, asanteni sana. Kesho ni siku nyingine ambayo tutakuwa na show kama ya leo. Niseme asante kwa Megi. Okay, sawa Brian, nimeona wako nit alafu uta get back to me. Haya, sawa, nimeona ujumbe wako. Stone PK, asante Martin and Julia. Tuseme siku nyingine na wakati mwingine kama wa leo. Kesho sitakutana hapa ama mtakuwa mmeenda sherehe za Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving everybody. Stone, Martin, Maggie, Makiadi, mjienjoy mkule taki.
Si tunakutana hapa kupiga siasa ama mtarudi kwa sababu ni Thanksgiving?
After enjoying our
tunarudi tu hapa. Unajua niliambia Mato tuko na holiday mrefu mpaka
Monday. Haki ya mama atweni mahali mtachoka
na Monday. Okay, mimi yangu ilikuwa mrefu. Me today I have been free. Niliamka saa 7. Nilianza leo. Kwa hivyo mimi nimeshaanza kujienjoy mapema.
Haya, sisi tuko na holiday mrefu. Sasa ni kuja hapa kupiga siasa, tusikie nabii ametuletea nini kutoka South Korea.
Lakini nyinyi, you people, you didn't answer me my questions or those kutaka kuingilia watu. Amkuniambia maneno ya viatu ulivyovaa, watu walivyovaa huko Korea. Lakini tuache ninyamaze, juu hamtaki kuniambia hizo story.
Wacha nikujibu kidogo. Unajua shetani inaweza kuingilia mwili mpaka mguu inafura. Sasa mguu imefura zaidi huko Korea.
Mimi nasema namna hii,
safari ni ndefu.
Ukikaa kwa safari mrefu ya ndege utafura miguu.
Yeah, I think so.
Na mikono pia. Mikono inafura.
Shetani imeingia kwa mwili.
No. Mikono haifuri.
In my career kuna compression.
What did you say?
In my career kuna kitu tunaita decompression.
Okay, miguu inafura. Some people have issues with their feet.
Lakini sio mkono.
Na huyo jamani
mikono ilikuwa imefura.
Si ndio? Enda uangalie picha vizuri.
Imefura, mguu imefura zaidi.
Mguu imefura, mikono. Lakini uweze laumu bana. You know some people wamekuwa wakipiga local politics. Ile mbali wameenda ni kutoka Sugoi mpaka Nairobi. So ukiaka yeye kwa ndege upeleke yeye ng'ambo.
Sasa shida yenu ni hamtaki mtu anone
climate.
Okay, my issue
kama amekula chakula mzuri kwa ndege, shida yenu ni nini akinona?
Okay, my issue Martin, I think viatu angevaa mokazi. Mlizita mokazi angevaa at least kuna vile open shoes.
Angevaa kama ile nimeona Moses Kuria. Kama ile Moses Kuria amevaa. Kiatu ni kama imepandisha nini ya ndege.
Sisi tunaitanga nyambuga.
Haya.
Wewe Julia unavanga kiatu gani ukipanda ndege ukienda huko?
I wear sport shoes.
Akala.
Wacha tuombe nabii aende atuletee
mazuri. Mimi navanga sport shoes na my feet never really swell when I wear sport shoes. So my sneakers, we call them sneakers. Sneakers.
It's not a swell of the flight.
I think
I'm travel kila mahali huko.
I think I've been on a plane na nimekaa na viatu zangu for almost 16 hours na hata hakuna miguu ilifura. So inategemea. Labda hii ni ile watu tunasikianga watu ya GMO ndio hii sasa imeanza kutokea kwa miguu.
Yeah, you're right.
Julia ametuambia watu wanafuranga mahali pengine hawezi ongea hapa.
Yeah. Sasa hata hiyo ndio inaonyesha kumbe hiyo GMO inafurisha some parts.
Alafu unajua Richi, kwanza mimi ni mtu wa boots. Unajua mimi upenda kuvaa boots. Manzo unazaji travel na boots for 15-16 hours na usifure mguu alafu na ni president. Na amekaa first class. Kwanza wanakaa
lakini hao watu wa KK wako na drama. Ile picha nyingine walikuwa wanashika mtoto. I mean, these people are full of drama.
Nani alikuwa anashika mtoto?
Alishika mtoto alafu akashika mtu mwingine sijui wapi, mama mwingine
hapo. Kumbe uliona hiyo.
Alishika mahali anapenda. Sasa alishika mahali anapenda. Nataka ashike wapi sasa? Julia sasa wewe.
Ngoja kuna kitu iko hapo.
Sasa watu kwa nini demonstrate?
No,
mimi nasikia kupoa.
Sasa Julia ulitaka ashike miguu. Uko chini hapana. Ni mbali.
Nyinyi na musiende Kenya, mutashikwa ndani.
Aki mimi naona nikipelekwa ndani na mimi naenda.
Utaingia ndani wewe.
Why we shouldn't go Maggie? Tunasema tu chenye tumeona na macho yetu. Sasa tunataka kuhakikisha kama ni ukweli. Juu hizi stories zinakaa za kiajabu.
Mama Megi, mtu akikohoa kuna ubaya.
we are observers here. Sisi kazi yetu ni kuja kutoa maoni. Hatuna ubaya na mtu. Na ndio naona hata
lakini unajua watu wa UDA watakaji ukweli. Ukiona kitu unanyamaza tu.
Hiyo sasa tunawafunza namna ya kufanya.
Unajua uko tutaingia chini ya maji. Unaingia tu na hakuna mtu anajua uliingia.
These people are interesting. I mean, they are a source of drama. Kama si Moses Kuria amesema kitu stupid, ni mwingine sijui ameshika nini, mwingine amevaa sijui moccasins sijui nini, mwingine
ile drama watu wa KKK wametuletea Kenya, mimi sijaiona. I'm surprised.
Wamepigwa selfie kwa ndege wakienda Kisumu.
Wengine wamepigwa simu na katoto. The youngest girl ati katoto.
Huyo msichana angelikuwa mtoto wangu, kuna watu ningepeleka njera hapo. If I see you with my daughter taking selfies, Makiadi, you will be in very many problems. I promise.
Lakini huyo mtoto ataharibiwa tu hapo na wazee. Hao wazee wanaenda kuharibu huyo mtoto wa watu.
Haya.
Ataharibiwa wapi bagi?
Wacha
ataharibiwa tu. Hao wazee.
Wacha tufanye namna hii sasa. Naona ngoja dakika moja tu.
Wow. Richie is mad with that.
Ndio hiyo. Unaona? Umeona hiyo?
Tutaonana nyumbani.
Umeona?
Why do you have this weight so quick?
Amewaambia watakutana nyumbani.
Tutaonana nyumbani, si amesema wazi.
Watu wataonana. Nikwambia uwezi toa village ndani ya mtu. Unaona mpeleka mtu amefura miguu na amevaa moccasin.
Because okay, the truth is miguu hata si shida, because some people when they travel miguu yako inafura, so we can try and understand that. Lakini angeva open, kuna zile viatu men wear, they are open. Some men who are
but also Julia, I've done this so long, like when I have a long flight, as long as miguu yako inuki unatoaga.
Martin, unajua wewe
it is not good manners to
you
no,
guys,
mimi tu unabaki na socks, unatembea na socks because most of the time you're just
Martin,
watching a movie.
Martin, you're talking about somebody who flies first class. He's a president, but
Exactly.
ile leisure nayo kwa ndege si kama
unajua kwa ndege tena ukikaa ndio mguu inaweza fura, lakini yao unaweza kulalisha hiyo kiti na ulale.
First class bana, hata ujuangi huko kwa ndege.
Hakuna kufura mguu kwa first class.
Si unalalisha hiyo kiti.
By the way,
you and the economy na natoa viatu bwana, saa zingine kama ni more than 15 hours unatoa viatu kama as long as miguu inuki.
Anyway, wacha tufanye namna hii, tutaanza debate na mfundishe rais wenu ukiambia mtu arudi pande hii ushikangi namna hiyo.
Jamani.
No, it's okay. You can just say it's okay. You can still. Hapana pitisha mkono unapeleka mahali ingine watu watakani kuona.
Wewe toka, wewe get off.
Julie, hebu imagine unapita karibu na mimi alafu na
Okay.
Mimi ningemwambia hiyo ni sexual harassment. Ningemwambia hiyo.
They don't know those
hawajui.
Hawajui hizo rules hizo.
Si mnakumbuka bull of
Auckland. Impeachment. Hapa state ungefanya kitu kama hiyo.
That's a big one. People do not know that. Sasa wewe umetoka huko mahali umeenda mbali ni Weston. Ukiona mtu anapita mbele yako akienda pande nyingine unapitisha mkono naeka huko.
Jamani.
Makiadi, uliona hizo delegations ziko Egypt. Did you see this MP for Kandara, former MP for Kandara, alikuwa ameshtuka, amepishikwa na mshtuko. What is her name? Sasa hizi ni minister.
Wahome.
Yes. Hao watu unajua wako na excitement ya kupanda ndege.
Na sasa hata mimi niulize hivyo by the way. Mbona anabeba watu wengi sana kuenda naye places kama hizo? 300 delegates.
Ni reward.
No, unajua pia mama Megi pia lazima uangalie kitu moja, and I think nilisema ngapi hivi kitambo tukifanya campaigns. Unajua the problem is kuna watu washa travel and we have a lot of leaders wenye wamerudi nyumbani, wametravel, wameenda huko nje. Now ukipata mtu wa kijiji na mtu haja travel, there becomes a problem. Ndio unaona hata Gachagua bado ako kwa shida because ni mtu haja travel. I'm not saying kukosa kutravel you're not a smart person. Lakini pia kama umetembea kidogo utaweza pata pia uko unaelewa vitu zingine. So that's why we have this big problem, and I think that's the problem to counter that they are on a travel mode. Aelewe dunia zingine haraka.
And that is the challenge you have in data, because we didn't see this drama with Uhuru, because Uhuru himself is exposed. So Uhuru doesn't think taking you on a flight is a reward. Uhuru akikuita Martin anakuita juu, anakupatia responsibility. Martin Ndeto na kutuma pahali fulani kwa sababu nataka unirepresent kufanya 1 2 3. So he doesn't think he's rewarding you in any way. But now this one picks a group of 300 people, over 300, like nani hapanda ndege last time? Pika ulipanda can you use the word climb on an airplane?
Julia, this is a government, I'm sorry to say this, simaanishi kwamba mimi ni better than anybody. I'm saying this is a government that is led by villagers. Watu ambao they are so excited when they are on a plane, even when it's about national security. We bado unataka kupiga selfie. Uoneshane president ako hapa mnapiga selfie.
Iseme wacha mimi niseme ya kufunga ni gava ya mashamba
ya watu wa shamba.
Nawaambia hao watu, these people had issues with Dennis, lakini unajua Dennis pia wanatuchanua, wanatuoneshanga how to live, you know.
Nani anapiganga selfie kwa Air Force One ya kuonyesha president akiwa hapo?
Can you believe it?
Jamani.
Guys, hata kama ni kushinda presidency, tafadhali some decorum. Ni sawa, tumeona mmepanda ndege ya Air Force One or whatever, it's okay. Lakini some decorum bana. This is a national security issue. You just don't expose
and why is the security when somebody is taking a picture with a selfie with the president?
Alafu Richiwe ni mtu umefanya, you know what I'm talking about. Unieke hiyo kitu kwa WhatsApp na mimi ni Al-Shabaab, mimi ni enemy wako. na umeniekio kitu kwa Instagram ama WhatsApp, so unajua kule huko, niambie niaje sitatoa hiyo ndege kwa nini? Kwa hiyo hewa.
You know, these
It's
guys,
very risky.
Security.
these guys, you know, sasa mkipiga picha kila mahali, kila installation mnaenda, mkiwa ndege ya
That's it.
private plane ya president mnapiga selfie, mkiwa kwa helicopter mnapiga selfie, State House mnatembea huko mkipiga, mnachukua video. You're even exposing the president bana. Gachagua na hii timu yako ya kina sijui Ndindi Nyoro, tafadhali. You know you guys mko kwa kiti hizi viti kubwa. Tafadhali have some decorum. Tunajua mmeshinda. Tunajua mko kwa serikali. Tafadhali have some decorum. Sisi kazi yetu tutakuja hapa kuwaambia, mnatuaibisha saa nyingine. Hata kama mlikuta store imeisha chakula ni sawa sawa. Mlikuwa mnangojea Uhuru awekee chakula kwa store mpaka panya zikatoroka. Ni sawa.
Wale ni wale watu walisema wanaenda kula mishere na nyama. Wale watu wanaweka mishere na nyama, wanaweka fruit salad hapo kwa hiyo mishere na nyama, wanaweka yani wanaanza kusafura, wanaweka ugali,
wanaweka dessert pamoja iko ndani,
ice cream.
Yeah.
Ni sawa. These people, nani anasema when you start a government all those travels are okay because you have to introduce guys international, but they will settle. Okay, Charles Agwaru anasema tuwapatie tu nafasi, it's out of excitement, wata settle down, lakini mambo ya kushika watu mahali ingine, hiyo ni kitu iko ndani ya mtu, haiwezi, hiyo si mambo na kusettle. Hiyo sasa labda Charles utamwambia watu wa Chicago namna hiyo, ukirudisha mtu pande hii unamwambia tafadhali songa pande hii, hapana pitisha mkono mpaka mahali ingine.
Hiyo ni sexual harassment. Kama angekuwa hapa angekuwa hata ingekuwa sasa anakuwa impeached.
Ukienda mahali ingine ufanye kitu kama hiyo, unajua tunawafunza ile vitu yenye tumeona, ukienda ufanyie mtu mwingine kitu kama hiyo, hata sidhani kama utaenda mbali. Hiyo imetosha kutoa wewe kwa kiti.
Anyway,
yeah, but we are dealing with people who have never gone that far. Wacha tuachie mchere na nyama, mkimaliza tukutaneni kesho. Haya,
inaitwa mchere na nyama,
kamuchere na nyama na mashakura. Haya, sawa sawa, ni tuonaneni kesho, majaliwa Mwenyezi Mungu.